Wuyang City stands as a prominent hub in the eastern part of the Dian dynasty, strategically located at a crucial crossroads where merchants frequently pass through, rendering it exceptionally prosperous within its bustling confines. Taverns abound and marketplaces flourish, while an array of captivating women flit through the streets, enticing poets and gallant scholars to glance back, relishing the value of their visit to in a renowned tavern. A Taoist priest occupies a refined table on the second floor, accompanied by a chubby boy of tender years. The table is laden with an assortment of delicacies, and the boy, his eyes alight with joy, flutters his hands like butterflies, eagerly stuffing his mouth with food. The Taoist, holding a wine cup, gazes out the window occasionally, exclaiming "oh" and "ah" in admiration at the passing beauties below. Yet, when a woman directs her gaze towards him, his expression shifts, adopting a demeanor of serene elegance befitting a celestial being. With a refined grace, he returns her gaze with a subtle smile and a toast, causing the woman's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she hastily departs after a slight nod. With each successful conquest of a fair maiden, the Taoist withdraws his head, allowing a smirk of triumph to emerge where others cannot see, his demeanor suggesting a blend of mischief that would even earn the respect of ruffians. Having successfully captivated another lady, the Taoist takes a sip of his wine, casting a mocking glance at the ravenous boy across the table. "I say, little rascal, as my disciple, could you not exhibit a semblance of decorum? Must you not learn from your master?" The boy halts momentarily, glaring fiercely at the Taoist. "Foul priest, do you think I can emulate you? How long has it been since we entered a city? 3 days. A full 3 days. In that time, I've only had 2 chicken legs, and have seen no other morsels of meat. I, Li Chuyi, am human and require sustenance. I am not a rabbit." Li Chuyi feels aggrieved. The Taoist, his master, generally treats him well, yet his capriciousness often drives one to madness. As fate would have it, after completing a ritual for a prominent family in a small town in the south, the two had intended to settle there with their earnings. However, the Taoist, succumbing to whimsy, dragged a reluctant Li Chuyi on a 3-day journey to this city. For 3 consecutive days, they soared without pause, while Li Chuyi, unable to fly due to his insufficient cultivation, was tethered to the Taoist, enduring the relentless wind. His cherished chicken legs were nearly whisked away by the gales, and his anger is wholly understandable. The Taoist, unfazed by the boy's wrathful visage, merely sighed to himself. "It is my fault when I found you. I should not have simplistically named you Li Chuyi, perhaps. I ought to have called you Li Beasts or Li Glutton, as that would align more with your true nature. Alas, it is all my fault." With a melancholic sip of wine, he lamented, "You old fool. You are the beast and the glutton. Do not forget my surname. To insult me is to insult yourself." Li Chuyi was undoubtedly aware of the origins of his name. An orphan, he was abandoned in the wilderness shortly after birth, fortuitously discovered by a passing Taoist priest. The priest, bearing the surname Li, found it convenient to bestow upon him a name of considerable significance, Li Chuyi, the first day of the Lunar New Year. Seeing the priest shaking his head, oblivious to his presence, Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Stupid Taoist, just say it plainly. After flying like a madman for 3 days to end up in this place, are you here for some frivolous escapade?" The priest's expression turned stern. "How dare you speak so? What escapade? I am imbued with righteous spirit and virtuous demeanor. Just look at my face, it radiates integrity. How could I possibly indulge in such trivialities? Sister Yinzi from the Red Sleeve Tower in Fanyang City, Sister Yuer from the Flower-Filled Tower in Linhuai City, and the 4 sisters Shun, Yu, Luo, and Yin from the Fragrant Red Garden in Wangjia Town, not to mention." Li Chuyi began counting on his fingers, causing the priest's countenance to grow increasingly dark. Smack! A sharp slap landed on Li Chuyi's head. The priest cast a glance at the nearby waiter, who had been eavesdropping with keen interest, and his expression soured even further. "You little rascal, I've raised you for nothing, and all you do is tarnish my reputation. How many times have I told you? I was performing a ritual of transcendence. Do you understand? I am doing good deeds, not engaging in the debauchery that others partake in." The priest raised his voice deliberately, ensuring it reached the waiter, who turned away with a skeptical look. Frustrated, the priest could only glare at Li Chuyi, who was divulging his secrets. Resorting to violence when you can't win an argument, such an unreasonable Taoist. Alas, the truth is often cruel. Li Chuyi rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved. Noticing the priest's menacing gaze, he quickly swallowed his retort and asked, "Then what are you truly here for?" With a serious demeanor, the priest replied, "I observed the stars and calculated that this place is fated to be significant for us. Thus, I hastened to seek our fortune." "What fortune?" Li Chuyi inquired, feigning curiosity. Uncertain, the priest took a sip of wine, his expression enigmatic. "Fortune comes to fruition only at the right moment. I cannot predict it with precision. Nevertheless, there is something here that is destined for us. Upon entering the city, I heard that a new brothel has opened. I wonder if it holds any significance?" Li Chuyi asked unexpectedly. The priest's face brightened momentarily, but quickly returned to a serious demeanor as he pretended to calculate. "Indeed, there is a connection, but it is not the primary one. If time permits, I might investigate further." Li Chuyi displayed a knowing expression, which the priest caught, prompting him to feign an intention to strike and even draw a talisman, frightening Li Chuyi into diverting his gaze to the window. "Master, look at that beautiful lady." "Where? Where? Indeed, quite lovely. Ha ha. Ha ha. Oh. She's looking over here." The Taoist priest peered down from the building and, indeed, beheld a strikingly beautiful woman passing by. Upon noticing her gaze directed at him, he promptly raised his wine cup, straightened his posture, and resumed his ethereal demeanor, exuding an air of otherworldliness. Li Chuyi, observing from a distance, could not help but scoff, while the young waiter turned his back and spat in disdain. "Bah, wretched Taoist." After indulging in his meal for a while, Li Chuyi suddenly recalled something. With a subtle twist of his head, he glanced at the waiter and discreetly kicked the Taoist under the table. The irritated Taoist turned back, his expression one of indignation, only to find Li Chuyi making exaggerated facial gestures and whispering in a voice barely above a whisper. "Master, with your profound wisdom and knowledge of the ages, could you divine how we are to settle the bill for our meal today?" "The bill?" The Taoist was taken aback, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Li Chuyi. "Out of money." Li Chuyi nodded, his expression one of feigned sorrow. "Where's the money?" The Taoist furrowed his brow. "Didn't we earn a substantial sum from the ritual in Ning'an City for the wealthy Zhang? I recall it was several hundred taels. How is it all gone? Speak. Have you hidden it away again?" The Taoist eyed Li Chuyi with suspicion. "I've hidden nothing," Li Chuyi retorted angrily, but then suddenly remembered to keep his voice down. He glanced at the waiter, relieved to see no sign of concern, and then glared at the Taoist in a hushed fury. Hidden nothing. It was you who insisted on hosting a farewell banquet before departing, booking most of the Chunxiang Pavilion for an entire night of supervision. How could those hundreds of taels possibly remain?" The Taoist's face grew somewhat awkward, and after a prolonged pause, he managed a sheepish smile. "Wasn't I merely doing a good deed? I feared that if I left, no one would be there to guide them. And what if something unfortunate were to happen? Then what do you propose we do now?" Li Chuyi pressed, his expression fierce but inwardly reveling in the rare sight of the Taoist being put on the spot. Having followed the Taoist since childhood, he was often subjected to his whims. Witnessing his master in a predicament was a rare delight. The Taoist pondered for a moment, murmuring quietly to himself, his demeanor suddenly becoming composed. "Do not worry, everything is under my control." With a slight smile directed at the astonished Li Chuyi, the Taoist turned to beckon the waiter over. The waiter, assuming they desired more food and drink, hurriedly approached with a beaming smile. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" The Taoist, adopting an air of mystical authority, radiated a transcendent aura as he regarded the waiter with a mysterious smile. "Dear young man, do you wish to succeed?" "Pardon?" The waiter looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the Taoist's meaning. Unfazed, the Taoist continued, his demeanor still gentle. "I mean, do you desire success? Do you wish to amass wealth? Do you yearn for fortune to flow abundantly? Do you aspire to soar through the skies and traverse the earth? Do you seek immortality?" The waiter was thoroughly bewildered, while Li Chuyi rolled his eyes, already aware of his eccentric master's intentions. Indeed, the Taoist, with a cheerful demeanor, shifted the topic and remarked, "I am but a wandering sage of the mortal realm, seeking those fated to cross my path. Today, our destinies align, and I can offer you a divination to illuminate your uncertainties and guide you toward success in your life's journey. What say you? Shall we give it a try?" "Well, fear not. I am well versed in the celestial and terrestrial realms. Should you doubt, inquire my disciple." He gestured toward the fervently nodding Li Chuyi and continued, "See, my disciple never speaks falsehoods. Now, tell me, do you wish to discern your fortune, romantic prospects, career trajectory, or perhaps the balance of blessings and misfortunes? Or would you prefer I unveil the mysteries of your zodiac? I am the sole master of this art across the land, and my predictions are remarkably accurate. In which month were you born?" The innkeeper regarded the loquacious Taoist with an impassive expression. "Ah, are you unsatisfied? Ah, I see you seek the art of transcending the earthly realm. Very well, behold." With a graceful sweep of his hand, a tome appeared, each volume aged and weathered, exuding a sense of ancient wisdom. The titles of the foremost tomes were faintly discernible, revealing phrases such as Nine Yang Divine Skill, The Great Method of Universal Annihilation, 36 Strategies of the Bedroom, and How to Become a Fearsome Gentleman. What do you think? Is there anything that piques your interest? Should you find something to your liking, do let me know. Our fates are intertwined, and I shall offer you a generous discount." After a long pause, the innkeeper hesitantly inquired, "Sir, might it be that you are somewhat financially constrained and unable to settle your bill?" "Haha, well, yes, I admit it is a bit tight," the Taoist confessed with an awkward chuckle. The innkeeper nodded silently and retreated a few steps to bellow towards the lower level. "Master, we have a customer who intends to dine for free. Quick, someone come." Hey, who's trying to dine for free? I am merely engaged in business discussions with you. Do not shout foolishly." The Taoist's expression soured. The innkeeper shot him a fierce glare and continued to shout, "Master, hurry. This man is a fraud. Quick, someone come." The Taoist, visibly displeased, was about to offer further explanations when Li Chuyi, seated opposite him, delivered a swift kick. "Eat up." Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi lowered his head and voraciously devoured the food, shoveling it into his mouth with abandon. Alas, the hearts of men have grown cold. With a profound sigh of lament, the Taoist drained his cup and joined Li Chuyi in the frenzied feast. Sigh, gazing at the towering pile of dishes before him, and then at the Taoist across the way, whose bruised visage belied a demeanor of nonchalance. Li Chuyi's brows knitted in despair, releasing a series of lamentations. As he listened to the mournful sighs, his peripheral vision caught the small, rotund figure casting a resentful glance, while the Taoist maintained an elegant smile, feigning ignorance as he continued his tasks. Recognizing that the Taoist was disregarding him, Li Chuyi understood that once again, his face had succumbed to the Taoist's indifference. Relying on his conscience was futile. He had to take the initiative. "Master, with such a mountain of dishes, when shall we finish and settle our meal debt?" Dear disciple, where there's a will, there's a way. Boats will straighten when they reach the bridge. Fear not, wash slowly. You shall eventually finish," the Taoist replied with a gentle smile. "But master, we both shared the meal. Why must I bear the burden of washing the dishes alone?" "Nonsense." The Taoist's expression grew stern. "Who says you are the only one washing? Can you not see that I too am engaged in the task?" Casting a glance at the teacup in the Taoist's hand, which had been polished for nearly half an hour to the point of near transparency, Li Chuyi felt an overwhelming urge to upend a basin of soapy water atop his head. However, after a moment's contemplation of their respective situations, particularly in light of the Taoist's formidable talismans that crackled with thunder and fire, he could only let out a resigned sigh and lower his head to continue laboring in the large basin. Reflecting on his brief existence, tears nearly brimmed in Li Chuyi's eyes. At merely 13 years of age, he had followed the Taoist on journeys since he could remember. According to the Taoist, he had been abandoned as an infant, fortuitously rescued by a wandering Taoist. Since the Taoist's surname was Li, and he had found Li Chuyi on the first day of the Lunar New Year, he whimsically named him Li Chuyi, without a hint of responsibility. The Taoist never divulged his own name, merely stating that he bore the surname Li and was known as the Red Dust Taoist. He claimed that his name had once resonated too loudly in the world, fearing that Li Chuyi might inadvertently disclose it and frighten others. Naively, the young Li Chuyi accepted this explanation. However, as he matured, he sensed that the Taoist was evading something, while simultaneously searching for something else. While he feared that the truth might indeed be the reason for the Taoist's reticence, he doubted it was due to a notorious name. Rather, it seemed more plausible that he had offended too many, fearing retribution from enemies. Upon further reflection, Li Chuyi maliciously speculated that the Taoist might be a frequent visitor to brothels, courting trouble and thus shunning his true identity for fear of being hunted down. It was well known that the Taoist was prone to entering any establishment, eager to approach stunning maidens and offer divinations, often without charge. This led Li Chuyi to entertain the notion that his hypothesis bore truth, secretly renaming the Taoist as the brothel Taoist. Despite the Taoist's notorious lechery, his profound cultivation remained inscrutable, regardless of the beings, be they demonic, ghostly, or otherwise. Li Chuyi had never witnessed one he could not vanquish. He recalled one instance when the Taoist, in a fit of whimsy, took him deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains, insisting on conversing with the Tiger Demon King residing there, seeking companionship to alleviate his boredom. Li Chuyi was unaware of the Tiger Demon King's cultivation, but given his dominion over the region and the numerous peaks he controlled, it was evident that he was no mere amateur. However, Li Chuyi still vividly remembers the ecstatic tears of the bruised and battered Tiger Demon King upon learning of their departure. The king sent them off with great reverence until they were nearly out of sight, at which point he erupted into a roar of jubilation, stealing glances at the Taoist. Li Chuyi marveled at the young and handsome visage that had remained untouched by the passage of time since his earliest memories. Countless times, he mused in his heart, "This is no mere mortal, this is truly a creature of legend. He claims to subdue demons and vanquish evil, yet perhaps the Taoist himself is a formidable demon." Despite the Taoist's frequent teasing, their bond was profound. Raised by the Taoist since childhood, Li Chuyi felt a deep sense of reverence akin to that of a disciple to a master, and he genuinely admired the Taoist's exceptional skills. Ever since he became aware of the world, Li Chuyi had been taken by the Taoist on flights across the skies, and his greatest aspiration was to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth just like him. The Taoist generously imparted to him a unique technique known as the Dao Canon, urging him to cultivate diligently while warning him to never speak of it to outsiders. The Dao Canon comprises 10 chapters, each filled with lengthy and obscure scriptures. When Li Chuyi first received it, he was utterly bewildered and could comprehend not a single word. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he was filled with joy. The Taoist had once said that the more difficult something is to understand, the more valuable it becomes. With dreams of flight in his heart, Li Chuyi immersed himself in this so-called unparalleled skill, pondering and practicing day and night, though his progress was minimal. To this day, he struggled even to throw a talisman, let alone fly. Whenever he reflected on this, Li Chuyi felt as though he had been duped. He had witnessed other cultivators, young as they were, skillfully wielding flying swords. Some exceptional individuals could even hover at low altitudes after merely a decade or two of practice. Although their speed was not remarkable, they could indeed fly, could they not? Each time he saw others soaring through the skies, he was filled with envy, which soon morphed into a deep sense of melancholy. "I say, you wretched Taoist, when will I be able to fly? Surely the scriptures you taught me are not a ruse? How can someone as intelligent as I still be earthbound? Hey, what is with that look? Do you think I would deceive you?" The Taoist retorted, visibly displeased. "How many times have I told you? When I impart my skills, they are of the highest quality. Your slow progress is due to your own lack of wit. Your thick-headedness is the issue. I assure you, if you were to present what I've taught you, not even the most skilled cultivators who can traverse the void would hesitate to fight over it. Do you believe me?" Seeing the Taoist's expression, which suggested that his shortcomings were due to a lack of appreciation, Li Chuyi sighed in resignation. He trusted that the Taoist would not deceive him. For after practicing the Dao Canon, he could sense a kindred spirit in the Taoist, evidently indicating that the Taoist had also cultivated this technique. Nevertheless, his cultivation was indeed progressing at a glacial pace, leading him to sometimes question whether he was truly as dim-witted as he feared. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts. Li Chuyi could not believe himself to be foolish. After all, could a fool successfully hide their savings from a cunning Taoist? From a tender age, he followed a Taoist priest on a nomadic journey. Whenever the priest felt inclined, he would venture into the depths of the mountains and forests to engage in conversation with various demonic beasts or practitioners of the dark arts. Those who showed disrespect would meet a swift end, while even the amiable encounters could turn fatal if the mood soured. Occasionally, Conversations that brought joy would also conclude with a fatal strike. After such encounters, the flesh of these creatures would serve as nourishment for the two, while the skin and bones were collected to be sold in the city for repayment, as the hides and bones of demonic beasts held significant value. When the priest lacked interest in hunting, he would instead guide him through bustling streets to tell fortunes and bestow names upon people. At times, they would receive lucrative commissions for exorcising malevolent spirits or dispelling evil, accumulating a handsome sum of silver. If they had saved diligently, they could have acquired over 100 acres of land near a county town, living a life of leisure and comfort. Alas, fate had other plans. Despite the considerable money exchanged, none remained in their possession. Why? Because of the priest's peculiar penchant for frequenting brothels. Any money in hand, after deducting expenses for lodging and meals, would invariably be spent by the priest to offer solace to the tragic women ensnared in such places. In his youth, Li Chuyi was oblivious to this reality. However, as he matured and grasped the situation, he devised ways to discreetly stash away a portion of his silver for emergencies. Raised under such circumstances, he honed an exceptional talent for concealment, so much so that sometimes he himself struggled to locate his hidden possessions. This time, he cleverly sewed a hidden pocket into his trousers, even stuffing it with cotton for sound insulation. Inside lay 2 silver notes and a handful of small coins, totaling nearly 20 taels, sufficient to cover the cost of their meal. Though his thighs ached from the pressure, his expression remained unchanged, and his gait was utterly normal, betraying no hint of the substantial silver concealed within his loose trousers. He could not allow the priest to suspect anything. Even a slight indication would alert the priest, and his hard-earned savings would inevitably be seized. The priest had ingrained in him the importance of discretion and subtlety, reminding him that one must always retain a backup plan. Li Chuyi took this lesson to heart, striving to salvage what he could from the priest, hoarding it as a lifeline for unforeseen circumstances. This time, he was determined to resolve their financial predicament through dishwashing, thus avoiding the need to reveal his hidden funds. Not only would washing dishes strengthen his physique, but it would also serve as a small lesson for the priest, who had squandered his wealth. After all, he could neither contend with the priest in a fight nor outwit him in words. He lacked the priest's audacity and could only resort to this method of mild retaliation. However, having washed all the dishes himself, it seemed he was the one at a loss. Sighing, the chubby boy lamented his fate. Enough with the lamentations. I am still alive. The Taoist priest cast a nonchalant glance at the boy. Did you think I was unaware of your financial situation? Do you believe hiding silver in your trousers guarantees its safety? How naive. Startled, the boy gasped. Goodness, you knew about the hidden silver in my trousers? Observing the boy's shocked countenance, the priest smiled coldly. This time, you've done well. You've learned the importance of concealing valuable items in secure places. Your progress warrants commendation. However, I have now discovered your secret. Next time, remember to choose a different hiding place, otherwise, it will cease to be amusing. The chubby boy's expression immediately turned more sullen. Where else could he hide? Even the sparrow had been uncovered. What other places were left? How did this Taoist figure it out? Truly a monster. Without a hint of self-pity, the chubby boy raised his head and asked, Master, are you aware that I still possess silver? Why then do you feign ignorance? Forcing us to wash these dishes? The Taoist placed down the nearly worn-out teacup in his hand, gazed at the chubby boy with a cold smile, and replied, Firstly, I enjoy watching your futile attempts to deceive me, only to be met with your disappointed face, like the one you wear now. The chubby boy's eyes reddened. Pervert. Secondly, washing dishes is an excellent way to repay debts. The money saved can be used by me to conduct rituals for the female benefactor at Wanxiang restaurant. Achieving 2 goals with one effort. Tears streamed down the chubby boy's face. Scoundrel. Thirdly, I have long calculated that the proprietor here would need something from me. So I have taken advantage of the situation by enjoying his meals for free and then washing the dishes to create a tragic scene. Thus, when he eventually needs something from me, he will offer me even more silver. Humph. Everything is under my control. The Taoist beamed with pride, his face aglow. The chubby boy was already at a loss for words, feeling utterly despondent. I cannot go on living like this. Master, can you predict how much longer I must wash these dishes before the proprietor seeks your assistance? Realizing he could not outwit the Taoist, the chubby boy sweetly inquired. Patience. It won't be long. The boat will naturally reach the bridge when the time comes. The Taoist smiled gently, picked up the nearly worn-out teacup, and continued to wipe it. Knowing the Taoist's character, Li Chuyi scoffed and asked, Master, since you are so capable, can you predict when I will be able to fly? After all these years of cultivation under your guidance, I have yet to soar, and even leaping high is a challenge. Are the techniques you taught me genuine? Humph. I have told you countless times, if you are slow in your practice due to your own ineptitude, whom can you blame? The Taoist glanced at him with an air of inscrutability. Flying cannot be forced. When your realm is attained, you will naturally soar into the skies. You are akin to a clumsy bird. You must not rush. Besides, if a clumsy bird flies first, who will lift you? How could you possibly take flight? Watching the Taoist's calm demeanor, the chubby boy was left speechless, lowering his head to continue washing the dishes, occasionally sighing in despair. After all this nonsense, when will I ever be able to fly? Walking is truly exhausting. Gradually, as the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk approached, the chubby boy's back ached, and the Taoist's teacup was nearly reduced to nothing. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor in the backyard, accompanied by faint voices drawing closer to the duo. Where are they? One voice inquired, laced with a hint of urgency. Returning to the East family, they are just in the backyard and will arrive shortly, came the respectful reply, presumably from the innkeeper. Upon hearing this, the Taoist smiled with a sense of triumph, saying, "Here they come." The chubby boy lifted his head and gazed expressionlessly at the boastful Taoist. "Old monster, you truly are accurate." He sighed, "Alas, this is exhausting for me, my delicate waist." After scrutinizing for some time, Liang Yiwen turned his head to glance at the tavern keeper, unable to believe that this ethereal Taoist priest before him could possibly be a freeloader. After a brief pause, Liang Yiwen spoke, "Esteemed Taoist, I am Liang Yiwen, the proprietor of this establishment. I have come to seek your assistance with a matter, and I hope you can enlighten me." The Taoist smiled gently and replied, "You are too kind, Mr. Liang. Might I inquire if something peculiar has occurred within your household? If I am not mistaken, your esteemed wife has been unwell today. Is that correct?" Liang Yiwen felt a shock within. Indeed, he had come concerning his wife's condition, and he was astounded that this unfamiliar Taoist could discern it so accurately, leaving him in awe of the priest's profound abilities. Regaining his composure, Liang Yiwen clasped his hands in respect and said, "You are no ordinary person, Taoist. It is true that I have come regarding my wife's predicament. Should you be able to resolve this matter, I shall reward you generously." The Taoist waved his hand dismissively, his expression serene. "You flatter me, Mr. Liang. I am but a humble wanderer. Wealth and fame are mere illusions, hardly worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, the rotund youth and the tavern keeper exchanged knowing glances, one thinking, "You must be joking," while the other silently remarked, "You, who eats for free, speak of illusions?" Ignoring their disdain, the Taoist smiled at Liang Yiwen and said, "Let us first go and see your esteemed wife. We can discuss the details as we walk." Liang Yiwen hurriedly bowed and gestured for him to lead the way. Upon reaching the tavern's entrance, a carriage awaited. Liang Yiwen motioned, "Please, esteemed Taoist." With a chuckle, the Taoist accepted and boarded the carriage first. Liang Yiwen then turned to Li Chuyi. "You too, young Taoist." Unlike the Taoist, Li Chuyi did not hold himself aloof. He adjusted his attire and offered a respectful bow to Liang Yiwen before leaping onto the carriage. After giving the tavern keeper a few words of instruction, Liang Yiwen climbed aboard, all the while under the worried gaze of the keeper. Calling to the coachman, the carriage began to move slowly. Inside, the rotund youth leaned against the window, observing the Taoist as he continued to maintain his ethereal demeanor. Listening to Liang Yiwen recount the situation, "Esteemed Taoists, my wife and I have been married for nearly 30 years. She is inherently kind-hearted, manages our household with wisdom, and often performs charitable deeds, providing porridge to the poor and beggars during festivals. In my heart, she is akin to a benevolent goddess. While I may not engage in such numerous acts of kindness, I am not a wicked person. I have never harbored ill intentions. However, last year, my wife unexpectedly fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, she remained in a state of confusion, often lashing out at our servants. I called upon many renowned physicians in the city, but none could offer a remedy." At this point, Liang Yiwen's expression turned sorrowful as he sighed deeply. Eventually, the esteemed physician Lu Fangxing passed through our town, and I invited him to examine my wife. However, he too was unable to help. Before leaving, he mentioned that my wife was not merely ill but seemed to be possessed, and that ordinary remedies would not suffice. He advised me to seek the assistance of someone with spiritual training. Thus, I have sought out practitioners from all corners to treat my wife, hoping to save her life. However, alas, Liang Yiwen wore a visage of profound sorrow. Many had come to the estate seeking remedies, monks, Taoist priests, and even skilled wanderers from the martial world, But regardless of the incantations, talismans, or energy healing employed, none bore any fruit, and a considerable amount of silver had been squandered. As word of this misfortune spread, unscrupulous individuals began to infiltrate my household, conspiring with the servants in an attempt to deceive me and extort silver. Fortunately, I saw through their ruse. Henceforth, I established a rule. Any who came to treat my wife would be generously rewarded should they succeed. However, if they failed, I would express my gratitude but would offer no monetary compensation. Consequently, the number of those willing to attend to my wife dwindled significantly. Observing Liang Yuan's bitter expression, Li Chuyi felt a genuine pang of sympathy. Not only was his wife ill, but he was also unable to procure a cure, and had narrowly escaped being swindled of his silver. Though Li Chuyi had learned various tricks of deception and cunning from the Taoist since childhood, he had never acted upon such knowledge. The Taoist had once remarked that a gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means and shuns ill-gotten gains, emphasizing that one must eventually repay what they owe in life. Li Chuyi believed this latter sentiment to be particularly significant. At that moment, the carriage jolted as it hit a pothole in the road. The Taoist seemed to be jostled by the bump and casually nudged Li Chuyi. Having followed the Taoist since his youth, Li Chuyi understood what was expected of him in this instance. Rubbing his head, he inquired, "Then why do you seek us? Are you not afraid we are merely charlatans ourselves?" Before Liang Yuan could respond, the Taoist scoffed coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Chuyi. "You simpleton! Even as you feign innocence, has it not been made clear? If you cure her, you shall be compensated. If not, you are free to leave." After failing for so long, it seems Mr. Liang is merely grasping at straws, inviting anyone who might offer a glimmer of hope. Besides, we still owe for our meals. The dishes remain unwashed. Should you invite us and we succeed, it would be most advantageous, as we might negotiate our debt down by a couple of coins. If we fail, there is no loss. We can return to the kitchen and continue washing dishes. In any case, it is a transaction that bears no risk for you. Li Chuyi, taken aback by the Taoist's words, widened his eyes and gazed at Liang Yuan with a look of astonishment, as if he were beholding a wily old trickster. Seeing this, Liang Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The Taoist, though appearing youthful, spoke with an acerbic tongue. One moment he embodied the essence of a celestial being, and the next, he revealed a mercurial nature that changed faster than a dog's mood. The chubby youth beside him, seemingly in his teens and embodying youthful naivete, now felt as though he too had become a cunning fiend under the innocent gaze of his companion. Clearing his throat, Liang Yuan spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, esteemed Taoist, you exaggerate. As a practitioner of the way, you are surely indifferent to wealth. And it is not uncommon to find oneself without coin when dining at an inn. Though I may be lacking in talent, I do possess some modest means." The Taoist priest reassured, "Rest assured, if you are able to heal my wife, Liang will certainly reward you handsomely, and you shall not be dissatisfied. Should her life be fleeting and beyond your ability to mend, you need not worry. I shall ensure that you do not return to wash dishes. Allow this meal to be my treat, serving as your consultation fee. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the Taoist's expression hardened, and he retorted with displeasure, "Master Liang, your words are misplaced. Though I may currently possess no wealth, I am not one to owe a debt of gratitude. Paying for a meal is a matter of principle, distinct from your wife's ailment. You may rest assured, should I succeed in healing her, I shall accept no payment. Conversely, if I fail, I will not leave you indebted. I shall wash dishes alongside my apprentice to repay this debt. A gentleman values wealth earned justly. I seek only to maintain my integrity." As he spoke, a righteous aura emanated from the Taoist, leaving Liang Yuan and even the nearby Li Chuyi nearly convinced. Liang Yuan, realizing he had been too mundane, hastily remedied his words. "Do not take offense, esteemed Taoist, for it is I who have erred. Your dedication to the Tao transcends our worldly understanding. However, as you have expressed, you dislike incurring losses, and I too share that sentiment. Let us proceed to my residence. If you can heal her, I shall reward you generously, but if not, I shall not charge you a single coin for the meal." Seeing the Taoist's displeasure, Liang Yuan quickly interjected, "Please do not decline. Consider this my desire to forge a friendship with you. Should you persist in refusal, it would imply a lack of regard for me. What do you think?" The Taoist, initially filled with internal conflict, as if his dignity had been affronted, paused upon hearing Liang Yuan's concluding remark. He scrutinized Liang for a moment before lowering his gaze and giving a slight nod, though a trace of dissatisfaction lingered on his face. Liang Yuan discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, thinking he had indeed found the right person. Li Chuyi also surreptitiously wiped his brow, noting the Taoist's remarkable audacity. thinking to himself how shameless it was. He cast a glance at the seemingly jubilant Liang Yuan, pondering how the Taoist had masterfully turned the situation around, making it appear as if they owed him rather than the other way around. Stealing another glance at Liang Yuan, Li Chuyi lowered his eyelids and turned to gaze out the window, for he alone comprehended the implications reflected in the Taoist's eyes when he had regarded Liang Yuan. Fool! Wuyang City is divided into 4 districts: North, South, East, and West. The North District houses the city lord's residence and the barracks of the city guards. With only a few taverns and restaurants, no other factions may establish a presence here. The North City Gate remains perpetually closed, only to be opened in times of war or dire emergencies threatening the entire city. The South District, bordering the main thoroughfare, is the bustling heart of Wuyang City. Be it heroes of the martial world or merchants traversing the city, most enter through the South City Gate. Thus, it is the most vibrant marketplace in Wuyang City, alive with voices and activity during the day, and adorned with brightly lit brothels and festivities throughout the night. The East and West districts primarily serve as residential areas for the inhabitants of Wuyang City. In the Xiqing district, primarily inhabited by ordinary citizens. The Dongqing district is home to a multitude of dignitaries, affluent magnates, and prosperous merchants. Many notable figures from various regions have also established their enterprises in this locale. Those whose social standing or wealth does not reach a certain echelon find it nearly impossible to secure a foothold in Dongqing. For numerous common folks from Wuyang City, the aspiration to reside in Dongqing represents a lifelong ambition. Thus, as the carriage slowly approached a rather substantial residence in Dongqing, Li Chuyi discerned that the individual known as Liang Yuan was certainly far more than a mere proprietor of a common tavern. Merely possessing wealth is insufficient for acquiring a residence in such a prestigious area. Upon seeing the 2 characters Liang Fu on the plaque at the entrance, with the signature clearly reading Yushiyu, Li Chuyi became even more convinced of his assumptions. Liang Yuan was not only extraordinary, but he also seemed likely to be a person of considerable influence. Yushiyu, a renowned calligrapher of the current dynasty, possessed an indomitable spirit. Having practiced literature from a young age, he excelled in poetry and prose, particularly in the art of calligraphy. Countless individuals have sought his calligraphy, yet he only writes based on his mood, regardless of one's status, even if one were the reigning emperor. If he found you unappealing, all threats would be in vain. Given his esteemed reputation in the literary world, unless one desires to be drowned in disdain by scholars nationwide, few would dare to challenge him. Moreover, he has several illustrious friends from the underworld, rendering him unafraid of those who might attempt to confront him. Li Chuyi cast a discreet glance at the Taoist beside him, noting that the Taoist's eyes had narrowed, indicating that he too recognized Liang Yuan's stature. Presumably, the shameless Taoist was calculating how to profit more from the encounter. As Li Chuyi had anticipated, the Taoist was indeed pondering the pricing, though more of his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Observing the Liang residence, he discreetly moved his fingers behind his back, seemingly calculating something. Who could be hiding so deeply? After a long while, with no revelations, the Taoist sighed inwardly and shook his head, deciding not to dwell further on the matter. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally align. If not, I shall make it so. To scheme against me? I am curious to see who dares to take such risks. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, yet his smile remained unchanged as they entered the estate. Crossing the front courtyard, they arrived at the entrance of the rear courtyard, where Liang Yuan dismissed the servants who had followed. Taoist, this is the rear courtyard, where my wife resides. Due to her recurring illness, recently even leading to unfortunate incidents, access to this area is restricted to only a few trusted maidservants. Please follow me, Liang Yuan said, leading the way, with Li Chuyi and the Taoist trailing behind. The rear courtyard of the Liang residence was exquisitely arranged, adorned with rocks and greenery, truly befitting a prominent family. Li Chuyi, having accompanied the Taoist through various streets and having participated in numerous rituals for affluent families, had witnessed many gardens and thus possessed a discerning eye. The arrangement of the courtyard before Li Chuyi was quite appealing, a level of sophistication not easily achieved by mere country gentry. However, despite the elegance of the scenery, an odd and unsettling atmosphere pervaded the air. Although it was the time of sunset, when one would expect the lingering rays of light to grace the surroundings, the courtyard seemed shrouded in a dreary haze, obscuring even the remnants of daylight. Particularly upon stepping into the rear courtyard, a chilling breeze swept through, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. Can you sense it? The Taoist suddenly inquired telepathically. Li Chuyi nodded slightly, ready to respond, but noticed the Taoist subtly shake his head, conveying through thought, "Do not speak yet. Let us assess the situation upon arrival. This may indeed be a significant matter." Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi nodded again and continued to follow the Taoist. When will I be able to communicate telepathically as well? He pondered silently. After traversing a few side rooms, they arrived at the entrance of the main house, where they paused. Liang Yiwen was just about to speak when a piercing scream erupted from within, accompanied by the sounds of violence and the cries of several maidservants, blending with their weeping. "Madam, please remain calm. It is Pinger," one cried. "Oh, madam, what troubles you?" "It is Dingxiang. Please, stop hitting him. If you continue, Donger will be killed." "I will kill you. You all deserve to die." "Ah," came the frenzied retorts. The maidservant being struck, seemingly named Donger, fell silent. It was unclear whether she had been fatally injured or rendered unconscious. Liang Yiwen's expression shifted drastically as he shouted, "Madam," and kicked open the door, rushing into the room, with Li Chuyi closely following. Inside, 4 women were present. 2 were entangled, while a richly dressed lady was atop another maid clad in yellow attire. One hand was tightly gripping the latter's neck, while the other delivered relentless blows. The maid beneath, her complexion turning a ghastly purple, was evidently on the verge of suffocation, presumably the very Donger who had been crying out moments before. The lady in lavish attire was none other than the afflicted madam. The other 2 maidservants, their faces streaked with tears, desperately attempted to pull the madam away, yet despite their efforts, the madam remained resolute. Her expression twisted in rage as she clutched Donger's throat, incessantly shouting threats of death. Seeing this, Liang Yiwen rushed forward to grasp the madam, hoping to assist the maidservants in separating the 2. Yet the madam seemed imbued with an unnatural strength, unyielding in her grip. "Huanxiu, it is Yiwen, your husband. Look at me. Release her. What has come over you?" Liang Yiwen implored, tears streaming down his face. It became evident that the madam's given name was Huanxiu. Whether it was the sound of Liang Yiwen's voice or his words that reached her, the madam suddenly turned her gaze upon him with a fierce intensity, and, with a ferocious cry of "You too deserve to die," she lunged forward to seize Liang Yiwen by the throat. Liang Yiwen was suddenly attacked. Just as he was about to resist, fear gripped him at the thought of harming his beloved wife. Torn between his instincts, he desperately clutched the iron-like hands around his neck, casting a sorrowful gaze into his wife's eyes. "Evil enchantress." The words flashed in Li Chuyi's mind as he prepared to intervene, only to see the Taoist beside him step forward. With a flick of his robe and a disdainful snort, he declared, "Bold demon, instead of seeking rebirth and enlightenment, you dare to take lives here. How audacious you are." With that, he performed a hand gesture, and a faint glow illuminated his fingers. He pointed at the frenzied woman's back, and upon being struck, she paused, letting out a piercing scream before being flung backward, crashing heavily against the beam of the room, a mouthful of black blood spewing forth. Liang Yiwen, momentarily freed, disregarded his own injuries and rushed towards his bloodied wife, desperate to check on her condition, only to be forcibly restrained by the Taoist. "Release me, Taoist. I summoned you to save my wife, not to harm her. Let me go. I must see how she is." Seeing Liang Yiwen struggle vigorously, the Taoist performed a calming technique, gently tapping Liang's forehead, which caused a shiver to run through him, soothing his fervor. "Do not be alarmed," the Taoist assured. "I do not wish to kill her. My intention is to save her. As it stands, she is no longer your wife. She has been possessed by a demon. Even if you approach her, she will not recognize you." Gradually, Liang Yiwen's agitation subsided. The Taoist continued, "Your wife is indeed possessed by a demon, and at present, she is estranged from all who know her. However, the demon requires her physical form to function, thus it will not allow any harm to come to her body. Allow me to subdue this demon first, and then we shall devise a means of rescue." At that moment, the wife, who had just spewed blood, seemed to regain her senses, her fierce eyes locking onto the Taoist as she shouted, "Who is this dog of a Taoist? How dare you harm me?" With that, she lunged forward. "Ha! A mere demon dares to be brazen before me. Even your ancestors would kneel before me. Allow me to subdue this little demon. Prepare yourself." With those words, he executed a hand gesture and charged towards the woman. In an instant, a fierce exchange ensued, fists and feet flying, spells being cast. The onlookers watched anxiously, while Li Chuyi, however, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He understood that the Taoist was merely performing for show. To combat such a minor demon, engaging in hand-to-hand combat was excessive. When he once conversed with the Tiger Demon King in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the elder had only needed to deliver a single punch and palm strike to leave the fearsome creature bewildered, tears streaming down its face. There was no need for such theatrics. Watching the spectacle unfold, Li Chuyi couldn't help but smirk inwardly, bemused by the farce. The Taoist was quite pleased with his own performance, but upon glancing over, he noticed Li Chuyi idly standing by, instantly igniting his ire. Damn it. Am I performing for your amusement? Do you not have any serious tasks to attend to? He bellowed. Chuyi, my son, hasten to assist your master in vanquishing this demon and uncovering its vital artifact. With a narrowed gaze cast upon Li Chuyi, the Taoist's frustration grew. Well, it seems the show is over, Li Chuyi thought to himself, turning to retreat indoors. As written in the Book of All Things, it states, all things in the world, possessed by the wise, are spiritual and not confined by form. The spiritual beings, if they exist, require a vessel to contain their souls, nurture their spirits, and prolong their lives. In simpler terms, any sentient being, whether human, demon, or ghost, is considered a living entity, merely differing in manifestation, with some being alive and others deceased. The essence of any sentient being must include a soul, with the distinction lying solely in the degree of wisdom that soul possesses. To endure, a refuge must be found to safeguard one's spirit. Among the living, humans, demons, and spirits are classified as living beings, their vessels being their corporeal forms. In contrast, entities like ghosts and souls without corporeal vessels are deemed lifeless. Ideally, they should reincarnate, yet for various reasons, they remain trapped in the mortal realm. To persist, they must seek a sanctuary, which could be an object, a tree, or even a stone. Those with profound powers among the lifeless may even seize the bodies of the living to be reborn. The ghostly presence currently haunting Lady Liang Yuan certainly did not belong to the category capable of possession. Otherwise, even if the inhabitants of the Liang Manor were not slain, she would have long since escaped after taking over her body. Li Chuyi disregarded the Taoist engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost and entered the room, closing his eyes to silently cultivate his inner energies. Upon reopening them, a radiant light flickered, transforming the world before him into a monochrome palette. This technique, known as the Heavenly Eye, was taught to Li Chuyi by the Taoist since childhood. Once activated, it allows one to perceive all things in existence, rendering any transformed entity, be it human, demon, or ghost, visible. Although such a profound skill was not typically within the grasp of a novice like Li Chuyi, who had only trained for a few years, he attributed his ability to his innate talent, believing himself to be a prodigy in martial arts and spiritual cultivation. As for why others perceived the world in vibrant colors while he saw only in black and white, and could only discern ghosts clearly, he rationalized it as a consequence of his youth, limited practice, and insufficient power. With eyes gleaming, Li Chuyi surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the window frames, tables, cabinets, and wooden beds, finally resting upon the dressing table. He noticed a faint purple mist enveloping the table, and upon turning his head, he saw that the color of the mist matched that which surrounded the lady engaged in battle with the Taoist. Li Chuyi understood that the object he sought lay upon the dressing table. Approaching the dressing table, one is greeted by a magnificent throne-like mirror stand adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Atop it lies a copper mirror, while below, 3 tiers of drawers comprise 4 compartments, 2 long drawers on the upper and lower levels, and 2 shorter drawers in the middle, arranged in a hexagram pattern. As if sensing Li Chuyi's approach, the previously faint purple mist enveloping the dressing table surged dramatically, thickening to the point where the table itself became almost invisible, obscuring any discernment of the malevolent entity that emitted this ethereal fog. The lady, locked in combat with the Taoist priest, also exhibited a look of panic, repeatedly attempting to break free and rush towards Li Chuyi. Yet, the Taoist would not allow it, his commands echoing as he tightly restrained her, provoking her to grit her teeth in frustration. Observing the scene, Li Chuyi quickly gathered his focus, slightly closing his eyes. He formed a hand gesture and silently chanted for a moment before exclaiming, "Swift," with a flick of his sword-like finger. It was as if a gust of wind swept through, causing the purple mist to gradually dissipate. Once the haze cleared, Li Chuyi approached the table and meticulously examined the items upon it. Rouge? No. A jade comb? Not quite. This hand mirror is rather exquisite, but alas, not the answer. The golden hairpin is also not it, nor is this hairpin. What could it be? He rummaged through the drawers, scrutinizing each ornament, yet still failed to uncover the object of the specter's possession. This wretched spirit has concealed itself well, even eluding my celestial sight. Li Chuyi frowned inwardly. Why is this taking so long? Do you wish to exhaust your master? The Taoist suddenly shouted at Li Chuyi. I've been staring for ages and can't figure it out. Li Chuyi replied helplessly. Fool, can't you just smash it? I said, master. These items are quite valuable. Can you afford to compensate for their destruction? Moreover, can we not be a bit more refined? Is such brute force truly necessary? Li Chuyi rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, the Taoist became infuriated, ready to reprimand him, when Liang Yiwen, hiding nearby, interjected urgently. It's fine, smash it. As long as you can save my wife, I wouldn't mind if you demolished my entire residence. Little Taoist, break it. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi felt reassured. That was precisely the affirmation he needed. As long as he wouldn't have to compensate, he was willing. With a decisive gesture, he prepared to strike. Only to hesitate as a thought crossed his mind. Seeing Li Chuyi's indecision, Liang Yiwen assumed he was still apprehensive about compensation and quickly urged, Little Taoist, just smash it. Though I may be lacking in talent, I possess considerable wealth, and material possessions are of no concern to me. Please prioritize saving my wife. I shall forever be grateful. Li Chuyi rolled his eyes again and waved his hand at Liang Yiwen. Don't rush me. Let me try once more. With that, he closed his eyes, extending his hands towards the dressing table. It turned out that Li Chuyi had a peculiar inclination since childhood, a sort of innate affinity for spirits. According to the Taoist, it was because Li Chuyi possessed a naturally weak life force, abundant in energy, which attracted ghosts and phantoms. Had he not encountered the Taoist to ward off calamities and practice Taoist techniques from a young age to counteract this, it is likely that he would not have survived past the age of 3, even with the help of others. It was this very realization that sparked a sudden idea in Li Chuyi's mind. The abode of the specter must undoubtedly be tainted with ghostly energy, which one cannot perceive solely due to insufficient mastery of one's own powers, rendering them unable to see through the illusions cast by the apparition. Could one then utilize the characteristic of their own frail life to sense the ghostly energy within the hidden object, thereby revealing it? Thus, he first halted the flow of the profound energy that had circulated within him since the age of 5 when his cultivation commenced. He then calmed his mind and spirit, opening himself entirely, not relying on his physical eyes but instead using his affinity for the spectral to sense the ghostly essence within the concealed object. In that instantaneous moment of ceasing the flow of his energy and freeing his spirit, dark clouds began to churn ominously over Wuyang City, accompanied by distant thunder, converging upon the top of the Liang residence. The remnants of the setting sun within the room were instantly extinguished, followed by a chilling wind, as if one had plunged into a den of ghosts. Standing nearby, Yang Yiwen and the 2 maidservants felt as if they were exposed in the frigid air of a midwinter's day, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Donger, lying unconscious on the ground, convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back in distress. The lady, embroiled in a fierce struggle with the Taoist priest, suddenly faltered, disregarding the priest's advancing palm strike and pivoting towards Li Chuyi. Observing this, the priest's countenance shifted dramatically. In an instant, he appeared beside Li Chuyi, arriving even before the lady could reach him. As the lady lunged forward, the Taoist's eyes widened, his features contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Begone!" The force of his voice tore through the air before him, laden with ripples, striking the lady with tremendous impact. She hesitated momentarily, only to be propelled backward with greater speed, crashing through the wall and traversing the garden, finally halting against the rear courtyard's wall, blood spilling forth from her mouth in a crimson spray. Without sparing a glance for the lady, the Taoist abruptly turned to face Li Chuyi, biting into the fingertip of his right hand, while with his left, he formed a seal, allowing the blood that flowed from his fingertip to swirl in the air as if inscribing something. As he chanted, "The heavens are boundless, the universe lends its loss. Nature is without fixed form, life is without constancy. The yellow sky endures, dividing yin and yang. Hear my command, as desires become manifest, swift." With each incantation, the blood from his fingertip did not fall but instead solidified in the air, transforming into incomprehensible characters that coalesced into a blood talisman. Upon uttering the final command, the talisman shimmered with a golden light and was then struck upon Li Chuyi's back, vanishing into his being. Yet, Li Chuyi, with his eyes closed, seemed oblivious to the unfolding events. Just as the blood talisman was about to be infused into him, he suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming joyfully, "I found it." Grasping an object from the mirror stand, he was immediately struck on the back by the Taoist's palm, and darkness enveloped him. As the blood talisman merged with Li Chuyi's back, the previously ominous room transformed as if spring had arrived, gradually warming. Even though the sun had completely set and the room remained unlit, enveloped in darkness, everyone felt that the ambience had brightened considerably compared to earlier. As the ominous clouds that had surged above the Liang residence gradually began to dissipate, they churned for a while longer before ultimately leaving behind a solitary bolt of lightning. seemingly imbued with malice, before fading away. Observing this, the Taoist let out a long sigh of relief. With a flicker of fire at his fingertips, he waved his hand several times, igniting the candles within the room. Turning his gaze, he noticed Liang Yuan and several maidservants staring at him, their faces ashen. He offered a gentle smile and reassured, "Fear not, Master Liang, we have identified the source of this disturbance. Now, I kindly ask you to bring your esteemed wife inside, for I must perform a rite to subdue this malevolent entity." Upon hearing this, Liang Yuan remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation for a long moment. It was only when the Taoist called to him several times in exasperation that he snapped back to reality. Startled, he hastily inquired, "Is my wife still alive?" The Taoist smiled reassuringly, "Rest easy, Master Liang. In the heat of the moment, I had no choice but to propel your esteemed wife away. However, I took precautions to shield her corporeal form with protective energy, while simultaneously using righteous aura to stun both the creature and your wife's spirit, rendering them temporarily unconscious. Her body has sustained no harm." Overjoyed by this revelation, Liang Yuan rushed out of the room to summon the household servants to assist his wife. Outside, the servants had been drawn by the commotion from the earlier fierce struggle. However, remembering Liang Yuan's prior instructions, they refrained from entering without his command, waiting anxiously outside. The moment they heard the crash as his wife collided with the courtyard wall, they observed a web of intricate patterns emerge on the surface, as if struck by a battering ram. Fearing for the safety of the Liang couple, they disregarded Liang Yuan's orders and rushed into the courtyard. Seeing Liang Yuan emerge from the house with a pale countenance, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon turning to behold the sight of his wife embedded in the wall, a dazed expression swept over them. Enough staring. It was the immortal who was casting spells to exorcise the demon. Quickly, bring her down and carry her inside for the immortal to tend to her. Upon hearing Liang Yuan's command, the servant snapped back into action, hurriedly extracting his wife from the wall and transporting her indoors. Liang Yuan observed the frantic activity around him, his expression calm, yet within, a tempest of emotions raged. One thought echoed persistently in his mind. Good heavens. This time it's truly serious. As the evening lights began to flicker on, a spark suddenly erupted from one of the candles in the room, accompanied by a sizzling sound, rousing Li Chuyi, who had been lying in the front hall. Confused, he recalled having discovered the hiding place of the sinister entity, and just as he grasped it, he heard the Taoist's booming voice behind him, followed by a forceful strike to his back, plunging him into unconsciousness. Perplexed by the Taoist's abrupt action, Li Chuyi shook his head and glanced toward the seated Taoist, who was now meditating with his eyes closed. "You foul Taoist, why did you strike me?" The Taoist, upon hearing him, slightly opened his eyes and smiled. "Ah, you are awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that troubles you?" Li Chuyi replied, "Aside from a slight dizziness, I feel fine." He shook his head again and pressed, "Don't evade the subject, you foul Taoist. What right did you have to strike me?" The Taoist did not answer him. Instead, he simply gazed at Li Chuyi with a smile, before suddenly delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. Slap. Li Chuyi was caught off guard by a slap, quickly bouncing back to his feet, clutching his head and glaring at the Taoist priest. "You crazy priest! Are you out of your mind? Is it not enough to remain silent, but you resort to violence? Don't think just because I'm a decent person I want to retaliate. If you hit me again, I will truly be angry. I mean it." The Taoist continued to smile, remaining silent and seated, only to deliver another slap to Li Chuyi's head. With a resounding smack, Li Chuyi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He realized the Taoist intended to strike him and attempted to evade the blows. Yet the priest's hands moved so swiftly that he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before receiving another slap. Li Chuyi felt utterly wronged. After diligently following the Taoist to vanquish demons, he had finally, through a stroke of genius, uncovered the hiding place of a monster, only to be knocked unconscious before he could even bask in the glory of his success. As if that were not enough, upon regaining consciousness, he was met with two more inexplicable slaps without any explanation. Why? Why was he being bullied? Did the Taoist truly believe him to be so easily trifled with? With tears welling in his eyes, Li Chuyi glared at the priest, seething with anger. "You foul priest, if you don't provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall take you on. I warn you, when I'm angry, it's quite terrifying. Even I fear myself when I lose my temper." Seeing the Taoist's unyielding demeanor in the face of his threats, Li Chuyi added, "I truly can be quite fearsome when enraged." He bared his teeth as a demonstration. The Taoist merely observed him with a smile, and after a lengthy pause, murmured to himself, "Indeed, it seems you are my disciple." His expression then shifted to one of coldness, the smile transforming into a sneer. You ask why I strike you? With another slap, he reiterated. Do you not understand why I am punishing you? Another slap followed. Do you truly not comprehend why I brought you along? Li Chuyi felt as though he were on the verge of becoming a caricature, yet he could not evade the blows, igniting a fire of indignation within him. Was this not bullying? Did they truly think him so meek? You have pushed me to this, he roared, and in a fit of despair. He clasped his hands over his head and knelt on the ground. Master, I was wrong. Please, no more. If you continue, I shall lose my wits. I beg you. I'm not clever enough to fathom your reasons. Just let me go, and I will be eternally grateful to your ancestors. Li Chuyi knelt there, weeping and wailing. His voice filled with sorrow. Feeling overwhelmed, he believed he had outsmarted the situation. Observing the chubby boy before him, tears and snot flowing freely, the Taoist scoffed. Stop your theatrics before me. Do you even consider who taught you such poor acting? Do you truly not know why you are being punished? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. Tell me, who instructed you to cease your cultivation of the mystical arts? What did I convey to you when I taught you? Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Li Chuyi immediately ceased his sobbing, staring blankly at the priest. Is that the reason? Do you have an answer? The Taoist, filled with ire, exclaimed, have you considered your own identity? Without any profound abilities to shield you, do you truly wish to bring demise to this entire household? Do you realize that with your wretched fate, you could attract a horde of malevolent spirits to feast upon you? Were it not for my timely intervention, would you still be here weeping? Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist in confusion, reflecting on the fact that the Taoist had indeed mentioned that his cultivation could obscure his spectral allure and replenish his yang energy. Since beginning his training, he had never ceased his practice until just now. However, could it truly be as exaggerated as the Taoist claimed? Was he some sort of human magnet specifically designed to draw in ghosts? Noticing the skeptical look in Li Chuyi's eyes, the Taoist raised an eyebrow and said, Do you still doubt? Turn around and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi turned and was immediately startled. The south wall of the room had been shattered, as if something had violently crashed through it. Peering through the opening and illuminated by the faint light from the courtyard, he saw the large, spiderweb-like crater in the courtyard wall. This was my doing? Li Chuyi asked, bewildered. Do you think so? The Taoist scoffed. Was it truly me? Seeing the Taoist's knowing gaze, Li Chuyi resigned himself to the truth. It seemed he indeed was responsible for the destruction. After a moment of silence, he cautiously glanced around and whispered, Master, with such a large hole, surely we 1T have to compensate, right? Perhaps we should flee? He was terrified of the financial repercussions. The Taoist shot him a sidelong glance and extended his hand, saying, Give it to me. Huh? Li Chuyi was perplexed. The item. Hand it over. What item? He scratched his head, still bewildered. You fool, what item could it be? The one you devised using that pig's brain of yours. The hiding place of the specter. The Taoist retorted. Oh, here it is. Take it. Li Chuyi lowered his gaze, handing over a small hand mirror that lay beside him. He muttered to himself, You could have specified what you wanted. How was I to know? The Taoist accepted the mirror and examined it closely. The hand mirror was crafted from bronze, circular in shape, slightly larger than an adult's palm, with a meticulously polished brass surface that was remarkably smooth and even. The back bore an intricate engraving of two phoenixes, their bodies entwined around a central floral design that resembled a peony, though its exact nature was indiscernible. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the details vivid and lifelike. At the center of the flower, which was also the mirror's focal point, a red gemstone was embedded. Between the mirror's surface and its back, a band of intricate patterns encircled the edge, about half a finger's width. The Taoist scrutinized the mirror for an extended period, his gaze lingering on the ornate border. After a long moment of contemplation, as if struck by a sudden realization, he began to trace the mirror's edge with his thumb, his lips moving slightly as if silently reciting something. After a considerable time, he finally paused, murmuring to himself, So that is how it is. Beside him, Li Chuyi dared not breathe a word. Upon hearing the Taoist's voice, he timidly approached and asked, Master, what does it mean? The Taoist cast a fleeting cold smile at him. Someone seeks us, hence this elaborate trap. I sensed something amiss throughout our journey, and now, upon seeing this mirror, everything becomes clear. Who is seeking us? Li Chuyi inquired, his curiosity piqued, as he recalled that the Taoist had no known relatives or friends. You need not concern yourself with that, the Taoist replied, lowering his eyelids. And what is this mirror? Li Chuyi scratched his head and asked once more. That too is not for you to know, came the same response, leaving Li Chuyi feeling helpless. He understood that if the Taoist chose not to divulge information, any further inquiries would be futile. At that moment, Liang Yiwen emerged from the inner chamber, approaching the two. He first greeted the Taoist, then clasped his fists and addressed Li Chuyi. "Young Taoist, have you awakened? Are you feeling unwell? I intended to have my servants carry you to his side chamber to rest, but your master prevented us, insisting we leave you undisturbed. I hope you will not take offense." He bowed slightly in apology. Before Li Chuyi could respond, the Taoist interjected, "Young man, you must undergo trials. Sleeping on the ground, or even on a stone in the wild, poses no issue. Rest assured, Liang boss." He shot Li Chuyi a fleeting glance, signaling him to remain silent. Li Chuyi, resigned, could only offer Liang Yiwen a slight smile and nod, indicating the Taoist's wisdom, and then stood quietly to the side. Seeing that Li Chuyi appeared to be well, Liang Yiwen turned to the Taoist and asked, "Immortal, I have placed my wife in the inner chamber, yet she remains unconscious. Might you be able to examine her?" "Oh, have you upgraded to immortal now?" Li Chuyi mused, impressed by the Taoist's impressive flattery. Upon hearing Liang Yiwen's words, the Taoist chuckled softly. "Nonsense, Liang boss. I am merely an ordinary practitioner, possessing but a modicum of skill. Immortal is too grand a title. You may simply refer to me as the Red Dust Taoist. Now that your esteemed wife is settled and my disciple has awakened, let us proceed to see her. I would appreciate your guidance." Liang Yiwen promptly expressed his gratitude. Reflecting on how a mere shout had seemingly shattered walls, yet the Taoist downplayed his abilities. With a faint smile, he chose not to press further and led the way as they made their way to the inner chamber. Inside, Liang's servants had laid the unconscious lady upon the bed. Observing this, the Taoist said nothing more. He approached the bedside, producing 3 talismans inscribed with vermilion ink, which he affixed to her forehead, chest, and abdomen, corresponding to the 3 energy centers of the human body. Holding a hand mirror in his left hand, he raised his right hand, forming a mudra, his lips moving silently as he chanted an incantation. After a considerable time, the Taoist suddenly called out, "Arise." His right hand transformed into a sword-like gesture, pointing into the air towards the lady. Suddenly, the room was filled with a haunting wail imbued with resentment. A faint purple mist began to rise from the lady, coalescing towards the point indicated by the Taoist priest. This purple haze was perceptible even to Liang Yiwen, who stood nearby, observing the situation. The Taoist swiftly altered his hand gestures. Retracting his finger, he pointed towards a mirror in his left hand. "Return," he uttered softly, and the purple mist gradually drifted towards the mirror, merging into its depths. Initially slow, the absorption quickened as the external mist diminished. Once the last wisp vanished, with a swift motion, the Taoist affixed 2 pre-prepared talismans to either side of the mirror. Exhaling deeply, he wiped his brow, though no sweat was present, and turned to the visibly anxious Liang Yiwen, saying, "I have not failed in my duty." Liang Yiwen, overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly expressed his gratitude, struggling for words as he bowed deeply to the Taoist. The Taoist chuckled, "There is no need for such thanks, Master Liang. Exorcising demons is the duty of practitioners like us. The malevolent spirit has been dispelled, yet your wife has endured a prolonged affliction and accumulated some negative energy within her. She will need time to recuperate and restore her vitality. However, this is not a grave concern. You may simply consult a physician for some restorative herbs." Upon hearing this, Liang Yiwen was once again effusive in his thanks. After a while, he finally managed to calm his excitement and address the Taoist, "Your Grace, esteemed sir, will forever remain etched in my memory. I humbly request that you do not take offense and stay at my humble abode until my wife awakens. I assure you that both she and I shall express our gratitude in person." "Master Liang, you overstate the matter. It is but a trivial affair," the Taoist replied. "My disciple and I are wanderers in pursuit of enlightenment and cannot linger in one place for long. Now that this matter is resolved, we must continue our journey. Farewell." With that, the Taoist clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave with Li Chuyi. Seeing this, Liang Yiwen grew anxious and hurriedly blocked the Taoist's path. "Esteemed sir, please wait. Though this may be a minor incident for you, it is an immeasurable grace for me. While I would never wish to impede your travels, the day is drawing to a close. I implore you to rest at my home for the night. I have arranged a banquet, and I hope you will grace us with your presence." The Taoist hesitated to decline, but seeing Liang Yiwen's insistence, he acquiesced. Liang Yiwen was overjoyed and gestured for the Taoist and his disciple to follow him to the main hall. Li Chuyi remained silent, observing the Taoist's pretentious demeanor, pondering. Camping under the stars? Surely he prefers the comforts of an inn. Ultimately, having food to enjoy and unable to contend with the Taoist, he refrained from mocking him. Watching Liang Yiwen's obsequious demeanor, practically treating the Taoist like a revered ancestor, Li Chuyi could only smirk in response. Upon reaching the main hall, they found a long table laden with food and drink, with Liang Yiwen's family members already standing by, awaiting the trio. Once seated, after Liang Yiwen offered the first toast, Li Chuyi eagerly began to indulge in the feast. As the banquet unfolded, the clinking of cups and plates echoed, the details of the gathering faded into the background. After their meal, the master and disciple were once again escorted by Liang Yiwen and others to the well-prepared guest room. After several rounds of expressions of gratitude, it was only when Li Chuyi displayed signs of fatigue that Liang Yiwen reluctantly led his companions away. Upon closing the door, Li Chuyi let out a long sigh of relief, finally enjoying a moment of tranquility. Turning back, he noticed the Taoist sitting at the table, scrutinizing the enchanted mirror with great care, playing with it repeatedly. Li Chuyi approached the table, pulled up a stool, and propped his head on his left hand, asking, "Master, what is so remarkable about this broken mirror?" The Taoist glanced at Li Chuyi and retorted, "What do you know? This mirror is extraordinary." Li Chuyi scratched his head and inquired, "What makes it so extraordinary? Isn't it merely a hiding place for a ghost?" The Taoist scoffed and handed the mirror to Li Chuyi, saying, "Take a closer look." Li Chuyi examined the mirror for a while and, aside from admiring its exquisite craftsmanship and beauty, could not discern anything remarkable about it. "Master, just tell me plainly. My experiences are far less than yours. I am lacking in insight, so please enlighten me." With a swift motion, the Taoist slapped Li Chuyi on the head, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Is that how you make comparisons?" He then reclaimed the mirror from Li Chuyi's hands, turned it over, and asked, "What image do you see here?" "It's the twin phoenixes' welcoming auspiciousness," Li Chuyi replied. "Not a welcoming auspiciousness," the Taoist scoffed. "Look closely at the overall picture, especially the gemstone in the center." Li Chuyi scrutinized it further. The gemstone was indeed beautiful, and the peony carving was remarkable, but he insisted, "It's still just the twin phoenixes' welcoming auspiciousness." The Taoist let out a cold laugh and slapped Li Chuyi's head once more, stating, "You ignorant brat, why do you lack the insight of your master? Just because two phoenixes are depicted together does not mean they symbolize auspiciousness. Look closely at their beaks. This is the phoenix crying blood. Moreover, it is the twin phoenixes crying blood, a sign of great misfortune." Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback. Following the direction indicated by the Taoist, he indeed noticed that the beaks of the phoenixes were marked with specks, extending through the petals and reaching the central ruby. It was not easily visible at first glance. At that moment, the Taoist's voice echoed again, "Do you see it now? The phoenix crying blood signifies great calamity. Both phoenixes spitting together is a harbinger of dire misfortune. As for the flower, it is not a peony but a blooming Lycoris radiata, a flower unique to the underworld, blooming once every 3,000 years, lasting but a fleeting moment, even shorter than a night blooming Sirius. The creator of this mirror is certainly no ordinary person. They must have witnessed the bloom of the Lycoris, for such lifelike craftsmanship could not have been achieved otherwise." Li Chuyi was left speechless. How could a design that at first glance appeared to symbolize wealth and auspiciousness be revealed by the Taoist to signify a great misfortune? Noticing Li Chuyi's silence, the Taoist sighed. "It's not surprising that you cannot discern it. You are young and inexperienced. It is quite normal not to see it. Not to mention you, aside from me. There are many who can sense the sinister nature of this mirror, but few can recognize its intricacies as I do. This mirror is no ordinary object. For common folk, it is a harbinger of great misfortune, but for practitioners like us, while it remains ominous, it can also serve as a magical artifact. However, if this mirror were to fall into the hands of malevolent spirits, it would become an unparalleled sacred object." "Why?" Li Chuyi inquired, puzzled. "Because this mirror possesses the ability to absorb Yin energy and nurture the souls of the departed. Observing the specter today, I discerned it to be merely a minor spirit. Having cultivated for no more than a century, yet it has already achieved the ability to possess a body, and it is likely not far from solidification. If such a small spirit can attain this level of prowess with the aid of the mirror, one can only imagine the terror if it were to be seized by a 1,000-year-old demon." The Taoist did not complete his thought, but Li Chuyi felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, if even a minor spirit can cultivate to such an extent, the consequences of a greater demon obtaining it are too dreadful to contemplate. Moreover, the creator of this mirror harbors sinister intentions. The Taoist continued, Transforming the dual phoenix and blood motif into a dragon and phoenix design reveals the individual's grand ambitions. It is likely that the mirror's passage into the mortal realm was a deliberate act, not a mere coincidence. Li Chuyi recalled the earlier gathering, where the Taoist had inquired about the origin of the mirror. Liang Yiwen mentioned it was his wife's dowry, knowledge of its origins eluding him. Upon reflection, if the mirror was indeed released with ulterior motives, the ones most endangered would likely be Liang Yiwen's wife's family or the couple themselves. After contemplating for some time, Li Chuyi asked, "Master, if the back of the mirror holds such profound significance, what do the surrounding engravings represent?" The Taoist's face twitched, and with a derisive snort, he replied, "Humph, that is of no concern to you." Seeing this reaction, Li Chuyi thought it likely that the Taoist himself was unaware and thus refrained from further questioning. After scrutinizing the mirror for a while longer, the Taoist assumed a solemn posture and declared, "Enough of gazing at the mirror. Let us discover what kind of creature is concealed within it." With that, he removed the talisman affixed to the mirror's front and directed it towards the empty space within the room. However, after waiting for an extended period, the mirror remained unresponsive. Li Chuyi scratched his head and glanced at the Taoist. "Is something wrong?" The corners of the Taoist's eyes twitched, and his countenance turned icy. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the mirror. "Oh, you vile creature, refusing to reveal yourself, are you?" "Humph." With a swift gesture, he pointed at the mirror. "Hurry." After waiting yet again, there was still no reaction. "This is quite awkward." Li Chuyi pressed his lips together, fearful of bursting into laughter. It was a rare sight to witness the Taoist in such a predicament. Noticing the chubby boy beside him stifling a laugh, Li Chuyi felt a mix of amusement and restraint, which only fueled the Taoist's growing ire. "You have forced my hand. You refuse to emerge, do you? Today, I shall shatter this wretched mirror, ensuring you never show your face again." The Taoist bellowed, "By the boundless forces of heaven and earth, I call upon the law. Uphold my righteous path and vanquish the evil." Before he could finish his incantation, the mirror suddenly flew from his grasp, levitating in midair and beginning to spin. After a few rotations, a purple mist began to emanate from around the mirror. A soft, sorrowful sigh echoed through the air. "Ah!" As this melancholic sound resonated, the purple mist gradually coalesced into a human form, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman before them. The woman garbed in purple attire possessed long, flowing hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Her complexion was as smooth as jade, and her delicate face was adorned with a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with a celestial allure, captivating all who beheld her. Her gracefully arched brows resembled a crescent moon resting upon her forehead, while her luscious lips, tinted a vivid crimson, seemed to glisten with allure. However, a slight imperfection marred her beauty. 2 purple bruises marred her slender neck, evidently the result of someone's grasp, suggesting that this enchanting woman had met her demise at the hands of another. What a stunning specter she was! The Taoist's gaze lingered, transfixed. "Is this your true form, or merely an illusion you have conjured?" Li Chuyi cast a disdainful glance at the Taoist, regarding him as a lecherous rogue. "Alas!" The ghostly maiden let out a melancholic sigh. "Since you have taken my life essence, you may do as you please, whether to kill or to torment me. Must you summon me again to humiliate me? As a practitioner of the way, do you truly revel in such base acts of degradation?" 3 points. The Taoist extended 3 fingers. "First, though I pursue the path of cultivation, it is a path of spontaneity and naturalness. Despite my years of practice, I have never renounced the pleasures of wine, meat, wealth, and beauty, so do not mistake me for those hypocritical ascetics who seek unnecessary suffering. Second, I cherish all forms of beauty in this world, especially that of women, be they living or deceased, human or spirit. Many have claimed I am too superficial to achieve greatness, and that I will ultimately perish for my indulgences. Yet, here I stand, while they have long since met their end. Thus, I say, if you are beautiful, then you are indeed beautiful. My praise is sincere, and you should know that my taste is always refined." Observing the Taoist's unabashed declaration of his lustful nature, Li Chuyi discreetly spat in disdain, while the purple-clad ghost appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to such shamelessness from a monk. "Third, I have summoned you because I have questions to pose. Whether I will exorcise you or set you free depends on your conduct. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Your life essence is sealed, and you cannot flee even if you wish to. Therefore, respond truthfully to my inquiries, and there may yet be a glimmer of hope for you. Do you understand?" The Taoist threatened with a serious demeanor. The ghost in purple regarded him for a lengthy moment, then cast a glance at the chubby figure beside her, who was gesturing encouragingly. With a soft sigh, she nodded slightly in acquiescence. Seeing the ghost's agreement, the Taoist inquired, "What is your name?" Ziyuan. "What was your name before you died?" Ziyuan furrowed her brow, a look of confusion crossing her face. After a long pause, she gently shook her head. "I do not remember." Noticing her apparent sincerity, the Taoist pressed further, "Do you recall how you died?" At this question, Ziyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Her hair flared as if caught in a tempest, and the coldness of her visage transformed into anguish, with traces of blood seeping from the corners of her eyes. "Ah, I hate it. Li Chuyi was startled, but the Taoist was prepared, casting a calming spell into Ziyuan's being, gradually quieting the frenzied spirit. Though her face remained contorted with rage, the Taoist, seemingly unfazed, continued to inquire, "Speak, how did you meet your end?" Purple Yin remained silent for a while before speaking. "I no longer recall my former name, only that on the eve of my wedding, I was cruelly strangled to death by my devoted maid." "Ah, that wicked maid deserves to die?" "Ah." As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly sorrowful. The Taoist priest, observing her distress, cast a calming incantation. Yet, seeing that Purple Yin was still in great agitation, he furrowed his brow and altered his spell, murmuring incantations. A beam of golden light shot forth, illuminating her and gradually bringing her turmoil to rest. "It seems your grievances are profound, and your hatred runs deep. No wonder you are unable to reincarnate," the priest remarked, ceasing his incantation. "During the day, when you possessed that lady, you nearly strangled her maid, which provides some explanation." Once calmed, Purple Yin regained her cold demeanor, though a flicker of confusion occasionally crossed her starry eyes. After a moment of silence, the priest inquired, "Do you remember how you came to inhabit this mirror?" Purple Yin gazed at the mirror in the priest's hand, her delicate brows knitting together as she pondered for a long while before replying, "I do not recall. I had been in a daze, and when I became aware, I found myself within this mirror. I sensed that this object was greatly beneficial to my spirit. So I chose not to leave, but instead remained here to cultivate in peace." "Do you remember the events that transpired before? Your possession of a person with the intent to harm others?" The priest pressed, his brow furrowed. Purple Yan's eyes revealed a look of bewilderment as she murmured, "I do not remember. I only recall being startled out of the house by your shout, after which you used your magic to draw me back into the mirror. Everything else is a blur. I cannot recall." "Do you not even remember when you emerged?" The priest continued to probe. "I do not remember," Purple Yin replied, her expression dazed. "When did I come out? Have I ever emerged?" I. As she spoke, her form flickered as if she might dissolve back into purple mist. The priest realized he could not extract any further information, and seeing the ghostly figure wavering, he sighed inwardly. He retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe, sprinkled some black powder towards her, and performed a hand gesture commanding, "Consolidate." Gradually, her unstable form began to solidify once more. Looking at the still bewildered Purple Yin, the priest said, "Enough pondering. If you cannot comprehend, let it be. If you cannot recall, simply move on. Hold fast to your true self, and do not cling to distractions." Noticing that Purple Yin had regained focus and was now looking at him, he continued, "Now, you have two paths before you. First, I can guide you to liberation. But given your overwhelming resentment, this would forcibly send you into reincarnation, potentially impacting your next life. At the very least, you would be free from suffering in this world. Second, you may choose to accompany me and my disciple as we gradually dissolve your hatred until it dissipates entirely, allowing you to reincarnate naturally. If your resentment does not dissipate, we may simply revert to the first option and liberate you." Purple Yin gazed at the priest in silence, contemplating before asking, "Is there a third path?" The priest's brow creased. "There is indeed a third path, but it is fraught with peril, akin to a journey that could lead to 9 deaths in one life. I would not wish for you to choose it." "What is it?" "To cultivate the ghostly path, transcend the heavenly tribulations, and transform into a ghostly immortal," the Taoist solemnly declared. Li Chuyi was taken aback. "Ghostly immortal? I've never heard such a thing from the Taoist before." Ziyuan also appeared astonished, incredulity written across her face. "A ghostly immortal? Can a ghost truly become an immortal?" The Taoist chuckled heartily. "Who says it cannot? In the realm of existence, all things possess wisdom and thus are deemed spiritual. Those who are spiritual can ascend to immortality. Even stones, grasses, and trees, upon awakening their consciousness at the right moment, can embark on the path of immortality. Why should ghosts be any different? What they lack is merely a vessel." Noticing that Li Chuyi and Ziyuan were listening intently, the Taoist continued, "Ghostly beings, as spiritual entities existing in this world, must seek a vessel to conceal themselves. Take, for instance, this mirror. You gestured towards the Shuangfeng Li Yue mirror on the table. This is your vessel. Even without this mirror, if your spiritual consciousness has not awakened and you wander aimlessly, you will instinctively seek another vessel, perhaps another mirror, or an article of clothing, or even a stone. The possibilities are endless. When you find a vessel to contain your soul and spirit, consider this. What distinction remains between you and an ordinary person? Li Chuyi pondered for a long while and concluded that the Taoist's words held truth. A ghost that has found its vessel, theoretically speaking, is indeed no different from a human. Both are encased in a shell that envelopes their spirit. The Taoist paused before adding, since there is no distinction from ordinary beings, why should you be incapable of what they can achieve? For instance, cultivation. Zi Yuan displayed a dawning realization, while Li Chuyi furrowed his brow and asked, Master, if a ghostly being with a vessel is no different from an ordinary person, why have we never heard of instances of ghosts cultivating to become immortals? The Taoist sighed. This is precisely why I advised Miss Zi Yuan against choosing this path. After sipping the now lukewarm tea, the Taoist continued, wandering souls and wild ghosts, for various reasons, are pitiful beings unable to undergo reincarnation. They cannot return to the cycle of life and death, drifting in this world, even if they do not harm humanity. They are not meant to exist according to the heavenly order. To aspire to cultivate as an immortal while being a ghost is to act against the heavens. Not to mention, the tribulations and challenges they face are magnified 100-fold compared to ordinary practitioners. Merely reaching the final step, wherein the yin transforms into yang and ignites the flame of one's life, is fraught with peril. Many powerful ghost cultivators have perished at this stage, unable to endure the overwhelming yang energy entering their bodies. Success leads to immortality. Failure results in the shattering of the soul. The Taoist spoke with a somber tone. For a moment, the three were enveloped in silence. After a long pause, the Taoist turned to the female ghost and said, Miss Zi, the choice is yours. From my humble perspective, I hope you will choose the second path. The first path is too perilous, and I do not wish to conclude another's grievances in such a manner. As for the third path of becoming a ghostly immortal, it appears to be a road to certain death, practically a path of 10 deaths with no life. Zi Yuan contemplated for a while before lifting her gaze and asking, if I pursue the path of ghostly cultivation, will I be able to recall my past? The Taoist sighed inwardly, realizing her inclination, and replied, yes. As long as your cultivation is profound enough, you may even recall your previous life. Upon hearing this, Zi Yuan nodded and calmly stated, then it is settled. I shall cultivate to become a ghostly immortal. Upon witnessing the ghostly figure of Zi Yuan, the Taoist sighed deeply, lamenting, fate is predetermined and cannot be forced. He ceased his attempts to persuade her further. The ghost regarded the Taoist and suddenly remarked, you are truly unlike other practitioners. Initially, I believed you would deceive me and ultimately resort to violence, yet you have genuinely offered me a choice. With a scoff, the Taoist replied dismissively, who am I? I am Li. I am a distinguished practitioner of the mortal realm. My perspective and disposition are far beyond those of mundane beings. The world often proclaims that humans are virtuous while spirits are malevolent, yet they fail to ponder the origins of these spirits. Are they not born from humanity? If not for their unavenged grievances or lingering resentments, how could they remain trapped in the cycle of rebirth? Every wandering soul has endured a tragic tale. Are they not all deserving of compassion? The ghost, upon hearing the Taoist's words, fell silent. She recognized that while his statements might seem shocking to the living, they resonated profoundly with beings like her. The world insists on labeling humans as good and ghosts as evil. A living person, regardless of their misdeeds, is often believed to possess a glimmer of benevolence, thus deemed good. Conversely, even a ghost who has never harmed anyone is regarded as wicked simply for their spectral nature, subject to vilification by the living. The ghost realized that had she encountered the previous group of wild practitioners who came to perform rituals, one with the Taoist prowess would undoubtedly have spelled her doom, leading to her spirit's disintegration. With this thought, her wariness began to dissipate considerably. You cannot linger in this mirror any longer, the Taoist declared. This mirror is exceedingly sinister and should not exist among mortals. While sheltering within it may accelerate your spiritual cultivation, it will also corrupt your mind. Your recent actions of possessing a human to inflict harm serve as evidence of this. Should you continue residing in this mirror, you will inevitably lose your sanity and become unrecognizable, rendering your existence null. The ghost was taken aback by his words. Upon reflection, she realized that he spoke the truth. Ever since acquiring the mirror and hiding within it, the speed at which her soul had consolidated had indeed increased significantly. However, as the Taoist pointed out, she found herself occasionally in a daze, gradually forgetting things she once clearly remembered, recalling only fleeting shadows in the ebb and flow of her thoughts. It seemed that the mirror was indeed a double-edged sword. Then where shall I reside? The ghost inquired. The Taoist pondered for a moment before turning to Li Chuyi beside him, saying, "Bring forth your demon suppression mirror." Li Chuyi nodded in response and produced a small copper mirror, slightly smaller than an adult's palm. The surface, tarnished, reflected faint human silhouettes, while the back was intricately engraved with the 64 hexagrams of Fushi, with the Yin Yang symbol elegantly placed at its center. The eyes of the Yin Yang fish were adorned with enigmatic black and white stones, smooth and lustrous, resembling the stones used in a game of Go. Is this a magical artifact? The ghost hesitated, questioning, "Do you wish for my spirit to dissipate?" "It is a magical artifact, yet it is not merely that." The Taoist replied, "This was specially crafted for my young apprentice. In addition to serving as a traditional Taoist talisman capable of harboring the essence of righteousness to vanquish demons, it also contains elements specifically designed to nurture souls. On the first day of the lunar month, I invited him to witness its workings." Li Chuyi nodded slightly, directing the mirror towards an empty patch of land, and uttered, "5 ghosts, manifest." Suddenly, a wisp of azure smoke wafted through the air, revealing 5 chubby-headed children. Each child sported a pair of skyward braids and donned colorful little belly bands, their plump, fair faces radiating an undeniable charm, appearing at first glance no different from ordinary children. However, the dark circles around their eyes and the fact that they floated half an inch above the ground betrayed their true identity. "What is this?" the female ghost inquired, astonished. "These are 5 children who met untimely deaths," Li Chuyi explained. "Their fate was tragic. They were sacrificed to some so-called river deity by the villagers at a tender age. Due to their youth and the timing of the sacrifice, which occurred under the blazing midday sun, their fragile souls could not endure until nightfall to be reborn. Fortunately, we happened to pass by and save them, bringing them into my demon-subduing mirror." "Then why do you not guide them into reincarnation?" the female ghost asked. At that moment, the 5 children shook their heads for a while, seemingly acclimating to their new surroundings. Upon spotting Li Chuyi beside them, their faces lit up with joy as they called out, "Brother, brother," and rushed toward him. Li Chuyi, flustered, juggled hugs and kisses among them, and after a flurry of activity, finally found a moment to address the female ghost. "As you can see, these children are unfortunate. Prior to their sacrifice, they were orphans cared for by others, solely used as offerings. They never experienced love in life, and thus, in death, they are burdened by resentment. My intention was to alleviate their grievances and assist them in reincarnation, but unexpectedly, my affection has become their obsession, preventing them from moving on. I am at a loss. I cannot simply disperse them, so I tend to them in this manner." With that, one of the little spirits tugged at Li Chuyi's ear, prompting him to turn and join the playful melee with the others. The female ghost stood in speechless disbelief. She had encountered those unafraid of ghosts before, but never had she witnessed such camaraderie with them. Her understanding had certainly deepened. The Taoist, observing her expression, chuckled. "Are you now reassured? Chuyi has been cultivating with me from a young age, free from the prejudices of ordinary folk. Our encounters with spirits are primarily for their transformation, and we only take action when it is utterly unavoidable. Therefore, you need not be concerned for your safety in our company. Yet, while it is evident that this is a Taoist artifact capable of temporarily sealing malevolent entities, how could it possibly possess nurturing qualities?" The female ghost remained perplexed. "Why not enter and see for yourself?" the Taoist replied, his expression enigmatic. After a moment's contemplation, the female ghost glanced at Li Chuyi, who was frolicking with the 5 spirits, and felt reassured that these Taoists would not pose a threat to her. Otherwise, she would have surely been scattered to the winds by now. After weighing her options, she gently turned and transformed into a swirl of purple mist, vanishing into the demon-subduing mirror. In less than the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, she emerged once more, her eyes vacant and bewildered. "How is this possible?" The female ghost gazed at the Taoist priest with a look of bewilderment, murmuring in disbelief. "How is this possible? How could there be such a dense aura of death within a Taoist artifact? Moreover, it is distinctly separate from the yang energy contained within. Without the slightest overlap, how can this be?" The Taoist chuckled heartily, pointing to the back of the demon-suppressing mirror. "Do you see this image? It represents a formation. The surrounding 64 hexagrams stabilize the yin and yang energies within the mirror, preventing them from leaking out. The central taiji, depicted as the yin-yang fish, separates these energies, allowing them to circulate endlessly, creating a chaotic flow that stirs the yin and yang energies in the entire realm, ultimately distinguishing the Sea of Yin from the Sea of Yang. The female ghost's expression softened, and she asked again, "But what about the aura of death?" It is true that both yin and yang energies are explored within Taoism, but from where does the aura of death originate? The Taoist smiled subtly, his expression enigmatic. "That is not for you to know. You only need to understand that this object can nourish the yin spirits." Noticing the Taoist's reticence, the female ghost pondered silently for a moment before a thought struck her. She glanced sideways at Li Chuyi, who was tending to the children, then fell silent, refraining from further inquiry. The Taoist, observing her realization, also smiled faintly, choosing not to divulge more. Some matters are better left unspoken. After a brief silence, the female ghost inquired, "Where did this demon-suppressing mirror come from?" The Taoist, brimming with pride, declared, "I crafted it." The delight in his demeanor was unmistakable, as if he were silently pleading for praise. The female ghost, who had never been one to offer compliments, remained silent for a while before awkwardly managing to utter two words, "Impressive." Instantly, the Taoist beamed with joy, his excitement palpable, as if he might tremble with glee. At that moment, Li Chuyi, having successfully calmed the 5 ghosts, approached and, witnessing the Taoist's exuberance, asked, "Did you praise him?" The female ghost nodded. Li Chuyi nodded knowingly. "No wonder. My master has always had a peculiar disposition. He cannot handle compliments from women, especially beautiful ones, whether they are human, demon, or ghost. If a pretty girl praises him, he might just laugh himself into a fit. Do not mind him. He will be fine shortly." The female ghost was left speechless. After all this time, it seemed the Taoist was not merely pretending. He was genuinely a lecherous rogue. "So, have you made your decision? Will you reside in my enchanted disc?" Li Chuyi asked, scratching his head. The female ghost nodded. "Wonderful. At last, I have some assistance," Li Chuyi exclaimed joyfully, turning to the 5 little ghosts playing nearby. He called out, "Big baby, second baby, third baby, fourth baby, fifth baby. Come here and meet your sister." Before the female ghost could react, the 5 little ones paused for a moment before their faces lit up with joy. A gust of chilly wind swept through, and the 5 little ones clung to her skirt. The female ghost felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, just as she was about to speak. She heard Li Chuyi say, "From now on, your sister will live with you. You must listen to her. If anyone disobeys her, she will have to smack your bottoms." The female ghost felt as if she might faint. How had she suddenly become a caretaker? At that moment, Li Chuyi turned to her and said, "Well then, they're in your hands now. Just be kind to them. Furthermore, the name Ziyuan seems rather inauspicious and unappealing. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Ziyuan, with the hope that one day you may soar gracefully like a kite in the wind." The female ghost, now renamed as Ziyuan, felt a surge of frustration. As if she could bleed if only she possessed blood. Why is it not enough to care for the child, but now the name must be changed as well? Do both of these master and disciple have some peculiarities? The elder, after a mere compliment, acted like a lunatic, while the younger one completely disregarded other speech. Why should this be the case? The more Ziyuan pondered, the angrier she became. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed 5 little ghosts tugging at her skirt, incessantly calling out, "Ziyuan, Ziyuan." Ziyuan's fury reached its peak. "Even you 5 little brats dare to bully me? Stand straight." With a thunderous command, Ziyuan left the 5 little ghosts, along with Li Chuyi and the Taoist, momentarily stunned in place. Ignoring the dazed master and disciple, Ziyuan instructed the 5 little ghosts to line up properly. One little ghost received a gentle rap on the head, and then, looking at the one who was nursing its head, Ziyuan spoke with solemnity. "Remember, from this day forth, you shall address me as Sister Ziyuan." "Sister Ziyuan," echoed Li Chuyi and the master, joining the chorus with the 5 little ghosts. Ziyuan helplessly covered her forehead. How did she end up associating with these dim-witted masters? The next day, Li Chuyi and his companion bid farewell to the Liang residence. As they departed, Liang Yiwen expressed boundless gratitude and insisted on their stay, but upon seeing their resolute intent to leave, he refrained from further persuasion and presented them with the prepared token of appreciation. Holding the 2,000 taels in silver notes, Li Chuyi felt a tremor in his hands. After years of following the Taoist, he had only managed to save up to 500 taels at most. Never had he even touched, let alone seen, such a sum as 2,000 taels. Converted into actual silver, it would cover a vast expanse. Indeed, important treasures must be kept in secure places. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Li Chuyi discreetly unfastened his trousers and tucked the silver notes into a hidden pocket. One must be prudent and not allow others to steal it. The Taoist, however, wore an air of nonchalance, exuding an ethereal aura, seemingly unperturbed by worldly wealth. He regarded Li Chuyi's furtive action with disdain, casting him a look of a rustic fool. Li Chuyi was taken aback by the Taoist's indifference, especially when he observed the Taoist casually producing several hastily written talismans as gifts for Liang Yiwen, which in turn garnered over 2,000 taels in silver notes. How naive of me. I've been outsmarted by this old trickster. As for the other jewelry and jade artifacts offered by Liang Yiwen, both declined with polite reluctance. What a joke. With such a large trunk of items, how could the two of them possibly carry it without a steed? Hire someone to haul it? Li Chuyi genuinely wished to inquire with Liang Yiwen about the possibility of converting the items they could not take into cash. But recalling the silver notes tucked away in his trousers, he decided against asking. His master had often said that one should not be overly greedy. In the end, with reluctance, Li Chuyi selected a pair of exquisitely crafted golden bells from the chest of jewels to adorn his waist, and then followed the Taoist, departing the Liang residence amidst the heartfelt send-off of the crowd. Alas, Liang Yiwen truly possesses immense wealth. As they walked through the streets of the city, Li Chuyi sighed in awe. Humph, a mere pittance, insignificant to him, just a drop in the ocean. You, an uncultured bumpkin, are embarrassing me, the Taoist sneered. Do you think that Mr. Liang is merely wealthy? Consider where he resides. Such a place cannot be afforded by mere financial means. If he had no substantial backing, could he maintain his position solely on wealth? Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback, listening as the Taoist continued, and what of his wife? Do you presume her background to be ordinary? Would an individual from a typical affluent family be subjected to the peril of the blood mirror of the twin phoenixes? Such artifacts are rarely encountered, even by practitioners like us, let alone a mundane person like him. Pausing briefly, the Taoist added ominously. Think about it. If he owned every tavern along this route, do you truly believe he could casually part with tens of thousands of taels? Young man, do not underestimate the complexities of the world. The banknotes in your pocket may very well be the hard-earned savings of suffering common folk. Li Chuyi fell silent, pondering. Although he felt the Taoist's words were somewhat exaggerated, upon reflection, it seemed evident that Liang Yiwen was no ordinary merchant. It appeared the Taoist had discerned something. Fearing entanglement with Liang Yiwen might bring calamity. Hence, he resolutely chose not to stay at the Liang residence, departing with a considerable sum. This way, should any repercussions arise in the future, the Taoist could maintain plausible deniability. After all, it was merely a business transaction. Both men lapsed into silence as they walked along the path. After some time, Li Chuyi scratched his head and turned to inquire, where shall we go now? To witness the spectacle, the Taoist replied coolly. Are we heading to the triennial Wuyang list competition? Li Chuyi asked excitedly. The esteemed event commenced today. The Taoist shot a disdainful glance at Li Chuyi, retorting, You truly are a provincial simpleton. What is there to see in that dismal competition? It's merely monkeys reciting poetry and grasshoppers brawling. Do you think I am of such juvenile inclinations? Ignoring the unwarranted insult, Li Chuyi pressed on, still brimming with enthusiasm. Then what spectacle are we to witness? The Taoist smiled slightly, leaning closer to Li Chuyi and whispering. We shall observe a gaggle of clumsy geese compete for who can fall the hardest. Li Chuyi was utterly perplexed. How did watching geese fall differ from the Taoist's earlier mention of monkeys reciting poetry and grasshoppers fighting? Was this a higher form of amusement? Shaking his head, he resolved not to question further, knowing that following the Taoist often led to unexpected rewards. After all, a path would inevitably reveal itself. Then let us proceed, Li Chuyi said, adjusting his backpack. Where to? The Taoist asked, slightly bemused. To watch the geese tumble, as you just mentioned, Li Chuyi responded, wondering if the Taoist had lost his wits from laughter the previous night. The Taoist's expression twitched, and he retorted coldly, When did I say we would go now? The time is not yet ripe. We cannot watch ducks before their time. Li Chuyi sighed in resignation, recognizing the Taoist's penchant for cryptic remarks. Patiently, he inquired again, So, where shall we go now? Well, with nothing pressing and the evening still distant, and considering that establishments like the Fragrant Pavilion and the Red Sleeve Chamber are yet to open, let us first seek a tavern near the Wuyang list competition grounds to dine and drink, while also observing the antics of those monkeys and grasshoppers for entertainment. The Taoist seemed somewhat helpless, evidently feeling the weight of the regulation that prohibited brothels from operating during the day. Li Chuyi pursed his lips, pondering whether this compelled him to witness the Wuyang ranking. Was there any difference from what I initially suggested? Though he dared not voice this thought aloud, he adjusted his satchel and followed the Taoist toward the venue of the Wuyang ranking in the southern district. The grand competition of the Wuyang ranking occurred once every 3 years and was of paramount significance to Wuyang City. On the day of the contest, the citizens of Wuyang City celebrated as if it were a festival. From high-ranking officials to common folk, everyone roamed the streets, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a temple fair. The competition venue was a designated area in the city, spanning nearly 10,000 acres, typically utilized as a marketplace, but transformed into the contest grounds on the day of the Wuyang ranking. By the time Li Chuyi and the Taoist arrived, the vicinity of the venue was already overcrowded with spectators. Utilizing the agile fish swimming technique he had practiced since childhood, Li Chuyi twisted and turned, struggling to navigate through the throngs of people alongside the Taoist. During their passage, he felt countless unwelcome touches, but unwilling to provoke trouble, he chose to feign ignorance. After all, if they dared to reach into his trousers, he would certainly retaliate. Once they extricated themselves from the crowd, despite Li Chuyi's cultivation, he was drenched in sweat. In stark contrast, the Taoist maintained his composed and elegant demeanor, not even a speck of dust clinging to him. Reflecting on the Taoist's mysterious method that effortlessly parted the crowd before him, Li Chuyi could only mutter silently in his heart, "Old trickster." They sought a tavern nearest to the venue, which, as expected, was completely packed. However, when the Taoist casually placed 100-tael silver note atop the tavern keeper's head, the keeper immediately squeezed them into a window-side private booth on the highest third floor, even going so far as to arrange a row of screens for privacy. As the dishes began to arrive, Li Chuyi felt a pang of regret. 100 taels, just like that, taken by the Taoist with such nonchalance? Although his own worth was now in the tens of thousands, he believed such expenditure was extravagant. He gazed at the Taoist with a look of disapproval, lamenting the wastefulness. "Enough, put away that look of thriftiness. Do not embarrass me with such peasant-like demeanor," the Taoist remarked lightly, taking a sip of wine. Yet, Li Chuyi still felt the sting of that 100 taels. The Taoist glanced at him. "Without those 100 taels, could you be seated here? Without them, could you have a window-side booth? And with screens for privacy? With several tens of thousands of taels hidden in your trousers, could you sit comfortably in the hall?" After this, the Taoist turned his gaze toward the window and added, "Remember, good steel should be used at the cutting edge. Worldly possessions are transient. One comes into this life without them and leaves without them. To be overly concerned and fixated may lead you astray from your true self." Li Chuyi pondered this and recognized the Taoist's wisdom. Sitting in the hall with tens of thousands of taels would undoubtedly leave him uneasy, so he refrained from further protest. Glancing at the array of sumptuous dishes, he resolved not to incur a loss and decided to indulge himself. The Taoist glanced at Li Chuyi, who was indulging in a lavish feast, and shook his head, muttering about his lack of ambition. Li Chuyi feigned deafness. He was not a Taoist. Each time he spent money on a grand banquet, it primarily revolved around drinking, with only a single bite taken from each dish. He scoffed at the notion of such extravagance being a reflection of sophistication and taste. To Li Chuyi, this was sheer wastefulness. Wastefulness is a disgrace. It was ironic that the Taoist would recite tales of hard work and diligence. After a prolonged session of eating, Li Chuyi suddenly heard the Taoist let out a soft exclamation. He paused, wiping the grease from his mouth, and followed the direction of the Taoist's gaze. Seeing only a throng of heads, with nothing unusual in sight. "Fool, open your celestial eye," came the Taoist's calm voice. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi immediately engaged his inner energy, and as he opened and closed his eyes, a subtle glow emanated, transforming the world into shades of black and white. Looking again, he indeed discovered something remarkable. Amidst the crowd, there were silhouettes shrouded in various colors of mist. "Do you see?" the Taoist asked, taking a sip of his drink. Li Chuyi nodded slowly. "Who are they?" The Taoist chuckled softly and replied, "They are the great geese." As night fell and the city of Wuyang became alive with lights, the bustling atmosphere only intensified. Young men and women clad in vibrant attire filled the streets, celebrating with lanterns and toasting with cups, creating a lively spectacle. If one encountered a beloved companion, a mere glance could lead to a romantic interlude in a secluded spot, a delightful experience indeed. Witnessing the couples strolling hand in hand, Li Chuyi let out a deep sigh. The Taoist had abandoned him once again. Li Chuyi had grown accustomed to this, at this hour. The flower halls and brothels had begun their operations, and it would be peculiar if the Taoist remained at his side, especially now that he was affluent. Finding a tea house, Li Chuyi requested a window seat on the top floor, ordering a pot of fine tea along with some fruits and peanuts, and began to serve himself. With a wealth of over 10,000 taels of silver in his pocket, he considered himself quite prosperous and decided to indulge a little. Holding the teacup and gazing through the wisps of steam rising from the hot tea, Li Chuyi looked outside, observing the men and women frolicking in the streets. Lost in thought. Earlier in the day, he had opened his celestial eye at the wine house and noticed numerous figures enveloped in various mists. These figures, both male and female, did not resemble ordinary people possessed by malevolent spirits. They appeared to be cultivators, much like himself in the Taoist. Yet, why did the Taoist refer to them as great geese? When Li Chuyi inquired, the Taoist merely smiled and remained silent. Understanding that the Taoist's reticence meant further questions would yield no answers, Li Chuyi refrained from pressing, knowing he would simply be met with the vague assurance that the time had not yet come for revelations. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Li Chuyi had a nagging feeling that these occurrences were no mere coincidences. It seemed the Taoist had foreseen what was to unfold. Just days prior, everything had been perfectly fine when the Taoist had suddenly whisked him away to Wuyang, fully aware of his lack of funds, yet still led him to Liang Yuan's wine house to feast at no cost. Initially, I believed that it would take at least a month of washing dishes to settle the debt. However, to my astonishment, Liang Yuan's wife had unwittingly fallen under a spell. My mentor and I ventured forth to perform a ritual to exorcise the malevolent spirit. Not only did we earn several thousand taels of silver, but I also acquired the beautiful female ghost, Ziyuan. Could it be that the Taoist did not deceive me? Is it true that he possesses extraordinary skills, capable of discerning fate and knowing all things? Li Chuyi scratched his head, lost in contemplation. Previously, he had only acknowledged the formidable prowess of Taoists, who could vanquish mountain demons and tiger kings with but a single strike. Their cunning and deceit and trickery was equally remarkable. He had always witnessed Taoists ensnaring others, never the reverse. However, when it came to the art of divination, he perceived the Taoist as merely well-versed in memorization. At times, when he faltered in recalling verses or comprehending the intricacies, he would resort to obscure astrological references that left others bewildered. Beyond that, he had not encountered any particularly impressive feats from a Taoist in the realm of fate. After much contemplation, Li Chuyi remained perplexed, holding his teacup and gazing vacantly out the window. What are you pondering? A wisp of purple mist drifted by, and Ziyuan took a seat across from Li Chuyi, pouring herself a cup of warm tea. Snapping back to reality, Li Chuyi stared at Ziyuan in astonishment. Can you drink tea? Ziyuan gazed at him with an inscrutable expression, remaining silent. Li Chuyi scratched his head and inquired further. Aren't you a ghost? Can ghosts drink tea? Ziyuan's expression hardened, her eyes twitching ever so slightly. Noticing her silence, Li Chuyi assumed her quietness was an acknowledgement and was filled with wonder. After a moment's thought, he asked, if you can drink tea, does that mean you can eat as well? He pushed the plate of peanuts toward her, his face brimming with anticipation. Though Ziyuan was a spirit devoid of vitality, she felt an overwhelming pressure in her chest that nearly threatened to explode. She remained silent, casting a cold glare at Li Chuyi. If her gaze were a blade, Li Chuyi would have surely been minced to a pulp. Realizing he had overstepped, Li Chuyi recognized his earlier actions bore a resemblance to a spectator at a monkey show, which might explain Ziyuan's ire. He offered an awkward smile, avoiding her gaze, and muttered softly, if you don't want any, that's fine. I'll eat it myself. Ziyuan's demeanor softened slightly. Well, given that she currently resided within Li Chuyi's talisman, she would consider the earlier affront as merely a form of rent. After a brief pause, just as Ziyuan was about to repeat her earlier question, she noticed Li Chuyi suddenly lift his head to look at her, his expression a tangle of conflict. After a moment of hesitation, he finally resolved to ask earnestly one last question. If ghosts can eat and drink, how do they handle the matter of excretion? Is it akin to us living beings, requiring a restroom? Smack. Li Chuyi silently peeled peanuts, a vivid handprint blooming on his left cheek, stealing a glance at Ziyuan, who was savoring her fragrant tea without sparing him a glance. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How dare this female ghost consume his food and drink without offering any gratitude, and even strike him? Was it not simply curiosity that led him to inquire? Why was he being punished for it? Fuming with indignation, Li Chuyi vowed, next time you behave so thoughtlessly, I shall put an end to you. A chilling voice echoed in response, should you continue to be so tiresome, I shall see to your demise. Li Chuyi was instantly enraged. What in the world is happening? Is there anyone to oversee this? How could I, of all people, be threatened? And by a female ghost whom I had taken under my wing? No, I must teach her a lesson. No, wait, it should be how to be a ghost. With this thought in mind, Li Chuyi brushed aside the remnants of the peanut shells with a swift motion of his sleeve, channeling his energy as he clenched his fists and extended them toward Z. revealing the freshly shelled peanuts in his palm. I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Perhaps some peanuts will soothe my ire. Li Chuyi wore a fawning expression. Damn it, if I cannot defeat this female ghost, I shall concede for now, as long as the Green Mountains remain. I need not fear the absence of a damsel in distress requiring my aid. Observing Li Chuyi's obsequious demeanor, Ziyuan lightly massaged her aching forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. This little chubby fellow was either genuinely foolish or merely pretending. She could only wonder how such an apprentice could emerge from her lascivious manner. She reached for a peanut and popped it into her mouth, nodding slightly to acknowledge his apology. Watching the grinning chubster across from her, Ziyuan concluded that he was likely genuinely simple-minded, albeit with a good heart beneath it all. Little did she know, the chubby one was not smiling for that reason. He had indeed consumed it. He had swallowed it whole. The chubby fellow grinned widely as he watched Ziyuan eat the peanuts he had shelled, chuckling while secretly pondering. So, ghosts can truly eat. Didn't you refuse to tell me? Didn't you even hit me? With my clever mind, I shall find out the truth. Next time, I shall seize the opportunity to discover how a ghost digests food. The more he thought, the more amused he became. If Ziyuan were to know the thoughts swirling in the chubby one's mind at that moment, she might very well strike him down, forsaking her ghostly cultivation entirely. Thus, the chubby fellow, bearing a servile demeanor, shelled peanuts while attending to Ziyuan. Meanwhile, Ziyuan quietly savored her tea, relishing the chubby fellow's service. When Ziyuan indulged in a tangerine she had peeled herself, the chubby one nearly fainted from excitement. Should I order some chicken leg rice or char siu rice to try? He mused, a lewd smile creeping upon his lips once more. Observing the chubby one's unrestrained glee, Ziyuan sensed something amiss but could not articulate why. So she dismissed it from her mind and steered the conversation back to its origin. I was just asking what you were daydreaming about, Ziyuan reiterated. I was contemplating whether to order chicken leg rice or char siu rice. The chubby one, lost in his reverie, spoke without thinking. Ziyuan frowned. Are you hungry? The chubby one suddenly realized, alarmed that he had nearly given himself away. With a facade honed from years of following his Taoist master, he maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, I was a bit hungry earlier, but not anymore. Haha, you glutton, Ziyuan concluded. Li Chuyi made no attempt to refute. He was simply relieved that Ziyuan had not uncovered his less than pure thoughts. What are your plans moving forward? After a long pause, Ziyuan inquired once more. Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback. He had never truly contemplated this question before. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, I am uncertain. Throughout my life, I have always followed my master. Wherever he goes, we accompany him. I have never pondered the question of the future. I suppose I shall continue to vanquish demons. However, during the day, my master mentioned that in order to pursue the path of the spirits, I must first acquire a set of ghostly cultivation techniques. I suspect that once this matter is concluded, my master will lead us in search of these techniques, which will also be beneficial for the others, as they have long resisted reincarnation and may join in the cultivation process. Upon hearing Li Chuyi's words, Ziyuan felt a warmth in her heart, especially at the inclusion of us, which stirred a deep-seated emotion within her. It had been such a long time since she had felt the comfort of belonging. Noticing her silence, Li Chuyi assumed she was still troubled about the future and offered reassurance. Ziyuan, there is no need for concern. My master is not one to indiscriminately harm others, be they human, spirit, or demon. As long as you are with my master, no one will force you to leave. I am not familiar with what my master means by tribulations and difficulties, but during your cultivation, I can assure you that we will safeguard your peace. Look at Dawa and Erwa, are they not thriving? Seeing the earnest expression on Li Chuyi's face, Ziyuan smiled gently and said, Thank you. Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback and murmured, Wow, my master was right. Your smile is truly captivating. Ziyuan rolled her eyes, questioning whether such a teaching style was typical for a master. You should smile more often when you have the chance. Do not always wear a cold expression. Smiling can help open your heart and alleviate your resentment, which will undoubtedly aid your cultivation, Li Chuyi advised. Ziyuan chose to ignore him and lowered her gaze to her tea. Wow, Ziyuan, look, a shooting star. Quick, make a wish. I've heard that wishes made upon a shooting star are especially powerful. Li Chuyi exclaimed, closing his eyes and clasping his hands in prayer, murmuring to himself. Ziyuan looked up and indeed saw a shooting star streaking across the sky, heading westward. He is still just a child, getting so excited over a shooting star, she thought with a resigned smile. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. That was not a shooting star. Just as this realization struck her, She noticed that the previous shooting star had not yet faded when several more streaks of light followed, with an increasing number of meteors racing across the sky, some swift, some slow, all headed westward. Li Chuyi, having opened his eyes after making his wish, stared blankly at the sky. So many shooting stars. How many wishes must one make? Are you foolish? Those are not shooting stars. Do not tell anyone you are my disciple. It would be embarrassing. A Taoist priest, who had appeared beside them at some point, scoffed upon hearing Li Chuyi's words. Gather your belongings and follow me, the priest commanded, then swiftly turned and descended the stairs. Li Chuyi and Ziyuan exchanged glances. Master, where are we going? Li Chuyi inquired. To watch the big goose fall. The priest's voice echoed from a distance. They exited the tea house and sought a secluded spot. The Taoist instructed Ziyuan to return to the demon sealing mirror first. After ensuring that the surroundings were clear, he extended his right hand into a claw-like gesture and grasped the air, as if pulling something from the void. Before him materialized a small wine gourd, no larger than a palm. This gourd appeared unremarkable, with its dark yellow exterior bearing numerous dents and imperfections. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous gourd silently floated in midair. Clearly not an ordinary object. With a pointed finger, the Taoist uttered a command, and the gourd responded, expanding in size as if it were filled with air. From its previous palm-sized form, it swiftly grew to a height surpassing that of a person. Li Chuyi, standing nearby, showed no surprise, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. When the gourd reached the size of a cart, the Taoist made a gesture to halt its growth. Casting a glance at Li Chuyi, the Taoist said, "Let us go." He then leaped onto the gourd, followed closely by Li Chuyi, who also jumped onto it. The previously small dents and imperfections on the gourd now enlarged proportionately, some becoming as large as basins, while others exceeded the size of a bathtub. Finding a relatively comfortable indentation in front of the Taoist, Li Chuyi settled cross-legged. The Taoist surveyed the area once more to ensure no one was watching, then altered his hand gesture and quietly uttered, "Conceal." The gourd, along with the two of them, gradually faded from view, becoming invisible. "Let us depart," the Taoist said nonchalantly. Instantly, the gourd soared into the air, ascending towards the clouds in pursuit of the shooting stars that had recently traversed the sky to the west. As the city of Wuyang below shrank in size, colorful shooting stars intermittently shot upwards, heading westward like the two of them. Li Chuyi turned and inquired, "Master, are they the big geese I saw with my heavenly eye during the day?" The Taoist nodded in affirmation. "Then why do they soar without concealment, while we must tread so cautiously and remain hidden?" Li Chuyi questioned further. The Taoist shot him a glare and retorted, "Have you forgotten what I told you? Do not flaunt your power, maintain a low profile. Is it truly impressive to show off before powerless mortals?" Li Chuyi turned away, concealing his expression, thinking to himself that he found it quite impressive. The Taoist's cold mockery echoed from behind. Even if these tasteless bumpkins think themselves grand, their moment of glory is unlikely to last long. Curiously, Li Chuyi turned back and asked, "Why is that? Do you know what we are about to do?" The Taoist countered without answering. "Did you not say we are going to see how badly these big geese will fall?" The boy replied. "Indeed," the Taoist nodded. "These big geese will not only fall dramatically but may very well meet their demise." Li Chuyi was momentarily stunned, and after a pause, asked, "What do you mean? They will die?" The Taoist let out a cold smile and said, "Precisely. This time, these big geese share a singular objective, heading towards the grave of the ancient creature of Wuyang." Who is this ancient creature? Is its tomb so easily accessed? Are the treasures within so easily taken? Furthermore, how can these foolish beings, who cannot or will not conceal their own presence, compete with the cunning old foxes lurking behind the scenes? A bunch of idiots, humph. What is the five-goat-old monster? Li Chuyi found himself increasingly perplexed. What is its purpose? Could it possibly be related to Wuyang City? Upon hearing this, the Taoist smiled faintly and nodded with a hint of approval. "Indeed, you are not entirely foolish." After a brief pause, the Taoist elucidated. Wuyang City was originally named Wuyang City, with Yang referring to the goat, not the Yang energy. The predecessor of Wuyang City is a place that, while obscure in the mundane world, is renowned among practitioners, Wuyang Town. As Li Chuyi listened intently, the Taoist continued. "To speak of Wuyang Town is to mention a formidable predecessor from millennia ago, the very five-goat-old monster I just referred to. This creature was originally of the demon clan, said to have evolved from a mountain goat. Upon its birth, it was one of 5 siblings, yet only one survived, with the souls of the other 4 residing within the lone survivor. Initially, there was no sign of peculiarity, however. When this sole surviving goat ascended into the realm of demons, the 4 embedded souls underwent a transformation, giving rise to the later incarnation of the 5-goat-old monster. What transformation? Li Chuyi inquired anxiously. 5 primordial spirits, the Taoist replied, extending 5 fingers. The 5-goat-old monster has cultivated 5 primordial spirits in total. Li Chuyi gazed blankly at the Taoist's outstretched fingers, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Goodness! 5 primordial spirits. How is that even possible? It is crucial to understand that regardless of the species, be it human, demon, ghost, or beast, each, due to inherent differences, may cultivate their essence, physical form, or even some bizarre attributes. The paths of cultivation are as varied as the stars in the sky. However, there exists one universal aspect that all cultivators must attend to: the cultivation of their own soul. This aspect is of paramount importance. While external cultivation ensures stability on one's chosen path, soul cultivation determines how far that path may extend. Upon reaching a certain level of soul cultivation, one may evolve into a primordial spirit. The primordial spirit serves as a condensation of the soul, merging the scattered fragments of one's essence, such as the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and destiny, into a cohesive whole, thus fortifying it against external malevolence. Generally, a cultivator can only achieve a single primordial spirit, but a minuscule number of practitioners experience a mutation during their soul's transformation, resulting in the manifestation of 2 primordial spirits. The additional primordial spirit is a coveted boon among cultivators, as it can evolve into an external incarnation, its thoughts, memories, and cognitive processes mirroring the original. Furthermore, it may cultivate in parallel with the primary entity, sharing a profound connection yet remaining distinctly independent. Possessing a second incarnation, whether in combat or cultivation, bestows significant advantages. Moreover, the demise of one, be it the original or the incarnation, does not impede the survival of the other. Many who possess an incarnation often allow one to confront tribulations first, while the other absorbs the experiences, thus ensuring that regardless of the outcome, the surviving entity possesses a greater likelihood of success. The incarnation can be deemed as an additional life for its bearer. The legendary Taoist supreme technique, transforming one into 3 pure ones, is revered as the unparalleled marvel of the world, unmatched in its uniqueness. It is presently recognized as the only method capable of dividing a practitioner's primordial spirit into 3 parts without any adverse effects, though it has long been lost to time. No other practice has been able to rival its esteemed position as the foremost extraordinary skill. Upon hearing that the 5-sheep elder possesses 5 primordial spirits, Li Chuyi was left utterly speechless. Consider the implications. An ancient monster with 5 lives, confronting anyone would mean 5 against 1. Who could withstand such odds? Even Taoists have remarked that 5 against 1 is invariably one of the most formidable strategies. No one can endure it, and one can only imagine the meaning behind that. After a moment of reverie, Li Chuyi furrowed his brow and posed a question. Master, if the 5-sheep elder has 5 primordial spirits, how can he still die? Who could possibly kill him? The Taoist, with a gentle sigh, gazed at Li Chuyi and pointed skyward, saying, Who else could it be but heaven? Li Chuyi was taken aback. He was struck down by a heavenly tribulation? The Taoist shook his head, scoffing. Heavenly tribulation? What significance does that hold? There are countless formidable beings in this world with profound magical powers. What can heavenly tribulation truly accomplish against them? When one reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, the so-called 3 calamities, 9 tribulations, and 18 trials become utterly insignificant. Li Chuyi remained puzzled, believing heavenly tribulation to be the ultimate challenge. He inquired further, if not heavenly tribulation, then what is it? The Taoist inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave as he replied, It is fate, a decree from heaven. Fate? Indeed, fate, the Taoist sighed. There is an old saying, a person's life is predetermined by heaven. Though this may sound trite, the wisdom it contains is profound. If fate bestows upon you abundant blessings, then great fortune will surely accompany you. Conversely, if fate condemns you to a woeful existence, no matter how diligently you strive, you will likely meet a tragic end. Li Chuyi shivered at this revelation, feeling lost within. He murmured, If fate is already determined, what purpose does our cultivation serve? If everything is preordained, then all efforts are ultimately in vain. Observing the confusion in Li Chuyi's eyes, the Taoist realized the magnitude of the turmoil his words had stirred within the young man's heart. He immediately composed himself, invoking his mystical powers, and forcefully declared to Li Chuyi, Listen, foolish child. We cultivators cultivate our qi, nurture our souls, and pursue the Tao while contending for our own fate. Though fate may be set, it is not immutable. If you become powerful enough, when the moment of fate arrives, you will possess the strength to challenge it. Why should you not carve out your own destiny? Consider the predecessors who have transcended calamities and altered their fates to ascend as immortals. If they had simply acquiesced to fate, how could they have attained the great Tao and become true immortals? Noticing Li Chuyi's gaze beginning to refocus, the Taoist continued, "Our cultivation is the path of our own great Tao, a quest to defy fate. If heaven seeks to extinguish me, shall I resign myself to it? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. My life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. If it seeks to destroy me, I shall resist, even if I meet death. It is but a conclusion, and the outcome remains the same. Humph. What is there to fear?" It seemed as though the Taoist's impudent words had provoked the heavens. The once star-studded sky was suddenly shrouded in thick clouds, and the rumbling thunder rolled ominously towards the two, deafening and fierce, as if the heavens were enraged by the Taoist's irreverent speech and sought to punish them. Observing the situation, the Taoist's brows furrowed in anger as he gazed upward at the darkened sky. With a booming voice, he commanded, "Begone. I am teaching my disciple. This is none of your concern, so leave." His voice resonated, overpowering the thunder, sending ripples through the air, echoing continuously in the atmosphere. The gathering clouds hesitated momentarily under the force of his shout, their accumulation slowing, yet they continued to loom over the two, unlike when they dispersed at the Liang residence. Angered by the cloud's blatant defiance, the Taoist rose to his full height, his hands weaving intricate patterns before him, performing various hand seals that shimmered and transformed, while he chanted, "Boundless heavens and earth, grant me your power. The duality of yin and yang, I command. The laws of nature, thunder and lightning." Before he could complete his incantation, the dark clouds, as if aware of his impending actions, abruptly halted and then retreated at a speed faster than their approach, revealing the stars once more. The Taoist ceased his motions and scoffed, "Humph, a coward that fears the strong." With that, he settled back into a meditative posture. Li Chuyi, having regained his composure, gazed at the Taoist with newfound admiration. It appeared that this time, the Taoist's prowess surpassed that displayed against the Tiger Demon King. Indeed, he was a master of concealment, an ancient sorcerer. "Foolish disciple, do you comprehend what I just conveyed?" The Taoist inquired nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired. "I understand." "Thank you, Master," Li Chuyi replied with rare respect. The earlier words of the Taoist had been somewhat terrifying, nearly shattering his resolve. It had been a perilous moment. But fortunately, the Taoist's timely intervention had prevented a disaster. He silently reflected on his insufficient cultivation. At that moment, he noticed that the numerous meteors that had been flying alongside them had vanished, leaving him astonished. "Master, the great geese that were flying with us have disappeared," Li Chuyi exclaimed. "Humph, do not underestimate the display of my abilities. That thunderous calamity within the dark clouds must have terrified those geese," the Taoist replied coolly. "If they dared linger in this vicinity afterward, I would truly have to regard them with greater respect." Li Chuyi's expression faltered. Wasn't the plan to remain low-key? Weren't they supposed to keep a low profile? Wouldn't this make their presence known to all? Yet, on further thought, he mused. He was no match for the formidable 5-year-old monster, but if others were to learn of his exceptionally powerful master, he could walk with pride. Huh. What is this? This is called leveraging one's connections. No, forget that. This is about using one's influence. He chuckled heartily, reveling in the thought. Li Chuyi, lost in delightful thoughts, suddenly felt that her future was resplendent with promise. Observing the lascivious grin on her face, the Taoist priest smirked coldly, aware of her musings. "Do you believe that your master is formidable now? With a significant support behind you, do you think you can act as you please?" Still enraptured in her reverie, Li Chuyi nodded eagerly, only to realize something amiss as she caught the Taoist's cold smile directed at her. Hastily, she shook her head, yet felt that this gesture implied her master was not powerful. Thus, she nodded again, but then questioned if this signified her intent to rely on her master to bully others. Consequently, she oscillated between nodding and shaking her head, ultimately bewildered. Her face contorted in distress as she murmured, "Master." The Taoist, exasperated, shook his head and remarked, How many times have I told you? Diligent practice is essential. True mastery lies in your own hands. Relying on external forces will never forge greatness." Li Chuyi quickly lowered her head in acknowledgement. The Taoist continued, "Do you think I am truly powerful? The vastness of the world is beyond comprehension, and the number of reclusive masters is staggering. Take, for instance, The infamous Wu Yang. He is beyond my current capabilities. The thunderclouds you witnessed earlier were merely a minor tribulation provoked by my disrespectful words towards the heavens. I had to employ my spells to repel it. Were it Wu Yang, he would likely disperse the storm with merely a glance. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi fell silent. Her head bowed. If even her master, who possessed formidable powers, claimed to be inferior to Wu Yang, then the latter must possess unfathomable cultivation. Furthermore, if even Wu Yang could not withstand his own destiny, what kind of person could possibly rival such a fate? Noticing the dimming expression on Li Chuyi's face, the Taoist understood her thoughts and smiled gently. Enough of this for today. The matters discussed are somewhat profound for you. You need not overthink. You are still young, having practiced for only a short while. These concerns are far off for you. Some knowledge is sufficient, merely to prepare your heart. There is no need to dwell excessively. For now, focus on your cultivation. Do you understand? I understand, Master, Li Chuyi replied. Seeing her acquiescence, yet sensing a lingering unease in her demeanor, the Taoist recognized that, despite her usual carefree nature, she possessed a keen sensitivity. These thoughts had already taken root within her and could not be easily dispelled by mere words. She would have to come to terms with them in her own time. This could be seen as a valuable trial for Li Chuyi's resolve. After a moment of silence, Li Chuyi lifted her head and inquired, Master, you didn't finish your earlier thought. What is the connection between Wu Yang and Wu Yang town? Was it he who founded it? The Taoist shook his head. Wu Yang did not establish the town, but he is indeed related to it. Before his demise, it seems he had a premonition and created 3 tombs for himself, of which only one is known to the public. The locations of the other 2 remain a mystery. The only one known is the Wu Yang burial mound located west of Wu Yang town, which is our destination. Li Chuyi scratched his head in confusion and remarked, if that old monster has perished, why go to the trouble of constructing 3 tombs for himself? The Taoist shook his head slightly and replied, the precise reason eludes me. However, I have encountered mentions in ancient texts indicating that the old monster of Wu Yang built 3 tombs, one for his physical form, another for his lingering soul, and the last for the possessions he held during his lifetime. The tomb located to the west of Wu Yang town is said to house his personal belongings, including the weapons and armor he used while alive, as well as the secrets of the cultivation methods he practiced, alongside various rare tomes he collected. Most notably, it is rumored that within this tomb lies a volume detailing his personal insights into cultivation. The multitude gathered here has arrived because the time has come for the Wu Yang tomb to open, and they seek to claim its treasures. Is it true that the Wu Yang tomb only opens at specific intervals? Li Chuyi inquired. The Taoist nodded affirmatively, indeed. The old monster of Wu Yang devised an intricate formation to conceal this tomb. This formation opens every 60 years, remaining accessible for a span of 7 days before sealing itself again, hidden from the world. Furthermore, one can only locate the entrance to this formation by starting from Wu Yang town, now known as Wu Yang city. Any other approach is futile. Realization dawned on Li Chuyi. Understanding now why the Taoist had brought him to Wu Yang city, as it seemed many cultivators were drawn here for the same reason. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chuyi suddenly asked with an odd expression, Master, is it true that even you cannot break the formation set by the old monster of Wu Yang? The Taoist's eyes twitched. Of course, if I could, would I need to bring you to Wu Yang city? Li Chuyi silently regarded the Taoist, his expression revealing that he was surprised to discover even his master had limitations. Perceiving the faint mockery in Li Chuyi's gaze, the Taoist became incensed. What kind of look is that? Do you think I wouldn't dare to strike you? I am but a mortal, not a deity. I have merely dabbled in various arts, achieving modest success in the study of formations. It is entirely reasonable that I cannot break this one. Besides, the old monster possessed unparalleled cultivation. The formation he laid down with his utmost effort before his demise, who in this world could possibly dismantle it? Li Chuyi, somewhat unconvinced, pressed. Is it truly the case that no one can break this formation? The Taoist glared at him. Are you a fool? If it could be broken, would we still be waiting for you to seize the treasures? Would we still be waiting for the once-in-a-century opening day? Someone would have already raided it. Finally, the Taoist added in exasperation, do not forget that the old monster of Wu Yang had 5 primordial spirits. 5 against 1 is the most formidable prowess in existence. A formation conceived by 5 minds undoubtedly ranks among the most powerful. Li Chuyi was left speechless. The Taoist's words were indeed valid. 5 against 1 is formidable, and a creation of 5 minds would surely be exceptional. After pondering for a moment, Li Chuyi inquired again, Master, did you not say that a cultivator who reaches a certain level can survive without food or drink? What is it called? A buttocks fart valley. In essence, the implication is clear. Those adept at fasting could remain within the formation until it closes, seizing all the treasures or mastering the esoteric texts, only to emerge when the gates reopen. The Taoist's eyes twitched, and with a sardonic smile, he raised 2 fingers, stating, "Firstly, the state of fasting is referred to as Bigyu, not Pigyu. Do you think this is akin to using a privy? Such ignorance. Secondly, do you presume that you are the only one with intelligence? That you can conceive what others cannot? Are you aware of how those who deliberately remained or failed to exit in the past fared? What became of them? I cannot ascertain whether they lived or died. But those who lingered vanished, whether entombed or among the living, they are no more. None have laid eyes upon them again. Yet, their belongings remain interred, transformed into coveted treasures for others to contest. Pray, do you believe these individuals perished or survived?" The Taoist leaned closer to Li Chuyi, his voice dripping with foreboding. A chill coursed through Li Chuyi. Was there any need for such inquiry? At that moment, faint starlight descended from the distant heavens. As it drew nearer, it revealed the figures who had transformed into shooting stars, now alighting upon a broad cliff, congregating together. Beyond this cliff, approximately 50 miles ahead, lay an expansive plain, where the ground shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, resembling a vast swarm of fireflies, a truly enchanting sight. The Taoist descended slowly with Li Chuyi onto the cliff, seeking an open space where they both seated themselves cross-legged. After settling, the Taoist began to meditate, closing his eyes and showing no interest in the surroundings. Meanwhile, for the first time in his life, Li Chuyi was captivated by the multitude of cultivators, far more engaging than his previous experiences of fortune-telling and exorcising demons with the Taoist, and he curiously scanned the area. On the wide cliff, approximately 100 individuals had gathered. Some familiar faces clustered together, while others sat alone, much like the Taoist, meditating in solitude. They maintained a respectful distance from one another, indifferent to their neighbors. Among them were men and women of various ages. Some appeared fierce, others aloof, some exuded righteousness, while others bore a cunning glint in their eyes. The clusters mostly comprised young men and women, with the males generally handsome and well-dressed, and the females youthful and beautiful, adorned in finery, creating a scene reminiscent of celestial beings. In contrast, the solitary sitters were predominantly older, their faces etched with the marks of time. Seemingly unfazed by the laughter of the younger crowd nearby, their expressions reflecting a serene detachment from worldly concerns. Turning his gaze to the opposite side of the cliff, he observed many demon cultivators. Some had taken human form, indistinguishable from humans. Others, possibly due to insufficient power or other reasons, retained incomplete human forms, still bearing animal heads or limbs, appearing grotesque and bizarre. The majority, however, remained in their beastly forms, lying in wait, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, scanning the surroundings with predatory intent. Among them, a massive serpent, at least 10 yards long, captured Li Chuyi's astonishment. It coiled in its domain, within a radius of 10 feet, devoid of any other beast daring to approach its vicinity. Between the two parties lay an expansive void. Occasionally, glances would meet, igniting sparks amidst the palpable hostility that lingered. Despite the intensity of animosity, both sides remained in their respective corners, refraining from any rash actions. Do not gaze about. Sit properly and refrain from speaking. The Taoist's voice resonated. Li Chuyi, immediately adjusting his posture, focused his gaze downward, contemplating the peculiar behavior of the Taoist. Was he not a man of carnal desires? How could such a lustful figure, amidst a gathering of enchanting women, remain composed and oblivious? As Li Chuyi meditated, an individual emerged from the largest cluster of spectators, advancing towards him and his companion. Upon reaching within 3 meters, the man halted, clasping his fist with a respectful tone. "Esteemed elder, fellow Taoist, I beg your pardon for the intrusion." Li Chuyi turned to observe the speaker, noting his striking features, exuding an aura of gallantry. Adorned with a gilded cap, clad in resplendent white garments and violet boots, a long sword, elegantly sheathed and embellished with a slender gemstone, hung from his jeweled belt. The sword, whether an innate marvel or a product of exquisite craftsmanship, certainly appeared extraordinary. What a handsome man, thought Li Chuyi, how utterly flamboyant. A fop, comparing the man's opulent attire and commanding presence to his own humble, rough-spun robe. Li Chuyi felt as though he and his master resembled mere refugees in the face of such elegance. This dandy, clad in such ostentation, must surely have intentions to seduce virtuous women. I still possess 20,000 taels in my pocket. Once this affair concludes, I shall don even more flamboyant attire. Li Chuyi mused, convinced of the importance of appearance. While contemplating these thoughts, a bashful smile graced his face, as if he were an innocent child unversed in the ways of the world, awkwardly nodding in return. In stark contrast, the Taoist beside him remained utterly unmoved, as if Li Chu were invisible. Noticing that only Li Chu acknowledged him, while the young Taoist displayed no reaction, the white-clad gentleman remained unfazed. Though the Taoist appeared youthful, perhaps in his 30s, the weathered lines on his face suggested otherwise. He was likely a seasoned practitioner, while the pudgy youth beside him seemed a mere novice, probably a disciple of the elder. With a slight smile, the white-clad man addressed Li Chu. I am Feng Qingshan, a third-generation disciple of the Mongshan sword sect, under the tutelage of the esteemed Xie Yuan of the Mongshan sword sect. Upon your arrival, I sensed an extraordinary presence in you, esteemed elder, and thus sought to make your acquaintance. Li Chu internally rolled his eyes, yet feigned shyness. Greetings, I am Ni Day, and this is my master. However, my master forbids me from revealing his name. I apologize. Feng Qingshan paused in surprise, sensing that the young boy's words contained an underlying insult. Yet, reconsidering, he deemed the child too innocent to harbor such malice, concluding it was merely a coincidence that his name sounded like a jest. Not at all, esteemed senior. It is quite natural to have certain reservations. I must apologize for my abruptness. Feng Qingshan chuckled, adding, my purpose in visiting today, aside from wishing to make your acquaintance, is to inquire about a matter. On my way here, I was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds and the resounding peals of thunder, as if someone were undergoing a tribulation. Yet, shortly thereafter, a powerful voice emerged from the clouds, dispersing the storm with astonishing force. As I was traversing ahead, I was too distant to discern the situation behind me. You arrived later, so I presume you were closer to that extraordinary occurrence. Might you have witnessed what transpired? Did you happen to see the venerable figure who shattered the thunderclouds? Upon hearing Feng Qingshan's probing words and observing his keen scrutiny of their reactions, Li Chuyi immediately understood that Feng Qingshan was attempting to gauge their knowledge. Reflecting on the earlier incident where the Taoist dispersed the storm, Li Chuyi recognized that the commotion it caused was considerable. Coincidentally, this moment coincided with the 60th anniversary of the Wuyong tomb's reopening, in such a sensitive period. It was only natural for the cultivators present to harbor suspicions of a powerful hermit emerging to claim treasures. What was most crucial was that the Taoist's profound abilities had remained unchanged throughout the years Li Chuyi had accompanied him. He perpetually appeared to be around 30 years old. The youthful visage, coupled with an undeniable air of worldly experience that could not be entirely concealed, perfectly aligned with the archetype of a seasoned hermit who had achieved immortality and returned to a youthful state. It was no wonder Feng Qingshan harbored doubts. However, extracting information from Li Chuyi would prove to be a formidable challenge. Though he was merely 13, his years spent traveling with the Taoist had bestowed upon him a wealth of experience. While many could overpower him, few could deceive him with mere words. Contemplating this, Li Chuyi maintained his composure and feigned innocence, shyly replying, I am unsure. We have only just arrived from that direction. While in mid-flight, we were suddenly startled by a thunderclap, prompting my master to swiftly lead me away to a cave where we hid for quite some time before daring to come out. Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner. My master was in such a hurry to escape the thunder that it took considerable effort. He is currently resting to regain his strength. I was terrified and dared not look for any venerable figures. He patted his chest, feigning fear. Feng Qingshan, harboring only slight skepticism, saw that they had arrived late and intended to probe for any insights they might possess. Upon hearing Li Chuyi's response, he was readily convinced. In that case, so be it. It is regrettable that I flew too hastily and missed the opportunity to behold the esteemed figure. Such a pity indeed, he lamented. Li Chuyi regarded Feng Qingshan thoughtfully, pondering whether this youthful dandy had truly glimpsed his master's true form during the earlier incident, and if so, whether the Taoist would have taken drastic measures to silence him. After a moment of lamentation, Feng Qingshan shifted the topic and remarked, this time, the Five Sheep Tomb is widely opened, and many individuals have gathered here. Numerous demon cultivators have arrived, and though we have yet to see any ghost cultivators, I presume they are present, lurking in the shadows. When the tomb is unveiled, chaos is likely to ensue. I have come to invite you both to join us. Although your esteemed skills are formidable, you are but two, whereas we are numerous. By complementing each other, our chances of seizing the treasures will surely be enhanced. What do you think, esteemed seniors? Upon finishing his words, Feng Qingshan turned to the Taoist, awaiting a response. The Taoist remained in meditative silence, disregarding Feng Qingshan's words as if he were merely a passing breeze. Li Chuyi understood that the Taoist did not view Feng Qingshan as heir, but rather as an annoyance. Noticing the prolonged silence from the Taoist, Feng Qingshan's demeanor grew slightly awkward. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and cupped his hands respectfully. Addressing them, "If the esteemed seniors are unwilling, I shall not press further. However, my offer remains open, should you encounter any peril. The door to my sanctuary shall always be ajar for you. I shall take my leave now." With that, he bowed slightly and turned to depart. "Feng Qingshan, you still delight in forming alliances, do you?" Just as Feng Qingshan was about to leave, a languid voice interrupted. Li Chuyi turned to see a young man clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim leisurely approaching. His handsome features rivaled those of Feng Qingshan. Yet while Feng Qingshan exuded a heroic aura, this young man had delicate brows and sharp eyes that occasionally sparkled with a faint glimmer. His lips curled into a languorous smile, imparting an air of mischief despite his striking beauty. He held a plain white fan, effortlessly waving it in the chill of the night, seemingly unfazed by the cold. Another pretty boy. Is this never ending? Li Chuyi thought indignantly, lamenting the young man's foolishness for fanning himself in such frigid weather, suspecting that his mind was not quite right. "Jiangxing, what brings you here?" Feng Qingshan's expression turned stern as he inquired seriously. "Feng Qingshan, has your mind become clouded from excessive sword practice? What do you think I am here for?" Jiangxing replied with a slight smile, his tone languid. "If you are here, why shouldn't I be?" Feng Qingshan was momentarily at a loss for words, scrutinizing Jiangxing before solemnly stating, "Today is not like any other. We are not merely facing human cultivators. Numerous demon cultivators and ghost cultivators who have yet to reveal themselves are present. Let us set aside our past grievances and unite against a common foe, shall we?" Jiangxing laughed heartily, responding, "Rest assured, I am not as dull-witted as you. I understand the importance of national unity and will not allow foreign forces to take advantage of us. However, while I am agreeable to facing external threats together, the notion of forming an alliance with you is utterly impossible." With that, Jiangxing leaned in closer, darkly adding, "I fear I might be unable to restrain myself and would end up slaying them." Feng Qingshan's expression suddenly tightened, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. "Ha." Observing Feng Qingshan's reaction, Jiangxing burst into laughter, nearly shedding tears from the amusement. It was utterly hilarious. "I was merely jesting." Yet the esteemed gentleman's sword Feng Qingshan appeared so frightened, it truly tickled my funny bone. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Jiangxing finally ceased, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, and remarked, all right, do not be so tense. You might frighten this young lad beside us. Today marks the opening of the Wuyong tomb, and during this period, as long as you do not provoke me, I assure you that my people and I will not harm you. As for any alliance, let us dispense with that notion. Even if I were to restrain myself, my brothers would not remain idle. Besides, collaborating with you hypocrites." Jiangxing squinted his eyes and coldly declared, "I find it repugnant." Feng Qingshan, upon hearing this, felt no anger. He too would experience a sense of disgust at joining forces with someone like Jiangxing, who walked the path of wickedness. His primary objective was to maintain restraint between the two parties, preventing any internal strife. The prospect of collaboration was merely a casual remark. Seeing that Jiangxing was willing to temporarily set aside their grievances, Feng Qingshan nodded, "If that is the case, let us agree that during the 7 days of the Wuyong tomb's opening, we shall refrain from mutual slaughter." Jiangxing nodded in agreement. Then with a mischievous smile, he said, "Feng Qingshan, rather than worrying about me, you should be more concerned about those solitary individuals. We both have our roots and foundations, and so our words carry weight, but those lone wanderers are like drifting weeds. I can assure you that I will not strike against my own kind. But what of them? Their freedom to act is not for you to fret over." Feng Qingshan coldly replied, "Oh, that is for the best. Once we are inside, as long as you do not provoke me, I can guarantee that we shall remain passive. However, anyone who dares to strike at us, be they from your side or theirs, I shall eradicate without mercy." Jiangxing remarked with a sinister smile. After speaking, he glanced at Li Chuyi beside him, then briefly surveyed the Taoist meditating nearby before smiling slightly and departing. Watching Jiangxing leave, Feng Qingshan, who had maintained a state of readiness to draw his sword, finally relaxed. He turned to Li Chuyi with an apologetic smile and said, "I hope I did not provide you with too much amusement." Li Chuyi shook his head, his impression of Feng Qingshan improving slightly. In comparison to the sinister Jiangxing, Feng Qingshan, whether genuinely righteous or merely feigning virtue, was far more agreeable to Li Chuyi. "Jiangxing, being a practitioner of the dark arts, was the disciple of the notorious Wu Chang Taoist, who had cultivated wicked powers for nearly a millennium. Having inherited his master's true teachings, Jiangxing, though his exact years of practice were unknown, clearly possessed at least 2 centuries of prowess based on their previous encounters. With a keen intellect and cunning nature, caution is advised should they encounter Jiangxing and his associates within the tomb. Feng Qingshan offered a succinct explanation to Li Chuyi, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I shall take my leave now," he stated, and upon noticing that Li Chuyi had grasped the situation, he bid farewell to the two once more. "Dear Taoist and I, my previous words remain unchanged. Should you encounter any difficulties within the tomb, do not hesitate to seek me out. My doors are always open to you." With a slight clasp of his fists, he turned and strode away with purpose. Observing Feng Qingshan's retreating figure, Li Chuyi couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, attire holds great significance. This splendid outfit adds an air of elegance to his departure, rendering his silhouette all the more striking. After this incident, I must procure a few exquisite garments for myself. Lost in contemplation for a while, Li Chuyi then turned to the Taoist, who had been meditating with eyes closed, and inquired, "Master, what are your thoughts on those two?" The Taoist slowly opened his eyes, regarded Li Chuyi, and replied, "Two rather tedious, foolish geese." Li Chuyi felt a sense of helplessness. Well, the martial prowess of a Taoist capable of dispersing even heavenly tribulations was not merely high, it was profoundly unfathomable, provoking both awe and indignation. Therefore, it was understandable for him to possess lofty standards, perceiving others as foolish geese. "Did you think I labeled them as such merely because their abilities were inferior to mine?" As if anticipating Li Chuyi's thoughts, the Taoist inquired. Li Chuyi nodded slightly, questioning, "Isn't that the case?" The Taoist gently shook his head, responding, "Certainly not. It is entirely normal for their abilities to be lacking. After all, how long have they been cultivating? And how many years have I dedicated to my practice? Although I am relatively clever and progress swiftly, surpassing my peers to some extent, one's level of cultivation does not serve as a criterion for judging a person's wisdom or foolishness. With diligence and perseverance, even a mere stone could potentially attain enlightenment. Then why do you call them foolish geese?" Li Chuyi asked, perplexed. The Taoist chuckled coldly. "Because they are ill." "Ill? Indeed they are. There are myriad paths, yet none can ascertain their totality. However, all these countless paths ultimately converge towards a common direction. All practitioners, regardless of whether they are human, spirit, demon, or ghost, share the ultimate goal of transcending life and death, rising beyond the confines of the elements, and achieving profound liberation. Yet, in this world, many ignorant souls insist on distinguishing between right and wrong, incessantly embroiled in life and death struggles. Do you not perceive this as madness?" Li Chuyi scratched his head. Sensing the Taoist's words held merit, yet something felt amiss. After pondering, he inquired, "But master, is there not a distinction between righteousness and malevolence among cultivators? For instance, you once spoke of the 5 difficult monks, who never take a life and embody the utmost compassion. Is that not righteous? Conversely, you also recounted the corpse ghost Taoist, who, in his bid to offer sacrifices to his 100 ghost banner, slaughtered nearly 100 newborns. Upon learning of this, you were incensed by his vile deeds, shattering his banner and nearly causing his soul to scatter. Is that not evil?" The Taoist gazed at Li Chuyi and replied, "The 5 difficult monks are indeed compassionate, embodying goodness, which is their path. However, goodness does not equate to righteousness. The corpse ghost Taoist has committed numerous atrocities, yet that is evil, which is also his path, but does not denote wickedness. A person may embody both good and evil, but as long as their chosen path ultimately leads in the correct direction, it is the righteous path, devoid of distinctions between right and wrong. The goal is unified, only the means differ. My desire to eliminate the corpse ghost Taoist stems from disdain for his actions, yet I harbor no prejudice against the path he cultivates." Noticing the bewildered expression on Li Chuyi's face, the Taoist sighed. "I may have delved too deeply. You need not concern yourself with this for now. As time passes and you witness more, understanding will naturally dawn upon you." Li Chuyi acknowledged with an oath, yet his mind remained tumultuous. He sensed a dissonance in the Taoist teachings, feeling both correctness and incorrectness, leaving him uncertain about whether he agreed with the Taoist perspectives. Observing Li Chuyi's compliance coupled with his evident confusion, the Taoist gently shook his head and began to elucidate further. "Let me simplify it for you. Take the 2 individuals we just discussed as an example. Feng Qingshan is undoubtedly a man of integrity, correct?" Li Chuyi nodded slightly. "Then, in your view, Jiangxing must be a nefarious character, Hence you perceive him as belonging to the evil path. Am I right? The Taoist inquired further. Li Chuyi nodded again. Very well. Let me ask you this. Since Feng Qingshan is a righteous man and Jiangxing an evil one, when the righteous and the evil clash, there will undoubtedly be casualties on both sides. It follows that Feng Qingshan must bear the blood of many evil individuals, while Jiangxing certainly cannot escape having the blood of righteous individuals on his hands. Given that both parties are stained with blood, how can you discern who is virtuous and who is malevolent? Are you certain that the conflict between them was instigated solely by the evil individuals? Can you be sure that the righteous are fighting the wicked purely in the name of justice, rather than for some ulterior motive? The Taoist probed. Li Chuyi was about to nod in agreement but hesitated. He pondered deeply and grasped the essence of the Taoist words. Individuals can be classified as good or evil. Yet the path should not be divided into righteousness and wickedness. Logically speaking, killing is inherently wrong. Since both sides are tainted with bloodshed, it becomes difficult to assert who is good and who is evil. Furthermore, if we trace back to the root of their conflict, it is likely a clash of differing ideologies that led to their violent confrontation, which renders their actions even more unjustifiable. The Taoist sighed and remarked, in truth, long ago, the path was not distinguished by righteousness or wickedness. It was merely a matter of differing beliefs, and when no one could persuade the other, disputes arose. Somewhere along the line, an imbecile introduced this notion of good versus evil, resulting in a widespread belief that all who follow the righteous path must be virtuous, while those on the evil path are undoubtedly malevolent. Consequently, those with benevolent intentions gravitate towards the righteous path, while the most unscrupulous individuals claim to represent the evil path. Yet who knows that within the righteous path, there are indeed villains, and within the evil path, many virtuous souls reside. There are myriad paths, all ultimately leading to the same destination. Why then must we differentiate between righteousness and wickedness, thereby creating unnecessary turmoil? Observing the contemplative expression on Li Chuyi's face, the Taoist gestured towards the demon-suppressing talisman in his arms and said, "Look at the demon-suppressing talisman you hold. Its reverse side is engraved with the symbol of Yin and Yang, representing the balance of the universe. This Yin-Yang symbol intertwines, with Yin existing within Yang and vice versa, each indispensable, mutually complementary. Can we truly delineate the world so categorically as the foolish cultivators do?" Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi fell silent. Although he did not fully comprehend the Taoist words, he grasped their meaning to a fair extent. The Taoist was indeed correct. No one can assure that there are no wrongdoers among the righteous or virtuous individuals within the evil path. It all stems from differing ideologies. Then what about you, Master? After all you have said, it feels as though you are defending the evil individuals. Could it be that you yourself are one of them? Reflecting on the Taoist's frequent visits to brothels to perform rituals for the female patrons, Li Chuyi increasingly suspected that the Taoist might indeed be a formidable figure of the evil path. With a swift motion, the Taoist slapped Li Chuyi on the head and exclaimed angrily, "Do not associate me with the wicked. I possess an ethereal demeanor and striking appearance, resembling a celestial being. Do I appear to you as a nefarious individual?" Rubbing his head where he had been struck, Li Chuyi inquired, "Then you must be a righteous man?" With another swift slap, Li Chuyi attempted to evade, but there was no escaping the Taoist's wrath. The Taoist, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared, muttering bitterly, "I cannot fathom what sins I have committed or what misfortune has befallen me to have such a foolish disciple. Were my previous words in vain? Do you truly believe that a master as intellectually gifted, charming, and suave as I could possibly resemble those antiquated fools who merely chant uphold the righteous path like mindless parrots?" Li Chuyi, having received 2 sharp slaps, felt his head swelling as if it might burst. He surmised that further inquiries would only lead to more punishment. Yet, he could not suppress his curiosity. Thus, cradling his head and leaning away from the Taoist, he asked, "Then, Master, what exactly is your stance? Are you both righteous and wicked? A neutral party? A being caught at the intersection of Yin and Yang?" Slap, slap, slap. The Taoist nearly choked on his rage. Chastising while striking, you are the one caught between Yin and Yang. Your entire family is composed of Yin and Yang. How dare you insult your master as such? I ought to knock some sense into you. Li Chuyi contemplated escaping, but the Taoist's spell rendered him immobile, leaving him to brace for the impending storm of blows. Reflecting on his careless words that had branded the Taoist as a being of duality, he felt a strong urge to slap himself. Had he truly dared to insult even the eccentric Taoist? Was he courting death? Even if he wished to voice such thoughts, they ought to remain unspoken. Unable to retaliate or evade, Was he not merely inviting suffering upon himself? At that moment, Li Chuyi's eye caught sight of a group of newly arrived female cultivators. Perhaps a few in number. Adorned in matching white gowns, they exuded a range of personas, some aloof, some alluring, others charmingly innocent or shy, each more enchanting than the last. Nearby, numerous young male cultivators covertly gazed at the female practitioners, striking poses they deemed impressively gallant. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Li Chuyi yelled, "Master, master, please stop. Look over there. A stunning group of beautiful sisters has just arrived. You must see. If you continue to strike me in front of them, it will tarnish your noble and elegant demeanor." The Taoist paused, turning to behold not only the group of female cultivators, but also the multitude of male practitioners who were watching with expressions that suggested they were observing a father chastising his son. Some even ready with snacks to enjoy the spectacle. The female cultivators stifled giggles, with a few audacious ones collapsing into fits of laughter against their companions. The Taoist's face flushed slightly, a rare occurrence. He glanced at the chubby disciple, who was rubbing his head, and reluctantly withdrew his hand, though his expression remained stern. "Do you comprehend your fault?" "Yes, yes. I truly understand my mistake and shall never dare to repeat it," Li Chuyi hastily acknowledged, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "That is good to hear. Should there be a next time, I shall transform you into a pig's head," the Taoist threatened ominously. Observing the chubby disciple's frightened demeanor, he straightened and resumed his meditation, closing his eyes. By heavens, truly a seasoned veteran. Such mastery over expression. I am utterly humbled. I wonder how many years of cultivation it would take for me to reach the Taoist level. Li Chuyi mused inwardly, filled with admiration for the Taoist's acting prowess. After a brief silence, a mischievous itch returned to Li Chuyi, and despite lengthy consideration, he could not resist leaning closer to the Taoist and whispering, "Master, I have one more question, just one." As the Taoist priest opened his eyes to gaze at him, Li Chuyi quickly raised a finger, indicating he had but a single inquiry. The priest, with a resigned nod, gestured for the chubby boy to proceed. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Li Chuyi whispered furtively, "Master, I have been meaning to ask, do you not have an affinity for beautiful women? Or rather, is it that you excel in guiding the souls of lovely maidens? With so many enchanting sisters present today, why haven't you cast even a fleeting glance in their direction?" Upon hearing this, the Taoist's brow furrowed, and as he was about to retort loudly, he suddenly recalled the earlier awkwardness and hastily lowered his voice, admonishing, "You rascal, do you truly believe I am that sort of person?" Li Chuyi, anticipating the priest's anger, instinctively covered his head in preparation for a scolding, only to hear the priest solemnly declare, "Rebellious disciple, remember this. You may question my martial prowess, but you must never doubt my professional integrity." Li Chuyi, utterly perplexed, could not fathom the notion of the priest's professional integrity when the Taoist continued, "I have already observed each of those female cultivators. Not only them, but also the beautiful cultivators present here, I have scrutinized meticulously. I found no faults among them. Hence, there is no need for guidance." Li Chuyi was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with disbelief. "You have seen them all? How could that be? When did you do this?" "Just a moment ago," the priest replied nonchalantly. "You finished your observation in just one glance. Is your gaze truly that formidable? Fool, who said anything about just one glance?" The Taoist looked disdainfully at Li Chuyi. "I have been observing them closely, paying attention to every detail, even the finest hairs." As Li Chuyi continued to stare blankly at him, the priest smiled slightly, reveling in his own wisdom. "Do you think I was merely meditating? Practicing my skills? With my level of cultivation, do I need to resort to last-minute efforts? I was employing my spiritual awareness to observe others." Seeing the astonished expression on Li Chuyi's face, the Taoist grew even more pleased with himself. "As for the female cultivators you mentioned, even from 100 miles away, I detected them with my spiritual awareness, scrutinizing them all the way here. Do not doubt me. Did you not notice the girl leading the group, the one adorned with a phoenix hairpin? There is a small mole behind her left ear. And what of the female cultivator who has been by Feng Qingshan's side? She bears a faint scar on the nape of her neck, likely inflicted by a sharp blade, cleverly concealed beneath her collar. And look at that young lady over there, clad in a water-green gown, she." Li Chuyi listened in awe as the priest recounted his observations, rendered speechless. He dared not verify the priestess' claims. Yet based on his understanding of the man, he sensed no deception. "Oh, heavens!" Li Chuyi lamented inwardly, "So this is how one can utilize spiritual awareness. I thought the priest was merely meditating when, in fact, he was indulging in mischief. How naive of me to think he had changed." The more he pondered, the more his indignation grew, a voice within him clamoring. When will I ever possess such extraordinary abilities like the priest? I too wish to use spiritual awareness to surreptitiously observe the fair maidens. The divine consciousness is a product that cultivators can only manifest upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, akin to a second pair of eyes for the practitioner. For a novice like Li Chuyi, who has only been practicing for a mere decade, he is still far from achieving such a state. Do you have any questions? The loquacious Taoist inquired, noticing Li Chuyi's distraction. Li Chuyi, with vacant eyes, shook his head. Then be silent and sit still. Do not disturb me. I shall go check on the demon cultivators, and later I will seek out those ghost cultivators as well, the Taoist concluded, closing his eyes and resuming his meditation. Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist, left without words. Damn it, they do not spare even the demons and ghosts. What a beast. The chubby boy gritted his teeth. As time passed, more cultivators gathered on the cliff. Those who recognized familiar faces engaged in conversation, joining their respective circles, while those without companions sought a secluded spot to meditate quietly. Among the largest groups were one led by Feng Shan, who had just arrived, and the other by Jiang Sheng. Master, more and more people are coming, Li Chuyi remarked. The Taoist, eyes still closed in meditation, remained silent. What a rogue Taoist. Li Chuyi rolled his eyes inwardly. Looking around at the crowd, he scratched his head and asked, Master, what is our purpose in coming here? Are we also here to seek treasures like them? The Taoist slightly opened his eyes and replied, yes and no. What do you mean? Li Chuyi asked, puzzled. After a brief pause, the Taoist explained, yes, it means we are here to search for things like them. No, it means our search is purposeful, while theirs is merely a blind gamble. Glancing around, the Taoist continued, anything deemed a treasure by these foolish geese is nothing more than refuse to me. What I seek is the most valuable item within the 5 sheep tombs, something that even if these fools happen upon, they lack the fate to claim. What is it? Li Chuyi's curiosity was piqued. Anything regarded as a good item by the Taoist must surely be significant. The Taoist fell silent for a moment before whispering, the ghost scriptures. The ghost scriptures? Yes, the ghost scriptures, the Taoist affirmed, explaining, the ghost scriptures are the sacred texts of the ghost path, authored long ago by a formidable being of the ghost race. This powerful entity attained true immortality in a ghostly form, and before ascending, compiled a lifetime of knowledge into the ghost scriptures. It is said to encompass myriad methods for ghost cultivation and elucidates the core principles of transcending to immortality. Akin to our Taoist sacred text, the Taoist classics, thus, it is a treasure. My purpose in this journey is to see if I can find this tome for contemplation. But you are not a ghost cultivator. Even if you obtain the ghost scriptures, you cannot practice from them. What use would they be? Li Chuyi questioned, somewhat bewildered. Do you intend to take your own life to practice ghost cultivation? Slap. As expected, he received another slap. Watching the chubby boy rub his head, the Taoist grumbled. You little rascal, can't you think of me positively? What do you spend your days pondering? Unable to restrain himself, he delivered a sharp slap and indignantly remarked, Master perceives that the ghost scriptures are not a means to seek death. Recently, I have encountered certain obstacles in my cultivation. Thus I wish to delve into the classics of external paths, hoping to glean some inspiration. One must understand that all paths in the mortal realm ultimately converge. And although the methods may vary, the core principles often resonate with one another. Upon reaching my level of cultivation, if one meets a bottleneck, mere persistent practice is futile. What is required is enlightenment. The more one observes and comprehends, the more likely a moment of clarity will strike, shattering the bottleneck effortlessly. Li Chuyi suddenly understood and inquired, was that the reason you took me to meet the Tiger Demon King a few years ago? The Taoist nodded affirmatively, indeed. That visit was prompted by my knowledge of the Demon Clan's sacred text, the Demon Canon, purportedly in the possession of the Tiger Demon King. However, upon examination, I discovered that he only held a fragment of the Demon Canon, which proved of little significance to me. This time, after extensive verification, I am confident, at least 50%, that the last possessor of the Ghost Clan's sacred text, the Ghost Scriptures, is the ancient being known as the 5-year-old monster, who likely concealed the Ghost Scriptures within the tomb he constructed for himself before his demise. At this point, the Taoist cast a glance at Li Chuyi and remarked, it is also for your considerable benefit that I have brought you along this time. Li Chuyi stared blankly at the Taoist. Me? The Taoist nodded emphatically, indeed. It is you. But I have only practiced for 10 years. Look around at these people and those demons over there, without your presence. Any one of them could extinguish my life with a mere finger. How could I be of any assistance? I thought you brought me here merely to broaden my horizons and expand my knowledge, Li Chuyi lamented, furrowing his brows. Master, you wouldn't consider selling me off, would you? Surely, you're not planning to sacrifice me like the first and second brothers? I am still young and have yet to live enough. The Taoist could not help but roll his eyes. Sell you? What could I gain from that? Sacrifice? With your unfortunate fate, not only would no one dare to accept you as a sacrifice, even if you yearned for death. The Taoist paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. Before changing the subject, rest assured, I have neither come to sell you nor to sacrifice you. I brought you to assist me in navigating the way. Li Chuyi, undeterred by the Taoist's unfinished words, was perplexed by the notion of helping him find the way. How can I guide you? I've never been here before. You shall know in due time, the Taoist replied cryptically. Just as Li Chuyi was about to ask further, a sudden rumbling emanated from beneath the ground. Turning to look, he saw that the previously softly glowing plane had transformed, now radiating blinding light, accompanied by an increasingly thunderous sound from below. The Taoist glanced at the blue moon in the sky, calculated with his fingers, and stated, "The time has come. The formation is about to activate." No sooner had the Taoist finished speaking than a brilliant flash of light erupted, prompting Li Chuyi to quickly close his eyes. When I finally opened my eyes, the once resplendent plain had vanished, replaced by a magnificent array of resplendent palaces radiating golden light. Li Chuyi had previously glimpsed the grandeur of the imperial palace from a distance, yet now he felt that the opulent palace, resembling a celestial abode, paled in comparison to the golden splendor before him. Master, is this truly the tomb of the legendary 5 rams? Such an expanse. Seemingly crafted entirely of pure gold, this is a tomb. How much fortune must this possess? The 5 rams must be exceedingly wealthy, Li Chuyi exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another. The Taoist could not help but roll his eyes, retorting, "You naive bumpkin, are you so easily awed by mere gold and silver? For us cultivators, material possessions hold little value. It is one's own cultivation that truly matters. When will you learn to transcend these worldly desires, foolish apprentice?" Li Chuyi also rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that his master's extravagant outings to brothels had left him unaccustomed to wealth and the grander aspects of life. Yet, fearing a reprimand, he dared not voice his thoughts. Noticing the Taoist had summoned a large gourd, Li Chuyi swiftly leapt atop it, settling himself comfortably. Once Li Chuyi was seated, the Taoist pointed toward the palace complex ahead, and the gourd transformed into a streak of light, soaring swiftly forward. The others on the cliffs, like the Taoist, employed their own methods to take flight, while a few who could not fly, both humans and beasts, leapt from the cliffs, racing downward at a speed nearly matching that of those soaring through the air. The distance of 50 li was traversed in an instant. What had appeared as a colossal palace from afar now loomed even larger up close, before 2 towering gates nearly 100 feet high. The throng of people flowed in like fireflies. Upon entering, the grand edifices were arrayed in a staggering sequence, each obscuring the other, transforming the already immense palaces into a veritable maze. Some attempted to ascend to glimpse the paths above, but before they could reach the eaves, an invisible force grounded them. A few defiant souls, summoning their full strength to push upward, were met with a sudden crack of thunder. Bolts of lightning struck them from seemingly nowhere, leaving only wisps of smoke in their wake. No trace remained. This served as a lesson for the crowd, who promptly ceased any further attempts to fly upward. Exchanging glances without uttering a word, they each chose a path they believed to be correct and dispersed in search of their own fortunes. "You foolish geese," the Taoist muttered, leading Li Chuyi forward, scarcely glancing around as he plunged into a chosen path, moving with lightning speed at each fork in the road. The Taoist chose a direction without a second thought. Remarkably, even where there appeared to be no route concealed by dense foliage or confronted with a solid wall, the Taoist pressed on without hesitation, only to discover after passing through that it was merely an illusion. Li Chuyi realized that the Taoist was well acquainted with this place. It was certainly not his first visit. "Master, have you been here before?" Li Chuyi inquired. "I have been here thrice," the Taoist replied, with the 5 rams tomb opening once every 60 years. The Taoist had visited 3 times, including this visit. It amounted to 240 years. Contemplating the individuals upon the precipice, it was evident that most possessed skills honed over a century, with some even exceeding 2 centuries of cultivation. Thus, the Taoist priest must have been a practitioner for at least 4 or 5 centuries. Considering the formidable power of the Taoist, capable of dispersing heavenly tribulations, it was likely that his actual age was a fearsome figure. Truly, he was an ancient fiend. Li Chuyi silently marveled. For he disguised himself as a handsome youth of approximately 30, utterly shameless. Unbeknownst to the Taoist was Li Chuyi's impure thoughts, had he known. Perhaps he would have turned him into a pig's head, or more likely, struck him down with a single blow. The palace was resplendent, adorned with a plethora of extraordinary sights that left Li Chuyi in a state of astonishment. Yet, even the most beautiful and wondrous scenery, when gazed upon for over half an hour, can lead to aesthetic fatigue. Eventually, Li Chuyi became desensitized, even somewhat bored, regarding the grand wall sculpted entirely from white jade, which stretched for several hundred meters with a sense of indifference. It was not until they arrived before a pavilion that the Taoist halted, gesturing for Li Chuyi to disembark. Looking up, Li Chuyi noticed that the pavilion was unlike any typical structure, taking on a pentagonal shape with 5 tiers. The walls appeared to be coated in a layer of gold-red paint at first glance, but upon closer inspection, a subtle metallic sheen revealed that it was crafted from highly pure red gold. Leaves glimmered in a vibrant green, adorned with exquisite glazed tiles. At each of the 5 corners, an unknown mythical beast stood, some with arms crossed, others poised to pounce, some coiled in repose, while others stood upon clouds or roared towards the heavens. Li Chuyi could only identify one beast, standing upon clouds, resembling a sheep, though he wondered if it was the true form of the legendary 5 sheep. In stark contrast to the opulent and invaluable structure, the pavilion's entrance appeared exceedingly mundane, consisting merely of 2 plain wooden doors, devoid of intricate carvings or designs, standing there with a weathered, gray-brown surface. The juxtaposition of such a precious pavilion with such inexpensive doors left Li Chuyi astounded. Do you think these doors are unworthy of the pavilion? The Taoist seemed to read Li Chuyi's thoughts and chuckled. Li Chuyi nodded slightly. The Taoist, upon seeing this, laughed heartily, remarking, "You may not wish to accept it, but you are indeed a country bumpkin, blind to the treasures before you. The true value of this pavilion lies within these 2 doors, if one were to calculate. Even 10 pavilions combined might not equal the worth of these doors." Noticing Li Chuyi's incredulous gaze, the Taoist continued with a hearty laugh. "Though these doors appear ordinary, they possess a remarkable history. The wood used in their construction is known as 10,000-year-old dead soul wood. To the living, it holds little utility, but to spirits and phantoms, it is a treasure. This wood not only nurtures souls, but serves as the ideal sanctuary for spirits. And it can also be cultivated into a ghostly practitioner-esque life treasure. Such wood is exceedingly rare. Typically, one can only find pieces the size of a palm, with the largest barely the size of a human head. These 2 pieces are unparalleled, aside from the ancient fiend of the 5 sheep. I have never encountered such large fragments. One can only wonder where this old monster acquired them. Truly fortunate." The Taoist expressed with a face full of wonder. Li Chuyi was left slack-jawed, saliva dripping. The Taoist, seemingly oblivious, continued, 10 gold towers could not possibly exchange for these 2 doors, for they have been refined by the notorious old monster of the 5 rams, and thus have become magical artifacts. If we were to merely consider the value of gold and silver, there would be no comparison whatsoever." Li Chuyi was not only drooling, but his eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. How much must they be worth? Even the Taoist proclaimed them as treasures. It could not be a mistake. With the presence of Ziyuan and the 5 ghosts by his side, he thought of dismantling the doors, selling one, and gifting the other to them, which would surely bring them immense joy. No, they were already dead. It should be joy of being alive again. Noticing Li Chuyi's drooling and lecherous expression, the Taoist chuckled mischievously and asked, "Are you thinking of taking them down?" Li Chuyi nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. "You cannot take them away." A cool, ethereal voice interjected, as a purple mist wafted through, revealing Ziyuan, who had not been seen for quite some time, emerging from the demon suppression mirror. Instantly, Li Chuyi's eyes turned red with confusion. "Why?" Ziyuan sighed softly. "When I paused earlier, I sensed that this wooden door would greatly benefit me. I attempted to merge with it, but discovered that I could not enter at all. A force is protecting this door, repelling me. Furthermore, I sensed that if I were to forcibly breach that protective barrier, I might very well be obliterated." Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi turned to the Taoist, who nodded in agreement, leaving him utterly stunned. "Why?" The Taoist, with a sly grin, explained. "I mentioned earlier that this tower has been refined by the old monster of the 5 rams. Naturally, the door has been refined alongside it. And now they are one entity, akin to a magical treasure. If you attempt to take it forcibly, you would be opposing the entire tower. Even if you possess formidable strength to withstand the tower's retaliatory force, when you break the tower, it would disintegrate into nothingness, and the door would vanish along with it, leaving you with nothing. Gazing at the two decrepit doors before him, Li Chuyi felt a surge of anger, grinding his teeth. Cursed old monster of the 5 rams. So stingy. You deserve failure in your cultivation and a demise of your own making. Moreover, even if you could indeed take it down, Ziyuan and the 5 little ones would have no use for it, the Taoist remarked, observing Li Chuyi's seething expression. Li Chuyi paused, asking, why? Isn't this what a treasure of the ghost clan? Ziyuan, too, looked on in confusion at the Taoist. The Taoist regarded them and explained. The 10,000-year dead soul must be nurtured in a place of utmost yin and malevolence, absorbing the purest deathly aura over millennia, enduring a thunder tribulation without perishing. To take form. Once formed, its color is a dull gray, devoid of luster. After formation, the dead soul cannot thrive solely on ordinary deathly aura. It requires the consumption of ghostly spirits to sustain its growth. The mature dead soul emits a unique scent that only ghostly entities can perceive, which is highly alluring to such spirits. The alluring specters attach themselves to their surroundings. If one does not comprehend the path of cultivation, they will gradually be consumed, becoming mere sustenance for these entities. Glancing at the still figure of Ziyuan beside him, the Taoist remarked, this little ghost, taking advantage of that demonic mirror, lacks the understanding of the cultivation path. Yet, it has accumulated decades of stagnant energy, forming a corporeal shape. Thus, in the presence of this wooden entity, it is merely drawn in, able to retain its rationality. Were it a typical wandering soul devoid of intelligence or cultivation knowledge, it would recklessly rush forth, becoming nourishment for it. Li Chuyi, drenched in cold sweat, exchanged anxious glances with Zun, whose expression was also marked by frost, as they gazed towards the wooden door, trepidation lurking in their eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Chuyi, and he anxiously inquired, what about the 5 ghosts? You have emerged. What of the 5 ghosts? Surely they haven't been drawn away? Rest assured, the 5 ghosts remain within the demon-subduing mirror. My awareness was merely extended beyond the boundary, which alerted me to this wooden entity's emergence. Ziyuan reassured him calmly. The Taoist, rolling his eyes in exasperation, interjected, can't you have a bit of faith in me? You little rascal? That demon-subduing mirror is my creation. Do you think I would craft something so flimsy? If it were so easily infiltrated, how could it possibly be used to subdue demons? Li Chuyi refrained from arguing, instead offering a foolish grin. Over the years, he had come to regard the 5 little ghosts as his brothers, akin to family, which explained his anxiety. Observing his discomfort, Ziyuan shifted the conversation, asking, according to what you have said, Master Taoist, if one understands the cultivation path, can they then utilize this soul wood? The Taoist shook his head. It is not so simple. Understanding the cultivation path is merely the first step, allowing you to maintain your rationality in the presence of this wooden entity. One must cultivate to a certain level before they can engage with such an object. Once your power is sufficient to subdue this soulwood, the pure stagnant energy it has absorbed over the years will nourish you in return, drawing forth the stagnant energy within you for refinement, thereby accelerating your cultivation speed as a ghost. Generally speaking, a newly formed soulwood requires at least 500 years of cultivation for a ghost to nurture and refine it. This version, already gray-brown and even tinged with black, is likely over 10,000 years old. It is estimated that few ghost cultivators in the world possess the ability to subdue it. Furthermore, it is said that when soulwood reaches its pinnacle, its hue turns a deep purple, reminiscent of fine South Sea rosewood. At that point, the soulwood can transform from yin to yang, shedding its mortal coil. And after enduring the 9 heavenly tribulations, it may become divine wood. Should it gain sentience during this process, it could ascend to immortality, the Taoist mused wistfully. Why did that old monster Wu Yang let such fine wood go to waste? Li Chuyi gritted his teeth. Naturally, it is to safeguard the treasures within this building. The Taoist explained. This structure not only houses the ghost scriptures but also conceals many other manuals of ghost cultivation, an undeniable allure for ghost practitioners. The walls are already imbued with array formations and restrictions, and the only entrance is through these 2 doors. Should any ghost cultivator wish to enter, they must first break the restrictions upon the doors. Though the barrier on the door is a passage to life, to a ghostly cultivator, it can only be breached through sheer force. However, doing so would inevitably result in a significant loss of power, presenting yet another formidable challenge. The ancient dead soul stands as a daunting obstacle. As the Taoist glanced at him, Li Chuyi suddenly grasped the situation. The cunning of this 5 rams old monster is profound. Any ghostly cultivator who breaks the barrier would surely suffer severe depletion of their abilities. When they subsequently encounter these two doors, which even the Taoist claims few ghostly cultivators can withstand, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Those who manage to endure these initial trials must possess extraordinary prowess and deep cultivation. If they were unaware that the building concealed the ghost scriptures, they would hardly exert such effort to seize a tome that is, to them, of questionable value. The more Li Chuyi pondered, the more he perceived the 5 rams old monster as both miserly and duplicitous. It's no wonder your demise was inevitable. After some reflection, Li Chuyi inquired, Master, I have conceived a plan. If ghostly cultivators were to enlist the assistance of human or demon practitioners, would that not suffice? We would only need to breach the first barrier. The second one would be rendered ineffective against the living, allowing us to lead the ghostly cultivators inside. Humph. How naive. The Taoist sneered coldly, responding, how many individuals in this world would treat demons and ghosts as we do? The human race is perpetually embroiled in internal strife, let alone when confronted with demons and ghosts, where they readily shout for extermination and raise their fists in combat. While the demon race may not engage in conflict as fiercely as humans, they maintain a distinctly aloof demeanor towards practitioners from outside their kind. Ghostly cultivators, too, cannot expect leniency. Prior to achieving significant cultivation, they are easily overwhelmed. And how many of those who have succeeded would resort to harming dozens for the sake of cultivation or vendettas? The factions are irreconcilable. Noticing that Li Chuyi and Ziyuan were deep in thought, the Taoist paused before continuing. Even if there were ghostly cultivators like us who sought the aid of human or demon practitioners to break the formation, do you think the 5 rams old monster is foolish? Do you believe he hasn't considered this? The barrier at the entrance may be breached, but once inside, the array within is far more prohibitive. You must be able to navigate your way out. Do you think that merely passing through the entrance grants you unrestricted access to the scriptures? It is more likely you would enter with your life but exit without it. Li Chuyi found himself at a loss for words. Enough of this idle chatter. We must proceed. We cannot afford to wait for those foolish geese to fortuitously arrive and complicate our situation. Ziyuan, you should first return to the demon-suppressing mirror. Remain hidden within the tomb for now, and do not reveal your presence, lest unforeseen events arise. This journey may seem tranquil, but it is only so because I have traversed these paths multiple times and avoided previous dangers. However, this is the sepulchre meticulously arranged by the 5 rams old monster, and I cannot rule out the possibility of hidden threats that I have yet to uncover. It would be prudent for you to reveal yourself only after we have exited, the Taoist advised. Ziyuan nodded, casting a glance at Li Chuyi before gracefully returning to the demon-suppressing mirror nestled in his embrace. Once she was concealed, the Taoist waved his sleeve and, accompanied by Li Chuyi, approached the door made of crimson gold, standing before the dead soulwood. The Taoist gazed intently at the wooden door, calculating with his fingers for a moment before bringing his hands together and striking the door in what appeared to be a chaotic rhythm. This time, Li Chuyi, displaying newfound cleverness, activated his celestial eye as the Taoist began his calculations. In the monochromatic realm revealed to him, the seemingly ordinary wooden door was adorned with vibrant, swirling bands of light. As he glanced around, he observed that these light bands not only enveloped the door, but also covered the entire surface of the loft, densely interwoven and shimmering, creating a sense of harmonious chaos. Li Chuyi understood that these bands of light represented the formations and prohibitions spoken of by the Taoist. As the Taoist commenced his rhythmic strikes on the door, Li Chuyi noted that, while the motions appeared random, each palm struck precisely at the intersections of 2 light bands. Regardless of how the bands shifted, the Taoist consistently located the intersections. With each strike, the interwoven bands would sever. And Li Chuyi noticed the Taoist focused solely on breaking the 2 bands that intertwined, disregarding others that remained unentangled or grouped in 3s and 4s. Gradually, as the Taoist continued his assault, the bands encircling the door diminished until, ultimately, the last 2 were severed, revealing the wooden door in its entirety before them. Let us proceed, the Taoist declared, stepping forward to push the door open, with Li Chuyi following closely behind. Once they entered, the wooden door creaked ominously shut, and the severed bands of light rapidly coiled back into place, thickening once more. Inside the loft, Li Chuyi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The entire 5 ram tomb had exuded an aura of resplendence, far removed from the typical dark and cold ambience of a grave, leading to a momentary illusion. Thus, when the faint phosphorescent flames flickered to life within, he was starkly reminded that they were indeed in a tomb. The Taoist remained silent, guiding Li Chuyi forward. The eerie green light cast shadows across their faces, flickering ominously and creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. An unsettling chill, perhaps a mere figment of his imagination, swept through the air, causing Li Chuyi to instinctively draw his neck in. "Master, might we light a lamp?" Li Chuyi inquired softly, though his voice was barely a whisper. It echoed hauntingly in the dim, secluded environment. "Light a lamp if you desire to perish," the Taoist retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Li Chuyi. "Cannot you see? Cannot you activate your celestial eye?" At that moment, Li Chuyi felt the urge to slap himself. After the Taoist had dispelled the barrier at the door, he had dismissed the discomfort of viewing the world in stark black and white through his celestial eye and retracted it. Now, engulfed in darkness, he instinctively thought to light a lamp for illumination, completely forgetting his identity as a cultivator. Clearly, he still lacked experience. After a moment of silent reflection, Li Chuyi once again channeled his energy, opening and closing his eyes to perceive the elusive light. The world transformed back into shades of black and white. Although this monochrome vista was still unsettling, it was infinitely preferable to the obscured reality cast under the eerie green glow. Suddenly, Li Chuyi detected an anomaly. In a world painted in shades of black and white, myriad glimmers of fluorescent light flickered around, not the phosphorescent glow one might expect. In this monochromatic realm, all ordinary entities, mountains, rivers, flowers, grasses, birds, beasts, and even mundane individuals devoid of martial prowess were rendered in hues of black, white, and gray. Conversely, those imbued with color undoubtedly possessed extraordinary spiritual essence, such as specters, enlightened beasts, and adept practitioners of martial arts or cultivation, each exhibiting unique shades. These specks of luminescence, based on past experiences, were undoubtedly linked to ethereal entities. Li Chuyi discreetly shared his observations with the Taoist in front of him. Upon hearing this, the Taoist smiled gently and inquired, "Did you see it all?" Li Chuyi nodded shyly in affirmation. "Do not fret. What you have perceived are merely the techniques of ghostly cultivators. These are manifestations of thoughts attached to talismans, unlike ordinary texts inscribed on paper with ink. Hence the faint aura of ghostly energy that emanates. The brighter the color, the more formidable the ghostly cultivator was in life, resulting in a richer legacy. When we depart, select the brightest tone to take with you, allowing Ziyuan and the 5 little ghost cultivators to practice." Only then did Li Chuyi feel a sense of relief. He had been terrified, fearing he was surrounded by spirits. It was a revelation that the heavenly eye could also discern books, adding a new strategy for treasure hunting in the future. Li Chuyi thought joyfully. Li Chuyi followed closely behind the Taoist priest, stepping where the priest had tread, and unwittingly arrived at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Despite the journey being uneventful, he noticed that the Taoist did not walk in a straight line. Instead, he twisted and turned, occasionally retracing his steps. This led Li Chuyi to surmise that the 1st floor harbored complexities and concealed mechanisms unknown to him. Had it not been for the Taoist's familiarity with the path, the journey would have been far more arduous. The staircase to the 2nd floor was forged from red essence, indicating that aside from the 2 doors at the entrance, the entire loft was constructed from this material. Li Chuyi could not help but silently curse the extravagant 5-sheep-old monster for his wastefulness. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. The previously dim and foreboding 1st floor was now replaced by a vibrant landscape filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant flowers under a sunlit meadow. As far as the eye could see, spring was in full bloom, with herds of cattle and sheep occasionally passing by in the distance. Li Chuyi's celestial eye remained open, yet no flaws revealed themselves, no matter how intently he gazed. "Do not bother looking, with your current prowess. You cannot see through this illusion." The Taoist's voice came from beside him. "Master, can you see through it?" Li Chuyi inquired. The Taoist shook his head, murmuring, "The 5-sheep-old monster possesses extraordinary cultivation. With 5 primordial spirits at his command, he weaves formations with effortless grace, achieving a seamless illusion. This 2nd floor's mirage has indeed reached a level of authenticity that even I find challenging to discern. What shall we do then?" Li Chuyi asked again. "Do not fret. Every formation in the world is not impervious to being broken. Even natural wonders, however intricate, will leave a thread of hope. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Extremes must revert. The vitality of this 2nd floor suggests it is a manifestation of life, and to escape, we must seek the deadliest of places. Remain still while I calculate our next steps." With that, the Taoist sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing around as he calculated, his lips moving silently in incantation. Seeing the Taoist in such deep concentration, Li Chuyi relaxed, refraining from any movement as he sat down, curiously surveying his surroundings. Though apprehensive, he had no alternative. In his heart, he regarded the Taoist as all-powerful, and following him was undoubtedly the right choice. A gentle breeze brushed past, and the warm sunlight enveloped him, causing Li Chuyi to comfortably squint his eyes. Were it not for the Taoist's serious demeanor beside him, he might have believed he was dreaming, a dream in which a Taoist master accompanied him in vanquishing demons and performing rituals for silver, while he cunningly extracted money from the indulgent master, ultimately leading him to a crypt resembling a golden palace built by the long-deceased old monster known as the Five Sheep. Not far off, a small sheep stood, unafraid, its large eyes curiously observing Li Chuyi, as if pondering why this plump creature appeared so different from itself. As Li Chuyi's thoughts wandered, the bleating of the sheep pulled him back to the present, and he glanced at the little lamb beside him. What an adorable little sheep! Li Chuyi suddenly found the little lamb remarkably charming. He longed to remain there, living a carefree life without worries. With this thought, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He clasped his hands behind his head and reclined, his body sinking into the soft grass, enveloped by a gentle fragrance that intensified his sleepiness. While listening to the tender bleat of the lamb beside him, Li Chuyi smiled faintly, thinking to himself, the little creature must be lost, unable to find its mother. No need to fret. I shall rest for a while and, upon awakening, lead you to your mother. Suddenly recalling the advice of the Taoist to remain still, he reassured himself that although he lay down, his position had not shifted, which should not be considered moving about. It should suffice, for as long as he remained in place. However, he pondered that upon waking, he might not be able to help the lamb find its mother. Forget it. He would ask the Taoist later if he could take the lamb along. So sleepy. Perhaps he should rest for a bit, especially since it seemed the Taoist would take a while longer. The Taoist still has a long way to go. Why so long? The Taoist who is the Taoist? Who? Unbeknownst to him, Li Chuyi's thoughts grew increasingly hazy, the overwhelming urge to sleep consuming him, rendering him indifferent to everything else. Gradually, he drifted into slumber, while the little lamb glanced at the drowsing Li Chuyi before lowering its head to nibble on the grass nearby. However, beneath the thick cover of grass, the lamb's mouth, incessantly chewing, revealed a chillingly human-like smile. That smile was icy and devoid of warmth. The lamb continued to graze, unwittingly drawing closer to Li Chuyi. Its ears twitched slightly, as if attuned to some sound. After a moment, sensing no disturbance, it lifted its head slightly, its large eyes surveying the surroundings. Confirming no one was intruding, it turned its gaze towards Li Chuyi. After scrutinizing Li Chuyi for a while and bleating a few times without eliciting any response, the lamb finally felt at ease. Taking a deep breath, its once bright, innocent eyes suddenly turned a blood-red hue. The incessantly chewing mouth widened, revealing a chillingly human-like grin, as four fangs, larger than those of a wolf, emerged. Its mouth opened to reveal not only the formidable fangs, but also rows of teeth resembling those of a crocodile, interlaced and menacing, rendering the lamb's visage fearsome. In that fleeting moment of transformation, Li Chuyi sensed something amiss. His previously wandering thoughts snapped back to reality, and he jolted awake. Turning to behold the lamb, now more ferocious than a wolf, he was instantly alarmed. He tried to spring to his feet, only to discover that apart from his head, his entire body was immobile, unresponsive, and he could emit no sound. The profound martial skills he had cultivated over the years lay dormant within him, as if they had ceased to exist. Li Chuyi was struck with a profound sense of dread as he turned his gaze to the other side, hoping to seek assistance from the Taoist. However, to his dismay, he found the spot where the Taoist usually meditated to be utterly vacant. The Taoist had vanished without a trace. No wonder such a formidable demon had appeared. There had been no reaction from the Taoist, who had seemingly disappeared without notice. Had the Taoist been present, he would have undoubtedly dispatched this wretched sheep demon with a mere wave of his hand, scattering its essence and leaving no trace behind. Panic surged through Li Chuyi. Having followed the Taoist since childhood, he had never been far from his side. Even when the Taoist attended to matters in the brothels, he would instruct Li Chuyi to wait in the nearest tea house or inn, never allowing him to stray too far. This was the first time in his life that he found himself separated from the Taoist, and under such perilous circumstances. Was it possible that the Taoist was in danger? No, that could not be. The Taoist had the strength to dismiss thunderstorms with a simple shout. And this dilapidated tomb should pose no more challenge to him than a cabbage. Could it be that the Taoist had forsaken him? That seemed implausible. Setting aside the fact that the Taoist had once instructed him to assist in locating a particular item, It was inconceivable that he would abandon him without so much as a word. If he wanted to cast him aside, he would have done so long ago, rather than nurture him to this age only to discard him now. Perhaps the Taoist had ventured out to scout the surroundings and had yet to return? That too seemed unlikely. The Taoist would never embark on such a journey without bringing Li Chuyi along. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Li Chuyi's mind. Ultimately, he concluded that there was only one plausible explanation. He had unwittingly triggered the enchantment of the illusion on the second floor and had become ensnared. Reflecting on it, he realized it must have been the wave of drowsiness he had felt earlier that prompted him to lie down, thus setting off the enchantment. Yet, understanding this did little to alleviate his plight. His body was unresponsive, and he could not call for help. He could only move his eyes and think, while the grotesque demon beside him continued to drool, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. What was he to do? Was he destined for death? How could he extricate himself from this predicament? Was it possible to intimidate the creature with a mere glare? Li Chuyi strained to widen his eyes, casting a fierce look at the sheep demon. The demon, noticing his glare, emitted a peculiar cackle, causing its drool to flow even more profusely. In that moment, tears welled in Li Chuyi's eyes. Alas, not only had he failed to intimidate the sheep demon, but it seemed he had also made it hungrier, transforming its species altogether. And now it was quacking like a duck. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. His current predicament bore a striking resemblance to the experiences he had encountered while assisting the Taoist in exorcising spirits. Both involved an inability to move, yet clear awareness. He recalled the Taoist had mentioned a remedy for such a condition. What was it? It was possible to awaken someone by simply giving them a gentle slap. That would rouse them from their stupor. Surveying his surroundings, he realized the Taoist was absent, and he was left alone with the demon. Would it be possible for the demon to give him a slap? More likely, it would take a bite out of him. Tears brimmed in his eyes once more. The second method involved using his inner power to dispel the oppressive spirit. Yet, considering his current state, he could hardly muster any energy, let alone perform such a feat. Thus, that option too seemed futile. There exists another method, as the Taoist once articulated, whether one is a mortal or a practitioner. If one finds oneself immobilized by a malevolent spirit, possessing immense willpower can enable oneself to break free from such paralysis. This approach serves as a formidable exercise for one's own resolve. Is my willpower truly formidable? Li Chuyi pondered, reflecting on the gravity of the situation, regardless of its strength. He must summon it. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded the encroaching sheep demon and concentrated all his thoughts, fixating on a singular command: move. Yet, his body remained unresponsive. Undeterred, Li Chuyi endeavored to concentrate his attention, constantly urging himself inwardly. Suddenly, an indescribable sensation of numbness and ache coursed through him, akin to countless ants tugging at his muscles and bones, or as if every nerve had been ignited simultaneously, inflicting upon him a profound discomfort. This sensation ravaged his willpower, instilling within him a paralyzing fear of movement. He dreaded the recurrence of that intense ache. No wonder the Taoist spoke of it as a test of resolve. Li Chuyi finally grasped the meaning behind those words. Experiencing something, even if it was painful, was preferable to feeling nothing at all. Though he would rather never endure such discomfort again, the sight of the sheep demon loomed large. He could either succumb to its jaws or endure the agony for 3 days and nights to remain alive, ignoring the voice within that pleaded for him to stay still. To avoid further suffering, Li Chuyi recognized it as his cowardice. With a resounding internal declaration of his will to survive, he gritted his teeth and made another desperate effort to break free. The wave of discomfort enveloped him once more, teetering on the brink of life and death. The sheep demon, previously scrutinizing him with keen interest, suddenly noticed a shift in Li Chuyi's expression. His face twisted in a grimace of anguish, and, with a swift turn of its eyes, comprehended his intentions. Without hesitation, the demon retracted its head slightly and unleashed a thunderous roar, baring its maw as it lunged towards Li Chuyi. After much effort, his right hand began to regain sensation. Though still steeped in discomfort, he could at least control it. And this control was gradually extending to encompass his entire right arm. Just as he was on the verge of regaining full control, the sheep demon roared again, its gaping mouth aiming directly at him. In a moment of desperation, he raised his recently revived yet still painfully numb arm to shield himself. Alas, while aspirations shimmer with promise, reality is often harsh. The numbness rendered his movements excruciatingly slow, despite his fervent mental pleas for his arm to rise swiftly. It progressed at a glacial pace. Compared to the swift approach of the demon's maw, his efforts appeared nearly motionless. This was it. He was doomed. Gazing into the cavernous mouth, he could almost detect the foul odor emanating from the demon's breath, prompting a disheartened sigh within him. Nevertheless, it is not entirely displeasing. Should I meet my demise, I might yet become a spirit, embarking on a journey of spectral cultivation alongside Ziyuan and the quintet of little ghosts. Haha. The inherently optimistic Li Chuyi, having indulged in a moment of self-pity, swiftly reverted to his buoyant disposition, fervently wishing that the Taoist would return in time to retrieve my wandering soul. Otherwise, I shall be but fodder for the two doors at the entrance. Farewell. My fleeting existence. As Li Chuyi beheld the gaping maw drawing ever closer, he embraced the prospect of his new life as a ghost with a radiant smile and gently closed his eyes. Wham! I shall vanquish you, you wretched spawn. Li Chuyi received a slap on his head and thought to himself, if this monster is going to eat me, so be it. But why must it resort to violence? Why must it also hurl insults? After waiting for a while, he felt no biting sensation. So he opened his eyes and saw a furious figure beside him, who else but his master, the Taoist? Master! Li Chuyi exclaimed joyfully, sitting up with a start, only to realize that he could move again. He looked at the Taoist with delight, but was met with a fierce glare as the Taoist's eyebrows knitted in anger. In his grasp, he held the neck of the sheep demon, which writhed in terror, yet the Taoist's grip remained unyielding. You little brat! The Taoist scolded as he noticed Li Chuyi's beaming face. I have raised you for over a decade, and yet you have turned out to be such a useless wretch. Li Chuyi quickly offered a sheepish smile. Hee, master, you're back. It's fortunate you returned early. Otherwise, your disciple would truly have met his demise and joined Ziyuan and the others. Just surviving is good indeed. Upon hearing this, the Taoist's anger flared even more. As he retorted, nonsense. I never left. I have been watching you the entire time. I wanted to see if you had made any progress, yet here you are. Still so cowardly and inept. Li Chuyi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. He thought, if you were watching me in such peril, why did you not come out sooner? Must you wait until I was on the brink of death to reveal yourself? Are you truly my master? However, he dared not voice these thoughts, as the sting of the slap still lingered. Expressing such sentiments would surely invite more punishment. Instead, he replied with a hint of grievance. Master, I did struggle, but I was unable to succeed. I could hardly move. What more could I do? You fool. The Taoist, incensed by Li Chuyi's defense, shouted, How could you struggle? Do you lack common sense? Your right hand was clearly able to move just now, indicating that the numbness was fading. That wretched sheep bites you. And you simply close your eyes and await your demise? Could you not have dodged? Is your head incapable of movement? My head can move, but dodging would still result in a bite, would it not? Would it not be the same? Li Chuyi felt increasingly aggrieved. Whether he dodged or not, death seemed inevitable. The Taoist, upon hearing this, appeared as if smoke were billowing from his head in fury. He was about to retort when he caught sight of Li Chuyi's pitiful expression and managed to suppress his anger. After a brief moment of calming himself, he spoke in a subdued tone. If your head can move, you can dodge, can't you? If you had dodged, that wretched sheep would have bitten only part of your head, not the whole. With luck, it might have only caught a bit of your face. Would a mere half of your head being bitten guarantee your demise? Would a half-bitten face ensure your death? Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback. The Taoist continued. If it bites you, and you miraculously survive, you will certainly feel pain. That pain would release the numbness throughout your body, allowing you to move again. Once you can move, you could fight it with all your might. In that struggle, even if you perish, you must ensure that it suffers as well. If you manage to slay it while remaining alive, would you not have triumphed? Li Chuyi fell silent. Although the Taoist's words were harsh and bloody, they held a kernel of truth. Should fortune favor my survival, though my meager skills amassed over less than a decade may not suffice to vanquish this sheep demon, I shall at the very least ensure it leaves behind a token of remembrance. Such an endeavor is far superior to passively awaiting my demise. Observing Li Chuyi's silence, the Taoist understood he was in deep reflection. After a brief pause, he sighed softly and spoke with earnest gravity. Chuyi, you have trained under my guidance since childhood. You should comprehend that our path as practitioners is to forge our own way, contending against heaven, earth, and mankind. The journey of cultivation is fraught with peril, often teetering on the brink of life and death. Should your resolve falter and you surrender at the slightest challenge, the only outcome shall be death. The heavens do not wholly abandon the desperate. Within every calamity lies a glimmer of hope, but this hope must not be passively awaited. It must be sought after with determination. If you relinquish all hope, you are doomed to certain demise. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi knelt before the Taoist. Bowing his head in reverence, and softly replied, "Disciple understands, and I have erred." The Taoist nodded, his expression softening considerably. "Rise, it is well that you comprehend. I hope you will carry this lesson forth into your future cultivation." After a brief pause, the Taoist added, "Chuyi, remember, I can protect you for a time, but I cannot safeguard you for eternity. When the day arrives that I am no longer by your side, I hope you can navigate this vast world alone and carve out your own sky." Li Chuyi was taken aback. The Taoist had never spoken in such a manner, and he had never contemplated a life devoid of the Taoist's presence. Hearing these words instilled a deep sense of panic within him. He abruptly looked up at the Taoist, his mouth agape, ready to speak, when the Taoist waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Enough, there is no need for further discourse. This was, in fact, a test for you. The illusion on this second floor is exceedingly realistic, and ordinary means would struggle to break this formation. The sole method to dismantle it lies in locating the formation's eye. However, this eye is notoriously elusive. Fortunately, the formation's creator was highly skilled, and with time, the eye has manifested a spirit. Once you find this spirit, the formation shall be undone." With the topic shifted, Li Chuyi ceased his inquiries. Immediately, he turned his gaze toward the sheep demon held captive in the Taoist's grasp and asked, "Master, is this the spirit of the formation?" The Taoist nodded, "Indeed. This wretched sheep. If I slay it, will the formation be broken?" Upon hearing Li Chuyi's intent to kill, the struggling sheep demon became even more frantic. It cast a pleading glance at Li Chuyi before turning to the Taoist, its expression filled with desperation, as if imploring the Taoist for mercy. The Taoist disregarded the sheep demon's pleas and explained with a smile, "Precisely, slaying it will temporarily disable the formation." Upon hearing this, the sheep demon began to weep, large tears streaming from its eyes. Li Chuyi, observing the demon's pitiful sobs, felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, "You wretched creature, why do you weep now? Where were your tears when you sought to devour me? You bully the weak and cower before the strong. Master, swiftly end its life so we may exit this formation and continue our journey." The goat demon wept inconsolably, tears cascading like a gentle stream as it gazed beseechingly at Li Chuyi, silently lamenting its past transgressions. "Brother, I was wrong. I shall adopt a vegetarian diet henceforth." It wished to convey, yet the inability to articulate its thoughts left it voiceless. The Taoist chuckled softly and remarked, "While slaying it would indeed dispel the formation. Such an act is rather crude. This spirit has taken considerable time to manifest. Its desire to consume you is merely instinctual, as its purpose is to eliminate intruders and safeguard the treasures within the loft. The heavens are merciful, though I do not believe in fate. I take pleasure in doing good. I prefer to refrain from committing acts of slaughter." Moved by the Taoist's compassionate demeanor, the goat demon felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and bow in gratitude. However, suspended in midair by its throat, it could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Its previously menacing fangs now retracted, a hint of a charming smile emerging despite its predicament. Li Chuyi rolled his eyes at the display. When had the Taoist become so amenable? Yet, based on his prior experiences, he knew the Taoist to be a shrewd character, always seeking some gain. Thus, this leniency surely bore ulterior motives. Indeed, the Taoist's expression shifted subtly, and he continued, "While a death sentence may be avoided, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. On my previous visits, you evaded me and cleared a path. I did not provoke you, and we maintained a truce. However, this time, having brought my beloved disciple, you attempted to harm him, nearly succeeding. He is my only, dearest, most intelligent disciple. What do you suggest I do about this?" Casting his gaze skyward, the Taoist sighed in conflicted contemplation. The goat demon, driven to distraction by the Taoist's erratic movements, suddenly gestured with its front hooves, attempting to convey something. The Taoist, unable to decipher the gestures, leaned down and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you wish to offer some compensation to mend my disciple's wounded spirit?" The goat demon nodded vigorously, its head bobbing like a pestle. The Taoist smiled slightly and replied, "Very well, if my disciple consents, then I have no objections." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Chuyi. The latter, immediately grasping the implication, feigned an agonizing deliberation before finally growling, "I might consider sparing it, but only if it offers some form of compensation." The Taoist discreetly rewarded Li Chuyi with an approving glance before turning back to the goat demon, asking, "What do you propose as a means of redemption?" The goat demon, now frantic, gestured frantically with all four hooves, yet after considerable effort, neither of them could interpret its intentions. The urgency of the situation heightened the goat demon's desperation, leading to increasingly chaotic gestures, leaving both observers utterly perplexed. Ultimately, the goat demon began to weep once more. It was likely that it had shed more tears today than in its entire life, perhaps even experiencing its first true sorrow. The Taoist priest smiled faintly at the sheep demon and gently set it down on the ground. Observing the sheep demon's perplexed expression, he spoke, "You may run, but I have already planted a fragment of my divine consciousness within you. Even if you escape, I shall be able to retrieve you. Once I do, there will be no opportunity for redemption." The sheep demon immediately knelt before him, bowing its head repeatedly, signaling its submission. After a moment, it rose and began to gnaw at the grass beneath, clearing a small patch, and then commenced to scratch the ground with its forelegs, drawing various shapes. The master and disciple approached, and as the sheep demon waved its limbs, 3 distinct objects gradually emerged on the ground: a round sphere resembling a pearl, a long, cross-shaped object that appeared to be a sword, and a rectangular item whose nature was indiscernible. Once the drawings were complete, the sheep demon lay down beside them like a well-behaved pet, gazing at the two with anticipation. The Taoist fell silent for a moment before turning to his disciple and inquiring, "What catches your eye?" Li Chuyi, understanding the unspoken, replied, "These strange drawings are indecipherable. Why not have it bring the items here for us to examine?" The Taoist nodded in agreement and then addressed the sheep demon with a kind expression, "Little sheep, please fetch those items you have drawn. We truly cannot comprehend what you have illustrated." Upon hearing this, the sheep demon nodded and swiftly departed like the wind. Shortly thereafter, a line of grass approached, and as it drew near, the sheep demon returned, clutching the 3 items in its mouth. It placed them on the ground and retreated to the side, resuming its obedient demeanor. Li Chuyi and his companion moved closer to inspect the items. Indeed, they found a flawless pearl and a sword among them. The pearl was perfectly round and emitted a faint purple glow that, when gazed upon for too long, induced a sense of disorientation. The sword, approximately 3 feet long, was sheathed in an unknown beast's hide, appearing utterly ordinary, akin to weapons wielded by common practitioners of the martial arts. Li Chuyi unsheathed the sword, and a soft hum resonated as a glimmer of cold light flashed, almost blinding him. Although he was no swordsman, he could tell that this seemingly mundane blade was no ordinary item. It likely belonged to some unfortunate soul who had perished while exploring a tomb, leaving it for the sheep demon to claim. As for the indiscernible rectangular object, it turned out to be a palm-sized jade tablet, intricately carved with patterns that were incomprehensible, forming a design that resembled neither flower nor beast. After toying with it for a while, Li Chuyi found that while the jade felt warm and soft in his hand, with its mysterious engravings, it bore no other remarkable qualities, appearing to be just an ordinary piece of jade. The Taoist observed in silence, withholding his thoughts until Li Chuyi had examined all 3 items. Finally, he smiled gently and asked, "Dear disciple, are you satisfied?" Just as Li Chuyi was about to express his contentment, he caught the glimmer of wisdom in the Taoist's eyes and promptly altered his response, expressing dissatisfaction. "How could I be satisfied? A mere night pearl, a battered sword, and an inconspicuous jade tablet. Who do you think you're fooling? Can these worthless trinkets truly save my life?" Upon finishing his words, he cast a sidelong glance at the sheep demon, as if contemplating whether to strike from the neck or the rear. The sheep demon, upon hearing this, trembled all over, unsure whether it was due to anger or fear. It stood upright, its front legs gesturing as though attempting to explain something. The Taoist let out a faint sigh and said, "Little sheep, there is no need for your gestures. We cannot comprehend them. Frankly, what you possess holds little value and is regarded as mere refuse in the eyes of my disciple and me. Consider if you have anything else to offer. If not, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath." With that, he continued to gaze at the sheep demon with a look of compassion. Upon hearing these words, the sheep demon spun in place for a while, and finally, with gritted teeth, it dashed away in a gust. Before long, it returned, placing a sphere the size of a goose egg upon the ground. The orb shimmered with an orange-red hue, resembling a large elixir, emanating a subtle wave of energy. Before Li Chuyi could speak, the Taoist's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "Well done, little sheep. Your sincerity is commendable. I shall accept these items on behalf of my apprentice, and thus our grievances will be settled. Now, please open this formation, once my disciple and I depart. I shall withdraw the consciousness that clings to you, granting you your freedom." Without waiting for the sheep demon to respond, he waved his sleeve, and the 4 items vanished as if by magic. Li Chuyi stood in awe, while the sheep demon was left bewildered. Wasn't it stated to choose only one? Just as it contemplated protesting, the sight of the Taoist's chilling smile quelled its resolve. Surrendering to the situation, it thought, as long as its life was spared. That was sufficient. Being a formation spirit, it had developed intelligence, and though theoretically indestructible, being shattered would mean a rebirth that would not be its own, in essence. It would be akin to death. With a resigned sigh in its heart, the sheep demon turned and roared at the empty space beside it. The lush grass parted in response, revealing a path that stretched forth into the unknown. Li Chuyi recognized this as the exit and followed the Taoist closely. After walking a considerable distance along the path, he could not restrain himself from glancing back, noting that the sheep demon remained on its knees, bowing its head in farewell. With a smile and a shake of his head, Li Chuyi stepped out of the formation alongside the Taoist. In that instant, as the two vanished, the kneeling sheep demon felt an absence within itself, realizing that the Taoist had withdrawn his consciousness. After waiting a moment to confirm the departure of the two, the sheep demon rose. It silently seethed with frustration for a while before letting out a furious roar in a language only it could understand. Gao. Emerging from the illusionary formation, Li Chuyi beheld the meticulously arranged bookshelves on either side, sparsely adorned with numerous tomes and manuals, precisely the collection of various secret arts amassed by the notorious Five Sheep. According to the information relayed from the Celestial Eye, the books displayed on the shelves, though not as numerous as those on the first floor, emanate a brilliance that far surpasses the flickering lights below, indicating that the collection on the second floor is undoubtedly more precious. The Taoist priest, without even glancing at the surroundings, proceeded directly toward the staircase at the end of the shelves. Li Chuyi, reluctant to take his eyes off the nearby bookshelves, followed closely behind, resolved to seize several volumes upon their departure. Ascending the staircase, Li Chuyi accompanied the priest to the third floor. He remained vigilant throughout the ascent, wary of any potential missteps, especially as he gazed upon the vast, seemingly well-appointed hall that resembled a grand study. The eeriness of the third floor heightened his unease. The previous floor's landscape had been almost indistinguishable from reality, yet this room appeared flawlessly crafted, devoid of any discernible flaws, an impressive feat indeed. With a serious demeanor and watchful eyes, Li Chuyi scanned the environment, his gaze shimmering with apprehension, prompting the Taoist to roll his eyes and remark, "Enough with your wide-eyed curiosity, there are no mechanisms on this floor. This attic serves as the private library of the infamous Wu Yang, designed primarily for defensive purposes, with tests of skill as its secondary function. Should one fail to navigate the traps of the first two floors, they would have deemed themselves unworthy of the opportunities that lie ahead." Pausing, the priest continued with a hint of nostalgia, despite Wu Yang's infamous reputation and transcendent prowess. He harbored a desire to leave something behind at the end of his life. This grand mausoleum, rather than merely a repository for his possessions, serves as a legacy for future generations, a conduit for his unfulfilled aspirations. Though fraught with peril, those possessing sufficient strength or extraordinary fortune may find their own opportunities within, be it weapons, magical artifacts, or even peculiar trinkets, ensuring they leave with more than mere empty hands. In this light, Wu Yang emerges as a rather magnanimous figure, unlike those miserly old specters who hoard treasures to accompany them into the afterlife. Primarily defensive? Test of skill? Master, I nearly lost my life on the second floor. Is that truly a defensive measure? Li Chuyi could not help but scoff. The priest shot him a stern glance and retorted coldly, "Yet you are still alive, are you not? Moreover, had you perished, it would have been due to your own inadequacies and reckless greed that endangered your life." Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in response, internally lamenting, "I am well aware of my limitations. However, it was you who unceremoniously dragged me here. Had I been alone, I would never have dared to venture into this place." But such thoughts remained unvoiced, for he feared another bout of reprimands would ensue. The Taoist glanced at the silent Li Chuyi beside him and remarked, "Moreover, you did not leave the second floor empty-handed. The spirit of the formation granted you 4 items as compensation to alleviate your fears, did it not?" Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in exasperation, nearly losing his composure. The Taoist, unaware of Li Chuyi's thoughts, continued, "This is what we call fate. Had you not come perilously close to death at the hands of that spirit, it would not have bestowed upon you such generous gifts. If I had not been by your side, how could you, with your limited strength, have subdued that spirit? Were I not your master and you not my disciple, I would have surely waited for your demise before offering assistance, would I not?" With that, the Taoist regarded Li Chuyi with a serene expression. Li Chuyi was about to agree but hesitated, sensing something amiss. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized that the Taoist's words seemed to imply an intention to keep the items for himself, denying him their possession. Cautiously, Li Chuyi cast a glance at the Taoist, lowered his gaze, and respectfully replied, "Master speaks wisely. Your disciple has learned much. Yet, as a compassionate person, even in the face of such peril, had another innocent child like myself been in danger, you would undoubtedly have intervened to save them. In my heart, you are the embodiment of justice and kindness in this chaotic world, truly deserving of the title of a Taoist sage. You are a celestial being, rescuing the mortal realm." With that, Li Chuyi extended his thumbs in admiration, as though encouraging the Taoist to demonstrate his prowess. The Taoist, beaming with delight, nodded appreciatively, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Once the chubby boy finished his praise, the Taoist could not resist playfully pinching his round cheek. Then grinning, he said, "Now, let us have it." "What, may I ask?" Li Chuyi feigned ignorance. "The 20,000 taels of silver notes, hand them over." The Taoist replied, still smiling. 20,000 taels? I know nothing of it." Li Chuyi continued to act oblivious. The Taoist merely smiled, watching him with an amused expression, akin to observing a performance. Realizing he could not escape, Li Chuyi's expression shifted as he earnestly declared, "The silver notes are not with me. I buried them in my luggage at the inn before my departure." Glimpsing at the still grinning Taoist, he added, "I placed them there while you were transcending at the brothel. Fearing for their safety during this journey, I hid them in my pack." He nodded emphatically to emphasize his honesty. The Taoist chuckled, remaining silent, but his gaze flickered toward Li Chuyi's trousers, his smile growing even broader. Li Chuyi, suddenly drenched in cold sweat, raised his voice and insisted, "Why do you not believe me? I truly left them in my luggage at the inn. I would never deceive you. Once we exit, I shall retrieve them for you. I am your obedient disciple. Why do you not trust me?" With a face full of grievance, he gazed at the Taoist as if deeply wounded by the latter's distrust. The Taoist chuckled heartily, waving his sleeve. And suddenly a heap of belongings, both large and small, tumbled down before Li Chuyi. Wasn't that their luggage? The Taoist had actually gone to the inn to check out before setting off and had retrieved their packs, unbeknownst to where he had concealed them on his person. Li Chuyi scrutinized the Taoist for a long time, utterly baffled as to where such a large quantity of items could be hidden. Surely, the Taoist had not imparted his secret skills to him. How cunning was this Taoist? Calculating so well that he must have anticipated how to swindle away the 200,000 taels of silver before departing. Observing Li Chuyi's ever-changing expression, the Taoist's amusement grew. He gestured towards the pile of luggage and said, "Search." Li Chuyi's face flickered between hues of green and blue. He said nothing and made no move to retrieve the belongings, simply standing still, glaring at the Taoist. Noticing this, the Taoist elegantly waved his sleeve once more, and the 4 items provided by the spirit appeared before Li Chuyi, floating in midair. The Taoist regarded Li Chuyi with a satisfied smile, pride evident in the arch of his brow. Filled with indignation, Li Chuyi clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "Old man, these items were earned at the cost of my life. Although you are my master, isn't it rather inappropriate to leave me with nothing? Without me, you would have perished long ago, both just now and 13 years prior." The Taoist replied coolly, "Even so, that does not justify my having to purchase them. Besides, what do you intend to do with 200,000 taels? Can you possibly spend such a sum? Are you not the embodiment of ethereal grace? Aren't you the epitome of chivalry and benevolence?" Tears welled in the plump disciple's eyes. The Taoist sighed, speaking with a touch of melancholy, "I, too, do not wish for such a predicament. However, indulging in flower wine is quite costly. Not to mention 200,000 taels, even 2 million would hardly suffice. I, too, suffer greatly." Finally, casting a curious glance at Li Chuyi, he added, "Furthermore, who told you that I am a chivalrous and benevolent person? I have always acted on impulse. Aside from the description of ethereal grace being quite accurate, the other traits have never been associated with me. Ethereal grace merely describes my lofty demeanor and has no bearing on our dealings." Li Chuyi nearly lost his composure. He glared fiercely at the Taoist, his gaze darting between the 4 items suspended in the air and his own trousers. Suddenly, with a determined clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he bellowed, "I shall simply relinquish these items. If you desire silver to indulge in flower wine, you shall not have it. The soul-nourishing pearl, with its pale purple hue and subtle radiance, is a superior item, a rare treasure for cultivators. When held during meditation, it aids in calming the mind and dispelling inner demons. Should one's spirit be harmed, it can expedite the repair of the soul, particularly for those practicing the ghostly path. Its soul-nourishing properties are invaluable, helping to solidify the cohesion of their soul and nurture their spirit. Although this pearl is merely of upper-tier quality, it remains a precious rarity." The Taoist disregarded Li Chuyi, observing the 4 items with a calm demeanor, evaluating them with indifference, although the name of this sword remains unknown. The beast hide entwined around its hilt and sheath reveals it to be an extraordinary artifact, if my master's judgment serves me right. This hide is derived from the soft underbelly of the blackwater crocodile, a fearsome creature dwelling within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The blade itself is forged from refined cold iron, a material 100 times sturdier than ordinary steel. The Taoist grasped the hilt, casually swinging the sword a couple of times, and with a raised brow, remarked, "This sword even contains a trace of stardust iron. Stardust iron is an exceedingly rare substance. Just a smidgen can amplify the spiritual essence of cold iron by more than 100-fold, enhancing its capacity to absorb and bear true qi and magical energy. It is indeed a remarkable sword." Casting a glance at the dumbfounded Li Chuyi, the Taoist added, "A mere trace of stardust iron is worth tens of thousands of gold." Gulp. Li Chuyi swallowed hard. Goodness, a mere trace is valued at tens of thousands of gold. That translates to a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. This does not even account for the primary material, the cold iron, and considering it is refined cold iron, how much would this sword truly be worth? Li Chuyi felt that even with the addition of his own toes, he would struggle to estimate its value. Ignoring the drooling Li Chuyi beside him, the Taoist turned his attention to a jade talisman, which he toyed with for a considerable time before stating, though the origin of this jade talisman is unclear, and its efficacy remains undetectable. It feels soft and warm to the touch, capable of withstanding 50% of my strength without breaking, and it shows no sign of damage. Clearly, it is not an ordinary object. Li Chuyi waited in anticipation, only to be met with this revelation. A talisman that can endure 50% of the Taoist's power without perishing must surely be something extraordinary, and if it is extraordinary, it must be valuable. With this thought, his hopeful gaze shifted to the final item, a candy-sized object, wondering what it might be. The Taoist did not disappoint him, his calm voice resonating. "The most valuable item here is this last one. It is a rare treasure, difficult to come by. For a practitioner of my level, it may hold little significance, but for those of lesser cultivation, especially novice practitioners just beginning their journey, it is nothing short of a divine gift." At this point, the Taoist fell silent, shaking his head and smiling as he savored the moment. After a lengthy discourse filled with superfluous details, he ceased speaking at the crucial juncture, leaving Li Chuyi in a state of restless anticipation. If it is a divine gift for lower-level practitioners, does that not imply it holds substantial value for him? Yet, the Taoist had spoken only halfway and offered no further explanation. Li Chuyi nearly burst into tears from frustration. After fidgeting for some time, he could no longer restrain himself and, with a sheepish grin, inquired, "Master, what is this thing? Can it be eaten? Should it be steamed or boiled?" The Taoist glanced at Li Chuyi with disdain, curling his lip in a dismissive manner, and replied coolly, "This is called an inner elixir, formed from the immense demonic power of a demon cultivator who has reached a certain level of mastery. Akin to the golden elixir of human cultivators and the soul pearl of ghost cultivators, it embodies the essence of their cultivation. The inner elixir can be utilized in pharmaceuticals, refined into pills that enhance one's own power. Not only does it augment personal strength, saving considerable time in cultivation, but it can also serve as a restorative elixir for one's true energy after developing resistance to medicinal effects. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare for demon cultivators. In their final moments, often self-destruct their inner elixirs to prevent them from falling into enemy hands, seeking a mutual demise. The one before me, of considerable size, must have been left by a demon cultivator of at least 400 to 500 years of cultivation. Indeed, a remarkable find." Li Chuyi, listening intently, felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Good heavens! An object capable of enhancing one's power. How extraordinary! The Taoist had remarked that this inner elixir likely belonged to a formidable demon of 4 to 5 centuries. If he were to consume it, even if it only granted half its potential, that would still amount to 200 years of power. At merely 13 years of age, possessing the strength of 2 centuries would render him a prodigy among prodigies, able to challenge anyone he desired. With this thought, Li Chuyi's longing intensified, his gaze hungrily fixed on the inner elixir floating in midair, yearning to reach out and consume it whole. "If you wish to perish, then simply swallow it," came the Taoist's cold voice. Li Chuyi felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Recalling the Taoist's warning that such a substance must be processed into medicine, he glanced at the Taoist with a sycophantic expression, eager to inquire if the master could concoct pills. "I do not craft such elixirs," the Taoist interjected, anticipating his question and cutting him off. Li Chuyi's heart sank. However, I know someone who can, the Taoist added. Li Chuyi was at a loss for how to express his emotions, caught in a whirlwind of elation and despair. Perhaps maintaining the Taoist's calm demeanor would serve him better. Now, tell me your decision, the Taoist said, regarding Li Chuyi with a measured gaze. The boy paused, quickly realizing the implications of the Taoist's words. In truth, Li Chuyi was not inherently greedy. He was merely terrified of poverty. Throughout his life, whenever there was a little spare change, the Taoist would promptly spend it on frivolities, leaving Li Chuyi perpetually anxious about their next meal. Though the Taoist had never allowed him to go hungry, he often took Li Chuyi along to perform menial tasks, washing dishes, chopping wood, cleaning stables. Whenever funds ran low, they would have to rely on the generosity of others. Thus, Li Chuyi had developed the habit of secretly saving money from a young age, devising various schemes to extract funds from the Taoist's grasp to stash away for emergencies. This time, although he knew that the 4 items were undoubtedly worth more than 20,000 taels of silver, he found himself torn between treasures and currency. After much contemplation, Li Chuyi cautiously glanced at the Taoist, his voice barely above a whisper. Would 10,000 taels suffice? The Taoist remained silent, merely observing him. 15,000 taels? Li Chuyi's face fell in despair. The Taoist still did not respond. 19,000 taels, surely that is acceptable. I am your disciple. I have my own needs. Could you not spare me a little pocket money? Li Chuyi exclaimed, his face contorted with a plea. The Taoist pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. You shall give me your 20,000 taels of silver notes, and I will provide you with 1,000 taels in return. As for these 4 items, the jade tablet appears somewhat peculiar. I shall take that. The other 3, once we exit, I will give to you. Some solace washed over Li Chuyi as he managed to retain 1,000 taels. Turning away, he unfastened his belt and reached into his trousers, rummaging for quite some time. The pocket was rather well hidden, making it quite a challenge to access. After a prolonged search, he finally extracted 2 neatly folded silver notes, presenting them reluctantly to the Taoist. The Taoist, taken aback, inquired, "Why is it folded so small and rigid? Doesn't it chafe as you walk?" With a sense of frustration, Li Chuyi replied, "One must endure hardship to rise above others." The Taoist, with a look of sympathy, remarked, "You truly have it tough." He then retrieved a 1,000-tael note from his robes and handed it over. Li Chuyi hastily accepted it, turning away to fold the note into a compact square. Unbuckling his belt once more, after another round of searching and adjusting, he finally secured the note in its place, letting out a sigh of relief as he fastened his belt again. Watching the Taoist walk away, Li Chuyi felt a pang of anguish. In this exchange, 20,000 taels had vanished, although he had acquired treasures far exceeding their value. Yet, treasures would not alleviate his hunger. Would he dare approach a tavern owner and say, "Here is a cold iron sword and an inner core of a demon beast. Could I trouble you for a bowl of rice?" Surely, he would be branded a fraud and met with dire consequences. Trailing closely behind the Taoist, the little rotund figure of Li Chuyi's mind swirled with mixed emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself. What was there to fear? If need be, he would simply wash dishes for another month. He had been so preoccupied with haggling that he had taken the time to truly observe the 3rd level. Now, following the Taoist, curiosity compelled him to gaze around. This 3rd level resembled a grand study, adorned with scattered shelves displaying various calligraphy and antiques. Considering the identity of the 5-sheep-old monster, the quality of these artifacts was undoubtedly exceptional. If taken to market, they would command a fortune, perhaps even beyond the valuation of gold and silver. The walls were also decorated with numerous paintings. It seemed that the 5-sheep-old monster had woven some enchantment or array around them. Despite their age, these items appeared impeccably preserved, devoid of any dust, which left Li Chuyi in awe. At the far end of the room stood an expansive writing desk, complete with ink, paper, and brushes. A beautifully carved armchair was positioned behind it, mirroring the exquisite antiques and artwork surrounding it. The slightly ajar chair gave the impression that the study's owner had only just stepped away, almost erasing the notion that this was a tomb, where its master had vanished millennia ago. On the desk, a chaotic pile of written papers lay strewn to one side, possibly the casual musings of the 5-sheep-old monster during his lifetime. At the center of the desk rested a hefty tome, its deep blue cover worn and frayed at the edges, suggesting that its owner had perused it frequently. What captivated Li Chuyi's attention was not merely the book nestled in the center of the desk, but rather the resplendent aura that enveloped it beneath his celestial gaze. Unlike the tomes displayed downstairs, which flickered between light and shadow like the stars competing against the night sky, this particular volume emanated a radiance akin to the luminous moon, brilliant yet restrained, grand yet composed, far surpassing the scattered stars surrounding it. The Taoist, seemingly oblivious, stepped past the desk and proceeded toward the staircase behind it. Wait, Li Chuyi called out to the Taoist. He could not quite fathom the impulse that compelled him to halt the Taoist, yet an intense instinct urged him that if he followed the Taoist upstairs, he would inevitably miss something of great significance. The Taoist paused at the sound of his voice, curiously inquiring, "What is it?" "I want to see this book," Li Chuyi replied. "The book?" The Taoist glanced at the desk with curiosity, about to speak, but then suddenly his expression shifted, excitement flickering across his face as he asked, "What did you see?" Li Chuyi, unaware of the Taoist's peculiar reaction, pointed at the book on the desk, stating, "It's this book. I sense it is different from those we observed downstairs." The Taoist surveyed the spot Li Chuyi indicated. To him, it appeared utterly devoid of substance. Instantly, he became animated, eagerly asking, "You saw it? You can see it?" Only then did Li Chuyi lift his gaze to meet the Taoist's, perplexed as he responded, "Of course I can see it. How could I not see such a thick volume?" Suddenly realizing, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You can't see it?" The Taoist did not respond, instead fixating on Li Chuyi's eyes with palpable excitement, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, you can see it. Truly, you can see it. I knew the eye of Yin and Yang could not be like an ordinary celestial eye. The legends are true. You can really see." Scratching his head in confusion, Li Chuyi asked, "Master, what is the eye of Yin and Yang?" The Taoist then regained his composure, pondering for a moment before stating, "Chuyi, your celestial eye differs from the typical celestial vision. Your eyes are the fabled eye of Yin and Yang, said to penetrate the realms of Yin and Yang, dispelling all illusions within the 3 realms and 6 paths logically. With your cultivation, you should be unable to manifest this profound technique, yet since you began your training, you have swiftly mastered it, all due to these extraordinary eyes of yours." Pausing for emphasis, the Taoist regarded Li Chuyi's eyes with solemnity, declaring, "This is your gift, a talent uniquely yours." Li Chuyi stood dazed, struggling to absorb the revelation, and after a lengthy silence, incredulously asked, "Am I a genius?" The Taoist nodded affirmatively. "You are a gifted prodigy." Li Chuyi scratched his head, exhilarated as he exclaimed, "Am I truly a great genius? Ha ha. I knew it. I could not possibly be anything less. Ha ha." However, observing Li Chuyi's swelling pride, the Taoist swiftly doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. "You are a genius, but you must survive to realize your potential." His laughter abruptly ceased. Li Chuyi asked, bewildered, "What do you mean?" "Because your eyes are both a blessing and a curse." The Taoist solemnly remarked that the reason for your fortune lies in your extraordinary innate talent. Although your eyes may still be in their infancy and have yet to reach the legendary realm, if you discover the methods of cultivation and elevate them to their supreme state, it is conceivable that even if you do not achieve the miraculous ability to traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, you will still possess the insight to see through illusions, rendering the myriad of magical formations before you as mere fabrications. However, observing Li Chuyi's renewed excitement, the Taoist continued, "Your eyes are unparalleled, rarer than the fabled twin pupils of the illusion-breaking eye, perhaps emerging only once in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Should anyone learn of your gift, there will undoubtedly be unscrupulous and greedy individuals who would seek to claim your eyes for themselves." "Claim them?" Li Chuyi exclaimed in astonishment. "Can such a thing even be used if extracted?" The Taoist nodded, stating, "Though it may not harness the full extent of your innate abilities, even awakening a fraction of that power would drive such individuals to madness." Instantly, Li Chuyi felt a chill run down his spine, trembling at the thought. Being a genius was not an easy endeavor. The Taoist had recounted numerous stories of prodigies who met untimely ends, stories Li Chuyi had always taken as mere tales, using them as motivation to remind himself that while he may not exceed them, he must not fall short or, like them, foolishly extinguish his potential before it could shine. Now, the Taoist had informed him that he too was among the ranks of the gifted, and a coveted one at that, like the flesh of Tang Sang. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning, he understood that he was akin to that delicacy, experiencing the paradox of wanting to showcase his talent while fearing the repercussions. Observing Li Chuyi's quizzical expression, the Taoist chuckled heartily, saying, "Look at your timid demeanor. Let us not forget that even if someone wishes to harm you, they must first surpass me, your master. Even in my absence, if you remain discreet and diligently cultivate, who would seek to harm you without cause? Do you think everyone possesses my acuity to discern your extraordinary eyes?" After speaking, he couldn't help but give Li Chuyi a playful tap on the head. Rubbing his head, Li Chuyi pondered and grimaced, asking, "But what if, while I am cultivating and opening my eyes to perceive things others notice? The Taoist laughed again, responding, even I, having spent so much time with you, cannot ascertain your true nature. How many can possess my discernment to see through your depths? Considering the Taoist's assertive demeanor, Li Chuyi reflected and felt reassured by the Taoist's words. If the master had not discovered it, then others surely would not either. Noticing Li Chuyi's relief, the Taoist smiled gently, saying, when you cultivate the eye of yin and yang to the point that it cannot be concealed, your strength will undoubtedly be sufficient for self-defense. At that time, who would dare to covet your gifts? Do you remember how I have always instructed you? Li Chuyi nodded earnestly, yes. To remain low-key and not to reveal oneself. The Taoist nodded and said, indeed, as long as you heed my teachings, though natural disasters may be unavoidable, human calamities can certainly be mitigated. Li Chuyi promptly bowed in acknowledgement. The Taoist then turned his gaze towards the spot Li Chuyi had indicated, pondering for a moment before slowly extending his hand towards that location. However, when he reached the table, he found nothing to grasp. Meanwhile, Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. In his sight, as the Taoist's hand was about to touch the book, the space appeared to undergo an incomprehensible transformation. The book remained unmoved. Yet the Taoist's hand seemed to press down on its opposite side, akin to fishing in water, where the eye does not align with the actual position of the fish. The Taoist's hand skated across the table, scanning the surroundings, but still found nothing. To Li Chuyi, it seemed as though the Taoist's hand was tracing circles around the book without ever making contact, an utterly bizarre sight. After some time, the Taoist finally withdrew his hand and said to Li Chuyi, you try. Li Chuyi nodded and reached out, retrieving the book. The Taoist observed as Li Chuyi's hand mysteriously vanished near the table, only to reappear moments later, clutching an old blue-covered book. He couldn't help but exclaim, what an exquisite spatial array. This 5-sheep-old monster has nearly mastered the art of formations. Upon receiving the book from Li Chuyi, he noticed the faded blue cover bore 4 large characters, 5 yuan manuscript. He was momentarily taken aback and whispered in astonishment, this is indeed the cultivation insights of the 5-sheep-old monster. What a treasure. Seeing the Taoist so exhilarated, Li Chuyi leaned in and asked, Master, is this book really that remarkable? It must be worth a fortune, right? The Taoist's eyes bulged as he retorted, you little money grubber, always thinking about wealth. This is the culmination of the 5-sheep-old monster's lifelong cultivation experiences and insights, far beyond mere gold and silver. It records all the significant events of the 5-sheep-old monster's life, from the challenges encountered in cultivation to the extraordinary individuals met during his journeys. For all cultivators, it serves as a valuable reference. For demon cultivators, it may even harbor a few of the old monster's secret techniques. Would you not consider that impressive? Impressive. Li Chuyi nodded eagerly. Recognizing the book's significance, he resolved to gift it to his master as a small token of filial piety to repay the nurturing he had received. He understood that the book would be beyond his comprehension and that its utility for him was uncertain. Thus it was wiser to use it to curry favor with the Taoist. Indeed, the Taoist's usually stoic face softened with a hint of satisfaction, and he remarked, your thoughtfulness brings me joy. I have not raised you in vain. This book is your discovery, your fortune. Although you may not need it now, it will serve you in the future. How could I be so selfish? Moreover, given my cultivation level, this book holds little utility for me, merely offering a broader perspective and diverse insights. For now, let it remain with me. When you have made progress in your cultivation and require it, I shall gladly exchange it with you. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Li Chuyi instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Initially, he believed that he did not need to seek the Taoist's favor, yet he was taken aback to discover such heartfelt sincerity from the Taoist. The Taoist, known for his cold demeanor yet warm heart, seldom uttered kind words to him, yet it was clear he held deep affection. In this moment, the Taoist's rare display of emotion brought tears to the corners of Li Chuyi's eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but the Taoist raised a hand to silence him, stating, let this matter be settled without further discussion. Li Chuyi understood that any words would be superfluous. Their bond was akin to that of father and son, transcending notions of possession. Thus, he bowed in acknowledgement. Come, let us ascend the stairs. Since you are able to uncover this deeply hidden manuscript, you must also find the path to the 5th floor and even the well-concealed ghost scriptures. The Taoist said earnestly, gazing at Li Chuyi, I hope you can assist your master in locating this tome. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Li Chuyi was perplexed by the Taoist's meaning but grasped that his own yin-yang vision could aid the Taoist in discovering the ghost scriptures, which even the Taoist himself could not find. He silently vowed to fulfill his master's wish. As the Taoist reached the upper floor, Li Chuyi quickly adjusted his attire and followed closely behind. The staircase was not particularly steep, yet its spiral design made Li Chuyi feel somewhat dizzy. Upon completing the final flight, he found the Taoist standing silently ahead. As Li Chuyi arrived, the Taoist slightly shifted to the side, allowing him a clear view of the fourth floor, which unfolded before his eyes. Why is it like this? Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback by the emptiness of the fourth floor. He had anticipated formidable seals or powerful formations, and even prepared himself for combat upon arrival. Yet he had never imagined that the fourth floor would be utterly devoid of anything, besides the faint, ethereal glow emanating from the ceiling and walls, which provided the only light in the desolate space. The fourth floor was completely bare. As you can see, there is nothing here, the Taoist remarked, glancing at Li Chuyi. He then gently stomped his foot, sending a cloud of accumulated dust swirling into the air. Apart from this thick layer of dust, he added. Li Chuyi stared at the dust that had likely been gathering for ages, rendered speechless. Throughout his journey, the entire Wuyang tomb had given him the impression of not being a grave, but rather an empty city, uninhabited yet regularly maintained, exuding a sense of cleanliness and order. From the flora encountered on the first floor to the magnificent grasslands conjured on the second, everything felt vibrant, nourished by rich, life-sustaining soil. However, this fourth floor marked the first instance where Li Chuyi truly sensed he was in a tomb, for despite its emptiness, the profound stillness and the thick layer of dust imparted a unique atmosphere, one of death, an eerie and chilling stillness. Through years of investigation, I have come to ascertain that the Book of Ghosts is highly likely concealed on the fifth floor of this library. I have visited this place several times before, attempting various methods, yet to no avail. The Taoist beside me remarked that initially, he believed an illusionary formation obscured the path to the fifth floor. Later, he speculated that the notorious five-goat elder might have employed some spatial displacement techniques to hinder our progress. However, after numerous attempts, I discovered that neither was the case. Glancing at the desolate fourth floor, the Taoist despondently stated, "My experiments indicate that this is indeed the fourth floor. There are no illusions, nor have I been subjected to any spatial secret arts. This is simply the barren and empty fourth floor." Observing the not-so-high ceiling above, Li Chuyi inquired, "Have you considered breaking through the ceiling to access the fifth floor directly?" The Taoist remained silent, raising his hand to the sky. A beam of golden light shot forth from his palm, striking the ceiling. With a resounding crash, dust erupted, yet the ceiling remained unscathed. Thud, 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 thud. The Taoist delivered several more strikes around him, but apart from the swirling dust, neither the ceiling nor the surrounding walls showed any signs of damage. In fact, had it not been for the cloud of dust and the lingering echoes of the impacts, Li Chuyi might have believed nothing had transpired. Li Chuyi was well aware of the Taoist's formidable powers. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that heightened his astonishment at the room's resilience. Brushing away the swirling dust before him, the Taoist turned to Li Chuyi and said, "Now, you represent my final hope. You possess the Yin Yang Eye, a gift that even I, your master, do not have. I hope you can discern the situation here and uncover the hidden secrets." Meeting the eager gaze of the Taoist, Li Chuyi remained silent. Closing his eyes, he entered a state of focused tranquility, for the first time in his life earnestly mobilizing all the skills he had cultivated. Feeling the energy within him surge like a stampede of wild horses, he silently recited the incantation for the heavenly eye and channeled his power into his eyes, slowly opening them. This time, it was not a mere glow. Rather, two brilliant beams of light erupted from his eyes, transforming his vision into stark black and white, rendering the objects before him even more vivid than before. With eyes wide open, Li Chuyi cautiously advanced. Within the monochromatic realm, he observed that nothing appeared different than before. The thick dust on the ground turned a grayish white. The walls emanating an eerie glow became bright white, yet nothing related to the cultivators, adorned in various colors, materialized before him. Just as during his ascent, Li Chuyi's initial impression remained unchanged. No formations, no illusions, nothing at all. "Did you see anything?" the Taoist inquired earnestly. Li Chuyi silently shook his head. Observing this, the Taoist remained silent for a moment, then sighed, shaking his head with a hint of bitterness. "Alas, it seems fate has deemed this not to be, such is the nature of opportunity." Li Chuyi looked at the Taoist, feeling a shared sense of disappointment within. Upon recently discovering his remarkable talents, he was initially filled with exhilaration, experiencing a sense of boundless potential. However, It wasn't he long before he encountered a situation that doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Li Chuyi understood that it was not a deficiency in his innate abilities, but rather a limitation in his cultivation. Although this realization was frustrating and disheartening, he felt a profound sense of remorse for being unable to assist the Taoist, who seldom sought his help. Thus, both master and disciple fell into a contemplative silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. The desolate building once again succumbed to an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the faint sounds of their breathing. After an indeterminate period, the Taoist straightened his posture and proclaimed, "Enough. What is gained is fortunate. What is lost is fate. If it is not meant to be, it cannot be forced." Hearing the Taoist's voice, Li Chuyi snapped back to reality and bowed, saying, "Master, I apologize. I am incapable and have failed to assist you. It is of no concern to you." The Taoist chuckled heartily. "My intention in bringing you here was merely a precaution, a trial of sorts. It is commendable that you could see through it. If you could not, it is entirely reasonable. Therefore, cast aside any feelings of guilt. Furthermore, if I, your master, cannot comprehend the matter, how could a young novice like you, who has practiced for but a decade, possibly unravel it?" Upon hearing these words, Li Chuyi smiled faintly, feeling the weight of guilt lift considerably. "Master, what shall we do now?" he inquired, looking up. "What else is there to do? We shall leave. Are we to remain here gathering dust?" The Taoist replied, turning towards the stairway to depart, and Li Chuyi hurriedly followed. Just as the Taoist descended the stairs, Li Chuyi seemed to glimpse something freezing in place. Noticing his sudden halt, the Taoist paused and turned, regarding him with curiosity. Li Chuyi was fixated on the stairway for a moment before abruptly darting towards it, kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. The air was soon filled with swirling particles. Observing Li Chuyi's peculiar behavior, the Taoist quickly deduced that he must have uncovered something significant. He rushed back to the fourth floor and intercepted the incessantly kicking Li Chuyi, declaring, "Let me handle this." With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a powerful gust of wind swept through, clearing the area around the stairway, causing dust to swirl and obscure it momentarily. "Master, look, look," Li Chuyi exclaimed excitedly. Seizing the Taoist's arm and pointing fervently towards the stairway, the Taoist turned to see nothing but the haze of dust, finally asking, "What am I looking at?" "The dust," Li Chuyi exclaimed with fervor. "Observe how it dances through the air and gradually settles, yet the stairs leading to the fourth floor remain utterly pristine. Is that not peculiar?" The Taoist was momentarily taken aback and turned to examine it anew. Li Chuyi, undeterred by the Taoist's confusion, continued to gaze intently at the stairway, stating, "This fourth floor is not only impervious to blades and flames, but is also starkly empty, devoid of any peculiarities. The only peculiar aspect lies in the thick layer of dust covering the ground. As we traversed our path, it cannot be said that we left it immaculate, yet it was at least tidy. However, here, an unusual accumulation of dust prevails. Is it not strange? Particularly noteworthy is the fact that this dust seems confined to this very spot, while the vast staircase remains entirely untouched. When dust from above descends, it vanishes without a trace. Does this not strike one as odd?" Observing the Taoist deep in thought, Li Chuyi continued, "Just moments ago, when Master descended the stairs, he stirred up a cloud of dust. I noticed that as the dust drifted to a certain point, it disappeared. Initially, I presumed it to be a spell for dust purification or a similar technique, which typically either isolates or disperses dust rather than causing it to vanish. Yet, here, the dust has indeed disappeared, indicating a singular truth." Li Chuyi, gazing into the Taoist's eyes, articulated each word with precision. "There is something amiss here." The Taoist, now enlightened, regarded Li Chuyi's dust-covered, cherubic face with a smile of approval, praising him. "Excellent. You have done remarkably well this time. Even I failed to notice this. Your observations have been splendid." Without heeding Li Chuyi's protests, he pinched the boy's chubby cheek and attempted to wipe the dust from his face, only to inadvertently make it appear even more soiled, prompting a hearty laugh from the Taoist. Once the laughter subsided, the Taoist turned his attention back to the stairway, lost in contemplation. Sensing the Taoist's deep reflection, Li Chuyi dared not interrupt, fixating instead on the Taoist's keenly perceptive eyes, unwaveringly staring at the staircase. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, the Taoist bent down to scoop a handful of the accumulated dust. As it slipped slowly through his fingers, his expression shifted, and he murmured, "Indeed." Li Chuyi, puzzled, inquired, "Master, what do you mean by indeed? Is there something wrong with the dust?" The Taoist nodded gravely, stating, This is no ordinary dust. It is the ash of the deceased, refined through rituals. Li Chuyi froze, a wave of nausea washing over him. Moments ago, amidst the swirling haze, he must have inhaled a considerable amount. Now, he was coated in it. The revelation that it was, in fact, ash from corpses caused his stomach to churn violently, nearly prompting him to retch. Paying no heed to Li Chuyi's retching, the Taoist closed his eyes slightly, extending his hands outward in a meditative pose. After a brief silence, he suddenly exclaimed, "Gather the sands to build a tower." As the Taoist's command echoed, a powerful gust seemed to sweep through, and the entire fourth floor's ashes were drawn skyward, swirling towards the Taoist's head. Li Chuyi quickly covered his mouth and nose, holding his breath, terrified of swallowing more of this repugnant substance. When the swirling mass of ashes coalesced into a large sphere above the Taoist's head, he clasped his hands together and swiftly enacted several gestures, pointing towards the stairway. Swiftly, the ash sphere responded to his command, transforming into a flowing river of dust. Racing towards the staircase, where it danced and spiraled, gradually forming a staircase identical to the one they had just ascended. Once the final particle of ash settled upon the newly formed staircase, the Taoist withdrew his gestures, murmuring, "It is complete." Gazing at the staircase composed of ashes from the deceased, Li Chuyi, though still feeling a wave of nausea, could hardly contain his excitement. "Let us ascend swiftly," he exclaimed eagerly. The Taoist smiled faintly and said, "Why not give it a try?" Although puzzled, Li Chuyi lifted his foot and stepped onto the first step. At that moment, the staircase, formed from the accumulated ashes, suddenly dispersed into a cloud of fine ash, causing him to almost lose his balance. Once Li Chuyi withdrew his foot, the swirling ashes reformed into the staircase as if nothing had changed. "Why is that?" Li Chuyi asked, bewildered. The Taoist smiled gently and replied, "Because this staircase is not meant for the living." "Not meant for the living?" Li Chuyi echoed, astonished. "Indeed." The Taoist nodded, clarifying. "To be precise, this staircase is not intended for the living beings. It is meant for spirits." Li Chuyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "What do you mean? Is it possible that the old monster of Wuyang is not a demon cultivator but a ghost cultivator?" The Taoist nodded and shook his head, saying, "Yes, but also no." Observing Li Chuyi's confusion, the Taoist smiled and elaborated. "While it is true that the old monster of Wuyang is indeed a demon cultivator, he possesses 5 primordial spirits. I initially believed that these 5 spirits were cultivated according to the 5 elements, and the evidence left behind supports this notion. However, it appears that is not entirely the case. At least one of the 5 primordial spirits of the old monster of Wuyang is associated with the realm of the dead." "Dead soul?" Li Chuyi scratched his head. "Is that synonymous with ghost cultivation?" "Almost, but there are distinctions," the Taoist explained. "Ghost cultivators are those whose physical bodies have perished, yet their souls linger, ultimately condensing into a ghostly form. In contrast, dead souls refer to the living who cultivate the path of ghosts by refining their living souls into dead souls, aiming to simultaneously master the dual energies of life and death to attain enlightenment. Though their physical bodies remain intact, their souls are deemed dead, rendering them neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. We typically refer to them as living dead." Li Chuyi was left speechless, finally stammering, "Living dead? That sounds remarkably powerful. They can cultivate like this? Does that mean they cannot be killed?" The Taoist chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is quite formidable, when cultivated to a profound level. One could almost say they achieve immortality. However, such a defiant path of cultivation would surely not escape the notice of the heavens. Not only would they face the usual tribulations and calamities, far exceeding those of ordinary cultivators, but should the celestial authorities take a disliking to them, they may also unleash additional tribulations at any moment, akin to being struck by lightning. To put it simply, they are perpetually at risk of divine retribution." Li Chuyi was left astounded. Although he had never experienced a lightning tribulation himself, he had heard ample tales of its terror. Aside from ancient Taoists like the one before him, who would dare to tread lightly in the presence of thunder, the notion that the living dead must undergo tribulations that even ordinary cultivators face, with the added threat of divine punishment, was beyond his comprehension. He could scarcely fathom the kind of madness required to pursue such a path. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Chuyi inquired, "Master, is there truly someone who has cultivated this path? Has anyone succeeded?" The Taoist pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, there are those who have practiced it. However, whether anyone has attained success remains uncertain. It is said that those who cultivate this path, if they do not perish, ultimately achieve enlightenment and ascend, their prowess surpassing that of ordinary cultivators by several folds, even to the extent of being formidable figures in the legendary realm of immortals. Yet, these are merely tales. I cannot ascertain their veracity. Li Chuyi then queried, if the old monster of Wuyang has cultivated the soul of the dead, does that not render him a living corpse? Or rather, a living dead demon? The Taoist, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied, although the old monster of Wuyang has indeed pursued the soul of the dead, it does not equate to traversing the path of life and death. Strictly speaking, he has taken a shortcut. He possesses 5 souls and has formed 5 primordial spirits. I suspect he has only refined one into a soul of the dead, while the other 4 primordial spirits have been cultivated through the conventional path of the 5 elements. These 4 normal primordial spirits conceal the existence of that dead soul, thereby deceiving the heavenly way. Consequently, despite the old monster's profound magical prowess and notorious reputation, I have never heard of him being subjected to numerous tribulations. It is likely that he reached the final step, preparing for ascension, but could no longer conceal his true nature, leading to his untimely demise at that crucial juncture. At this point, the Taoist sighed, expressing sentiments of reflection. Nevertheless, even so, the old monster of Wuyang is indeed a person of great resolve. With 5 souls, he eschews the conventional path of the 5 elements and strives to bridge the realms of Yin and Yang, refining one primordial spirit into a soul of the dead, successfully deceiving the heavenly way for such an extended period. This indeed showcases immense prowess. Alas, he met his death in the end. Had he survived and succeeded, one can hardly fathom the heights he might have achieved. Upon concluding his thoughts, the Taoist clicked his tongue, his gaze drifting, filled with longing. Li Chuyi, listening intently, felt a surge of fervor. However, despite recognizing the old monster's remarkable abilities, Li Chuyi could not help but deem him foolish. With 5 primordial spirits and such extraordinary gifts, had he simply adhered to the righteous path, he could have surpassed others with ease. Instead, he foolishly pursued the soul of the dead, walking the perilous path of life and death. Was he not courting disaster? Were I in his position, I would never deliberately seek my own demise. After all, I am merely an ordinary boy wishing to live a comfortable life. My cultivation is merely a result of the Taoist guidance since childhood. I myself know not whether my path is correct, why I cultivate, or how far I might progress. Experience has taught me that heeding the Taoist words is wise. If I were to possess the same opportunities as the old monster of Wuyang, it is evident that I would achieve enlightenment and ascend, without risking my life for the sake of seeking higher, faster, and stronger paths. Reflecting on this, Li Chuyi realized that the Taoist past teachings were indeed wise. There is merit in being discreet and humble. Living is the ultimate truth. He felt he had discovered the Taoist's teachings regarding the heart of the path. So what shall we do now? Li Chuyi scratched his head, pondering. If we cannot proceed, shall I summon Ziyuan to give it a try? The Taoist nodded in agreement. Yes, let her come forth and attempt it. Li Chuyi retrieved the demon banishment mirror from his bosom, and, after a moment of silent incantation, a wisp of purple mist drifted by, gradually solidifying into the exquisite form of Ziyuan. Without further ado, Li Chuyi swiftly conveyed the situation to her. After listening, Ziyuan nodded at the two of them and replied, "No problem, I shall give it a try." A refreshing breeze swept through as Ziyuan floated towards the staircase formed from accumulated corpse ash. She glanced at it before stepping forward. As her jade foot touched the first step, the staircase did not dissipate as it had when Li Chuyi had stepped upon it. Instead, it steadfastly supported Ziyuan's ascent. Li Chuyi's excitement surged, yet before he could voice his joy, a ghostly green radiance erupted from the spot where Ziyuan had stepped. Ziyuan cried out in pain, hurled backward by the force of the light. Watching her struggle to rise, her face contorted in agony. Li Chuyi noticed that the foot struck by the dark gleam had transformed into a swirling mass of purple mist, unable to coalesce. He realized she had sustained an injury, and it was likely severe enough that even the affected area could not regain its form. How could this happen? Li Chuyi asked, staring at Ziyuan in bewilderment. The Taoist replied in a somber tone, "It must be the issue of the corpse dust. I mentioned earlier that this dust had been ritualistically refined. It seems the outcome of this refinement not only transformed the dust into a staircase leading to the 5th floor, but also imposed some restrictions unknown to me." "Indeed," Ziyuan interjected, approaching him. "That green radiance is something I cannot identify. It directly harmed my soul body. Had I not already achieved complete form?" I fear that stepping onto that first layer would have resulted in far worse injuries. Turning to the astonished Li Chuyi, she added, if those 5 little ghosts were in a similar incomplete state, they would likely be utterly dispersed by the first layer, even suffering damage to their intellect. Li Chuyi scratched his head for a considerable time, wishing to assist Ziyuan in healing her wounds, but unable to devise a solution. He also pondered ways to aid the Taoist, but could think of no feasible alternatives. After a lengthy silence, feeling somewhat despondent, he asked, Master, what shall we do? If all else fails, should we leave for now and return when Ziyuan's cultivation has improved? The Taoist, lost in thought since earlier, was roused by Li Chuyi's words. He shook his head and said, do not rush. There is one more method we can attempt. If it fails, we shall follow your suggestion and return when Ziyuan's cultivation is higher. What method? Li Chuyi inquired, knowing that the Taoist must have more tricks up his sleeve. The Taoist glanced at him, then turned to Ziyuan, who was frowning in an attempt to reconstitute the swirling purple mist of her foot. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly suggested, we might try the technique of spirit projection, using the spirit to ascend these 5 layers. Spirit projection? Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. The Taoist nodded, affirming, indeed. Ziyuan has already validated my earlier hypothesis. This staircase is not meant for the living, but for spirit entities like ghosts. She was struck down because we have yet to decipher the restrictions, and thus, forcing our way through provoked a backlash from the enchantments. Another reason lies in the fact that Ziyuan possesses insufficient cultivation and lacks the ability to wield her own magical powers. This is, in essence, intertwined with the first reason. To ascend the staircase, one must either possess a method to break the restrictions or have sufficient strength to forcefully overcome the magical barriers. Turning to glance at the attentive human and ghost beside him, the Taoist continued. Although Ziyuan may not be able to confront this challenge head-on due to her lack of cultivation, my own prowess is certainly adequate for the task. Moreover, a cultivator's primordial spirit is cultivated from their own soul, which, strictly speaking, can be considered a form of ghost, merely infused with a semblance of life. Therefore, let us attempt to see if we can ascend using the primordial spirit and perhaps deceive the barriers. Upon uttering these words, the Taoist chuckled with satisfaction and added in a low voice, even if the primordial spirit cannot succeed, I possess another method that may allow us to slip through undetected. In any case, we have come this far, and we must explore every possible avenue. Li Chuyi felt an urge to inquire about the Taoist's final method, but noticing that the Taoist merely alluded to it before falling silent, he dismissed the thought. From his understanding of the Taoist, if he wished to share, he would. If he chose not to, any questions would be futile. Signaling for Li Chuyi and Ziyuan to step back, the Taoist seated himself cross-legged upon the pristine ground and entered a meditative state. After a brief period of concentration, his facial skin quivered slightly, and a figure emerged from the top of his head, gently descending beside him. Observing this apparition, which bore an identical appearance and attire to the Taoist, albeit with a somewhat translucent form, Li Chuyi realized this was the Taoist primordial spirit. This was Li Chuyi's first encounter with a primordial spirit separating from its host. He had previously only heard the Taoist mention that powerful cultivators could cultivate their primordial spirits to such an extent that they could leave their bodies, striking adversaries from afar. The detached primordial spirit could operate within a certain radius of the physical body, with the duration and distance of separation contingent upon the cultivator's level of mastery. Simultaneously, Li Chuyi understood that a cultivator whose primordial spirit had departed left their physical form exceptionally vulnerable, necessitating utmost concealment and protection. When the primordial spirit leaves the body, the physical self enters a state akin to a false death, exhibiting no sensory reactions aside from breathing. Should an enemy discover and harm the physical body during this time, the floating primordial spirit would find itself without a corporeal vessel to return to. Those fortunate enough might seize another body to be reborn or cultivate into a ghostly form. However, those less fortunate would face the dissolution of their primordial spirit upon the expiration of their time, re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. The most tragic fate would befall those captured by practitioners of nefarious arts, who would use the primordial spirit to refine their magical artifacts, denying them even the right to reincarnation, subjecting them to eternal torment within the artifact. At this moment, without uttering a word, the Taoist allowed his primordial spirit to emerge. Constrained by the circumstances that offered no hiding place, and driven by trust in Li Chuyi, particularly in Ziyuan, enabling him to act with confidence, Li Chuyi, brimming with excitement, gazed at the Taoist and his somewhat transparent form, unable to resist the urge to reach out and poke, curious about its tangible essence. However, just as his finger was about to make contact, two icy gazes fell upon him. Meeting the Taoist's piercing stare, reminiscent of a blade, Li Chuyi awkwardly smiled. Retracting his hand and bowing his head, standing silently to the side, Li Chuyi glared back, while the Taoist, shaking his head in resignation, felt utterly speechless regarding such a disciple. Raising his gaze towards them, he instructed, "You too, safeguard my physical form while I investigate." With that, he turned and transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards the staircase of corpse ash. The moment the Taoist reached the staircase, a brilliant green light erupted, far more intense than the one emitted by Ziyuan when she ascended. This green radiance shot towards the Taoist, yet before it could make contact, it was repelled by a golden shield surrounding him. Unlike Ziyuan, the Taoist was impervious to such trivial retaliatory barriers. He disregarded the green light entirely and descended swiftly, covering half the staircase in the blink of an eye. As the Taoist climbed higher, the intensity and density of the green light increased correspondingly. Countless beams of green struck the protective shield encasing the Taoist, and despite its formidable strength, the relentless onslaught caused it to shrink considerably. When the Taoist had traversed 4/5 of the staircase, the shield had become exceedingly thin, nearly clinging to his form. Li Chuyi, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat, and Ziyuan clenched her fists tightly. Unable to contain himself as he saw the shield's precarious state, Li Chuyi shouted, "Master, if it becomes too much, we should retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the loss of firewood. We can always start anew. 18 years later we shall be fine. No, 60 years. The Taoist, hovering in midair, furrowed his brows at the remark, scolding, "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Be quiet and stay put." Casting a glance at the ever-increasing green light, the Taoist's expression hardened, declaring coldly, "If the old monster Wu Yang were still alive, I would need to exercise caution. But he is but a ghost now. This mere array of barriers dares to obstruct my path? Clear the way." With a decisive gesture, the Taoist unleashed a furious shout. In response to his roar, thick, swirling clouds of black and gray smoke billowed forth from various parts of his being, emanating an almost tangible aura of death. This oppressive atmosphere not only unsettled Li Chuyi, but even Ziyuan found it overwhelmingly distressing. The sinister smoke, more malevolent than any dark arts, left Li Chuyi momentarily stunned, grappling with the incongruity of the usually righteous Taoist employing such malevolent techniques. Suddenly, the Taoist's ethereal form in the sky began to tremble violently. A chilling sound akin to ice shattering echoed, and a fissure appeared on the Taoist's spiritual body, revealing an abyss of darkness within. The sounds of cracking intensified, and with each reverberation, more black fissures emerged on his form, shaking more violently with each passing moment. With a final, resounding crack, the tremor ceased. Yet aside from a remnant of his left thigh, the entirety of his left side, including a portion of his left face, had vanished, while the right side was riddled with black cracks. Where his left side had disintegrated, there was no blood or flesh, only a gaping void, dark and chilling to behold. "Master? Master?" Li Chuyi called out in a daze, but the Taoist did not respond. He glanced at his own missing body, furrowing his brow slightly. With his remaining right hand, he beckoned the swirling black smoke around him, and immediately, the ominous mist, reeking of death, began to churn violently, enveloping the Taoist completely. As the last trace of the Taoist vanished within the black smoke, the endless green glow on the staircase abruptly ceased and dissipated as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the Taoist, shrouded in the thick black fog, surged towards the top of the staircase. At the junction between the stairs and the ceiling, a fleeting glimmer appeared, and the Taoist, along with the black smoke, disappeared from sight. Li Chuyi slowly turned his stiff neck towards Ziyuan, who also turned to look at him. After a prolonged silence, Li Chuyi hoarsely inquired, "How could this happen?" Ziyuan gazed at Li Chuyi's bewildered expression, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, she finally spoke, "I do not know why this has occurred, but I can tell you that the black smoke emanating from your master is imbued with an extraordinarily dense aura of death, even more potent than the deathly miasma I previously concealed myself within. That aura is something I would not dare approach lightly. I feel it could consume me." Li Chuyi remained silent. He was indeed aware of the formidable strength of that deathly aura. However, he could not fathom how a Taoist who relished wine, frequented brothels, and indulged in the pleasures of earthly delights could possibly cultivate such sinister techniques. Could it be that the Taoist was a practitioner of the dark arts? As he pondered, a sudden spark of insight struck him. He recalled a peculiar type of practitioner the Taoist had mentioned before, living dead. Those who manipulate the souls of the deceased in a futile attempt to unravel the mysteries of life and death for the sake of enlightenment. Could it be that the Taoist was also practicing this perverse art? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Firstly, the Taoist regarded all practitioners equally, devoid of any notions of righteousness or wickedness, only distinguishing between what he found agreeable and what he did not. Secondly, the Taoist possessed profound magical powers. Unafraid even of heavenly tribulations, having once dispelled a thunderstorm with a mere shout, undoubtedly a result of his cultivation in the realm of life and death. Lastly, and most importantly, the Taoist favored the night and relished visiting brothels, places rife with yin energy, where the atmosphere was thick with resentment, precisely the kind of environment favored by zombies. Although zombies and the living dead are not identical, they are likely not too dissimilar either. One could only wonder if, in the end, the Taoist would resemble a zombie, needing to drain blood and ultimately depleting himself. As Li Chuyi delved deeper into his thoughts, his expression fluctuated between light and dark, joy and sorrow. Ziyuan, observing him with a furrowed brow, feared that he might be overwhelmed by the shock and lose his sanity. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as Li Chuyi slapped his own face, glaring angrily at Ziyuan. "What are you doing?" "I am saving you," Ziyuan replied calmly. "Saving me? What nonsense is that? You strike me and call it saving? Do you take me for a fool? I would gladly save you 10 times over if I could." Li Chuyi's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. It was far too much to bear. "Your countenance earlier betrayed a hint of madness. I struck you to awaken you, lest you truly lose your sanity." Ziyuan spoke in her customary calm demeanor. Opposite her, Li Chuyi rolled her eyes in exasperation. How infuriating! After finally engaging in earnest contemplation, she was treated as if she were deranged and even delivered a slap, leaving her at a loss for justification. Could this girl be deceiving her? Turning to scrutinize Ziyuan's expression, she discerned her sincerity, prompting a mournful sigh from Li Chuyi as she realized there was no recourse to salvage her dignity. Alas, that slap was in vain. Ziyuan glanced at Li Chuyi, who was cradling her face in a woeful manner, and after a moment's contemplation, her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Weren't you just deranged?" Li Chuyi gazed at her with tear-filled eyes. Was this girl genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Noticing Li Chuyi's silence and her tearful gaze, Ziyuan recognized the misunderstanding, a hint of awkwardness surfacing on her pale countenance. She contemplated an apology, though she had never offered one before. After a prolonged pause, Ziyuan leaned forward, presenting her face before Li Chuyi. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Chuyi found herself perplexed. "Return the slap," Ziyuan stated flatly. Her eyes fixed intently upon Li Chuyi. Instantly, tears streamed down Li Chuyi's cheeks. Was this girl truly foolish or merely acting? Was this an invitation to her own demise? It would have sufficed for Ziyuan to not apologize for the mistaken blow, considering it was intended for her good. They could simply pretend it had never occurred. But now, she was extending her cheek for retaliation. Good heavens, even if she were not a strikingly beautiful specter, Li Chuyi could not bring herself to inflict harm. Wait, was that truly the case? Li Chuyi mused inwardly, considering that even an unattractive specter might not deter her hand. After a lengthy silence, as Ziyuan observed Li Chuyi's dazed expression without any response, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Will you not strike? This position is quite tiring." A ghost complaining of fatigue? Whose teachings espouse such absurdity? With tearful eyes, Li Chuyi tremulously replied, "Sister, I was mistaken. Please do not toy with me. Your slap was intended for my benefit. Even if it was a misjudgment, how could I retaliate?" Wiping her tears, Li Chuyi continued, "Earlier, I was not deranged. I was pondering why my master resembles a great chimney, enveloped in black smoke." Ziyuan retracted her form and inquired, "Why?" Li Chuyi hastily recounted her conjectures, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After listening, Ziyuan did not respond immediately. Instead, she pondered for a while before speaking. "I find most of your viewpoints to be correct. However, there is one question that remains unanswered." "What question?" Li Chuyi asked, momentarily taken aback. "After the appearance of the black smoke, why is your master's primordial spirit incomplete?" Ziyuan regarded Li Chuyi and asked, "Though I am not well versed in cultivation, I understand one fundamental truth. Whether it be our spirits or the primordial spirits of cultivators, they ought to be whole and unblemished. If there is a deficiency, it signifies incompleteness, indicating that one has sustained injuries. At the outset, your master possessed a complete primordial spirit, yet after the emergence of the deathly aura, he became marred with countless scars, with even his corporeal form reduced to but a mere half. I sense that this dark energy is not a product of your master's cultivation. Rather, it seems to be the cause of his fragmented primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi fell into a contemplative silence. Upon further reflection, he found the words of Ziyuan to hold considerable merit, based on his understanding of Taoists, who are notoriously vain and meticulous regarding their appearance. It is unlikely that one would engage in the practice of such sinister arts that disfigure their primordial spirit to an abominable state. Yet, if this deathly aura is not a result of the Taoist cultivation, then what could possibly inflict such damage upon a being whom he revered as a celestial figure? Perplexed, Li Chuyi found himself increasingly troubled by these thoughts. In a moment of exasperation, he bellowed and resolved to cease pondering the matter. If clarity eluded him, he would simply await the Taoist return to pose his inquiries. There was no need to indulge in self-inflicted distress. Should the Taoist choose to remain silent? It would not matter, for he knew that this individual had saved him since childhood, nurturing him and guiding him in his cultivation. The rest was inconsequential. Having come to this realization, Li Chuyi settled beside the Taoist, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation, patiently awaiting the return of his mentor. As the time for a meal passed, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky. A flicker of ghostly light appeared, and the black smoke summoned by the Taoist surged from the rooftop, billowing forth as a dense cloud intertwined with the fragmented silhouette of the Taoist, swirling ceaselessly around him. Within the shroud of black smoke, the Taoist opened his eyes, furrowed his brow, and surveyed his surroundings. Joining his hands in prayer, he performed a series of intricate hand seals. "Contain," he uttered in a low voice. In response, the black smoke began to shift, dispersing slightly outward, forming several tendrils that seemed intent on slipping into the Taoist's gaping wound. Yet, just as the tendrils approached the Taoist's injury, two of them suddenly altered their trajectory, deftly circumventing the wound, and instead seeking to attach themselves to the intact portions of his body. The remaining tendrils also veered away from the Taoist, soaring outward as if attempting to escape. The Taoist, seemingly unperturbed, swiftly executed an array of hand seals, his hands transforming into a blur of phantoms, as if an abundance of hands had manifested in that instant. In mere moments, before one could blink, the Taoist had completed an innumerable series of incantations. Li Chuyi, counting in his mind and recalling the Taoist's typical spellcasting, estimated there were at least several hundred. Upon concluding the final incantation, the Taoist emitted a calm yet disdainful snort. "Seal." With these words, his initially soft voice resonated through the air, gradually coalescing into a resounding wave that lingered. An array of diverse and intricate talismans erupted forth, converging to form a multitude of golden symbols. These symbols then soared toward the outer fringes of the black smoke and the intact portions of the Taoist's body, restraining the chaotic movements of the dark energy. The black smoke thrashed about, striving to evade the grasp of the golden symbols. However, those symbols were not to be outmaneuvered. With their superior agility, they ensnared the black smoke tightly around the Taoist. The two most robust tendrils that sought to attach themselves to the Taoist were forcibly repelled by an abundance of symbols, creating a gap of approximately 2 fingers width between the tendrils and the Taoist's corporeal form. As the golden symbols multiplied, the struggling black smoke gradually ceased its writhing motions. Suddenly, the once vibrant struggles of the black smoke momentarily halted, swiftly coiling back to form a singular mass before the Taoist. As the black smoke gathered, its exterior began to transform, acquiring a watery texture, resembling a vast swirl of ink suspended in midair. With the final tendril of black smoke dissipating, the dense ink stilled, gradually morphing into a visage in the sky. The face, barely formed, featured only faint hollows for eyes, devoid of any other facial features. Upon gazing at this nearly blank countenance, Li Chuyi felt a jolt in his heart, recalling a mention by the Taoist of an entity referred to as faceless. Though the Taoist had not elaborated on its origins, Li Chuyi sensed from the Taoist's tone that this being was far from benign, likely an adversary not meant to exist in the mortal realm. The blackened visage hung silently before the Taoist, as if engaged in a standoff, while the Taoist, with an expression of utmost seriousness, fixed his gaze upon the hollow eye sockets, as though he could perceive its eyes within. In that moment, the fourth floor fell into an eerie silence. Despite this stillness, the outside world thrummed with activity. The Wuyang tomb had been opened, and with the arrival of the first wave of cultivators, more and more were drawn in. Some had been delayed by prior engagements, while many others, having honed their skills nearby, were lured by the extraordinary phenomenon. The necessity of passing through Wuyang City to access the tomb was no longer a secret. Who among them lacked connections? Once one person let slip the news, it quickly spread from 10 to 100. Furthermore, this secret was primarily relevant to novices in the bustling world of martial arts. Those with a modicum of experience might not claim universal knowledge, but they certainly numbered in the majority. The later arrivals exhibited a wide range of abilities, some even surpassing Feng Qinshan and Jiang Xing, while the least experienced were merely a decade or two behind Li Chuyi in cultivation, despite lacking the protection of skilled Taoists. They charged forth on horseback, undeterred by the dangers, eager to partake in the excitement. As the crowd swelled, the Wuyang tomb grew increasingly lively. Although few had ventured into its deeper inner sanctum, the middle and outer layers were already bustling with activity. The outer layer resembled a vibrant marketplace, buzzing with voices. Often, a shout of treasure discovery would send a throng surging toward the source, only to erupt into chaos and scuffles, dispersing soon after. Few cared about the legitimacy of the treasure or its current possessor. Those lingering at the periphery were acutely aware of their limitations, venturing inward would likely spell doom. They harbored no greed, choosing instead to profit from the remains of the fallen after the tumult, preferring not to exert unnecessary effort. Moreover, acquiring treasure could be a double-edged sword, potentially leading to a swifter demise. Let those who wish to take the risk do so. Embracing this mindset, the peripheral practitioners exhibited remarkable diligence and an insatiable thirst for combat. Upon hearing rumors of treasures, regardless of their authenticity, they flocked en masse, engaging in chaotic skirmishes, where fortune favored the lucky while misfortune befell the unfortunate. Even at the entrance to the burial site, a gathering of practitioners began to form, selling items they no longer required or had recently discovered, creating a bustling atmosphere. On the third day since the tomb's opening, a brilliant flash of light heralded the arrival of a group at the entrance of the Five-Ram tomb, comprising roughly 7 or 8 individuals. The leader was an elegant woman clad in a delicate lavender pleated skirt. Her figure was well-proportioned, and her features were exquisite and understated. Her lustrous dark hair was meticulously arranged atop her head in a style reminiscent of the Lingshu bun, with 2 strands cascading gracefully down the sides of her fair, delicate face, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Yet, this ethereal figure bore an expression of cold indifference, seemingly devoid of warmth towards anyone. Behind her stood 7 individuals, 4 men and 3 women, all youthful. As the woman took her place, they stood respectfully in silence, save for one young girl of approximately 12 or 13 years, who, unlike the others, was filled with curiosity, peering around and exclaiming in wonder at the peculiar sights. Upon hearing her exclamations, the woman, her face betraying a hint of exasperation, gently shook her head and leaned toward the girl, whispering, "Xiaoyu, do not be mischievous. This place is rife with danger. Stay close to me." The girl, upon hearing this, promptly turned and replied with respect, "Understood," in Shueqing. Seeing the girl's obedience, the woman named Shueqing nodded slightly. Just as she was about to address the other young practitioners, the girl exclaimed again, "Aunt Qingqing, look over there. That person has 3 eyes. Wow, that tiger is enormous." The expressions of the other young practitioners fluctuated between green and pale as they observed Aunt Shueqing's reaction, ultimately settling into a resigned silence that concealed their amusement. Under the piercing gaze of Shueqing, they lowered their heads, their eyes fixed on the ground, wary of revealing any semblance of mirth. Shueqing shook her head in resignation. The girl's name was Li Chuyi, the beloved daughter of the current sect leader. Mischievous and impish from a young age, she had a knack for provoking both exasperation and affection in her peers, leaving her fellow disciples in a constant state of helplessness and bemusement. On this occasion, when the young disciples had set out for training, the girl had somehow learned of their plans and insisted on accompanying them. Initially, the sect leader had opposed her request, but after several days of relentless entreaty from the girl, who had caused the leader considerable distress, he ultimately relented and appointed Shueqing to lead the expedition. Typically fearless and untroubled, Lu Shiyu only heeded her senior when he was angered, and it was usually Shueqing who could manage her spirited nature. However, observing the young disciples with their necks turning crimson from suppressed laughter, Shueqing felt a growing sense of futility in her ability to rein in this spirited girl. With a playful flick to Shiyu's head, ignoring the girl's pitiful expression as she rubbed her forehead, Shueqing addressed the group with a calm demeanor. "Our purpose in this endeavor is to broaden your experiences and insights. It is essential to understand that the path of cultivation is not merely a matter of diligent practice. It is akin to constructing a vehicle behind closed doors. Beyond hard work, cultivation also emphasizes the significance of opportunities and insights, particularly when confronted with the bottlenecks of one's practice, which are often navigated through personal fortune and enlightenment. This time, with me leading the way, I assure your safety. However, when you venture out on your own in the future, you must rely on yourselves. The current occasion coincides with the grand opening of the Wuyang tomb, presenting you with an excellent opportunity to broaden your horizons. This place is teeming with a mix of characters. Once you delve deeper, even I, your master, cannot guarantee your safe return. Remember, do not seek glory, but rather strive for safety. When you witness treasures emerging, do not rush forward like fools. First discern their authenticity, then assess your own strength before making plans. At this juncture, Xu Weqing glanced at the several individuals standing silently, and with gravitas, she said, "Remember, living is of utmost importance. Once one is dead, nothing else holds value." "Yes, master. We will bear this in mind." The group responded hastily, bowing deeply. Xu Weqing nodded slightly, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the bustling square. Then shook her head gently and turned to seek a path, beckoning her disciples to follow. Just then, a resounding boom echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Instantly, the previously vibrant marketplace fell silent as everyone turned to look towards the source of the sound. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, another thunderous noise erupted. This time, the sound did not emanate from the depths of the tomb, but rather from the sky above their heads. Looking up, they noticed that the once clear night sky had been obscured by thick, rolling dark clouds, through which flashes of violet-blue light surged, suffocating those below with an overwhelming sense of dread. Thunder, thunder, tribulation, tribulation. A piercing cry rang out, jolting the onlookers from their stupor. Was this not the dreaded thunder tribulation that all fear? A typical thunderstorm would not invoke such a heavy sense of impending doom among cultivators. What in the world is happening? Which fool is undergoing tribulation here? Indeed, who on earth is daring to face tribulation in this place? Are we to be doomed alongside them? Stop with the useless chatter. Let us flee. Run. We must escape before we are reduced to ashes. Run? This is the Wuyang tomb, the sepulchre of the ancient Wuyang. Who could possibly undergo tribulation here? Do you think the formation of the Wuyang is a mere fade? Within this realm, not only can the heavenly tribulation not sense the cultivator, but even if it could, the tomb's restrictions would strike them down first. What, then, is this? Do not tell me this is merely a storm gathering to wash clothes. Forget about washing clothes. This spectacle clearly indicates that a precious artifact is emerging. It is said that when a rare treasure manifests, it is always accompanied by heavenly thunder. Only those who endure the tribulation may reveal themselves to the world. This is undoubtedly a sign that something valuable has surfaced from the tomb. Is this genuine? Do not deceive me. Believe it or not. I am going regardless of whether you choose to follow. Even if it costs me my life, I must catch a glimpse of this opportunity. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, the square was instantly thrown into chaos. Those terrified of being struck by heavenly thunder rushed outward, while many others, believing this to be an omen heralding the emergence of a rare treasure, surged deeper into the tomb. Xu Weqing remained still, standing at the periphery with a few disciples. As the tumultuous throng flowed past her, she appeared oblivious, furrowing her brow as she gazed skyward, lost in contemplation. Silence enveloped her disciples, who dared not utter a word, standing respectfully with their hands at their sides. Only the young girl named Xiaoyu was restless, fidgeting and casting furtive glances, trying to signal her senior brothers and sisters to inquire about the situation. However, her seniors, lacking her formidable backing, averted their gazes, feigning ignorance, which left Xiaoyu pouting in dissatisfaction. After a prolonged silence, unable to contain her impatience any longer, Xiaoyu turned to Xu Weqing and asked, "Aunt Qing, what shall we do now? Should we enter or not?" Xu Weqing, momentarily startled by Xiaoyu's call, came to her senses. She rapped the girl lightly on the head and admonished, "How many times must I remind you to address me as Shu when we are outside?" Pausing for thought, she continued, "This phenomenon is undoubtedly a thunder tribulation. Yet it likely does not indicate that someone is undergoing a tribulation. The formation of the Wuyang tomb is so potent that it has nearly reached the threshold of its own realm. Thus, ordinary heavenly tribulations would not sense the presence of those undergoing the trial. Moreover, this thunderstorm does not resemble the signs of a rare treasure's emergence. Typically, the clouds would exhibit a kaleidoscope of colors rather than this singular hue." At this point, Xu Weqing shot a glare at Xiaoyu, cautioning, regardless of the circumstances, "Neither of you is equipped to handle it. Entering would jeopardize your lives." Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, lowering her head in embarrassment. "Let us leave first. That is settled," Xu Weqing declared resolutely. The disciples dared not voice dissent, nodding in agreement as they prepared to depart. However, they soon observed that the throngs who had rushed outward were inexplicably retreating, and from beyond the entrance, they could faintly hear cries of battle. As if a confrontation were unfolding. Xueqing's expression shifted dramatically. Before she could speak, a commanding voice rang out in all the world. Is there no land but that of the king? This is the territory of my Dian dynasty. I come bearing the king's decree. Who dares to enter or exit without my permission? As the words fell, a multitude of cultivators were sent reeling backward, some collapsing lifelessly to the ground, clearly meeting their end. At the entrance, thousands of soldiers clad in matching silver armor streamed in, herding the cultivators together, forming ranks to face them from a distance. Once the silver-armored soldiers had taken their positions, a general adorned in golden lion armor, complete with a full-face golden helmet, emerged from their ranks. The mask covering his face bore a lion's head motif, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. The Dian army, Lion General. Xueqing's expression turned icy. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, hands gradually widening with tension, as waves of hatred flickered in her eyes. The golden-armored Lion General surveyed the crowd in the square. His commanding voice resonating once more, by the command of our king, I have come to apprehend the wanted criminals. Hurry and lay down your weapons. Allow me to verify your identities. Once I ascertain your innocence, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you resist, I shall show no mercy. Why should we? One of the cultivators expressed his displeasure, asserting that we are all practitioners and cannot be subjected to such indignity. Indeed, it is evident that you covet the treasures we have acquired on our journey, prompting this course of action. By what right do you demand our surrender? Are you not afraid of inciting the wrath of the masses? Another cultivator echoed the sentiment, with two individuals leading the charge. The crowd of cultivators in the square became increasingly agitated, their voices rising in fervor as they pressed toward the ranks of the silver-armored soldiers, seemingly ready to surge forward. Observing this, the Lion General spoke little, his form shifting slightly, and in an instant, the two most vocal dissenters found themselves ensnared in his grasp, their throats firmly clasped. The silver-armored soldiers, drawing their weapons, aimed them at the crowd and shouted in unison. An invisible pressure swept through the throng, halting their advance and forcing them to retreat. The foremost among them clutched their chests, some even spewing blood under the oppressive force. As the crowd quieted, the Lion General's voice rang out once more. You question my authority? I shall enlighten you. It is simply because I am stronger than you. Were it not for my king's aversion to needless slaughter, I would have long since wiped out all of you, the scattered rabble. Having spoken, the Lion General gazed down at the two cultivators ensnared in his grip, their faces turning an ashen hue, and inquired, Do you understand now? The two cultivators, realizing their predicament, nodded vigorously, signaling their comprehension. The Lion General, satisfied, remarked, Good, it is wise to be enlightened. Do not harbor resentment. With that, without waiting for their resistance, he exerted his strength, and the two cultivators were instantly transformed into a mist of crimson, dissipating into the air. Once the sanguine fog cleared, only the Lion General remained, unblemished, standing amidst the silence, his cold gaze piercing through his helm, surveying the crowd with chilling indifference, witnessing the Lion General's ruthless display. Although the crowd seethed with indignation, none dared to voice their dissent, fearing they might be the next to become a mere wisp of blood. Silence enveloped the square, save for the occasional rumble of thunder from above. Suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness. Huh? What a display of power. What a grand spectacle. Lioness Lapdog. I can hardly tolerate your pretentious demeanor. As the voice echoed, a figure surged forth from the crowd, hurtling toward the Lion General. The assailant moved with remarkable speed, reaching the Lion General in an instant, hands aglow with a dark crimson light as they struck out. Unfazed by the sudden onslaught, the Lion General remained steady, his stance unyielding. Just as the dual palms were about to connect with him, he raised his own hands, enveloped in a golden radiance, meeting the attack head-on. With a thunderous crash, the Lion General was forced back 3 steps, while the assailant was similarly repelled, flipping through the air before finally landing on the ground. At this moment, the crowd finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. He appeared to be in his 30s, possessing a rather handsome visage. Yet the faintly bloodshot eyes and the cold smirk that occasionally crept at the corners of his mouth instilled an involuntary chill within those who beheld him. His wild, crimson hair cascaded messily over his shoulders, reminiscent of the color of blood. Upon the sight of this man, the scattered cultivators, cornered and anxious, instinctively took a step back. Murmuring amongst themselves, "It is Blood Butcher," exclaimed one cultivator. "I never anticipated he would come. It seems the forces of darkness have sent many this time," remarked another, slightly older cultivator. A younger cultivator, puzzled, inquired, "Who is he? Why does everyone seem so fearful of him?" The elder cultivator responded, "Youngster, when venturing out for training, one must keep their eyes wide open to avoid losing their life. This red-haired man is known as Blood Butcher, one of the three deities of slaughter from the Dark Sect's 100 Saints Pavilion. Not only is his cultivation profound, but he is also exceedingly bloodthirsty. Have you not heard the saying, 'Leave no man or beast alive'? It refers to him. But given the current situation, he should be on our side, should he not? Isn't he here to assist us?" The young cultivator still expressed his doubts. The older cultivator, with a bitter smile, replied, "Assist us? It would be a miracle if he does not kill us. Did I not mention his moniker is 'Leave no man or beast alive'? He kills based on his whims. Even if he belongs to the same dark faction, if he takes a disliking to you, he will not hesitate to slay you. He may not overpower the grand army of Dian, but if he chooses to flee, they certainly cannot detain him, should a battle ensue. Remember, it is better to surrender to the Dian army than to remain too close to him. Surrendering to Dian may afford you a chance at survival. But should you fall under Blood Butcher's gaze, it is certain death." The young cultivator nodded in understanding, quietly retreating a few steps, ignoring the bustling whispers behind him. Blood Butcher merely sneered at the Lion General, taunting, "Lion General, after all these years, you have made no progress. Instead of hiding in your doghouse and fulfilling your role as a guard dog, you bring this band of fools to block my way. Are you aware that I have not tasted blood in a long time, and you come to serve me a feast?" In response to Blood Butcher's mockery, the Lion General kept his composure, coldly retorting, "Blood Butcher, you and I stand on equal footing. What is there to gloat about? I have come here with 3,000 silver-armored soldiers. If I can hold you back. Do you truly believe your abilities will allow you to contend with both me and 3,000 of Dian's silver-armored troops simultaneously? If he cannot handle it alone, then what of our combined strength?" A soft, chilling voice floated through the air. A gentle breeze swept across, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. As dozens of figures clad in black robes materialized in the square, the speaker was the leading figure among them, tall and slender. His black robe's large hood obscuring most of his face, revealing only a pale, gaunt chin and thin, purplish lips. "Do you truly believe you and your 3,000 useless soldiers can withstand us?" The soft voice echoed again, as the black-robed man fixed his gaze upon the Lion General. Even beneath the hood, the Lion General could feel the piercing chill of his gaze, akin to a blade. The Lion Commander exhaled softly and spoke coldly, "Guisi, you have indeed arrived. It seems the National Master was not mistaken. Many from the 100 Saints Pavilion have come, and not just from your sect, but from the entire realm of evil. My purpose here is to capture you all in one fell swoop, which would surely devastate your kind, while ensuring a millennium of peace for the Dian dynasty." Blood Butcher let out a chilling laugh and retorted, "Capture us all? You certainly overestimate yourself, don't you? Just you and these 3,000 useless minions?" "You are correct. Indeed, many from our evil sect have gathered, but with such scant forces. We need not rely on our allies. The 100 Saints Pavilion alone can annihilate you here." The Lion Commander shook his head slightly, sighed, and coldly replied, "Blood Butcher, how foolish of you to have cultivated for so long only to possess brute strength, while your mind remains obstinately ignorant. The National Master, wise as the ocean and with celestial powers, has already foreseen your sect's grand mobilization. Do you truly believe that upon hearing the National Master's calculations, our king would send only me and these 3,000 silver-armored soldiers?" Upon hearing this, Blood Butcher's expression subtly changed, and the Lion Commander continued, "Look at the sky. Behold the thunderclouds above. Do you think this is some fool undergoing tribulation? Or do you, like the foolish cultivators behind you, believe this is an omen of some treasure left behind by the elder of 5 sheep about to emerge?" Blood Butcher was taken aback, and the cultivators behind him stirred restlessly. If this tribulation was not a sign of a treasure's emergence, then what could it be? At that moment, Guisi raised his head slightly and asked coldly, "The Tiangang Thunder Control Formation?" The Lion Commander, somewhat surprised, nodded and said, "Guisi, you truly live up to your name, recognizing even the hidden formations of the Dian dynasty. Indeed, it is the Tiangang Thunder Control Formation." Instantly, gasps erupted from the crowd in the square. Those unfamiliar with the formation were shocked upon learning its significance. The entire square became a cacophony of astonishment. The Tiangang Thunder Control Formation is one of the national treasures of the Dian dynasty, requiring several cultivators with at least a millennium of cultivation to cooperate in its complex arrangement. Through secret methods, they transform the earthly 5 elements into pure yang energy, and then, using the formation, summon the heavenly yang qi to merge, creating thunderous energy to strike foes. While this thunderous energy is not naturally occurring and lacks the power of true tribulation, it is perilously close, making it a deadly formation for the vast majority of cultivators. Since the founding of the Dian dynasty, this formation has rarely been employed, firstly, due to the stringent conditions required for its setup, and even if successfully arranged, there is a significant risk of backlash if the leading cultivator cannot control the thunderous energy. Secondly, it is said that there are undisclosed risks associated with the formation, making its use exceedingly rare. However, once activated, it leaves a scorched earth in its wake. The Dian dynasty has always maintained strict military discipline, exerting tight control over the cultivators within its ranks. To even discuss forbidden knowledge, or to have seen things one should not have, if discovered by the court, could lead to the horrifying consequence of annihilating one's entire clan. Thus, although this formation is quite renowned, few are truly aware of it, and even fewer can recognize it. While those who have witnessed it in person and lived to tell the tale are, apart from the erased creator from the Dian dynasty, exceedingly rare. Therefore, when Ghost Devourer immediately identified the Heavenly Gang lightning formation, even the Lion General was taken aback, though it was merely momentary. What of it? Ultimately, wouldn't they all meet their demise? Suddenly, a young man emerged from the crowd of cultivators, slightly bowing to the Lion General, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Esteemed Lion General, I am Gulan, a representative of the Gu family from the western regions of Dian. Born and raised in Dian, I have long been aware of our Emperor's wisdom and the vast blessings that his grace bestows upon us, as well as the inviolable nature of royal decrees. Thus, I am willing to cooperate with you in the investigation to prove my innocence, and I hope you will honor your promise and allow me to depart. Might I ask if you are amenable to this?" Upon hearing Gulan's words, the surrounding cultivators were taken aback for a moment, but soon reacted, with several stepping forward from the crowd to introduce themselves, expressing their willingness to cooperate. "A bunch of fools," Snow Clear muttered under her breath. The moment the Lion General made his entrance with his troops, she sensed that a significant upheaval was imminent, prompting her to retreat with a few disciples to the rear of the crowd. Witnessing these cultivators stepping forward now elicited a derisive smile from her. Beside her, Li Chuyi, puzzled, whispered, "Aunt Qing, why do you call them fools?" Snow Clear scoffed softly, shaking her head slightly without offering a reply. Just as Little Rain was about to inquire further, she heard Ghost Devourer voice his thoughts. "Do you truly believe that by cooperating, they will allow you to leave? Do you genuinely trust that?" Turning to the group of cultivators who were still hesitating, Ghost Devourer reiterated his question. Gulan, who had taken the lead, immediately glared at Ghost Devourer and declared loudly, "Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. You, wicked heretics, should cease your nonsense here. Our Dian is a grand celestial kingdom, enduring through the ages, instilling fear across the lands. Our Dian royal army is a formidable force, incapable of deceit. I suggest you, demon, swiftly surrender and submit to our Dian dynasty, rather than stubbornly resisting and meeting your doom here 1,000-fold." Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Blood Butcher erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Your flattery is quite commendable, it brings me great joy. But alas, your words can only be heard by a select few. While that blessing to all Dian Emperor will never hear it. What a pity." Enraged by Blood Butcher's retort, Gulan opened his mouth to respond, only to see Blood Butcher make a slight movement. A streak of crimson light flashed, and his left cheek was gently struck, causing him to stagger back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Covering his lightly struck left cheek, Gulan's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his brow, as the chilling touch of Blood Butcher's hand and the lingering scent of blood enveloped his senses. Observing Gulan's ashen countenance, Blood Butcher laughed heartily, saying, "Fear not. Your eloquence is commendable, and it has amused me greatly. I shall not take your life. Furthermore, even if I were to spare you, others would not be so merciful. Since someone else is willing to do the task, I shall not waste my energy on you." Gulan's face was contorted with anger, ready to retort, but the chilling sensation and the faint metallic tang of blood made him swallow his words. Surviving was paramount. He did not wish to lose his life over a fleeting verbal dispute, especially not against the infamous and capricious Blood Butcher. At that moment, Guaisher spoke. "You are Gulan, correct? Do you truly believe that Blood Butcher is deceiving you? Do you think you can leave here alive?" Gulan chose not to respond, instead turning to face the Lion General. The Lion General, upon noticing, nodded slightly and assured, "I promise you, as long as you cooperate. Once I have confirmed your innocence, you shall be allowed to depart." With the Lion General's assurance, Gulan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly joined the cultivator beside him, who had eagerly sought to clear his name, and moved towards the Lion General. Casting a scornful glance at Gui Shi and Blood Butcher, his eyes brimming with challenge and derision. As the hesitant cultivators heard the Lion General's words, many began to step forward, like Golan, announcing their identities before lining up beside the Lion General for verification. As these cultivators passed, neither Gui Shi nor Blood Butcher made any attempt to obstruct them, nor did the dark-cloaked figures behind them stir. When Golan and the others reached the Lion General, staring defiantly at them, Gui Shi sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his tone as he remarked, "One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions." He continued, "Very well, if they cannot comprehend such matters, they would merely be foolish to continue their cultivation, wasting precious resources." Gradually, the number of cultivators emerging from the crowd dwindled. Among those remaining, some were practitioners of the dark arts, knowing that leaving would require a desperate gamble. Others were cunning veterans, skeptical of the Lion General's promise. While many more remained due to their pride as cultivators and their confidence in the strength necessary to uphold that pride. After a long silence, no one else stepped forward, and the throng of over 1,000 cultivators had dwindled to 600 or 700. Observing this, the Lion General stepped forward, raising his voice. "Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward?" He repeated, "Is there anyone else?" His icy voice echoed across the square, resonating within the hearts of the remaining cultivators. Among them, many displayed expressions of inner turmoil. They were uncertain if the next moment would bring an attack from the Lion General and his forces. Yet the dignity of a cultivator and the identity of those in the dark arts compelled them to remain silent and rooted in place despite the Lion General's threats. After waiting in vain for a response, the Lion General nodded and coldly declared, "Very well, I have given you an opportunity. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Soldiers, heed my command." "Yes, my lord." The silver-armored soldiers responded in unison. "I come today by royal decree to capture the malevolent forces that threaten the lives of the innocent. However, since these miscreants refuse to heed my counsel, I have no choice but to eradicate them all for the sake of the people's peace. Warriors, follow me as we purge the wicked and vanquish evil. Show no mercy." With that, the Lion General raised his hand and swung it forward decisively. "Charge." The silver-armored soldiers responded in unison, brandishing their weapons and preparing to charge forward. "Hold." A commanding shout suddenly echoed, followed by a cacophony of sounds slicing through the air, rushing toward their position. Upon hearing the call, the Lion General raised a hand, causing the silver-armored soldiers, who were poised to move, to halt immediately, reforming into their previous formation while keeping their weapons at the ready. In this atmosphere of strict command, a chilling aura of impending slaughter instilled fear in all present. The Lion General directed his gaze toward the source of the voice, coldly inquiring, "Who approaches?" As the Lion General spoke, countless figures descended upon the group of cultivators. Upon inspection, it was evident that the newcomers numbered in the hundreds, comprising various factions that had ventured deeper into the tomb earlier. After landing, they quickly organized themselves into distinct groups, with humans, demons, and spirits each forming their own circles. Among them, the human cultivators divided into two factions, prominently led by Feng Qingshan and Jiang Xing, whom Li Chuyi had previously encountered. Once everyone had settled, Feng Qingshan stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Feng Qingshan of the Mongshan Sword Sect, honored to meet the Lion General. We entered the tomb to seek treasures, but upon witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon, we withdrew at once. However, having ventured too deep, we only just emerged. Upon my arrival, I overheard the Lion General proclaiming a no mercy stance. Might I inquire about the reasoning behind such a decree?" Upon hearing this, the Lion General reiterated the circumstances. And once he had finished, he coldly demanded, "Now, inform me of your choice." As soon as the Lion General's words fell, chaos erupted in the square. The newly arrived evildoers furiously glared, hurling insults, while those previously compelled to resist among the cultivators found courage in the arrival of reinforcements and joined in the outcry with righteous indignation. At this moment, from among the demon cultivators, a robust figure with a tiger's head spoke up. "Your internal strife among human cultivators is of no concern to us demons. Must we be implicated in your discord?" The Lion General offered a cold laugh, not even glancing at the tiger-headed demon, and arrogantly replied, "Demon cultivators? Merely beasts with some magical prowess, in my eyes, no different from livestock. You possess no qualifications to negotiate with me. Your kind has long been a scourge upon the land, the source of chaos. I shall eradicate you all upon sight, especially today." Upon hearing this, the demon cultivators erupted in an uproar, expressing their outrage loudly. "Demon cultivators? Having evolved from various beast species through the ages by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, include those who, like the tiger-headed figure, have shed their beastly forms for human ones. Some who achieve the pinnacle of cultivation can entirely transform into human shapes, blending seamlessly with ordinary people as long as they do not reveal their true forms. Unlike human cultivators, who are born with innate intelligence, most demon cultivators begin their journey in ignorance, only awakening their intellect after years of arduous training. Thus, each demon cultivator stands as a proud victor in their path of cultivation, considering themselves fortunate, coupled with their generally longer lifespans compared to human cultivators. Each demon believes themselves superior to humans and all other races, regardless of whether their nobility is genuine or feigned. The demon cultivators invariably emerge from the transformation of mindless beasts and ferocious birds of prey, a fact that remains unchanged. Consequently, they harbor a profound disdain for being referred to as beasts or livestock, as such insults not only demean them, but also evoke unpleasant memories from their time devoid of intellect. Should anyone dare to utter such slurs against a demon cultivator, it would inevitably lead to a life-and-death conflict. Thus, upon hearing the Lion General's scornful remarks and observing his blatant disregard, the demon cultivators were immediately incensed, erupting in furious curses. Several of them even summoned their magical artifacts, glaring at the Lion General, eagerly awaiting the command from their leader, the tiger-headed man, to strike. The tiger-headed man, his expression filled with rage, had eyes that blazed crimson. He glared at the Lion General and coldly declared, "It seems today will be a fight to the death. Human cultivator, regardless of your status among your kind, you shall pay the price for your words and actions today." The Lion General cast him a sidelong glance and sneered, "Price? Is it you who will impose it? Just because you've gained intelligence? Do you believe you are now human? You dare to negotiate with me?" As he spoke, he pulled back his cloak to reveal the inner lining, addressing the tiger-headed man. "Do you see this? The former owner of this hide was a lion demon, who, like you, spoke disrespectfully to me. Thus, I transformed it into a cloak. This little lion was supposedly a prince of your tribe. What a farce. You beasts attempt to mimic human royalty, yet in the end, it serves as my garment. Do you think you can surpass him?" The tiger-headed man was about to retort when he caught sight of the lion's skin on the cloak. Sensing the unique aura of the demon royal lineage emanating from it, his eyes instantly turned a deep crimson, glinting with bloodlust, as he bellowed, "Kill! To the death!" The demon cultivators, who had long been on edge, erupted into a collective roar, their eyes aflame with rage as they surged toward the Lion General, observing the unfolding chaos. The Lion General coldly smiled and gestured to one of his lieutenants, commanding, "Annihilate them." With that, he paid no further heed to the lieutenant, who took his orders. Turning to Feng Qinshan, the Lion General spoke in a chilling tone. "Now, let us resume our earlier discussion. Tell me your choice. Will you cooperate with me? Or will you stubbornly resist? You must think carefully." Feng Qinshan regarded the Lion General with a complex expression. As a cultivator, his dignity was not to be trifled with. Yet his life was at stake. He could fight for his honor, but he understood that others might not share his perspective. With a resigned sigh, he turned to those behind him and said, "Decide for yourselves." He then quietly stepped aside. The few cultivators accompanying Feng Qinshan understood that he had chosen dignity. After a moment's contemplation, they too sighed quietly and retreated to stand alongside him. Meanwhile, the other cultivators were visibly torn. After a prolonged silence, much like the earlier hesitation of Gulan, the first among them chose to surrender, followed by a steady stream of others who stepped forward. In the struggle between dignity and life, they chose the latter. Xueqing and her companions remained stationed in a corner of the crowd, striving to avoid drawing attention. At this moment, numerous cultivators began to emerge one after another. Xueqing remained unresponsive, yet several young individuals behind her displayed signs of anxiety. Among them, a slender-eyed young man gritted his teeth and whispered, "Master Xueqing, what shall we do?" Xueqing cast a fleeting glance at him, but remained silent. Beside her, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in indignation as she exclaimed, "What do you mean? What should we do? If you're afraid of death, then just go. If you're not afraid of having your soul searched, then by all means, proceed. Just look at your feeble disposition." The disciples, who had exhibited signs of internal struggle, flushed at Xiaoyu's remarks. The slender-eyed young man, feeling utterly embarrassed, finally stammered, "I'm not afraid of dying. Lord Shijiang has come to eradicate evil. If we are killed for our lack of cooperation, I deem it unjust. As cultivators of the righteous path, we need not fear shadows if our stance is upright. There is no need to perish alongside the wicked." Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and retorted, "Afraid of death is just that, being afraid of death. Finding excuses is merely a display of cowardice. The slender-eyed youth, face flushed with anger, was about to argue back when the previously silent Xueqing interjected. The path lies beneath your feet. How you choose is entirely up to you. Surrendering to Lord Shijiang for the sake of survival is not inherently wrong. Fighting for a cultivator's dignity is also not wrong. The choice is yours. I will not interfere. After a brief pause, Xueqing continued. This is also part of the trial. With that, she fell silent, her gaze fixed coldly ahead at Lord Shijiang. The young disciples behind her, upon hearing her words, fell into contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu glanced at them with disdain and muttered cowards under her breath before aligning herself beside Xueqing to face forward. Behind Xueqing, the young disciples were engulfed in turmoil. This outing for training was not their first. Previous excursions had been recounted by fellow disciples who returned, revealing encounters with various dangers. However, none had been as perilous as this, where the odds of survival seemed almost non-existent. Despite their prolonged cultivation, these young individuals had always practiced safely within their sect, where disputes among brothers constituted significant events. They had never faced a life-or-death decision like the one before them now. Having cultivated since childhood, they understood that a cultivator's dignity surpassed all else, even their own lives. If asked in calmer times how they would choose between the trampling of dignity and the chance to survive, they would undoubtedly choose their dignity without hesitation. Yet, when confronted with such a predicament, they realized they were not as resolute as they had once believed, including the slender-eyed youth. They acknowledged that no matter how many justifications they could muster, the choice between a cultivator's dignity and life, regardless of how reasonable the justification, was merely a fade. Ultimately, it stemmed from their desire to live. Indeed, they did not wish to die. In the face of death, all their pride and previously held notions of self-respect were crushed to the ground. They were in a state of panic, and no one was there to guide them on how to choose. They sought counsel from the only person nearby capable of aiding their choice. Yet Xueqing's response made it abundantly clear that she would not assist them. Instead, she urged them to make their own decisions. Although Xueqing's gaze was fixed ahead, she could still perceive the confusion and turmoil among the few individuals beside her. She let out a silent sigh, feeling quite helpless. During this excursion, each of them had performed admirably. Despite encountering numerous dangers previously, they had emerged unscathed under her protection. Through these trials, she sensed the growth of the young individuals, which was precisely the purpose of their journey. With the opening of the Wuyong tomb, Xueqing and her companions happened to be in the vicinity, prompting them to visit. Their intentions were twofold: to broaden the young one's horizons and, with a glimmer of hope, to unearth hidden treasures and perhaps find a bargain. Given that their primary objective was to hone their skills, Xueqing harbored no desire for treasure and advised the young ones to observe more and act less, striving to avoid conflicts with others. To mitigate risks, she even delayed their arrival until 3 days after the tomb's opening, planning to stay no more than 2 days and vowing not to depart when the tomb's entrance closed. By her calculations, they would evade the two most perilous times, the opening and closing of the tomb, and with their modest aspirations and discreet conduct, they hoped to sidestep any potential calamities. She believed that even if unforeseen events arose, she could handle them with her cultivation level. However, fate had other plans. As soon as they entered, they encountered the scene before them. Had it merely been the Lion General, Xueqing would have felt confident in leading her disciples to safety. Yet, upon discovering that the area was ensnared with a heavenly thunder formation, even in its simplified form, Xueqing realized this was beyond her means to resolve. Confronted by the formidable national treasure of the Yin, she felt no assurance of escaping unscathed, even alone. Glaring at the Lion General ahead, Xueqing clenched her teeth in silent fury. She recognized this general, along with the 4 commanders of the Yin, the lion, bear, tiger, and leopard, and shared a complicated history. Perhaps even a karmic bond. The moment she laid eyes on the Lion General, a deep-seated hatred surged within her, compelling her to charge forth and slay him, or at least tear away a piece of flesh. Yet, she restrained herself, setting aside the question of whether she could defeat the Lion General. The thousands of soldiers at his back were no trivial adversaries. Should she leap into action, she would likely not even graze the hem of his garment. Moreover, she bore the responsibility of safeguarding her disciples. Though she might fail to protect them this time, she vowed to fight until her last breath. She could not allow a moment of impulsive rage to endanger these young lives. Thus, from the very outset, Xueqing led her disciples to a discreet corner at the rear of the crowd, cloaked in shadows, her heart heavy with resentment as she coldly observed the Lion General. In ordinary circumstances, Given the keen instincts of the Lion General, Snowy Qing would have undoubtedly sensed his penetrating gaze filled with deep animosity. However, now, confronted by over 1,000 cultivators, a myriad of emotions, hatred, fear, indifference, and mockery converged upon him, with his attention primarily focused on the few from the demonic faction. He remained oblivious to Snowy Qing's presence. Aware of this, Snowy Qing felt no apprehension regarding the Lion General's discovery of him. From her understanding of the 4 great generals of the Dian, Snowy Qing realized that this situation was far from straightforward. The sudden appearance of the Lion General, blocking the myriad cultivators, was certainly not merely a faude for apprehending fugitives, nor was it for any spurious justification of eliminating demons and upholding justice. It was certainly not, as the crowd presumed, that he had arrived to kill and plunder. Although Snowy Qing could not ascertain the true purpose of the Lion General's arrival, she knew that the seemingly offered path of surrender was not necessarily a genuine escape route. At least, she did not believe it to be so. With the Lion General's arrival, one might wonder about the whereabouts of the other 3 generals. Furthermore, the outer perimeter was ensconced with the Tiangang Thunder Formation, a national treasure of the Yin, which, even in its simplified form, required a trusted individual of the Yin Emperor to oversee its operation. The kind of individual who could earn such trust from the Emperor could not be simple. The Lion General forged a path, the Tiangang Thunder Formation encircled them. And with the presence of unknown other Yin masters, was the Emperor truly orchestrating this grand display merely to kill and seize treasures? Was this all in the name of justice to eliminate demons? Given such a formidable setup, even if half of the Baixing Pavilion's members had arrived, they would likely struggle to achieve a stalemate, let alone withdraw unscathed. In truth, from the moment Snowy Qing learned of the Tiangang Thunder Formation outside, she recognized that the fates of the gathered cultivators had already been sealed, leaving them with no options. The apparent mercy of the Lion General was, based on Snowy Qing's insights, merely a shift in the method of demise. Should the assembled crowd unite in a desperate struggle, they might find a glimmer of hope, however. Under the Lion General's manipulative words, their chances dwindled. Such thoughts, however, would never be voiced to her disciples. As she had previously stated, this was a trial, a test of their resolve. While she and their master could guide them in their cultivation and help them avoid pitfalls, they could not shield them for eternity. When these young individuals inevitably confront life and death situations in the future, today's choices would serve as invaluable lessons, influencing their decisions and, ultimately, their lives. Moreover, given the current predicament, if she could not ensure the safety of these young ones, then even if they chose to forsake their dignity to survive, it might not be entirely detrimental. For, should her assumptions be incorrect, and the Lion General genuinely offered a sliver of hope, those who chose to surrender might yet live. At that moment, the previously outspoken disciple with the narrow eyes halted, clenched his teeth, and declared, "Aunt Snowy Qing, I have made my decision." Snowy Qing, upon hearing this, did not turn around or make any movement. She continued to stare coldly ahead, while the others turned to him, awaiting his resolution. Upon witnessing the scene, the slender-eyed male disciple fell into a brief silence before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Master Uncle, I have resolved to stay and fight to the death." The astonished gazes of the others turned towards him, while Xiao Yu's mouth fell agape in sheer disbelief. The young man continued, "As cultivators, we pursue a sense of freedom and longevity. If one is not at ease, then even a long life merely equates to a soulless existence. To seek survival at the cost of allowing one's dignity to be trampled upon is not only a disservice to oneself but also a grievous affront to our sect. I, Chang Song, cannot concede to this. It would shatter my resolve." With those words, Chang Song seemed to release a heavy burden from his heart, his entire being relaxing. Observing the astonished expression on Xiao Yu's face, he spoke earnestly, "Xiao Yu, my junior sister, I assure you that it is not fear of death that governs me, but rather the indignity of being slain as a righteous person mistaken for a villain. That would be truly unworthy. To fight for one's dignity, even if it leads to death, I deem it worthwhile. Furthermore, with Master Aunt Shueching at our side, whose profound cultivation I trust, I am confident she will lead us to safety." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yu's face brightened with a radiant smile, as if she were seeing Chang Song anew. The petite figure stood on tiptoe, repeatedly patting Chang Song's shoulder, eliciting a bittersweet smile and a sense of helplessness from him. The other disciples, moved by Chang Song's declaration, fell into contemplative silence. After a long pause, they exchanged glances and stepped forward in unison, proclaiming, "We stand with Brother Chang Song, willing to fight for the honor of our sect and our own dignity, irrespective of the outcome." Shueching, upon hearing this, remained silent for a time. Finally, she sighed and said, Is this truly your collective decision? You should know that even I cannot guarantee your safety in this endeavor. I grant you one last opportunity. Whatever choice you make, I will respect it. Without hesitation, Chang Song and the others responded in unison. We are willing to fight, regardless of life or death. Xueqing nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Only Xiaoyu, brimming with joy, continued to pat Chang Song's shoulder and gave a thumbs up to the others. Suddenly, a staggering figure burst through the door, bloodied and crying out, "Liars! They deceived us. They are all dead. Everyone who went out is dead. They deceived us." The crowd in the square fell into stunned silence, recognizing the figure as the cultivator who had previously surrendered to the Lion General and was allowed to leave. Their expressions shifted dramatically, while those who had surrendered and remained grew pale with dread. Before they could react, the silver-armored soldiers monitoring them silently swung their blades. And screams of anguish filled the air, accompanied by waves of bloodshed. Feng Qingshan's expression darkened, and he shouted in fury, "Lion General, how can you, a renowned general of Dian, engage in such dishonorable actions? Are you not afraid of the world mocking you?" The Lion General coldly chuckled and replied, "How have I acted dishonorably? Did I not allow them to leave? Did I slay them? I merely stated that I would not kill them. That was my promise. As for whether others might do so, I have never guaranteed anything. You." Feng Qingshan's face flushed with rage as he bellowed, "Lion General, is it your intention to incite a great war across the realm with such actions? Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the people?" The Lion General erupted into laughter. Upon hearing those words, offering no reply. Instead, with a swift motion, he seized the man who had rushed through the door, gripping tightly around his throat. Coldly regarding the struggling figure in his grasp, the Lion General remarked, "Your life is truly resilient. Why not simply perish outside, instead of returning and forcing me to become a man of broken promises?" Ignoring the terror and pleas reflected in the man's eyes, he tightened his grip. In an instant, the man's eyes bulged and his entire being erupted, transforming into a dense mist of blood that dispersed before the Lion General. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the Lion General cleared the blood mist from his sight and addressed Feng Qingshan, whose eyes were filled with rage. In a chilling tone, "Feng Qingshan, you have practiced the path for many years and are considered a figure of note. How can you be so blind? Do you truly believe that your sect would wage war against mighty Yin dynasty for the sake of a few insignificant individuals? Do you think they could withstand the might of our forces, even if they dared to engage?" Casting a scornful glance at Feng Qingshan, the Lion General sneered, "This world belongs to mighty Yin dynasty. The sovereign of this realm is none other than our illustrious emperor. In my emperor's eyes, your sect is merely a bunch of self-proclaimed chieftains deluding themselves with territorial claims. My emperor usually disregards you insignificant beings, for you pose no threat. However, should you be ungrateful and seek to oppose mighty Yin dynasty, rest assured, we shall promptly teach you the meaning of boundaries and who truly holds dominion." "Haha. What grandiose claims," chimed in Jiangxing, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines. He laughed mockingly, "Feng Qingshan, your sect, your reliance, is nothing more than worthless dog skin in their eyes. Are you certain that the Yin dynasty aligns with your righteous path? It seems to me they are far more sinister than we are." How amusing. The bloodthirsty fiends from the evil sect also smirked derisively, their faces adorned with mockery. Ignoring Jiangxing and the others, Feng Qingshan fixed his steely gaze upon the Lion General and demanded, "Lion General, is this your personal assertion? Or does it reflect the will of the Dayan Emperor?" Go and inquire with your revered ancestor, and you shall discern whose intentions they are, provided, of course, that you remain alive to do so." With that, the Lion General dismissed Feng Qingshan and gestured behind him. "Attack." The silver-armored soldiers, having awaited this command, surged forth like unleashed tigers, roaring in unison as they charged toward the righteous and evil factions alike. Feng Qingshan. Who would have thought we would join forces in battle? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Jiangxing laughed. Feng Qingshan's face darkened as he observed the advancing silver-armored soldiers. He turned to Jiangxing and coldly declared, "Though we may walk divergent paths, today's conflict is purely for survival, and it is solely for this moment." "How hypocritical! Survive first, then we shall see," Jiangxing retorted, snapping his folding fan shut and directing his finger forward. Instantly, the practitioners of the evil sect sprang into action, confronting the silver-armored soldiers. Feng Qingshan, too, spoke no further, gripping his sword tightly and shouting as he led the righteous against their foes. The distance between the two sides vanished in an instant, and a cacophony of battle cries erupted, with blood splattering in every direction. Amidst the cacophony of battle in the square, The Sutra Pavilion, nestled deep within the Five Rams' tomb, exuded an air of tranquility, its silence punctuated only by the occasional murmurs emanating from the fourth floor, a testament to the presence of life within. There, seated on the floor, Li Chuyi gazed vacantly at the Taoist priest and then at the faceless black figure, his sighs of exasperation flowing like a gentle stream. "Oh, Ziyuan, when do you think Master will awaken?" Beside him, Ziyuan remained in silent meditation, her eyes closed, unresponsive to his lamentations. Li Chuyi, seemingly indifferent to the lack of reply, continued his soliloquy of sighs. "Alas, Ziyuan, when will this insufferable Taoist rouse from his slumber?" A twitch at the corner of Ziyuan's brow betrayed her annoyance as she opened her eyes slightly, casting a frosty glare at Li Chuyi. "Silence." "Ah." Li Chuyi nodded obediently, refraining from further speech, instead returning his vacant gaze to the Taoist and the faceless entity. Moments later, scratching his head, Li Chuyi retrieved a large pancake, its edges gnawed into a shape reminiscent of a turtle. He scrutinized it for a while before muttering to himself, after much effort, "I have crafted this exquisite masterpiece. Yet alas, hunger prevails, and I must consume you. Little turtle, where shall I begin today?" After deep contemplation, he turned to Ziyuan. "Sister Ziyuan, do share your wisdom. Where should I feast today?" Without opening her eyes, Ziyuan replied coldly, "Be quiet." "Ah." Li Chuyi nodded seriously, "Then I shall commence with the head." Without sparing a glance at the furious Ziyuan, he gazed lovingly at the turtle-shaped pancake, whispering, "I have created you, and thus I must also bring about your demise. Little turtle, do not hold it against me. Remember, it was Sister Ziyuan who suggested I start with your head." With that, he took a hearty bite. "You foolish glutton, are you seeking your own demise?" Ziyuan exclaimed in fury. Li Chuyi blinked innocently at her, as if oblivious to her ire and the reasons behind it. Ziyuan's brow twitched as she contemplated responding but ultimately refrained, choosing instead to resume her meditation, ignoring Li Chuyi, who had returned to his familiar lamentations. Ziyuan, too, felt a sense of helplessness. She had been here with Li Chuyi for 3 days now, ever since the Taoist had emerged from the 5th floor. He had been locked in a silent stare with the faceless entity, utterly motionless, his eyes unwavering, though the faceless figure bore no features. Ziyuan could sense the intensity of their gaze. Initially, Li Chuyi had been anxious, but as time wore on, his anxiety transformed into calm, then curiosity, and ultimately, an overwhelming sense of ennui. Throughout these 3 days, Li Chuyi had made Ziyuan acutely aware of the dreadfulness of repetition. He incessantly posed the same question: when would his master awaken? Initially, Ziyuan had offered him comfort, but as time trickled by, and Li Chuyi continued to ask this singular question to the point of exasperation, repeating it 10 or 20 times in the span of a single tea session, Ziyuan felt she was on the brink of madness. For the first time, she felt the profound anguish of being a ghost. Devoid of a physical form, she found herself unable to faint. Ziyuan had always believed that this was the most terrifying ordeal she had ever encountered. However, the following day, when the plump boy devoured his last hidden chicken leg, a more dreadful scenario unfolded. The boy, who could not bear the absence of meat, gnawed the remaining flatbread into various animals: chickens, ducks, fish, geese, rabbits, sheep, and cows, including a little turtle he had just decapitated. Ziyuan was bewildered by how his teeth could manage to rend such diverse forms, all with a remarkable semblance. He envisioned these small creatures as delectable dishes, attempting to alleviate his cravings for flesh. As if that were not enough, the problem arose each time Li Chuyi inquired before his meal. "Sister Ziyuan, which should I eat first? Sister Ziyuan, look at this little chicken family. Should I start with the father chicken or the mother chicken? Or perhaps I should begin with the chicks? Alas, dear father chicken, it is Sister Ziyuan who bids me devour you first. Do not hold it against me. I created you, and thus I must also obliterate you. Remember. Do not resent me." Ziyuan wished fervently to deliver a resounding slap to Li Chuyi. She felt her spirit undergoing a transformation, evolving from initial anger and wrath to indifference, and now to a state of serene composure. With a gentle admonition to be silent, Ziyuan sensed her own elevation. She felt a profound sense of tranquility, akin to a mountain standing firm amidst an impending landslide. She deeply understood the truth behind the adage that like attracts like. The Taoist, revered for his profound skills, was nonetheless, as Li Chuyi described, exceedingly lecherous, residing in brothels and indulging in debauchery, all of which struck Ziyuan as disturbingly perverse. As for Li Chuyi, she had not perceived his abnormality until these past 3 days, during which she came to realize that this chubby boy was also quite peculiar, perhaps even more so than his master. Ziyuan felt both helpless and bewildered. Now, she questioned whether her decision to accompany the Taoist and remain by Li Chuyi's side was right or wrong. Her future appeared bleak and uncertain. At that moment, Li Chuyi's voice echoed once more. Sister Ziyuan, when will the stinky Taoist master awaken? Be quiet. Sister Ziyuan. Do these two phoenixes look like what I've gnawed on? Be quiet. Sister Ziyuan, should I eat Sister Phoenix first or gnaw on Sister Phoenix's sister? Be quiet. Sister Ziyuan, when will the dog Taoist awaken? Be quiet. Sister Ziyuan, what do you think? Suddenly, Li Chuyi froze, glancing towards the Taoist. And Ziyuan also opened her eyes to look at him. The previous command to be silent had not originated from Ziyuan but from the Taoist himself. Following their gaze, they observed the Taoist slightly stir, blink, and turn to the dazed Li Chuyi, coldly stating, "You better shut your mouth. Dare to insult your master. And I will deal with you later." Li Chuyi stared blankly at the Taoist, murmuring, "Sister Ziyuan, am I dreaming? The stinky Taoist has awakened? Be quiet." Ziyuan and the Taoist echoed in unison. Li Chuyi was momentarily stunned, but suddenly felt a jolt and crawled to the side of the Taoist priest, sobbing, "Master, you have truly awakened. Do you have any idea how much I missed you? Do you understand the fear that gripped me? Do you realize how worried I was about what would become of me in your absence? I was terrified that you might not awaken and I would be trapped here. Death itself is not the worst, but do you know how many days have passed without meat? If you do not awaken soon, even if I escape death, I shall perish from the plain diet of water and flatbread, unable to find any peace even in death. Master, I long for you." With tears streaming down his face. Li Chuyi's words, initially moving the Taoist priest, soon turned bittersweet. The priest began to realize that Li Chuyi's primary concern stemmed from the monotony of his diet. Hoping to hasten his awakening so they could feast together. Gazing at the tear-streaked round face of Li Chuyi, the Taoist felt an urge to slap him into silence. Taking a deep breath, he ignored Li Chuyi's pitiful demeanor and turned to Ziyuan. "How long have we been here?" Before Ziyuan could respond, Li Chuyi interjected. Eager to showcase his diligence, report, "Master, it has been 3 days. You cannot imagine. I have not left your side for a moment, nor have I tasted any meat. Merely waiting and hoping for your swift recovery. Be silent. Sit properly." The Taoist barked, prompting Li Chuyi to close his mouth and sit upright. Yet, the ingrained flattery on his face only intensified the priest's irritation. Disregarding Li Chuyi, the Taoist focused on Ziyuan. "Indeed, we have been here for 3 days." Ziyuan confirmed with a nod. "Has there been any reaction during this time?" The priest inquired, pointing to the dark, faceless entity before him. Ziyuan shook her head. "No. You both sat like stone statues for 3 days, remaining utterly still until you were the first to awaken." Upon hearing this, the Taoist seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness, it did not escape. It appears that I am still superior. My skills surpass its." Feeling a surge of triumph, he chuckled maniacally. "Ha, I am indeed formidable. You thought you could overpower me and seize my body. Huh. You remain sealed within your own spirit. Just wait. I shall extract your essence and refine it into elixirs. Not only you, but your entire realm shall face my wrath. On the day I achieve my goals, I will invade your realm, slaying all the men and transcending all the women." Ha ha. Ziyuan stared, bewildered, at the suddenly deranged Taoist, clearly unsettled by his boastful demeanor. Meanwhile, Li Chuyi, seemingly accustomed to the priest's eccentricities, remained composed, sitting upright with a solemn expression. In the depths of her heart, Ziyuan silently compared Li Chuyi with the Taoist priest, reaffirming her suspicion that both master and disciple were eccentric, their minds deviating from the norm. Observing the Taoist's maniacal laughter, which showed no signs of cessation, Ziyuan not only marveled at the priest's astonishing endurance, but also acknowledged Li Chuyi's remarkable ability to pose the same question for 3 consecutive days. Truly, the adage holds, a master teaches his apprentice well. As Ziyuan contemplated just how long the Taoist could continue laughing and how long Li Chuyi could sit in silence, the faceless figure known as He Wumian suddenly quivered, its shadowy visage lifting slightly as if gazing at the Taoist. The Taoist's laughter abruptly ceased. Gazing at the dark face across from him, he sniffed and muttered, You are still able to awaken?" He Wumian emitted no sound. Yet the subtle tremor of its shadowy countenance led both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan to inexplicably sense that it appeared to be responding to the Taoist, albeit with a hint of mockery. Indeed, the Taoist's fury erupted suddenly, and he bellowed at the dark figure, "How dare you mock me, you faceless wretch? Just wait. If I do not seal your fate today, I shall not bear the surname Li, but take on your surname He instead." Without looking back, he turned to Li Chuyi and commanded, "Chuyi, Retreat with Ziyuan, cultivate your energy, and activate the 5th chapter of the 3rd volume. Protect both yourself and Ziyuan with all your might. Remember, do not invoke your Bagua plate. No sooner had the Taoist's words left his lips than a thick black mist began to spread. While the true nature of this ominous fog remained unclear, it was evident that it harbored malevolence. Li Chuyi swiftly clasped Ziyuan in his arms and dashed toward the corner, all the while silently channeling his inner power as instructed by the Taoist. When the black mist caught up with them and enveloped them, a faint, translucent barrier emerged, encasing them within its protective embrace. Initially, Ziyuan had struggled slightly in Li Chuyi's hold, but upon witnessing the unfolding scene, she complied and settled into his arms. The two of them, hidden in the corner, cast their gazes towards the heart of the black mist. There, the Taoist was shouting commands, and occasionally, a glimmer of light would flash through. Li Chuyi's cultivation method was one taught by the Taoist, known as the Dao Canon, comprising 10 volumes, each containing between 3 to 9 chapters. Unlike conventional practices, the scriptures taught by the Taoist did not require a sequential approach. As long as one could comprehend and practice, one could feasibly cultivate multiple volumes simultaneously. Having practiced since childhood, Li Chuyi could recite all 10 volumes fluently. However, mere memorization was insufficient. Understanding was paramount for true cultivation. Consequently, he was able to practice only 4 of the volumes, while the others remained as inscrutable as ancient texts, beyond his grasp. Among the 4 volumes, apart from some peculiar methods for opening the third eye, enhancing perception, and cultivating spiritual awareness, none of the sought-after techniques for flying or traversing the heavens were present. The 3rd volume, which the Taoist referred to, was the one in which Li Chuyi had made the most progress. It contained 7 chapters, and he had just reached the 5th chapter, a fact he had never disclosed to the Taoist. Li Chuyi was oblivious to how the Taoist had discerned his cultivation progress, nor did he understand why he needed to activate this particular chapter's technique. In truth, although Li Chuyi had been practicing since childhood, it was merely a requirement imposed by the Taoist, who claimed it would benefit his health. Over time, Li Chuyi perceived that his body had indeed improved significantly compared to others. He suffered from no ailments and felt impervious to the extremes of temperature. According to the Taoist, he could be considered a practitioner of the way. Gradually, Li Chuyi adopted cultivation as a habitual practice. Particularly memorable was an occasion when he shared his hard-earned insights with the Taoist, hoping for praise, only to be met with merciless mockery. The Taoist derided him, remarking that after so long, he had achieved only a meager result, even stating that a pig would be wiser. This spurred Li Chuyi to delve deeply into the 10 disjointed chapters of the Taoist classics, pondering them incessantly. Having practiced since childhood, an inner energy had inexplicably manifested within Li Chuyi, growing stronger as he advanced in his cultivation. He sensed that this energy was the source of his resilience against illness and the seasonal elements, providing a measure of protection when he found himself in perilous situations, with the Taoist mitigating his physical suffering. Moreover, when accompanying the Taoist to combat malevolent entities, this cultivated energy seemed to instill a sense of fear in the sinister forces they faced. Beyond this, Li Chuyi had never discerned any additional benefits from his cultivation. As for the bizarre techniques described in the classics, such as opening the heavenly eye or enhancing one's senses, he could only manage to open his heavenly eye thanks to his innate yin-yang perception. He could not activate any other abilities. He had grasped the 3rd chapter's 5th section and had made preliminary progress, yet its utility remained a mystery, much like the other chapters he had studied. At this moment, however, Li Chuyi finally comprehended that his cultivation had a 3rd purpose: defending against the encroaching darkness. Despite the perilous circumstances, he felt a surge of joy. After years of diligent practice, he was, after all, a practitioner of the way. While others soared through the skies, he had only managed to strengthen his body and exorcise spirits for a modest income. The disparity was stark, now that he had uncovered a 3rd function. For the first time, Li Chuyi felt that his cultivation possessed significant potential, contrary to his previous self-doubt. Dare to threaten me? If not for being ambushed and grievously wounded, I could easily vanquish you 100 times over. Now, you will obey and allow me to seal you, he declared. Behold, my meticulously refined magical technique, Heavenly Demon Mirage. As the Taoist voice resonated, the tumultuous black mist abruptly hesitated, then swiftly retreated. As the dark haze dissipated, the Taoist form gradually materialized. He transformed into a multitude of phantoms, striking from various angles at the faceless entity. The speed of his movements was so swift that the afterimages lingered in Li Chuyi's vision, creating the illusion that the Taoist had multiplied, simultaneously assaulting the black figure. The dark entity, however, coalesced the receding mist into two massive hands, shielding its body and continuously fending off the Taoist's relentless onslaught. As the two figures collided, a cacophony of thunderous sounds reverberated, leaving Li Chuyi's ears ringing, his head spinning, and a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm him. Just as he felt the urge to retch, he noticed the Taoist suddenly pause, fingers weaving intricate gestures as he opened his eyes wide and bellowed, "Behold, the limitless heavens and the earth, the laws of the universe obey my command. Spirits of the underworld, all shall be entombed by my will. Be sealed." No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal yin-yang fish, seemingly encircled by innumerable specters, manifested before the Taoist, converging towards the faceless entity known as Haiwomian. Upon seeing this, Haiwomian's form erupted in swirling black mist, and two massive hands coalesced into a singular, tangible palm that surged towards the yin-yang fish. When the two forces met, the substantial black hand merely hesitated momentarily before being suppressed, dissipating into swirling shadows that were drawn towards Haiwomian. As the yin-yang fish descended upon Haiwomian, the smooth, featureless black visage of Haiwomian rippled as though it were a wave crashing, emitting a chilling wail before disintegrating into a cloud of black mist, scattered by the advance of the yin-yang fish. After being fragmented into mist, Haiwomian continued to roil and surge, colliding with everything in its path, yet the yin-yang fish remained steadfast, hovering in place and enveloping the black mist without allowing it to escape. The Taoist, observing this, let out a cold chuckle and declared, "You think this grotesque abomination can escape my relentless techniques? Huh. Submit to me willingly." With that, the Taoist altered his gestures, causing the black mist to be sliced apart like dough, returning to its original form as tendrils of smoke that surged back toward the Taoist's shadowy, incomplete body. In a matter of moments, the mist dissipated entirely, as if it had never existed at all. That detestable Taoist remains as twisted as ever, Li Chuyi mused inwardly, still reeling from the ringing in his ears. After confirming that no remnants of the black mist lingered, the Taoist turned to Li Chuyi and inquired, "Where's my physical form?" Li Chuyi, battered and bruised, wore a resigned expression. There was little he could do. After all, he had been too preoccupied with fleeing to ensure the Taoist's body was safely retrieved. Had it not been for the Taoist's remarkable resilience, even in the absence of protection, the earlier assault by the black mist would have left a lesser practitioner utterly obliterated. While Li Chuyi understood the Taoist's desperation to escape, it was not the primary reason for his current predicament. The true cause of Li Chuyi's punishment stemmed from the moment he and the Taoist discovered the Taoist's corporeal form, which lay crumpled against a wall, exposed and vulnerable, having succumbed to the corrosive nature of the black mist. Despite the formidable nature of the Taoist's physique, his clothing was far less durable, having been entirely consumed by the black mist. Thus, once the Taoist's spirit returned to his body, and he donned his garments with a swiftness surpassing even his earlier confrontation with Haiwomian, his first act was to seize Li Chuyi, whose face was painted with a servile grin, and unleash a furious barrage of blows upon him. The Taoist displayed remarkable restraint in his actions, employing a combination of martial arts and mystical techniques that left Li Chuyi battered and bruised, his clothing tattered and his hair disheveled, a truly pitiful sight. Yet, remarkably, he had sustained no serious injuries. Li Chuyi dared not retaliate, fully aware that he stood no chance against the Taoist, and if the latter's rage was not fully quelled, he might fare even worse than he did now. After venting his anger, the Taoist cast a furtive glance at Ziyuan, who was observing with a calm demeanor, her gaze fixed and contemplative. Embarrassment colored the Taoist's aged face, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly. "Damn it, my lifelong reputation has been tarnished by this brat." The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Unable to resist delivering a few more blows to Li Chuyi, Ziyuan watched with satisfaction as Li Chuyi endured the punishment. After enduring verbal torment from him for days, she felt a sense of relief witnessing someone finally give him his due. However, seeing the seemingly endless exchange of blows between the master and disciple, Ziyuan realized that if she did not intervene, the Taoist would likely continue indefinitely. With a resigned sigh, she spoke up, "Predecessor, if you do not cease, it seems the Wuyang tomb will soon be sealed, and we shall all be trapped here." Upon hearing this, the Taoist halted his assault, clearing his throat as he replied, "Indeed, we must prioritize our important matters." With that, he turned to Li Chuyi, who lay on the ground, clutching his head and face in confusion, and said, "Hey, you little rascal, why are you lying on the ground? Are you tired?" The ground is filthy. Be careful not to catch a chill. Get up quickly. Li Chuyi rose, meeting the Taoist's bewildered gaze, which sparkled with an icy glint. Comprehending the unspoken message, he quickly responded, Master, I was just feeling a bit itchy, so I was rubbing against the ground. Rubbing is one thing, but why exert yourself so much? Look, your face is all swollen. Not to worry, Master. My skin is tough. A little more force won't break through. These are mere trifles, nothing to concern ourselves with. The pain you bear touches my heart, my disciple. Should you feel any itchiness in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you, which is far superior to your self-scratching. Understood, Master. Should anything like this happen again, I will certainly let you know. You are truly kind to me. The Taoist smiled and nodded, refraining from further words. Li Chuyi observed the Taoist's expression closely, recognizing that the matter had been settled. He touched his swollen face, filled with a sense of helplessness. One must endure when under the eaves, he thought. Ziyuan, witnessing the duo's performance, could not help but roll her eyes. By the way, Master, did you find the ghost scriptures upstairs? At this, the Taoist extended his hand, revealing a dark gray paper-bound book. Is this the ghost scriptures? Li Chuyi inquired with curiosity. No, the Taoist replied, shaking his head. I had assumed the 5th floor concealed the ghost scriptures, but upon ascending, I discovered a book indeed, yet it was not the ghost scriptures. Rather, it is this Yin Ming volume. Yin Ming volume? Yes, this very book. The Taoist nodded, turning to Ziyuan. I had intended to select a suitable ghost cultivation technique for you and the 5 little spirits from downstairs. But now that we have the Yin Ming volume, we need not bother with those mundane options. With a look of astonishment, Ziyuan gazed at the Taoist and inquired, Is this Yin Ming superior to those downstairs? Not merely superior. The Taoist replied with a faint smile. This Yin Ming Su is one of the sacred scriptures of the ghostly path, said to have been created countless years ago by a ghost king who delved deeply into the ghost scripture. Although it does not quite reach the level of the ultimate treasure, ghost scripture, it is only slightly inferior. Noticing the astonished expressions on Ziyuan and Li Chuyi's faces, the Taoist chuckled and continued, Many practitioners of the ghostly path have practiced the Yin Ming Ju, which is derived from this classic. Many years ago, the Yin Ming Su suddenly vanished, leaving many ghost practitioners in search of it, marking it as a great regret. Later, a few fortunate ghost practitioners who had glimpsed this classic joined forces, relying on their memories and insights to create a unique skill of the ghostly path, namely the Yin Ming Ju. These practitioners established a sect known as the Yin Ming Path, which once wielded considerable power. However, when the righteous and evil factions waged war, it adversely affected the Yin Ming Path, leading to its destruction at the hands of righteous practitioners. The Yin Ming Ju then emerged during the chaos of the Yin Ming Path's downfall, subsequently wandering into the world. Eventually, the Yin Ming Ju was seized by several factions, fragmented into parts, and due to its incompleteness, it became a mere trinket. Consequently, the versions of Yin Ming Ju that many ghost practitioners now cultivate are these incomplete editions, rendering them less potent and categorizing them as inferior techniques among ghostly practices. Li Chuyi sniffled and, glancing at the dusty tome in the Taoist's hand, stammered. So you're saying that this Yin Ming Su is the ancestor of the Yin Ming Ju? Naturally, the Taoist rolled his eyes at him. Then this Yin Ming Su is a superior technique, right? The Taoist looked at Li Chuyi with disdain. Superior? It doesn't even deserve to carry shoes. This book is derived from the ghost scripture. And the ghost king who founded this technique possessed extraordinary powers, likely someone who could contend with celestial beings. What level do you think his technique reached? This is a supreme treasure. Do you understand? A supreme treasure. Rubbing his itchy ears from the Taoist shout, Li Chuyi fixated on the Yin Ming Su and murmured, A supreme treasure of the ghostly path. How much could this be worth? Perhaps even 100,000 taels of gold wouldn't suffice. At this, the Taoist couldn't be bothered to roll his eyes anymore, barely glancing at him. Turning his attention to Ziyuan, who appeared equally bewildered, he smiled and said, Ziyuan, you truly have exceptional luck. I initially thought the treasure hidden upstairs was the ghost scripture, but who would have imagined it to be the long-lost Yin Ming Su? While the ghost scripture is commendable, it is too profound for you. It serves more to enlighten ghost practitioners rather than to cultivate techniques. The Yin Ming Su is different. It is a technique created by an unparalleled ghost king, progressing from shallow to deep, making it quite suitable for your cultivation in the ghostly path. Take it and study diligently with the 5 little ghosts. Who knows, you might even become a supreme figure in the ghostly path one day, worthy of this extraordinary technique's brilliance. With that, he gently flicked his wrist, and the Yin Yang Su floated from the Taoist's hand towards Ziyuan. With an instinctive motion, Ziyuan reached out to accept the book of the netherworld, staring blankly at it for a prolonged moment before hesitantly saying, "Senior, this is far too precious. And it is something you acquired after enduring numerous trials. I dare not accept it. It should remain with you." "Nonsense." The Taoist waved his hand dismissively. "This technique can only be practiced by spirits. It holds no value for the mortal realm. What use could I have for it? Besides, you are now one of us, following my apprentice and me. If not you, then whom should I give it to? Furthermore, there are 5 other little spirits as well. Those 5 little ones are still unstable and their ghostly forms not solidified. I intended to find some better ghostly techniques for them to cultivate. And now with this sacred text of ghostly arts, if you do not practice it, will you resort to those inferior techniques?" Upon hearing this, Ziyuan fell silent for a moment, then bowed respectfully and expressed her gratitude. "In that case, Ziyuan wishes to thank you on behalf of myself and the 5 little spirits." The Taoist chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Master, can I practice this technique?" Li Chuyi suddenly inquired. "Yes, you can. You could either commit suicide to transform into a spirit or refine yourself into a living corpse, and then you would be able to cultivate it." After careful consideration, Li Chuyi concluded that remaining alive was preferable. After all, if he became a ghost, he would no longer be able to enjoy meat, leading him to awkwardly scratch his head. Seeing Li Chuyi's comical expression, the Taoist rolled his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly remarked, "You are not entirely incapable of practicing it. There may come a time in the future when you can cultivate this technique without dying." Li Chuyi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Really? What must I do to achieve that?" The Taoist looked at him, hesitated for a while, and then replied, "The time has not yet come. When the moment arrives, you will know. Besides, I have already given you a set of cultivation techniques, have I not? Let me tell you, many outside covet what I have taught you but cannot obtain it. You have yet to finish what is in your bowl. Yet you are already eyeing what is in the pot. Master, the things you have taught me, aside from strengthening my body and being somewhat useful for subduing demons and capturing ghosts, I truly do not perceive any remarkable benefits." After a moment of thought, he added, "It can also help fend off that black mist. Beyond these 3 functions, Master, what else is there? It cannot even allow me to fly." With a series of sharp slaps on Li Chuyi's head, the Taoist exclaimed angrily, "Nonsense! How dare you claim the techniques I have imparted are lacking when you have not yet mastered them yourself? Do you have any idea how many people would fight tooth and nail for what I have taught you if it were to be leaked? Moreover, who said you cannot fly? You cannot even run, yet you wish to soar? Do you not fear falling to your demise?" Li Chuyi clutched his head, feeling utterly helpless. After all, it was his own fault for having developed the habit of always looking at what was in the pot while eating from the bowl. And now he had carelessly spoken up, leading to his head being thumped like a wooden fish. After a lengthy bout of slapping, seemingly exhausted, the Taoist finally ceased his actions. After a moment of silence, he murmured softly to himself, "To be honest, this child truly has the potential to cultivate the book of the netherworld in the future, as long as—" "Master, what are you saying? I didn't hear clearly," Li Chuyi asked, rubbing his head. "Nothing of concern to you." The Taoist waved his hand, effectively ending the conversation. Turning to the beaming Ziyuan, the Taoist solemnly remarked, "Ziyuan, you are now aware of the value of the Yin Yang volume. Remember, it must remain a secret outside these walls." "Yes, esteemed elder. Ziyuan will undoubtedly keep this matter close, and will also remind the 5 little spirits," she replied earnestly. The Taoist nodded, casting a glance around before gesturing. "Now that this matter is concluded, let us depart. Perhaps we might witness those foolish geese squabbling outside." With that, he proceeded down the stairs, and Ziyuan, along with Li Chuyi, hurried to follow. After being confined here for 3 days, their patience had worn thin, particularly for Li Chuyi, who had been deprived of meat for 2 days. He felt as if he might perish from hunger. Finally able to leave, he was overwhelmed with joy. Should I indulge in a chicken leg first, or gnaw on a duck neck? Yet, I wouldn't want to miss out on the pork knuckle either. Alas, the plight of a hungry soul is truly perplexing. As before, Li Chuyi nestled into a comfortable nook within the Taoist's gourd, soaring outward under the elder's guidance. Ziyuan, meanwhile, had already embraced the Yin Yang volume and the soul-nurturing pearl given to her by Li Chuyi, retreating into his magic mirror to focus on her cultivation. Seated atop the gourd, Li Chuyi quietly contemplated the beast-skin sword infused with stardust iron, occasionally toying with the soft jade talisman. He would also take moments to open the white jade vial gifted by the Taoist, inhaling the essence of the inner elixir acquired from the second floor. Observing Li Chuyi's exuberant expression, the Taoist couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. "You little rascal, are you not afraid of death?" Li Chuyi looked at him in bewilderment. "Of course I'm afraid. But if I'm afraid of death, why flaunt it here? Aren't you concerned that someone might see these treasures and come to kill you for them?" Scratching his head, Li Chuyi replied nonchalantly, "Who would dare? Isn't there still you, my master?" The Taoist rolled his eyes in frustration, retorting, "What if I can't fend them off? What if there are too many, and I cannot protect you? What then?" Staring blankly at the Taoist, Li Chuyi pondered for a moment before quietly asking, "What then?" The Taoist, at a loss for words, found it hard to muster his anger. After glaring at him for a while, he gritted his teeth. "What then? Are you a fool? Of course, you hide. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Maintain a low profile." Surveying himself, Li Chuyi looked up at the Taoist and timidly inquired, "Master, the jade talisman and the vial are manageable. But this longsword is nearly as tall as I am. Where am I supposed to conceal it?" The Taoist's expression suddenly softened, a gentle smile gracing his features as he looked at Li Chuyi with affectionate eyes. "My dear disciple, I understand you have nowhere to store these treasures. So I have prepared a magical item for you. Behold." With that, he extended his hand, revealing a pouch the size of a pill, adorned with a slender string, resembling a pendant meant to be worn around the neck, though it appeared to be merely an ornament at first glance. Li Chuyi recognized that the item produced by the Taoist was undoubtedly far more than it seemed. Thus, he humbly asked, "Master, what is this? This remarkable object?" Scientifically known as the Chinquan bag, and colloquially referred to as a storage pouch, serves as a treasured artifact specifically designed for practitioners to carry their personal belongings. With this extraordinary item, one need no longer be encumbered by heavy bags while traveling, simply placing one's items within. They can summon them effortlessly with a mere thought at the moment of need, the Taoist explained with a smile. Moreover, the storage pouch in my possession is not an ordinary trinket. While typical storage bags can only contain inanimate objects, and even those imbued with spiritual energy risk losing their essence, my pouch can accommodate both lifeless and living entities, allowing for a significantly diminished risk of energy dissipation compared to mundane varieties. Impressive, isn't it? As the Taoist fervently promoted the pouch, Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixating on the bag for an extended moment before suddenly looking up, his face a mask of indignation. "Master, if this treasure is so exceptional, why did you not present it sooner? Previously, your cultivation was insufficient to wield such a treasure. Thus, I could not bestow it upon you," the Taoist replied. "But your cultivation is adequate now. Why, when we travel, do you not place our belongings within this pouch instead of burdening me with them? I have been carrying luggage since I can remember, likely since I was just 3 or 4 years old. How could you bear to make a child of that age carry such heavy loads? Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. As cultivators of the Tao, we must first refine ourselves. I am merely assisting in your physical development to aid your growth. Then why, knowing you possess this treasure, do you not consider your only disciple and pack some sweet water and meat to sate my hunger? Do you realize I have grown nauseous merely at the sight of flatbreads? You, a cultivator, should focus on the celestial path, emphasizing natural law and the essence of existence. A true practitioner maintains a steadfast heart, undisturbed by external desires. How could you allow trivial cravings to sway you? Very well. If you insist I remain unperturbed by base desires, why then can you not free yourself from carnal temptations, frequenting brothels, and indulging in wine? Needless to say, my Tao has reached fruition. I have transcended to a realm you cannot fathom. Furthermore, my visits to brothels serve a higher purpose. For I am there to offer salvation and perform good deeds. You know nothing. Why you?" Li Chuyi trembled with frustration at the Taoist retorts. The Taoist, observing the ire radiating from Li Chuyi, presented the storage pouch before him with a nonchalant expression and asked, "Enough with your protests. Do you wish to have it, or not?" "Yes," Li Chuyi exclaimed, raising his hands eagerly to grasp it, only for the Taoist to retract it swiftly, leaving him with nothing but air. As the Taoist toyed with the pouch, a smile graced his face, and with an even gentler tone, he proclaimed, "Desire it, do you? That will be 1,000 taels." Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback. As realization dawned, he quickly covered himself in an act of indignation, glaring at the Taoist. "How can you be so shameless? How can a person stoop so low?" The Taoist's smile only grew warmer as he tossed the pouch in the air and caught it effortlessly. "One must invest to reap rewards. Initially, I intended to present this to you. However, your recent disrespectful demeanor has led me to reconsider. I have now resolved to sell it to you. Master, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. Li Chuyi immediately capitulated. It is too late, the Taoist replied indifferently. Master, you are aware that I have merely 1,000 taels of silver left. Surely you cannot leave me with nothing. I too require sustenance. What does that concern me? The Taoist rolled his eyes. Master, do not force my hand. I could simply forego it. Li Chuyi gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, the Taoist remained silent. Merely casting a casual glance at the jade talisman in Li Chuyi's hand, the white jade bottle cradled in his arms, and the beast skin sword slung across his back. Smiling without uttering a word, Li Chuyi's face was painted with despair and indignation. He knew the Taoist had him at a disadvantage. This storage bag was something he absolutely needed to acquire. Not only did he require it to store the 3 precious items at his side, but for his future sustenance as well, it was an absolute necessity. With this treasure, he would no longer have to lug around heavy bags when venturing out. And he could also stock it with delightful provisions, ensuring he could indulge himself even in the wilds, could he not? Li Chuyi understood that this storage bag was worth far more than 1,000 taels, much like the 3 treasures the Taoist was extorting from him. It would command an astronomical price, perhaps even be considered priceless. The Taoist's intention to sell it to him was merely to strip him of his wealth. With a resigned sigh, Li Chuyi looked at the Taoist. 500 taels. The Taoist shook his head. 1,000 taels. 600 taels. 1,000 taels. 800. Not a copper more. 1,000. Let it be. Li Chuyi, with tears glistening in his eyes, gazed at the Taoist, his lips trembling. 900 taels. Just 900. Considering our many years of master-disciple bond, you must leave me some funds for sustenance, right? Moreover, what if during one of your ceremonies you are overly generous and find yourself penniless? I must retain some emergency funds to ensure we do not end up homeless and starving in a foreign land, mustn't I? Upon hearing this, the Taoist pondered for a moment and nodded. Reasonable. 950 taels. I shall allow you 50 taels. How does that sound? Am I not generous? Gazing at the benevolent Taoist, Li Chuyi could only nod in silence. Turning away, he unfastened his belt, rummaging through his belongings for some time before finally extracting a severely creased piece of paper, unfolding it to reveal the 1,000 taels of silver previously bestowed upon him by the Taoist. Plucking out 9 notes, Li Chuyi turned to the Taoist. Master, each note is worth 100 taels. What shall I do if there are none worth 50? No matter, I can provide change. With that, the Taoist extended his hand, and a 50-tael note materialized in his grasp. Li Chuyi scrutinized it for a long time but could not discern where the Taoist had produced it from. He had not known before, but now he realized that the Taoist likely possessed other storage bags to conceal his own belongings. Upon receiving the 50-tael silver note and the pouch resembling a fragrant sachet, Li Chuyi swiftly folded the note with remarkable speed, carefully concealing it in the hidden pocket of his trousers. After patting the area and moving his body to ensure comfort, he began to examine the wondrous storage pouch with keen interest. Observing Li Chuyi's lack of sophistication, the Taoist glanced at the silver note in his hand, and with a mere gesture, the note vanished from sight. After a moment's contemplation, the Taoist raised his hand slightly, bringing it to his nose to cautiously sniff, then frowned at Li Chuyi, remarking, I say, you rascal, could you perhaps find a cleaner place to hide your treasures? Each time I retrieve your silver note, my hands are left reeking of foulness. Isn't that revolting? Li Chuyi rolled his eyes discreetly, ignoring the Taoist as he focused intently on the novel object in his hands. The pouch, reminiscent of a small sachet, was neither leather nor fabric. Its material was an enigma. The dark red surface was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an air of exquisite craftsmanship. Following the Taoist's instructions, Li Chuyi infused a fragment of his consciousness along with his magical essence into the pouch. Instantly, a space the size of a room materialized in his mind, eliciting a peculiar sensation within him, as if he could store any desired object within this space merely by willing it. Gazing at the jade talisman beside him, Li Chuyi concentrated, and the talisman abruptly vanished from his grasp, appearing instead in the mental space he envisioned. A broad smile spread across his face as he stored the other 2 treasures along with various miscellaneous items, repeatedly retrieving and placing them, thoroughly enjoying the experience. What a disgraceful display, the Taoist remarked disdainfully, curling his lip at Li Chuyi. Listen here, you must wear this pouch around your neck and refrain from displaying it casually. It is imperative that no outsiders see it. As long as it remains near you, you can access its contents without needing to hold it in your hands. Should others catch a glimpse of this storage pouch, beware of those who might seek to kill you for your treasures. But what if I am captured and stripped bare? What of my bathing moments when I wear no clothes? Li Chuyi queried, concern etched on his face. The Taoist rolled his eyes dramatically and replied haughtily, "The items I craft are not so easily compromised. Just wear it and see." Li Chuyi complied, hanging the pouch around his neck. To his astonishment, the sachet gradually faded from view. Were it not for the sensation around his neck, he might have thought it had truly vanished. Startled, he focused intently, and the pouch reappeared, yet if he shifted his attention elsewhere, it would slowly become invisible once more. The Taoist's skills were indeed extraordinary, prompting Li Chuyi to give him a thumbs up in admiration. The Taoist, however, maintained an air of indifference, continuing to sit atop his gourd, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Together, they soared towards the entrance of the 5 ram tombs. As they rounded a corner and entered a long, straight pathway, the Taoist suddenly lifted his gaze ahead. Leading the way is a striking beauty. The Taoist squinted, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Li Chuyi raised his head in response, following the Taoist's gaze, yet discerned nothing. With a calm heart and focused breath, he activated his Yin Yang eye once more and, albeit with difficulty, caught a glimpse of several indistinct figures. "Master, isn't my eye supposed to be a Yin Yang eye? Why can't I see as clearly as you do?" The Taoist rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. How many years have I cultivated, and how long have you been training? The distance is too great. Being able to see anything at all is commendable. Be content." Li Chuyi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "So, what should we do? Should we ignore them and walk past, or should we retreat and take another route?" The Taoist glared at him. "You coward. Take another route? I taught you to be low-key, not to be timid. We're not provoking them, and I doubt they will provoke us. Just ignore them and walk straight ahead." "But what if they do provoke us?" Li Chuyi queried further. "What should we do?" "Fight back," the Taoist declared with an air of dominance, channeling his magic, causing the gourd beneath him to surge forward with a piercing whistle. The two sides quickly closed the distance and soon confronted each other. Li Chuyi had already discerned the approaching figures, and as the Taoist had predicted, the leader was indeed a stunning beauty. Just as Li Chuyi thought they would pass each other without incident, the leading female cultivators suddenly pivoted, blocking their path. A glint of cold light flashed in the Taoist's eyes, yet his face bore a gentle smile. "Dear lady, what brings you to impede our way? Do you wish for me to divine your fortune? I can predict anything, your romantic prospects, career, fate. Or perhaps you seek an interpretation of the celestial signs that only I can understand." Xueqing regarded the loquacious Taoist with a slight furrowing of her brow. The group consisted of Xueqing and several young disciples she was leading in their training. The Taoist, accompanied by a rather naive-looking chubby boy, approached and began to chatter incessantly. Such a person, while inciting Xueqing's disdain, did not reveal his true cultivation level despite her scrutinizing gaze. To her, the Taoist seemed as ordinary as any mortal. Moreover, she felt an odd sensation, as if the Taoist could render himself invisible to her at will, even standing right before her. Although he wore a benign smile, the brief cold glimmer in his eyes when he looked at her sent chills down her spine, raising the hairs on her neck. Clearly, the Taoist was not as gentle as he appeared. Such a person, whether not particularly powerful or a master of extraordinary concealment techniques, was not someone she wished to provoke. Therefore, Xueqing merely frowned slightly and bowed respectfully, saying, "Please forgive me, esteemed elder. It is indeed rude of me to block your path, but my actions are regrettably unavoidable." Without waiting for the Taoist to respond, she began to explain. It turned out that earlier, at the entrance of the Wuyang tomb, a fierce battle had erupted between the cultivators and the Dayan royal army. The multitude of cultivators, disregarding the distinction between righteousness and malevolence, united in several attempts to breach the formidable formation of the Dayan army, yet they were met with relentless defeat at the hands of the well-coordinated Dayan royal troops. Feng Qingshan, Jiang Sheng, and other leading cultivators grasped the crux of the predicament. Their numbers were already inferior to that of the Dayan royal army, and after several attempts at division orchestrated by the Lion General, merely over 1,000 cultivators remained. These individuals hailed from various regions, many of whom bore grudges within the martial world. Thus, their temporary alliance against the Dayan royal army was fraught with mutual distrust, even if no immediate conflict ensued. This dilemma was insurmountable, even for Feng Qingshan and Jiang Xing, let alone the others. Furthermore, the Dayan royal army, being a regular military force of the Dayan dynasty, was adeptly led by the Lion General, whose years of training had fostered not only seamless cooperation among the troops but also a profound mastery of various battle formations. Consequently, although many silver-armored soldiers might individually lack the cultivation levels of most present cultivators, Their collective formation proved devastating, resulting in continuous and harrowing defeats for the cultivators. Feng Qingshan and his companions understood that persisting in futile skirmishes would only lead to total annihilation. Thus, their sole recourse lay in employing sheer force to breach the ranks of the Dain army, creating an escape route for all. This overwhelming force was embodied by certain venerable ancestors who had ventured into the Five-Sheep tomb. Due to their profound cultivation, these individuals had delved deeper into the tomb than the rest, often being among the last to return during the 7-day opening of the site. Consequently, Feng Qingshan and his companions promptly summoned their respective factions, instructing the cultivators to disperse and temporarily retreat into the Five-Sheep tomb. This course of action served two purposes. First, to scatter the throng, compelling the pursuing Dain troops to divide their forces, thereby weakening their formidable formation. Even if they were pursued, the smaller battle formations of the silver-armored soldiers would afford them some chance of escape. Second, with the crowd dispersed, they could search various areas of the Five-Sheep tomb for the missing venerable figures, ensuring that they would quickly apprise these individuals of the situation and beseech their assistance. Feng Qingshan repeatedly urged everyone to make it clear to these venerable figures that the Dain dynasty's assault targeted them all, leaving no one unscathed. In such dire circumstances, should these ancestors be willing to lend their aid and join forces with the rest, it would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. If they chose to rely solely on their own prowess and refuse collaboration, that too would be accepted, allowing them to depart as they wished. After all, regardless of their decisions, their desire to escape would inevitably lead them into conflict with the Dain army. Those willing to assist would unite with others to grasp a slender chance of survival. Those unwilling would simply serve as expendable pawns to wear down the Dain forces. Moreover, Feng Qingshan and his companions agreed with the cultivators to reconvene at the entrance 3 days hence, just a day before the Five-Sheep tomb's closure, for one final push. Upon hearing Xueqing's account, Li Chuyi was left utterly astonished. Indeed, the foul Taoist's words rang true. How many foolish souls would perish in this endeavor? The Taoist priest wore an expression of indifference, yet his gaze sparkled as it lingered upon Xueqing's exquisite visage, causing her fair, delicate face to flush with a subtle pink hue. What manner of person is this Taoist? Could he be a lecherous scoundrel? A sense of caution stirred within Xueqing as she averted her gaze from the intensity of the priest's stare, lowering her head slightly before continuing, "Respected elder, I am aware that your mastery of the Tao may be profound, rendering the military forces of the Dain dynasty insignificant in your eyes. However, I must caution you that, according to the estimations of the blood slaughter and ghost devourer from the Evil Path's 100 Saints Pavilion, the tomb gate has already been ensnared by the Dain's heavenly gang thunder array. I trust you are familiar with the might of such a formation. Even if you manage to traverse the frontline soldiers with your beloved disciple, under the heavenly gang thunder array, albeit a simplified version, while you may escape unscathed, your disciple may not be so fortunate." Upon hearing the term heavenly gang thunder array, the Taoist's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "Impossible." His demeanor instantly became grave as he scrutinized Xueqing and her companions, then closed his eyes, fingers moving in intricate gestures as he muttered incantations under his breath. The youthful followers behind Xueqing exchanged glances, sensing a peculiar feeling akin to encountering a charlatan, as the previously expressive Taoist now assumed a serious countenance. Observing this sudden change, Xueqing furrowed her brow, an inexplicable familiarity washing over her. As she scrutinized the Taoist, this sense of recognition intensified. Suddenly, her expression froze in astonishment as she gazed at the Taoist. Her usual icy demeanor transformed into one of radiant joy akin to the midday sun. Blinking in disbelief, she studied the Taoist for an extended moment, her joy becoming increasingly palpable, even resonating with her companions who were accustomed to her typical cold indifference, leaving them utterly bewildered. Could this Taoist truly be a lecher? Or perhaps a master among masters of such vices? Could it be that even Xueqing, who usually repelled all with her frosty demeanor, had unwittingly fallen under his spell? Was the incantation he was performing not a technique of fate, but some lewd enchantment? Especially little Yu, who regarded Xueqing with a peculiar expression before glancing at the Taoist, ultimately casting a wary gaze upon Li Chuyi, the seemingly daft disciple beside him. This rotund youth bore an expression of utter foolishness, likely feigned, suggesting he too was a scoundrel like his master. When Li Chuyi turned his vacant gaze toward her, blinking with eyes that, though seemingly dull, sparkled with an inexplicable light, little Yu instinctively stepped back, her wariness deepening, solidifying her suspicions. Li Chuyi was preoccupied with thoughts of how many foolish geese he could eliminate when he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Lifting his eyes, he discovered that it was Xiaoyu, standing behind Xueqing, who was observing him with an intense stare. This young lady has been scrutinizing me. Could it be that she has been captivated by my strikingly handsome visage? Mistaking her vigilant gaze for something more fervent, Li Chuyi promptly reciprocated her silent communication, striking a pose he deemed quite dashing, and flashed her a smile along with a playful wink. To his dismay, Xiaoyu's expression turned more wary. She quickly turned her slightly angled face away, avoiding his lascivious gaze, while casting a sideways glance at him, ever vigilant against any sudden display of untamed behavior. Li Chuyi, however, interpreted Xiaoyu's actions as shyness and inwardly marveled at the truth of what the old Taoist had said. A diamond is, after all, a diamond. Its brilliance uncontainable regardless of circumstance. To think that I have managed to enchant such a lovely maiden without uttering a single word. Alas, she appears to be rather young. Perhaps even younger than I, and certainly not of the type that piques my interest. If, perchance, she were to express her affection for me, should I accept or decline? So no wonder the Taoist always says that exceptional men often find themselves ensnared in a web of inner turmoil, lost in such musings. Li Chuyi couldn't help but exhibit a smile that Xiaoyu would interpret as perverse. Just as their playful exchanges deepened, the Taoist, who had been silently calculating, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression dark and foreboding. By the heavens, this truly is the heavenly thunder array, and the one orchestrating it is an ancient fiend. Has the Emperor of Dian lost his senses? Surely, there is no need for such grandiosity even for the purposes of murder and plunder. Moreover, the 5-sheep tomb should hold nothing of value to him anymore. Could it be that some extraordinary artifact is to be unearthed during this excavation, causing even him to lose his composure? After much contemplation and several calculations, the Taoist remained baffled by the Emperor's intentions. In frustration, he spat upon the ground and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Enough of this pondering. Whatever folly the Emperor is entangled in, it matters not. With my meager abilities, he cannot extinguish my spirit. Let them come at me. I shall counter their forces, and should calamity strike, I will ensure my survival by evading their grasp." Allowing him to witness the true prowess of a Taoist. Suddenly, the Taoist sensed something amiss. Turning his head, he found Xueqing gazing intently at him, her eyes even more fervent than when he had observed her. Could it be that she is drawn to my commanding aura, perhaps infatuated with me? Oh dear! Should I accept her interest or decline? The Taoist, equally self-absorbed as any rotund fellow, donned a warm smile as he regarded Xueqing. "My dear lady, your gaze towards me brings me great bashfulness. Earlier, I divined our connection. We share a bond, though not of romantic nature, but rather a benevolent one. Your scrutiny leaves me quite flustered. After all, I am a monk." Bah! This wretched Taoist claims to be a monk while indulging in the pleasures of the brothel. Li Chuyi silently spat in disdain, wishing to deliver a punch to the Taoist's overly cheerful countenance. Xueqing was taken aback by the Taoist's unexpected remark, her delicate face flushing crimson as she stammered, "Senior, you misunderstand. I did not mean it that way. I merely noticed a resemblance between you and an elder of mine, and thus I spoke. I hope you can forgive me." The Taoist paused, murmuring, "Oh, is there truly another man in this world as ethereal and handsome as I, possessing such an extraordinary presence? Surely, that cannot be." At this, not only Li Chuyi but also several young people behind Xueqing discreetly spat in disdain, mentally cursing the shameless Taoist. Xueqing, upon hearing the Taoist's words, was further convinced of something. After a brief contemplation, she fixed her gaze upon the Taoist's eyes and softly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, do you happen to bear the surname Li?" Upon hearing this, the Taoist's eyes glinted with a cold light as he stared intently at Xueqing. Noticing her unwavering gaze, he took a moment before slowly replying, "What? Do you know me?" Xueqing, upon hearing this, lowered her head slightly and responded evasively, "I am Mu Xueqing." The Taoist's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized her, calculating with his fingers for an extended period. Eventually, he regarded Mu Xueqing with a face full of complexity and weariness. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "So, you are her descendant. I am the 4th-generation grandniece of my great-aunt, and my ancestor was her own brother." Xueqing answered respectfully with a bow. "Oh, so you are the descendant of that lad Ping. Time indeed flies." The Taoist shook his head slightly, casting a wistful gaze towards the sky. Beside them, Li Chuyi looked on with astonishment. While the Taoist often displayed a facade of weariness, this genuine expression of profound sorrow was a first in Li Chuyi's memory. Moreover, On the Taoist's face, marked by complexity and weariness, Li Chuyi sensed a hint of pain and exhaustion, seemingly affected by the Taoist's aura. Everyone present fell into a collective melancholy, reminiscing about the past and lost in their reflections. After a considerable time, the Taoist regained his composure and, upon observing the expressions of those around him, understood that he had unintentionally emitted an aura that had influenced them. With a hearty laugh, he approached Xueqing, eyes filled with a warm affection reserved for a younger generation, gently ruffling her hair. "Little girl, it seems we are indeed fated. Moreover, I find you quite agreeable. You should know that I rarely find anyone from the Mu family to my liking. Rest assured, with this bond between us, I shall ensure your safety. As long as I am here, none shall harm you." At this point, the Taoist glanced towards the direction of the tomb entrance and declared with authority, "Do not speak of this trifling to Yin and their insignificant formations. Even the heavens themselves cannot intervene." Li Chuyi stared at the Taoist in surprise. Such a commanding presence was a rarity in his experience, especially for the sake of a stranger. Observing the respect on Xueqing's face, he speculated that this beautiful woman must indeed be a cherished descendant of the old Taoist. Reflecting on their prior conversation, Li Chuyi found himself lost in thought once more. A family of cultivators, a grandniece, just how old was this enigmatic figure? With a subtle flicker of her beautiful eyes, Xueqing turned her gaze toward the dazed Li Chuyi. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to this chubby boy from the very beginning, as if he were a family member. This sudden feeling confounded her. Observing the foolish expression on the boy's face, she couldn't help but feel a mixture of affection and amusement, prompting her to inquire, "Senior, is this your esteemed disciple?" "No. He is my brother." The Taoist, still radiating an aura of authority, waved his hand dismissively and replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, everyone present was rendered speechless. Xueqing stared at Li Chuyi in astonishment, while he gaped in disbelief, trembling as he looked at the Taoist. Suddenly, Li Chuyi regained his composure. Years of experience following the Taoist had taught him that failing to cooperate at this moment could lead to dire consequences later. Thus, he twitched his face, shot a disdainful glance at the Taoist, and then, with an innocent demeanor, addressed Xueqing. "Yes, this is my elder brother. I am Li Chuyi. Greetings, esteemed cousin." Xueqing's eyes widened in surprise, and the disciples behind her were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances between the Taoist and the chubby boy before collectively bowing their heads in suppressed laughter, inwardly cursing, "Indeed, he is no good." The Taoist, regaining his focus, realized he had misspoken and was taken aback by how Li Chuyi had taken the liberty to escalate the situation by referring to Xueqing as a cousin. He immediately struck Li Chuyi on the head. "Nonsense! Whoever called you a cousin? Where are your manners? Who taught you such things? Just wait until I deal with you later." Turning back to Xueqing, he awkwardly continued, "Do not heed his foolish words. This child is my disciple, young and mischievous, and clearly has not learned his lessons well. Ha ha, aha." Xueqing regarded the Taoist and soon found herself chuckling softly. Reflecting on the historical accounts of the Taoist within her family, she previously thought those insinuations were exaggerated, perhaps stemming from ancestral grievances against the Taoist. However, it now appeared that those implications were neither exaggerated nor embellished. Noticing Xueqing's subdued laughter, the Taoist fell silent, only able to join in her lightheartedness, though the awkwardness in his laughter was unmistakable. Suddenly, the Taoist recalled something and asked, "You are called Mu Xueqing. Do you know Mu Shuling?" At this, Xueqing's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, she sorrowfully replied, "Mu Shuling is indeed my elder sister. She is my biological sibling. Do you know her, esteemed senior?" The Taoist nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from elaborating. Li Chuyi, sensing an oddity, felt as though the Taoist had cast a fleeting glance at him while mentioning Mu Shuling's name. But when he turned, he found nothing amiss. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion as mere illusion. Unbeknownst to him, as he withdrew his gaze, the Taoist had indeed glanced at him again, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Then, "Mu Pingji is still alive, is he? Is he still the head of the family?" Xueqing shook her head. "Our ancestors are still present, but he ceased to be the head of the family many years ago. Currently, the head of the Mu family is my second uncle, Mu Fanxi." The Taoist inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Is it not the case that the rules of the Mu family dictate that the eldest son inherits the position, passing down through the male line? Have those old fools finally consented to amend their family regulations?" Hearing this, Xueqing's expression dimmed as she explained, "Esteemed elder, the Mu family's regulations remain unchanged. Indeed, the eldest son should inherit." The previous head of the family was my father, Mu Fengli. However, some unforeseen circumstances befell the Mu family, leaving my sister's fate unknown. My father, heartbroken over my sister's plight, retreated into seclusion, vowing that unless the Mu family faced annihilation, he would not emerge from his isolation. The Taoist nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the young individuals behind Xueqing, and smiled as he asked, "Are these the youth of your Mu family? They seem to be promising talents. The Mu family truly has produced some remarkable individuals." Xueqing quickly corrected him, "Esteemed elder, you are mistaken. They are not Mu family members, but disciples of the Tai Su Palace from Tianmen Mountain." Tai Su Palace? The Taoist exclaimed, astonished. "Isn't that the sect of Jingyi, that pretender of righteousness? How did the Mu family come to ally with them and entrust them with disciples?" After a moment's reflection, the Taoist added, "No, that cannot be. The Mu family has always been aligned with Dian. It is inconceivable for you to forge an alliance with a sect so despised by Dian. Could it be that that old ghost Zheng Yi has passed away, and his descendants have submitted to Dian?" Xueqing, sensing the misunderstanding, shook her head and replied with a hint of bitterness, "Esteemed elder, you are mistaken. Ancestor Zheng Yi is still alive, and the Tai Su Palace remains the same as you once knew it. It was due to my sister's situation that I grew disillusioned with the unjust actions of several elders and chose to leave the Mu family. Later, I was pursued to the brink of despair by the Mu family's enforcers, and fortunately, I was rescued by Lu Hong, the current head of Tai Su Palace. Grateful for his kindness, I joined Tai Su Palace and am now one of its elders." Upon hearing this, the Taoist suddenly burst into hearty laughter, leaving those present utterly perplexed, with Li Chuyi secretly speculating whether the Taoist had lost his sanity and should be subdued. After a while, as the laughter subsided, the Taoist nodded at Xueqing with a smile and said, "Well done. You have made a splendid choice. I have always found those old geezers of the Mu family irksome. Had I not promised her to refrain from troubling you, I would have long ago dealt with those old fools. Let me tell you, your departure was right. As long as those geezers are alive, the Mu family will rot under their influence. Sooner or later, your family's foundation will crumble, and the Mu family will meet its end. I suspect your father's seclusion is also due to those old fools. Am I not correct?" Seeing Xueqing nod in agreement, the Taoist grew even more cheerful. He gently ruffled her hair and patted her shoulder, smiling as he advised, "My dear, it seems you still harbor some unresolved feelings. I cannot offer you much counsel, but let me say this. Even without the matter of your sister, at your young age, with a world so vast before you, you ought to explore beyond your confined territory. Are you to remain a stagnant worm, waiting for the world to change?" Listening to the Taoist's seemingly coarse yet profoundly caring words, and feeling the gentle caress of his large hand upon her head, akin to the indulgence of an elder, Xueqing was reminded of the familial warmth she had not experienced since her sister's unfortunate incident. Despite the fact that the current leader of the Xiankong Palace treated her kindly, and she was held in high esteem by everyone in the sect, deep within her heart, she still felt like an outsider, a person unwanted, devoid of a home. The long-lost affection struck her heart like a thunderbolt, shattering the ice that had encased her soul for so long. With tears brimming in her eyes, she gazed at the Taoist, nodding repeatedly like the innocent girl she had once been, blissfully unaware of the world's harshness. The Taoist, observing her response, nodded with satisfaction. He reached for his beard to stroke it in a gesture of camaraderie, only to remember he had none, and instead awkwardly transitioned to rubbing his chin, the momentary lapse eliciting no sense of embarrassment. While others remained oblivious, Li Chuyi, who had accompanied the Taoist for many years, sensed the absurdity of the situation. Watching the Taoist's comical chin-stroking, Li Chuyi could not help but harbor a quiet disdain. Another naive young woman, this beauty named Mu Xueqing, surely deserved the title of young lady, yet here she was, another pure-hearted girl mesmerized by the Taoist's words. Ah, the simplicity of innocence. Fearing the Taoist might catch a glimpse of his disdainful expression, Li Chuyi averted his gaze, only to discover that the little girl who had been exchanging glances with him now wore an expression of respect laced with disdain directed elsewhere. Their eyes met in a moment of surprise, and instantaneously the little girl divided her contempt for the Taoist, directing half of it towards Li Chuyi. In response to her subtle flirtation, he instinctively adopted what he believed to be his most charming expression, winking back at her, which only served to increase her revulsion and disdain. Thus, a playful exchange ensued, each party relishing in their own unique sentiments. After a while, Xueqing's emotions settled. Slightly turning her head, she caught the astonished gazes of several disciples behind her, realizing that her previously frosty demeanor had been utterly shattered. causing her fair cheeks to flush faintly. Ignoring the curious disciples, she fixed her still slightly reddened eyes upon the Taoist and inquired, "Senior, what shall we do now? The Yin royal army has firmly sealed the entrance. Shall we wait for 3 days to regroup with the others before making our move?" The Taoist pondered for a moment before responding, "No, we cannot wait. We must depart at once." He glanced at Xueqing and the young disciples, explaining, "The Lion General poses little threat. Though he commands a sizable force, they lack true masters. While the Lion General may be formidable, in my eyes, he amounts to nothing." The disciples of Xinkong Palace, having witnessed the Lion General's prowess, regarded him as an almost insurmountable being. Thus, when they heard the Taoist dismiss such a powerful figure as inconsequential, their eyes widened in disbelief and admiration, fixated on him with awe. The Taoist, basking in the fervent gazes of the young disciples, felt a gratifying sense of vanity swell within him. Under the subtly disdainful gaze of Li Chuyi, the Taoist, with an air of self-satisfaction, continued after a prolonged pause, "The issue lies not with the Lion Commander, but rather with the formidable formation outside. While the heavenly talisman thunder suppression formation is indeed extraordinarily powerful, it cannot be simply relocated like firewood in a kitchen. The complete formation from the era of Dian took a staggering 300 years to arrange. Even this simplified version, regardless of its further simplification, would require a gathering of several adept old demons, and at least 10 days to be fully established, according to my calculations. During my journey to the tomb, I have not discerned any abnormalities. I surmise that this formation has only begun to be set up after our arrival. In 3 days, it could reach only half completion. Its potency merely nascent and not yet a cause for concern. However, the longer we tarry, the more complete the formation will become after 3 days. As it approaches 60 to 70% completion, our exit will become increasingly arduous." Gazing at the contemplative faces of his companions, the Taoist remarked, "Thus, now is the optimal moment to depart, sooner rather than later, for delay invites peril. Moreover, my gravest concern does not rest with the Lion Commander or the formation itself." Upon hearing this, the group regarded the Taoist with puzzled expressions. Noticing their confusion, the Taoist merely smiled at Li Chuyi, who was still engaged in playful glances. Sensing the Taoist's gaze, Li Chuyi sighed and said, "What this old man truly fears are the people, those beyond the Lion Commander and the formation setup. The hidden masters that Dian conceals outside, the numerous old fiends akin to him." Quite astute, displaying more intelligence than a pig, the Taoist responded with a smile, then playfully delivered a couple of light slaps to Li Chuyi's head. Observing Li Chuyi's aggrieved expression, he said nonchalantly, "How dare you call me old man when I am still so young? Do you wish to court danger? Remember, in front of outsiders, you shall refer to me as master or brother." Li Chuyi, deterred from further protest, rubbed his head and bowed his head in acknowledgement. Xueqing and the others, witnessing the peculiar dynamic between the eccentric master and his disciple, exchanged glances filled with intrigue, both astonished and amused, particularly the younger disciples. Upon seeing the Taoist and the portly boy interact in such a manner, reflected on their own masters, some kind and others stern, and felt a sense of contentment. Thankful that their masters were not eccentric. After imparting his lesson to his disciple, the Taoist raised his gaze to the group, suddenly recalling the awkwardness of having inadvertently compelled Li Chuyi to address him as brother. Although slightly embarrassed, he was only mildly so, for after having experienced such moments before, the Taoist had developed a certain immunity to embarrassment. Consequently, his countenance remained devoid of any discord, instead adorned with a gentle smile as he addressed the group. Then, "Shall we proceed?" With the Taoist leading the way, the return journey for Xueqing and her companions was swift as the wind. Following Li Chuyi's lead, they found a few niches to sit upon. The treacherous path they had traversed, fraught with traps and tension, was swiftly navigated by the Taoist's formidable prowess, dispelling any lingering doubts they had harbored regarding his capabilities. Particularly on the road, they encountered several waves of silver-armored soldiers who attempted to intercept them upon seeing a few individuals. However, none were spared from being violently sent flying, blood gushing forth. By the Taoist gourd, a few unfortunate silver-armored soldiers who stood directly in front were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist. The young men felt acutely the might of the Taoist and sensed that perhaps, this time, they might truly escape with their lives. Before long, they arrived at the plaza at the entrance of the Five-Goat Tomb. Despite nearly a day having passed, the acrid stench of blood still lingered heavily in the air. Severed limbs and bloodstains bore testament to the brutality of the previous melee. In the center of the plaza stood a grand chair forged of gold, upon which the Lion General sat, his cold gaze sweeping over the scene through his mask. Rows of silver-armored soldiers stood silently in formation behind him. Upon the arrival of the Taoist and his companions, the Lion General slightly raised his head. What a surprise. Just a handful of you dares to attempt breaching my defenses? Before he could finish speaking, his gaze suddenly fell upon Li Chuyi, an astonished tone escaping his lips. The runaway girl from the Mu family? I never expected you to show up. My luck seems to be quite favorable today. The Mu family has repeatedly sought my assistance in finding you, and I never imagined the credit for capturing you would fall to me. Ha! Li Chuyi clenched her silver teeth, glaring furiously at the Lion General, while the Taoist paid him no mind, propelling himself toward the entrance with unwavering speed on his gourd. Impudent. The Lion General's expression turned icy at this sight, and he shouted, launching himself toward the Taoist and his companions. The two forces collided, and in an instant, the Lion General was sent reeling backward, having failed to even disrupt the gourd's protective winds. Fury surged through him. He considered himself among the world's elite, yet found himself effortlessly repelled by the gourd's aura. I underestimated you. Come again. He bellowed, conjuring a golden spear that appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, he pointed it forward and lunged. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the golden spear, channeling the full force of the Lion General, struck against the gourd's protective winds. After a brief pause, it pierced through the barrier, aimed directly at the Taoist. The Taoist, taken aback by the breach, remarked, "This young lad possesses some skill, but it is still insufficient." Before his words could fully dissipate, he casually smacked the advancing spear with his palm. The spear, imbued with enough force to pierce the heavens, was instantly deflected aside by an overwhelming power. Were it not for the Lion General's firm grip, it would have slipped from his hands. Even so, the protective armor on his palm shattered, blood gushing forth. Who are you? The Lion General demanded furiously, recognizing that this Taoist was undoubtedly one of the few exceptional beings in the world. Receiving no response, he threatened coldly. Do you wish to make an enemy of my Yin? The Taoist, unfazed, merely scoffed at the remark, continuing his advance toward the exit on his gourd. Enraged, the Lion General reversed the spear and, grasping it with both hands, swept it horizontally toward the Taoist. You seek death. With a thunderous roar from the Lion General, the long spear created a flurry of shadows, swiftly approaching the Taoist priest. Are you not annoyed? Are you born of maggots? The Taoist's impatient voice echoed, as he waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting a fly. This time, however, the force behind his gesture was even greater than before. Although the Lion General endeavored to grasp the golden spear, he was overwhelmed by the immense power emanating from it. A mouthful of fresh blood was spewed forth, and the Lion General, along with the spear, was sent hurtling into the distance. Thud! As the Lion General landed, he surveyed his surroundings and beheld the shattered golden armor covering his hands and forearms, blood oozing from his palms, and his arms marred by dark bruises. Glancing at the golden spear, which he had meticulously refined over the years and believed to be nearly indestructible, he was horrified to find a distinct handprint imprinted on its surface. The Lion General was immediately drenched in cold sweat, gasping in shock. Although he had been struck down twice prior, he had dismissed it, convinced that he was not far inferior to his opponent, merely outmatched by the latter's swiftness. Yet, witnessing such a clear mark left upon his formidable spear by a casual strike, he realized that his adversary had previously withheld their intent to kill. It was his persistent interference that had elicited a hint of irritation from the Taoist, prompting a more earnest display of power. Reflecting on his recollections of contemporary masters, the Lion General could not identify anyone who matched the Taoist before him. He speculated that this Taoist might indeed be a reclusive ancient figure. For given the intelligence capabilities of the Dine dynasty, he should have encountered records of such a person. The Lion General grimaced internally. Ordinarily, he would avoid such a formidable opponent, especially one devoid of murderous intent. However, this time, he had come under imperial orders to guard this place. If he did not exert his utmost effort, he would surely face dire consequences upon returning to court. He was not naive enough to believe that the Dine-S intelligence network would remain oblivious to his leniency. With a firm resolve, the Lion General bellowed, "Soldiers, heed my command. Form the battle array, and at all costs, intercept this individual with all your might." Huzzah! The silver-armored soldiers echoed in unison, and the once calm and orderly battle formation surged into motion. As the silver-armored soldiers accelerated their maneuvers, The formation resembled a school of silver fish, weaving and darting in a mesmerizing display, evoking a sense of dread. The palpable aura of slaughter swept over the scene. The lion general advanced to the front of the formation, feeling a tightening pain in his chest. With a tremor of the golden spear and a thunderous shout, he cried out, "Kill! Kill!" The soldiers behind him echoed his command, and under the lion general's leadership, the entire array surged forward like a grinding millstone, bearing down upon the Taoist predecessor. Xueqing and the others gazed at the unfolding scene, their faces pale. Were it not for the Taoist shielding them, they feared their spirits would have already shattered. The group silently adjusted their energies, preparing to spring into action at a moment's notice. Although Li Chuyi's face was pale with fear, he was primarily frightened. Noticing that the Taoist had yet to make a move, Li Chuyi suddenly exclaimed, "You useless Taoist! Are you exhausted or simply paralyzed with fear? If you do not act soon, I shall be crushed by their overwhelming presence." The Taoist had been silently observing the grand formation of the Dayan army, but at Li Chuyi's call, he snapped back to reality and immediately struck the chubby boy twice. "You pitiful wretch! It is you who is paralyzed with fear. Your entire family must be trembling. Such a magnificent formation. It has been ages since I have witnessed one so splendid. I merely wish to savor the sight and reminisce about the past. Yet, your foolish shout has ruined my mood. You never practice properly, you cannot even withstand such a trivial aura. You worthless fool. I shall remind you again to train diligently. Again, I say practice properly." Slap, 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 slap. Xueqing and her companions were on the verge of tears. This Taoist was undoubtedly deranged. The enemy was about to attack, and they could even see the sweat on the soldiers' faces across the battlefield, yet the Taoist still had the audacity to discipline his disciple? Was he insane? "Senior." Xueqing could not help but call out again. Upon hearing her voice, the Taoist ceased his assault. Though his expression still bore a hint of dissatisfaction, revealing to all that had it not been for Xueqing, he would have continued his reprimand. Ignoring the bruised and battered chubby boy, the Taoist raised his gaze towards the front and spoke, "Why must you act like such a little lion? You know you cannot stop me. Why not simply step aside and allow me to proceed?" The lion general bellowed, "Rebellious traitor! How could you comprehend my loyalty and righteousness? The land beneath the heavens belongs to the emperor. May he reign for eternity. His command is weighty as the heavens. Prepare to face death, villain. Attack." Hearing the lion general's words, the Taoist fell silent for a moment. Then a cold smile crept onto his lips. The emperor? Humph. Merely a ruthless and treacherous being. Little lion, should you survive, consider it your fortune. Should you perish and become a vengeful spirit, do not seek me out. Go find your treacherous emperor. With that, the Taoist formed a hand gesture, inhaled deeply, and slightly parted his lips. Begone. Instantly, an invisible wave surged forth from his mouth, engulfing the lion general and the silver-armored soldiers like a tidal wave. Even with the Taoist's protection, Xueqing and her companions were still left dizzy and disoriented, unable to regain their composure for some time. Li Chuyi, well acquainted with the Taoist's demeanor, recognized the impending action and had already closed off his senses, tightly covering his ears, thus avoiding the same fate as Xueqing and her friends. When Xueqing and the others finally regained their senses and looked ahead, they beheld a wide passage that had formed amid the once thronging Dayan royal army. Thick crimson mist swirling within it, a result of the silver-armored soldiers being scattered by the shockwave. On either side of the passage lay the fallen silver-armored soldiers, all leaning in one direction. Compared to their previous formidable appearance, these soldiers now bore shattered armor, with some reduced to mere fragments, appearing utterly wretched. As Xueqing beheld the lion general sprawled on the ground, his lower and chest armor the only remnants of his once formidable presence, blood oozing from his wounds and spewing forth with each labored breath, an overwhelming sense of vindication washed over her, accompanied by a profound reverence for the Taoist priest. Behind her, several young companions stood pallid and dazed, their eyes fixed upon the priest as if they had encountered a specter. Though they were cultivators who had faced their share of battles in the past, today's brutal slaughter paled in comparison, reminiscent of mere children squabbling. What had previously seemed a grand melee between the lion general and the other cultivators now appeared trivial in their eyes, gazing at the persistent crimson mist before them. Xueqing's complexion turned ashen, and her female disciples were already retching uncontrollably. The male disciples, though not sickened to the point of vomiting, bore expressions that were ghastly, resembling the pallor of the deceased. Only Xiaoyu, though equally nauseated, maintained a relatively normal countenance, prompting the Taoist to glance at her with newfound interest. Nodding inwardly in approval, When the young disciples observed Li Chuyi standing nearby, seemingly unfazed and rather intrigued by the unfolding scene, their gazes shifted towards him with an air of bewilderment, as if they were scrutinizing a peculiar anomaly. Li Chuyi, however, silently chuckled to himself, amused by the absurdity of their reactions. After all, he had accompanied the Taoist on countless adventures, traversing mountains and seas, having witnessed spectacles far more harrowing than this. If these so-called heroes were so distressed by the Taoist's single bellow that dispatched a mere handful of foes, how would they react if they were to witness the Taoist's legendary feat of flattening an entire mountain to capture the Tiger Demon King? Amidst a tempest of chaos and crimson rain, moreover, the Taoist's voice truly possessed remarkable power. Previously, when the priest's shout had repelled the heavenly tribulation, Li Chuyi had scarcely registered its magnitude. Yet this demonstration was even more exhilarating than the former. He mused. It would be delightful to learn such a skill from the Taoist, so that whenever he encountered someone he disdained, he could unleash a bellow that would either terrify or incapacitate them. Lost in these delightful thoughts, Li Chuyi couldn't help but chuckle to himself, which only deepened the oddity of the gazes directed at him from his companions, as though they were observing a beast rather than a fellow cultivator. Suddenly, turning away, he experienced a moment of inspiration, and when his awareness returned, a water flask appeared in his hand. Approaching the Taoist with a sycophantic grin, he said, "Master, your throat must be parched. Here, have some water. I also have a few cakes left. Would you care for a bite?" The Taoist cast a sidelong glance at him, instantly discerning his intentions. Accepting the flask, he took a sip and replied, "I shall teach you in due time." Li Chuyi's face radiated with uncontainable joy as he transformed into the model disciple, diligently attending to the Taoist by kneading his shoulders and massaging his back. Xueqing and the others exchanged glances, their minds converging on a singular thought. Two oddities indeed. Suddenly, Xiaoyu produced her own flask, rushing to stand before the Taoist with a respectful demeanor. "Elder, do sample the wine I have secretly stashed away." The Taoist paused momentarily, then accepted the flask with a smile, choosing not to comment. Unfazed, Xiaoyu darted behind the Taoist, nudging Li Chuyi aside and claiming half of his space. The stout boy looked at her in astonishment, while she shot him a glare that conveyed her displeasure at his intrusion. "How dare you encroach upon my territory?" Li Chuyi thought to himself, feeling a pang of rivalry. The chubby girl, with a resolute heart, silently vowed to learn as well. The two exchanged glances for a considerable time before simultaneously snorting in disdain and began to massage the Taoist's shoulders. Meanwhile, Xueqing and the others appeared utterly stunned, rendered speechless. "Xiaoyu, do not be disrespectful, come back at once." Xueqing, aware of the Taoist's eccentric nature, charmingly described as capricious but less flatteringly regarded as a madman, called out. Xiaoyu, the beloved daughter of the current leader of the Taisu Palace, was known for her whimsical nature, often engaging in antics that left others dumbfounded and amused. However, Xueqing did not anticipate that Xiaoyu would dare to display her playful side in front of the Taoist. Fearing she might offend him, she hastily admonished her. The Taoist smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. This lively girl possesses considerable courage, far surpassing my foolish disciple. I find her quite agreeable." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu stuck her tongue out playfully at Xueqing and increased the pressure of her shoulder massage, causing the Taoist to beam with delight and relaxation. Beside them, Li Chuyi wore a scornful expression. When Xiaoyu brazenly shot him a triumphant glance, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Choosing to ignore her while exerting force on the Taoist's shoulders as a means of venting his frustration. Listening to the Taoist's commentary, Xueqing nodded and spoke. "As long as the esteemed elder does not mind. This girl is named Li Chuyi, the beloved daughter of our Taisu Palace's leader, Lu Hong. She is known for her audacious and whimsical nature within the sect, and to receive commendation from the elder is indeed a stroke of fortune for her." The Taoist, intrigued, looked at Xiaoyu with mild surprise. "One would not expect that your lineage is rather distinguished." Xiaoyu promptly bowed and greeted him with the grace of a young lady, respectfully stating, "You flatter me, esteemed elder. It merely so happens that my rather rigid father is the leader. To say I am merely the leader's daughter is nothing significant. Even if my father were here, he would be of no consequence in your presence." Though Xiaoyu was generally quite mischievous and fearful of no one except for her father, Lu Hong, and Mu Xueqing, she certainly did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Taoist, especially given her current need for his assistance. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Taoist erupted into hearty laughter, playfully pinching her nose and jovially saying, "You little girl truly understands my temperament. I can sense your hidden intentions. Are you wishing to learn my formidable shout? Xiaoyu eagerly nodded in affirmation. But being neither kin nor acquaintance, do you truly believe I would impart such profound abilities to someone with only a mere flask of rough wine? The Taoist's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyu. Of course not. Xiaoyu replied with an air of certainty. But I could become your disciple. Look how clever I am, how adorable I appear, and how well we get along. Surely, I am far superior to that little chubby one over there. Please, accept me as your apprentice. At this, not only Li Chuyi but everyone present rolled their eyes. With Xueqing growing increasingly exasperated, chastising, Xiaoyu, do not be foolish. Where are your manners? The Taoist waved his hand towards Xueqing and turned to Xiaoyu, chuckling. You little girl, you certainly know how to push your luck and climb the ladder of opportunity. Let us not mention that I have always passed my teachings down through a single lineage, even if I were to make an exception and accept you as my disciple. That scoundrel Zheng Yi would undoubtedly mock me for poaching from his domain. Moreover, with your whimsical nature, my age bones are ill-equipped to endure your antics. My foolish apprentice is far more suitable. Li Chu rolled his eyes at the incessant references to a foolish apprentice. Where, I wonder, is my folly? Yet he only dared to curse silently in his heart, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Noticing the despondent expression on Xiaoyu's face, the Taoist chuckled lightly. My dear girl, do not be disheartened. Although I cannot formally accept you as my apprentice, I can certainly impart some knowledge to you. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened with surprise. Does that mean I can learn that powerful shout from earlier? The Taoist shook his head, observing her spirits plummet once more. That shout is not suited for you. Even if I taught it to you, you would struggle to master it. Besides, as a young lady, one must embody grace. If you were to succeed in mastering it, would you not transform into a fearsome lioness? Who would dare to marry you then? I can teach you something else. How about the technique I employed to strike that lion general just now? Xiaoyu eagerly nodded, her face glowing with delight, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Although she did not comprehend what a fearsome lioness was or why she could not master that shout, she was acutely aware of the might behind the Taoist poem. The once formidable lion general, in the face of the Taoist's seemingly effortless strike, was sent flying as though swatted away like a mere fly. His weapon nearly shattered in the process. If she were to master such a technique, who would stand in her way? A single swipe would be far more gratifying than simply shouting her opponent down. Senior, is this truly appropriate? Children merely indulge in play. Please do not take it seriously. Xueqing interjected, concerned as she witnessed the Taoist's intention to impart skills to Xiaoyu. No matter, the Taoist replied with a gentle smile. Firstly, I find this girl quite agreeable. If she is pleasing to my eye, then it is fate. Teaching her some self-defense techniques is of little consequence. Secondly, after this endeavor, I intended to visit Zheng Laogue to discuss certain matters, and fortuitously, this presents an opportunity for me to gain a favor from him. Upon hearing this, Xueqing paused, choosing not to press further. Though she was curious about the Taoist's intentions in seeking their ancestor, she knew it was not her place to inquire. Meanwhile, Li Chu observed the Taoist, his mind racing with speculation. The Taoist had previously mentioned that once their mission was complete, he would take him to meet his friend to refine the inner elixir into a pill. It seemed plausible that this individual was none other than the ancestor Zheng Yi of Tai Su Palace. The other young individuals looked on with envy as the Taoist prepared to teach Xiaoyu a set of techniques. Even if they possessed the audacity to ask, they would not dare to be as brazen as Xiaoyu in the presence of such an ethereal figure. Ignoring the onlookers, the Taoist gazed at Xiaoyu, his lips moving silently. Her expression fluctuated between understanding and confusion, ultimately culminating in a nod, indicating she had grasped something. Finally, the Taoist inquired, Have you remembered it all? Xiaoyu nodded in response. I have remembered, though I understand less than 20%. Most of it remains unclear to me. The Taoist let out a hearty laugh and said, If you could fully comprehend it merely by listening, I might have to make an exception and accept you as my female disciple. It matters not if you do not fully understand. The fact that you grasp more than 1/10 of it upon your first hearing indicates that you possess remarkable intelligence. With your talents, as long as you diligently practice and gradually ponder, there will come a day when you will fully comprehend it. Suddenly, the Taoist's expression turned serious, and he spoke with gravity. Child, I sense a connection between us, and I shall impart to you this set of palm techniques. But remember, you must not divulge it to others. Otherwise, even the old ghost Zheng cannot protect you. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine and quickly bowed her head in acknowledgement. Upon seeing her response, the Taoist's demeanor softened, and he nodded with a smile. Esteemed elder, what is the name of the palm technique you are imparting to me? Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. The Taoist's expression became serious again as he solemnly replied. So what the fly? Not only was Xiaoyu taken aback, but the others were equally astonished. Unable to believe that such a formidable technique bore such a crude name. Only Li Chuyi curled his lip in disdain, unimpressed. Having followed the Taoist since childhood, Li Chuyi knew that although the Taoist often proclaimed himself a refined individual, occasionally reciting melodramatic poetry, the techniques he practiced either lacked names or possessed names as vulgar as swat the fly. In contrast, techniques such as Dao Canon, which Li Chuyi had been studying since childhood, and unlimited Qi and universe Tao, which the Taoist frequently employed, were exceedingly rare and bore respectable names. At that moment, Xiaoyu, who had been experimenting with her technique, finally managed to summon a wisp of palm wind. She was instantly filled with joy, casting a triumphant glance at Li Chuyi. In response, Li Chuyi merely scoffed, remaining silent as he waved his hand, unleashing a gust of palm wind that far surpassed hers. Seeing this, Xiaoyu huffed in indignation and turned her head away, refusing to look at Li Chuyi any longer. Li Chuyi wore a smug expression, after all. He was the Taoist's direct disciple, and it was inconceivable that he would struggle with something the Taoist casually bestowed. How foolish of her to think she could compete with him. Enough with the antics. Let us hasten, for a formidable array awaits us outside. The Taoist's voice rang out, prompting everyone on the gourd to quickly take their seats. With a mere thought, the Taoist transformed the gourd into a fleeting shadow, piercing through the dense blood mist and vanishing at the entrance. On the square, the anguished groans of the surviving silver-armored soldiers could be heard intermittently. The lion general, who had been lying aside, continuously coughing up blood, struggled to raise his head, gazing at the gourd that had long since disappeared. His eyes filled with profound dread and a hint of an inexplicable glimmer. As before, it was as if they had passed through a capricious curtain of water. The gourd carrying the Taoist and the others reappeared on the plains outside the 5 sheep tombs. Unlike their arrival, a thick white fog now enveloped the plains, while the sky above roiled with dark clouds and thunder rumbled ominously. The moment the gourd materialized, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, split the sky, hurtling towards the unsuspecting group. The lightning instantaneously shattered the gourd's protective aura, and just as it was about to strike them down, the Taoist, having anticipated this, waved his hand, summoning a soft yellow light barrier that manifested around the gourd, meeting the lightning with a resounding crash. Boom! With a resounding crash, a pale yellow light curtain rippled gently, while the lightning expended its last vestiges of energy, leaving a final spark that vanished before the eyes of the crowd. Upon witnessing the lightning being thwarted, Xueqing and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. However, the Taoist's expression turned grave. He understood that the earlier lightning was merely a self-defense warning of the formation. Someone has breached the formation. Eliminate him. As expected, a deafening roar emerged from the thick fog, and hundreds of lightning bolts, as robust as the previous ones, surged forth like a brilliant white river towards the Taoist and his companions, causing their previously relieved expressions to turn to horror. Just as they felt an impending sense of doom, they noticed that the torrent of lightning, while formidable, crashed against the pale yellow light curtain like a torrent colliding with rocks, appearing tumultuous and generating waves, yet failing to breach it, achieving nothing substantial. Not an ordinary cultivator. Rearranged the formation. With astonishment resonating from the fog, the myriad of lightning suddenly coalesced into a singular, colossal bolt resembling a pillar reaching for the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar as it struck the pale yellow curtain. Under the terrified gaze of the onlookers, the light curtain was deeply dented, and with a resounding pop, a large hole was created, through which the enormous lightning bolt surged towards them. Upon witnessing this, the Taoist swiftly executed a hand sign, his lips parting slightly, and with a commanding shout akin to his earlier encounter with the lion general, he bellowed, "Begone!" Unlike before, this time the sound wave coalesced into a beam, transforming into a sound pillar of similar girth to the lightning before him, sending ripples that collided with the lightning column. The lightning bolt hesitated for a moment before being scattered by the seemingly gentle sound wave, transforming into streaks of meteors that dispersed around the gourd. Watching the streaks of lightning flash past them and recalling the harrowing moments they had just experienced, Xueqing and her companions felt as though their hearts were about to cease beating. Xueqing was especially grateful to have encountered the Taoist, and considering her ancestral ties to him, she mused that even if they gathered everyone's strength to breach the formation 3 days hence, they would likely still falter against the Lion General, let alone the grand formation outside. At least, she felt, she could not achieve it alone. Looking at the Taoist before her, Xueqing and her companions were filled with gratitude. Yet, as the Taoist surveyed his achievements, dissatisfaction marred his countenance. The earlier battle with the Faceless One had drained him significantly, and now, with his spirit incomplete, his combat prowess had regressed to such a state. In former times, a single roar from him could shatter not just this lightning, but the very heavens themselves. Now, he lamented, he was like a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. Hearing the Taoist's mutterings, Li Chuyi rolled his eyes, internally cursing the Taoist for boasting. However, considering the Taoist's half-sealed spirit and the formidable entity he contained within, Li Chuyi began to suspect there might be truth to the Taoist's claims. "Who are you?" A voice from the thick fog suddenly inquired, its tone grave and serious. "I am your father," the Taoist replied with equal gravity. The voice in the fog fell silent for a moment before seething with rage. It spat, "You seek death." In the midst of the celestial thunderous array, as the incantation reverberated, dark clouds in the sky churned violently. Strikingly, amidst the white flashes of lightning, hues of crimson began to emerge, as if a fire had ignited the obsidian clouds. The juxtaposition of black, white, and red created an oddly captivating beauty in the tempest. However, the onlookers upon the gourd had no time to admire. They could easily fathom the brutality hidden beneath this allure. The Taoist raised his gaze skyward, scrutinizing the scene for a prolonged moment before a cold smile crept upon his lips. "As I suspected, the formation is only 3/10 complete. This thunderfire descending is the utmost limit." With a decisive gesture, the Taoist proclaimed, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The laws of the universe are at my command. Witness how I shall extinguish your flickering light with my earth burial technique." Upon uttering these words, he pointed towards the ground. With a commanding shout, the solid earth beneath them was forcibly lifted, forming a massive wall akin to a shield that stood resolutely before the crowd. As they braced for the thunderfire to crash against this formidable barrier, the Taoist altered his gestures and pointed skyward. "Go." The earthen shield, resembling a colossal millstone, began to rotate and soared towards the heavens. At that moment, the tumultuous clouds, now fully charged with red, culminated in a deafening roar. Unleashing torrents of silver lightning intertwined with raging flames, cascading downwards like a waterfall. Seeing the fiery bolts of lightning, Xueqing gasped, "This truly is a thunderfire calamity." The Taoist chuckled derisively, "Nay, it lacks quality, it compensates with quantity. A genuine thunderfire calamity would not be so freely dispensed. Even a single bolt would far surpass this multitude." Under Xueqing's astonished gaze and the Taoist's sardonic grin, the deluge of thunderfire collided with the spinning earthen shield, sending debris flying and sparks scattering. The relentless fire gradually consumed the soil of the shield, leaving it thinner with each passing moment. While the tempest above showed no signs of abating, tightening the knot of anxiety in Xueqing's heart. "Elder, can that earthen wall withstand it?" She could not help but inquire. The Taoist cast her a perplexed glance. "Who said I intended to withstand it?" Xueqing stared at him in bewilderment, but the Taoist turned away, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the standoff above, muttering with a cold smirk, "Let it grind. The finer it shatters, the better. Soon, you shall learn of my prowess. Even in my current state, I can obliterate you in an instant." As the earthen wall thinned perilously, a voice emerged from the dense fog, declaring, "The situation is clear now. If this continues, your path leads only to ruin. I lament your potential, and, as I, the great Yin, have always welcomed talent, I shall offer you a chance. Reveal your origins to me, surrender to the great Yin, and I shall recommend you to her sovereign. You may rise to nobility." "Is that true?" the Taoist inquired. "Indeed. I am Qi Wuzhang, Marquis of Ninglan in the great Yin dynasty. My words are my bond. I guarantee, should you pledge allegiance to the great Yin today, I shall ardently recommend you to our sovereign. With your abilities, attaining a title akin to mine would not be an impossibility." Xueqing and her companions listened to the exchange between the two, their faces a blend of astonishment and complexity. Xueqing was particularly taken aback. She found it hard to believe that the Taoist would capitulate. According to the records of the Mu family, a Taoist was not a spineless individual easily swayed by mere words. Meanwhile, the young disciples behind her felt a sense of bitterness as they observed the earthen wall thinning, leading them to believe that the Taoist might genuinely be outmatched and in search of a retreat. They did not blame the Taoist, for had they been in his position, they might have made the same choice. Indeed, after a prolonged contemplation, the Taoist finally declared, "Very well, as you suggest, I shall reveal my identity, just as everyone, including the esteemed Lord Ninglan, believed the Taoist was about to surrender. he suddenly turned to Li Chuyi, who had been discreetly stifling a yawn, and said, "Disciple, inform this Lord Ninglan of my identity." Li Chuyi glanced at the Taoist, exasperated, and replied, "Didn't I just say it? My master is your father, and I am your brother. How can you still ask such foolish questions?" The Taoist nodded, saying, "You little rascal, I finally found someone even more foolish than you." Li Chuyi shot the Taoist an angry glare before turning away, choosing to ignore him. Upon hearing Li Chuyi's response, the onlookers realized that Lord Ninglan had been outwitted. Xueqing wore an expression of knowing certainty, while the young disciples, after experiencing a roller coaster of emotions, could not help but burst into laughter. Lord Ninglan, shrouded in mist, remained silent, yet his increasingly labored breaths betrayed his simmering fury. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Since you have chosen your own demise, do not blame me." He commanded, "Fellow Taoists, channel all your strength into the formation to aid me in vanquishing this scoundrel." With that, the thunder and fire above intensified, and the already thin earthen layer melted away like ice near a scorching iron, swiftly disintegrating into a cloud of ash that scattered into the air. Witnessing this, the young disciples could no longer find humor in the situation. Even the typically optimistic Xiaoyu displayed signs of fear, while Xueqing braced herself for the worst. Only Li Chuyi maintained an air of indifference. He knew the Taoist must have a backup plan, for otherwise, he would not be a true Taoist. As the final layer of the earthen wall disintegrated into ash, nothing remained to obstruct the torrent of thunderous fire from above. Finally unleashed, the raging flames surged toward the group on the gourd like a tidal wave. "Die!" Lord Ninglan's triumphant voice echoed, just as despair enveloped Xueqing and her companions. Li Chuyi whispered, "Here comes the grand display." Having surmised the Taoist's intentions, Li Chuyi quickly covered his ears. Indeed, the corners of the Taoist's mouth curled into a sinister smirk. "It's time for you to witness the power of your father." With that, he altered his incantation and bellowed, "Explode." Boom, boom, boom. The clouds of ash erupted at the Taoist's command, and in an instant, raging flames engulfed the sky, casting a hellish glow of red and gray that churned ominously, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Simultaneously, the shockwave generated by the explosion violently displaced the surrounding air, sweeping outward in a curved arc. "Go! Hurry!" In that fleeting moment of the explosion, a terrified voice, fraught with alarm, emanated from Ninglan Ho, only to be drowned out by the thunderous roar of the blast. The Taoist swiftly erected multiple layers of protection before the crowd, while Li Chuyi, beside him, covered his ears tightly, his expression one of resigned certainty. At that moment, as the shockwave surged forth, the others, shielded by the Taoist's defenses, emerged unscathed. Yet they were momentarily stunned by the residual tremors that penetrated through the barriers, gasping for breath, their mouths agape, staring blankly at the sky. Though it seemed to stretch on for an eternity, the explosion itself lasted but a mere blink of an eye. Yet, during that ephemeral instant, it felt to those present as if an eon had passed. As the final flicker of fire extinguished against the horizon, Xueqing and her companions finally regained their senses, each drenched in cold sweat, gasping as if on the brink of suffocation. Looking around, they found that not only had the torrential flames dissipated, but the dark clouds above had also vanished completely. The sky was now a canvas of ashen gray, interspersed with glimmering embers that floated down like fireflies. In the absence of the ominous clouds, a sliver of the setting sun valiantly pierced through the smoky veil, bathing the group in its warm glow. Feeling the sunlight, though not particularly warm, enveloping them, Xueqing and her companions were filled with a profound sense of relief. The younger ones nearly leaped with joy. This sunlight reminded them of their survival, instilling within them a sense of hope after the calamity. Unlike her youthful companions, Xueqing remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with a wary gaze. At that moment, the thick fog over the plain had already been dispersed by the shockwave, leaving a profound silence, broken only by the scattered remnants of fallen trees and grass that bore witness to the recent turmoil. After observing for a while without detecting any movement, Xueqing furrowed her brow and inquired, "Senior, have Ninglan Ho and the others perished, or have they hidden away?" "3 are dead, 4 have fled," the Taoist replied, wiping his forehead, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Fled?" Li Chuyi stared at the Taoist in disbelief. "What kind of look is that? Do you dare question my abilities? Let me tell you, had it not been for this wretched formation obstructing them, none would have escaped. I shattered a significant protective formation of the Great Yin, eliminated 3, and severely injured 4 formidable experts, not to mention the thousands of lesser foes I disregarded. With such a remarkable achievement, how dare you glare at me? If you think you can do better, then by all means, give it a try. With that, he waved his hand, playfully swatting at Li Chuyi's head. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Xue Qin gasped in astonishment. Senior, are you saying that this formation still exists? The Taoist nodded, his expression growing serious. Indeed. The great yin is truly formidable. It is remarkable that someone managed to simplify the formation to such an extent while retaining its immense power. With less than 30% of the formation deployed, my explosive blast merely caused damage. Fortunately, we acted swiftly. Had we waited 3 days and allowed the formation to reach 60 or 70%, breaking it would have cost me my life. The individuals nearby nodded in agreement. Feeling immensely relieved, suddenly, the Taoist turned his gaze toward a specific direction, extending his hand to draw something forth. A glimmer of gold appeared before the onlookers, swiftly approaching the Taoist. As the golden light drew near, they discerned that it was a tiger-headed mask, albeit in a state of ruin, with cracks marring its surface, and a significant portion missing from the lower right. The Tiger General! Snowy exclaimed through gritted teeth as she gazed at the mask. It is said that where there is a lion general, a tiger general is sure to accompany, and it seems this adage holds true. The Taoist nodded in affirmation. After toying with the mask for a while, he noticed Li Chuyi nearby, drooling at the sight, and a sly smile crept across his lips, transforming into a gentle smile as he inquired, "Do you desire it?" Li Chuyi eagerly nodded. Of course. Who would want such a substantial piece of gold? The Taoist chuckled, raising 5 fingers. 50 taels. Absolutely not. Li Chuyi sprang up reflexively, rejecting the offer. Oh, you truly don't want it? Look at this sizable piece of gold. Does it not warrant your 50 taels of flimsy silver note? The Taoist continued to entice. No, this item surely harbors some peculiarities. You are attempting to swindle me. Li Chuyi's face was filled with suspicion. The Taoist laughed heartily, tossing the mask to the astonished Li Chuyi. Look at your expression. Do I frequently swindle you? He regarded him with disdain. This object is indeed a fine magical artifact, albeit half destroyed, now merely a keepsake. However, some of its restrictions remain intact. If you study it diligently, you may unlock its secrets and reap considerable rewards. What restrictions? Li Chuyi inquired. The Taoist did not respond, merely casting a glance at the storage bag on Li Chuyi's chest, igniting a fire of anticipation within him. Though Snowy and the others could not see it, Li Chuyi was aware that the storage bag, purchased from the Taoist, indicated that this damaged tiger-headed mask was also a storage-type artifact. Settle in. We are departing. Ignoring Li Chuyi, who was preoccupied with figuring out how to conceal the mask in his trousers, the Taoist activated his gourd and soared into the sky. The survivors exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. During this expedition, they had not anticipated encountering such perilous circumstances. Had it not been for Uncle Snowy leading the team, had they not encountered the Taoist, and had Uncle Snowy not had a connection with him, they might have met a grim fate, becoming mere earth in this place. After experiencing such dramatic highs and lows, witnessing several peak confrontations among skilled practitioners, the young members of the Taisu Palace felt their perspectives broadened. This was a sensation of growth. Among them, the most joyful was little Rain, who had learned a marvelous technique from the Taoist. Now, finally free from danger. Her radiant smile had not left her face, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling like a newly risen moon. As the gourd continued to advance, it was not long before they arrived at the cliff where they had originally taken refuge. However, the cliff could no longer be called such. The recent explosion had transformed it into a slope of shattered stones. Amidst the jagged stones, flecks of crimson interspersed the landscape, and occasionally, remnants of silver-armored limbs could be glimpsed, starkly embodying the countless soldiers spoken of by the Taoist. Drawing from their previous experiences in the square, the crowd, though still repulsed by the gruesome scene, refrained from retching, a testament to their growth. After traversing the earthen slopes, several individuals finally escaped the confines of the 5-sheep tomb and the encirclement of the Great Yin. Overwhelmed with relief, the young ones could no longer contain their exuberance, joyously celebrating their survival. Though Li Chuyi joined in the cheers, he secretly rolled his eyes in disdain. Having accompanied the Taoist on numerous adventures since childhood, such scenes, while not commonplace, were not unfamiliar to him. Thus, he felt no elation akin to his companions. Besides, given the eccentric nature of the Taoist, merely emerging unscathed was a matter of course, leaving little room for excitement. Xue Qin, her face aglow with joy, approached the Taoist, bowing respectfully as she proclaimed, "Esteemed elder, your life-saving grace shall be etched in my memory forever. Should you ever require my assistance, no matter the distance or peril, I vow to lend my utmost support." The other young ones quickly followed suit, bowing in deference. The Taoist smiled and nodded, offering no words. Esteemed elder, do you intend to return directly to the Taisu Palace with us, or will you first embark on further travels? Xu Etching inquired. The Taoist chuckled, just about to respond, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. He turned his gaze skyward, bellowing, Demoness, where do you think you're going? Before the last syllable faded, the Taoist's figure flickered atop the gourd, instantly appearing in the sky, striking towards a certain direction with force. Die! He roared, and as his palm descended, the once empty sky erupted with ripples, revealing a red figure that shot forth, skillfully dodging the Taoist's assault. With the emergence of this figure, a soft, beguiling voice echoed through the air. Dear brother, after all these years, why the fiery passion upon our reunion? The red figure teased. Are you not concerned that my delicate form cannot endure such fervor? Seeing his strike evaded, the Taoist swiftly altered his tactics, employing the same moves he had used against Heiwu. Heavenly Demon Illusion. He bellowed, and his form abruptly split into countless distinct figures, encircling the red apparition with ferocity. Unyielding, the red figure mirrored the Taoist's actions, transforming into a multitude of crimson silhouettes to counter the onslaught. In the sky, countless Taoists and red figures clashed, the reverberations of their combat creating sonic booms that startled those on the gourd. Had the Taoist not propelled the gourd far from the fray, the onlookers would likely have met a fate akin to that of the shattered sky, reduced to mere fragments. On the gourd, Li Chuyi gazed ahead with an expression of grave concern, acutely sensing the Taoist's fury. After years of following the Taoist, he had never witnessed such a display of anger. Despite the Taoist's many flaws, his unreliability, lechery, cunning nature, perverse tendencies, and neurotic behavior, he had never exhibited this level of wrath. Li Chuyi could deeply perceive the intense hatred and murderous intent directed towards that crimson figure. What has befallen you, you wretched Taoist? Do take care. He silently prayed. In the sky, the two combatants abruptly paused, their forms dissipating simultaneously. The suspended red silhouette became clearer, revealing her long, lustrous hair, simply styled into a bun, cascading casually over her shoulders. Her voluptuous and alluring figure was enveloped in a translucent red veil, perfectly accentuating her curves, neither too plump nor too slender. The hints of her fair skin ignited a fervor in all who beheld her, regardless of gender, stirring an insatiable desire within. Unable to resist, their gazes drifted to her face, which seemed shrouded in a translucent glow, obscuring her features. Yet, everyone felt assured that behind that veil lay an unparalleled beauty. Faced with this enchanting figure, capable of fulfilling every desire of men and even captivating women, several onlookers found their attention irretrievably ensnared. Their expressions grew dazed, lips curling into a strange smile of satisfaction. Only Xu Etching, though equally entranced, bore a glimmer of clarity and struggle in her eyes. In stark contrast to Xu Etching and the others, Li Chuyi was drenched in cold sweat. Though he too fixated on the beautiful apparition, his eyes betrayed no hint of enchantment, but rather brimming with trepidation. A demoness. Undoubtedly a demoness. How could I have known? Even the Taoist refers to her as a demoness. She must be a supreme pervert. Li Chuyi cursed inwardly. Without needing to look, he could sense that those beside him were already losing their composure, gradually succumbing to the demoness allure. Perhaps I can use this demoness to forge my own resolve, he thought, resolutely keeping his gaze fixed on her beguiling form, while fiercely guarding his spirit from the intoxicating pull of desire. Just as those around him began to involuntarily sway, the Taoist's voice thundered forth. Demoness, you possess immense audacity. I have sought you for so long, and yet you dare to appear before me. At the sound of the Taoist's voice, Xu Etching and her companions jolted, their eyes momentarily frozen before clarity returned, revealing their astonishment. They instinctively averted their gazes from the mesmerizing figure, realizing they had unknowingly fallen victim to her enchantment. Had it not been for the Taoist's powerful voice dispelling the spell, who knew what fate awaited them? Glimpsing the distant figure, they marveled at how merely standing there, without any action, had rendered them entranced and vulnerable. What level of mastery was this? What profound cultivation had she attained? The formidable presence of the Taoist priest and the woman in red surpassed their wildest imaginings. They speculated in hushed tones that only their venerable ancestor, the 100 calamities Taoist Zheng-Yi, could rival these two, and even he might fall short. Suddenly, Xueqing noticed that Li Chuyi beside her had not shifted his gaze, fixated intently on the woman in red. A jolt of alarm coursed through her. She feared that Li Chuyi had succumbed to the enchanting allure and was unable to break free. Just as she was about to intervene and rouse him, She observed the cold sweat on his brow. His eyes, rather than being clouded by infatuation, were filled with clarity and struggle. This lad, astonishingly, was using this moment to cultivate his heart. Xueqing was utterly astonished. It was noteworthy that even she, caught off guard, had nearly lost her composure. Yet this chubby boy, seemingly naive, possessed such remarkable steadiness of mind. Not only had he not faltered, but he was also utilizing this experience for his own training. In her eyes, Li Chuyi was instantly elevated in esteem. At that moment, the sultry, beguiling voice echoed once more. "Dear brother, it was your palm that forced me into this predicament. How can you blame me?" The seemingly coquettish tone ignited a fire in the hearts of the listeners, prompting them to hastily sit cross-legged and silently channel their energy to guard their minds. "Humph, Enchantress, since you have appeared before me, you might as well surrender obediently. You know what I desire. If you cooperate, I promise you a swift resolution," the Taoist declared coldly. A melancholic sigh followed. "Heavenly brother, you know my true feelings. If you nod, I shall fulfill not just one, but 10 or even 100 of your wishes. Over the years, in your search for me, you have thwarted my endeavors, yet I have never held you in contempt. My heart for you is filled with love." Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! This is sensational gossip. This woman in red is the Taoist's old flame. Has he cast her aside after their initial passion? The Taoist snorted dismissively and replied, "I have room in my heart for but one, and that can only be one. Enchantress, even if there were no enmity between us, I would still find you lacking. You are of a caliber that cannot even compare to a sliver of my Xing'er." Upon hearing this, the woman in red trembled. Her voice tinged with sorrow as she implored, "Heavenly brother, in what way do I fall short of Sister Xing'er? In terms of beauty and grace, I do not consider myself inferior. In cultivation and talent, I believe we stand on equal ground. If we speak of lineage, then she cannot compare to me. Heavenly brother, why is it that your heart belongs solely to her? Why can I not even leave a trace in your heart?" The Taoist sneered coldly. "Beauty and talent? Cultivation and lineage? Enchantress, when did you become so mundane? Let me tell you, while you may not be vastly inferior to Xing'er, your venomous heart beneath that beautiful exterior makes you utterly unworthy. Given the chance to choose 1,000 times, I would never select you. Even if you were to offer me your services, I would find you repugnant." Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist, utterly dumbfounded. Previously, I was aware of my unassuming master's remarkable prowess, yet I was unprepared for the extent of his formidable abilities. Confronted with such a captivating beauty, particularly one who is ardently devoted to him, the Taoist unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks upon her, leaving me in profound admiration for his audacity. As for the woman referred to as Xing'er, it is likely she is the master's wife whom I have never encountered. My respect for her has reached unparalleled heights. To command the unwavering loyalty of such an exceptional individual as the Taoist is beyond my capacity for description. However, despite my years of companionship with the Taoist, he has never uttered a word regarding his wife. His days are consumed by visits to brothels and indulgence in drink, leading me to surmise that a tragic incident may have befallen her, perhaps even resulting in her demise. This sorrowful reality seems to prompt his reckless escapades. It is no wonder that upon seeing this alluring enchantress, he behaves like a rabid dog, launching an immediate attack. The woman in crimson, upon hearing his words, began to weep softly, her delicate sobs evoking a sense of compassion that made one yearn to embrace her and offer comfort. How is it that this enchantress can weep so compellingly? I cursed inwardly, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within me. After a while, the woman's sobs subsided, and with profound affection, she spoke. "Heavenly brother, despite your treatment of me, I remain devoted to you. I believe that one day you will understand that I alone truly love you, and I love only you. I am willing to wait, and I shall continue to wait until the day you comprehend my feelings. Are you not repulsive?" The Taoist retorted, his face twisted in distaste. "I have no time for your melodrama. Since you refuse to surrender, I shall take matters into my own hands and bind you myself." Without waiting for her response, the Taoist moved swiftly, his hands transforming into ethereal shadows as he conjured countless spells. "Boundless as heaven and earth, I command the laws of the cosmos. Witness my mastery of the yin yang and the 5 elements of thunder." With that declaration, he waved his hand, summoning 5 bolts of multicolored lightning from the void, tracing enigmatic paths toward the woman in red. To my astonishment, rather than displaying fear, she sighed softly and remarked, "Heavenly brother, your spirit is incomplete. Your current mastery of the boundless path can only reach the level of cosmic control. You cannot hold me." As she finished speaking, her figure stirred, and with a gentle wave of her fair hand, a voice, as tender as a whisper, resonated. Dream of the beautiful, an eternal enchantress who ensnares my heart. Suddenly, radiant figures emanated from her hands, transforming into an array of stunning women, each exhibiting varying expressions of joy, sorrow, and desire, encircling her. With a graceful motion, the woman in red directed them toward the Taoist's incoming bolts of lightning. The vibrant colors of the thunder roared fiercely, crashing into the enchanting women summoned by the lady in red. Just as the onlookers braced themselves for a scene of tragic demise, they were astonished to find that the alluring figures did not dissipate upon contact with the thunder. Instead, they bizarrely spiraled around it, entwining themselves in a captivating dance. Under their enchantment, the once mighty thunder grew sluggish, eventually halting to transform into a swirling orb of multicolored lightning, rolling playfully among the crowd of maidens. Reminiscent of a game of tossing embroidered balls, the Taoist, seemingly aware of the impending outcome, maintained an impassive demeanor and commanded, "Explode." The thunderous orb erupted, enveloping the women in a dense veil of smoke that swiftly dispersed. The lady in red smiled gently, about to speak, when suddenly the smoke parted and the Taoist emerged, soaring towards her with a dark brown wooden sword that had materialized in his grasp. The lady in red, momentarily startled, trembled slightly and transformed into a blur of afterimages as she retreated. Yet, the Taoist would not allow her to escape, wielding his wooden sword. He too became a flurry of spectral images, closely trailing her. In the sky, the two engaged in combat, yet not a sound escaped their clash. There were no dazzling lights or grand displays typical of other cultivators in battle. If not for their ghostly speed indicating their extraordinary nature, one might mistake them for mere mortals in a quarrel. Suddenly, the Taoist lunged, aiming for the lady's arm. Just as she attempted to evade, his sword inexplicably quickened, catching her off guard and leaving a crimson bloom as she staggered back. Seizing the opportunity, the Taoist surged forward, accelerating even faster, launching a palm strike at the lady. The sword he had previously thrust into her arm left a lingering aura, and as she retreated while exerting all her energy to expel it, her speed faltered. With the Taoist closing in, she was left with no choice but to parry his strike. The Taoist's cultivation was formidable, even when uninjured. She had avoided direct confrontation with him. Now, in her moment of helplessness, she engaged him, only to be met with a violent blow that sent her spiraling backward like a shooting star, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. The Taoist did not pursue her but instead halted, quietly regaining his breath. His face, now somewhat pale, betrayed the toll of his sudden surge of speed, indicating he too had suffered backlash from his exertion. "My dear brother, how ruthless you are. You would deplete your very essence to forcefully unleash your potential. Do you wish for your own demise? Is your hatred for me truly so profound?" The lady in red lamented, spitting out another mouthful of congealed blood. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated the Taoist's cruelty in exhausting his own essence to capture this enchantress. It was known that one's essence was the foundation of a cultivator's being, representing not only their potential but also their very life. Excessive depletion could lead to the ruin of one's cultivation and even pose a threat to their life. Moreover, essence was nearly impossible to regenerate, with the exception of rare spiritual herbs, leaving little recourse for restoration. Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist priest with a face full of concern for the first time. This was the first time he had witnessed such relentless determination from the priest. Although they often engaged in playful banter, the priest had raised him since childhood. In being orphaned, Li Chuyi's feelings of attachment and reverence for the priest were beyond mere words. Watching the priest fight so valiantly filled his heart with anguish. He longed to rush forward and fight in the priest's stead. Yet, he could do nothing, not even fly. It was the first time he felt such self-loathing. Resenting his own meager abilities, lamenting his ignorance after years of studying the 10 volumes of Taoist canon, realizing he had grasped only the most rudimentary concepts. As the battle raged in the sky, Li Chuyi silently prayed, "Oh, esteemed priest, you are the greatest of all eccentrics. Please do not come to harm. There are so many wandering souls awaiting your guidance. Enchantress, cease your chatter. I shall not share the heavens with you." The Taoist glared fiercely at the woman in red. Then, without waiting for a response, lunged at her again. The woman, left with no choice, continued to evade him while secretly seeking a chance to escape. From the very beginning, her intent had been to flee, yet the Taoist had continually thwarted her attempts. Now, injured and at a disadvantage, further combat would surely threaten her life. If it came to that, she would have to resort to her final escape technique. Gritting her teeth, she thought to herself, Although this technique would inflict severe internal injuries, rendering her incapable of fighting for a considerable time, she would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Thus, one pursued with relentless fervor while the other sought to evade, their struggle seemingly destined to continue indefinitely. Suddenly, the Taoist, with a grave expression, gazed into the distance and bellowed in fury, "Enchantress, are you colluding with Diane?" "I am not," the woman instinctively replied, but as she sensed something amiss, she too turned her gaze toward the distance and hissed, "So it was Diane. It was their people who lured me here." The Taoist paused, as if struck by a revelation, and suddenly looked at Li Chuyi. "This is bad. These scoundrels are not here to fish but to ensnare me, the divine dragon," he muttered fiercely. Seeing this, the woman hastily proposed, "Brother Tian, since we are both ensnared by others, why not call it a day and part ways here?" "Absolutely not." The Taoist shot her a fierce look. "You shall not escape. However, if we continue to fight, we risk being captured together. We are both injured and not at our peak. Why must we persist in this bitter conflict?" The woman argued urgently. "Humph, I am willing." The Taoist sneered coldly. "I have sought you for hundreds of years. Today I finally have you in my grasp. Even if you are a poisoned bait, I shall swallow you whole. Thinking of escape? Dream on." The woman in red, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "Brother Tian, are you truly so heartless? Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of the children on that gourd. When those people arrive, both you and I will be wounded if we manage to escape with our lives. It will be a stroke of luck, and we will certainly be unable to protect those children. Brother Tian, do you intend to gamble with their lives as well?" The Taoist remained silent, his countenance suddenly flushed, as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the black wooden sword. He swiftly executed several incantations, and with a flick of his sword, the long blade transformed into a black dragon, which, in mere moments, ensnared the woman in red, leaving her no chance of escape. "Have you lost your mind? Depleting your essence and sacrificing your own blood, do you truly wish to throw your life away?" The woman in red was filled with horror. The Taoist ignored her, swiftly darting over. Upon seeing Li Chuyi, whose face was etched with concern, the Taoist glared. "You insolent brat, what kind of expression is that? I am not dead yet." He then affectionately ruffled Li Chuyi's hair and, in a rare display of tenderness, said, "Listen, this situation is rather dire, and I cannot guarantee your safety. You must leave now. Follow that girl from the Mu family to the Heavenly Gate Mountain, to the Tai Su Palace, and give this jade slip to that old ghost Zheng-Yi. He will know what needs to be done. Afterward, you will stay at the Tai Su Palace until I capture this demoness and come to find you." With that, the Taoist handed Li Chuyi a jade slip. Li Chuyi, bewildered, took it with trepidation. Since he could remember, he had been by the Taoist's side, never straying far from him, although he often expressed a desire to run away. The thought of actually leaving the Taoist was something he could not fathom. In his heart, the Taoist was his only family. Wherever the Taoist was, there was home. And with him nearby, he never felt like an orphan. Now, faced with the prospect of separation, Li Chuyi was at a loss, being just 13 years old, a mere child. With a pitiful gaze directed at the Taoist, he trembled as he pleaded, "Master, can I stay? I'm not afraid of death. With you, I fear nothing. Must we part ways?" "Enough nonsense. What I say goes." The Taoist smacked Li Chuyi's head and glared at him. Afterward, with a hint of tenderness, he rubbed his head again, smiling, "You're no longer a child. It's time to wean off. Besides, I have no milk to give you. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, capturing this demoness will be a simple task, and I shall be with you at the Tai Su Palace in no time. I do worry about you getting starved at that miserly Zheng-Yi's place." Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi understood that there was no other choice. Yet he remained uncertain about the formidable foe they were about to face, one that even the Taoist felt apprehensive about. After a brief silence, Li Chuyi inquired, "Master, who is that woman in red?" "A demoness," the Taoist replied. "Years ago, she attempted to take advantage of me upon witnessing my remarkable handsomeness, but I resisted her advances. Since then, she has been relentless in her pursuit. You are still young. Such adult matters would be beyond your understanding." The Taoist spoke with an air of nonchalance, leaving Li Chuyi and his companions utterly astonished, filled with quiet admiration. While Li Chuyi could not comprehend why others revered the Taoist, he found himself deeply impressed by the Taoist's audacity and shamelessness. Observing Li Chuyi's sorrowful demeanor, the Taoist gently shook his head before turning to Xueqing and saying, "Young lady, I entrust this foolish disciple to you. I will require your assistance in looking after him." Xueqing hastily replied, "Senior, you overestimate me. I am unable to repay your life-saving grace, but I assure you, I will do everything in my power to ensure the safety of this young brother." The Taoist nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "I shall leave him in your capable hands. Upon your return to the mountain, recount the events of this journey to Old Ghost Jing in full detail, and with my transmission jade slip, he will know how to proceed." Xueqing bowed her head in response. At that moment, distant sounds of delicate exclamations reached their ears. It turned out that the woman in red was gradually countering the Taoist's black wooden sword and appeared poised to escape. Seeing this, the Taoist urgently addressed Li Chuyi and the others. "We must not delay. I will first ensure your departure. This place is already surrounded, and I must tear through the void to send you out. Remember, you must hold tightly to my gourd. If you lose it, you may be swept away by the chaotic currents of the void, potentially leading to perilous consequences, or worse yet, becoming lost within the void itself, suffering more than death." Casting a deep gaze at Li Chuyi, the Taoist imparted his final message telepathically. "Young man, diligently practice what I have taught you. Ponder over it with care. Those 10 texts may seem powerless now, but as your understanding deepens, the surprises that await you will be grand. Additionally, you may now formally cultivate the Wuji Qian Kuan Dao I have taught you. Previously, I refrained from allowing you to practice so that you could focus on comprehending the Dao classics and laying a solid foundation. Now, as I can no longer be by your side for protection, you must cultivate the ability to defend yourself. Do you understand?" Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist and silently nodded. The Taoist smiled and nodded in return, then turned away, channeling all his magical energy. The Taoist's robe billowed dramatically as he executed a series of swift hand gestures, conjuring a multitude of intricate seals. The speed was so rapid that his hands appeared like a blooming flower. As the final seal was cast, the Taoist's aura reached its zenith. Suddenly, he formed a sword gesture with his fingers and swept downward in front of him, causing the sky to part like fabric, creating a gaping black fissure. A tumultuous wind surged forth from the crack, causing the gourd to tremble and the protective aura around it to emit a cacophony of sharp sounds. "I am injured, so I can only transport you to the border of Dian leading to Tianmen Mountain. The rest is up to you," the Taoist shouted. He then held the gourd aloft and commanded, "Go." The gourd streaked through the air and vanished into the black fissure. In that fleeting moment before plunging into the crack, Li Chuyi glanced back at the Taoist. He not only saw the Taoist, but also discerned countless silhouettes faintly emerging along the horizon. At last, he cast a glance at the benevolent Taoist gazing upon him, as the black fissure swiftly closed before Li Chuyi's eyes. Just as the rift was on the verge of sealing completely, a chilling voice echoed through the air. "Planning to leave? Have you sought the permission of this old man?" Accompanying the voice, an immense azure hand forcefully emerged from the crack, reaching for the gourd. The hearts of those within the gourd sank instantly, as they stood in bewilderment. Even preparing to close their eyes and await death, another colossal hand burst forth from the rift, seizing the azure hand that was nearly grasping the gourd and pulling it outward. Along with this hand came the Taoist's voice, which now resounded like that of an angel. "Who do you think you are?" The Taoist's retort was as domineering as ever, disregarding the furious roar of the azure hand's master. The Taoist's strong grip held firm against the azure hand, which could not escape despite its desperate thrashing, and was inevitably dragged out by the Taoist. In an instant, both hands vanished into the fissure, and the rift began to rapidly close once more. As the final sliver of space sealed shut, the owner of the azure hand bellowed in rage, "Who are you truly?" "I am your elder." The Taoist's voice echoed faintly as the fissure completely sealed, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The few who had narrowly escaped felt a quiet sigh of relief within their hearts, yet they remained vigilant, with no inclination to relax. Now they found themselves amidst this unknown void, where none dared to let down their guard, sitting still upon the gourd, scarcely daring to breathe, silently surveying their surroundings. The act of tearing through space to traverse dimensions was something they had only heard of in tales. In the realm they inhabited, the spatial structure was incredibly stable, apart from the naturally formed pathways to the celestial realm during ascension. Only a select few immensely powerful cultivators could forcibly tear through the void using their immense magical prowess to traverse between realms. Given their current levels of cultivation, if they were to be exposed in this void without the gourd's protection, they would likely be instantly torn to shreds by the unseen currents and fissures lurking within this seemingly tranquil expanse. Even Xueqing, the most powerful among them, would only be able to struggle for a brief moment longer than the younger ones. In the void, there was nothing but eternal silence and darkness. After merely a short time, an inexplicable sense of dread began to rise within them, growing ever stronger, driving them to the brink of madness. Xueqing, startled, recognized that this was due to their insufficient cultivation as they were being influenced by some nameless force within the void, and immediately began to cultivate to stabilize her mind. She turned to the others and commanded, "Do not look around. Close your eyes and cultivate, maintain your inner peace, and gather your spirit within your heart." At the sound of Xueqing's authoritative call infused with magical energy, the young ones jolted, instantly soaked in cold sweat. They realized they had nearly lost their mental fortitude again and hurriedly followed Xueqing's advice to sit and cultivate, not daring to look further. Xueqing nodded and suddenly noticed that Li Chuyi, who had previously appeared sorrowful, now wore a joyful expression. His eyes filled with an almost obsessive fascination as he gazed at the surrounding darkness of the void. Initially, Xueqing thought Li Chuyi had lost his senses. But upon closer inspection, she found that although his gaze was entranced, it remained lively, indicating that he had not succumbed to mental defeat. Upon reflection, Li Chuyi, being a disciple of the Taoist, likely practiced some extraordinary technique that enabled him to perceive things invisible to others in this profound darkness. He thus set his mind at ease, provided he did not stray far from the gourd. As Xueqing had surmised, Li Chuyi indeed beheld certain phenomena at that moment. After the few individuals vanished into the rift of the void, his heart brimmed with concern for the Taoist and trepidation about being separated from him. Yet, when a fleeting shimmer caught the corner of his eye, he was instantly captivated. In the abyss that appeared impenetrably dark to others, Li Chuyi's gaze revealed a kaleidoscope of colors. It was as if a living painting unfolded before him, upon the sable canvas. Myriad points of light of varying hues and shapes formed ribbons, both grand and petite, that swirled and intertwined like undulating rivers, mesmerizing in their complexity. Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback, noticing the vacant expressions of those around him, their gazes devoid of focus, clearly oblivious to the wonders he beheld. After a moment of contemplation, he vaguely comprehended that this vision was a gift from his Yin Yang eye. He recalled the Taoist's words, which had once seemed abstract, now. Amidst the void, he understood the envy and even jealousy that had danced in the Taoist's eyes when he spoke of it. Under his watchful gaze, the gourd appeared to advance steadily, but in reality, it flitted like a sprite among those luminous ribbons, deftly avoiding the beautiful torrents. Occasionally, the colorful streams would froth and splash, and as droplets met the gourd, it remained undeterred, employing its protective aura to deflect them. Witnessing the droplets collide with the gourd's energy shield, though silent, the impact was akin to water splashing onto hot oil, causing a cascade of cold sweat to break forth from Li Chuyi. He silently prayed for the gourd's resilience, hoping it would withstand any tribulations. If these radiant ribbons were overt assassins, then the omnipresent rifts in space were the insidious and treacherous assassins lurking in the shadows. When a long, abyss-like dark rift manifested before the gourd, it seamlessly executed a right angle to evade it, while the occupants remained blissfully unaware. Li Chuyi was astounded by the gourd's formidable capabilities, realizing that the Taoist's teachings were indeed of great merit. And he developed a profound understanding of the perils lurking within the void. Observing the oblivious figures nearby, seated in meditation, Li Chuyi felt a deep sense of envy. They were blissfully unaware of the constant dangers surrounding them, even though he knew the gourd would safeguard them. The thought of achieving the same tranquility and meditation was utterly beyond him. Facing the comforting gaze of Xueqing, he could only manage a smile that straddled the line between mirth and sorrow. Taking a deep breath, Li Chuyi gradually calmed his tumultuous heart. There was no choice but to rely on the gourd now. Silently watching as rifts continued to emerge, with the gourd nimbly eluding them, he inadvertently reflected on the 10 scriptures he had been cultivating. As the 7th chapter crossed his mind, a flicker of inspiration suddenly ignited within him, illuminating his thoughts like a flash of divine insight. This rift seemed to grant him an understanding of the 7th chapter, as if it resonated harmoniously with certain aspects of it. Could it be? Initially astonished, Li Chuyi's heart soon swelled with fervor. The 10 chapters of the Tao canon bore no titles. He had only managed to cultivate a fragment of the first 4, while the latter 6 remained elusive. Akin to a disjointed narrative familiar enough to recite with repetition, yet entirely devoid of comprehension regarding its deeper meaning or significance. To encounter something that could evoke such a response towards the 7th chapter filled Li Chuyi with unbridled joy. Had this been in the past, he might not have felt such elation, but after his recent experiences, he had come to profoundly appreciate the importance of cultivation. For him, the 10 chapters of technique he had practiced since childhood, despite minimal progress, represented his sole path to enhancing his strength. Although he sensed that the energy coursing through him differed from that of other practitioners, seemingly of little use. The Taoist had explained that this was due to his incomplete mastery of the technique, barely scratching the surface. He trusted the Taoist, believing that the 10 chapters associated with such a revered title as the Tao Canon could not possibly be worthless. Thus, the once timid boy was emboldened, his round, cherubic face alight with determination as his eyes scanned eagerly for the emergence of spatial rifts. Little did he know, an imperceptible thread of energy was weaving through the gourd's protective aura, gradually infiltrating his very being. Among these, 2 murky gray lines penetrated his eyes, causing his gaze to grow increasingly vivid, while within the depths of his pupils, a minuscule point of light, a blend of black and white, began to shimmer faintly. As the number of spatial rifts multiplied before him, Li Chuyi's insights into the 7th chapter deepened, within the span of a single incense stick's burning. He had successfully comprehended the 1st chapter. With this newfound knowledge, the energy within him surged significantly, expanding by nearly a quarter. Alongside this growth, a trace of blackish-purple energy emerged, swirling chaotically around his otherwise colorless aura. No wonder he had struggled to grasp the essence of the technique before. It appeared that some of the 10 chapters of the Tao Canon required a unique environment for comprehension. Now, amidst this void, he had managed to decipher the 1st chapter of the 7th so swiftly. This led him to ponder whether the remaining 5 chapters, which he had been unable to fathom, might also necessitate similarly special circumstances, though he remained uncertain as to what those might entail. A thought crossed his mind: if he were to linger in this void, might he not be able to master all 9 verses of the 7th chapter? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. And the last remnants of fear regarding this unknown expanse dissipated, replaced by an ardent zeal, as if he were gazing upon his most beloved delicacy, his eyes gleaming with desire. Unbeknownst to him, should his thoughts be overheard by the others aboard the gourd, they might well strike him down without hesitation. The others had remained in a state of unease within this void, fearful of unforeseen calamities, though they had only been here for the duration of a single incense stick. It felt as if they had endured decades, even centuries. Even Xueqing's heart was fraught with impatience and anxiety. Fortunately, events would not unfold as Li Chuyi had anticipated. The Taoist had transported them here to ensure their escape, not for Li Chuyi's cultivation. After half an hour, the gourd shuddered gently, awakening all those aboard, who opened their eyes in unison. Before them, a slender beam of white light appeared, gradually widening into an opening as the gourd approached. Although it twisted like rippling water, they could still glimpse the vibrant world within. This was the exit of their journey. They had finally arrived. A few young souls could not suppress their soft cheers. Their eyes greedily fixated on the familiar world, and even Xueqing let out a quiet sigh of relief. Only Li Chuyi remained unmoved, absorbed in his understanding, displaying no sign of excitement. Xiaoyu, who had been silently rejoicing, suddenly noticed Li Chuyi's blank expression as he stared vacantly into the pitch-black void, furrowing her brow in concern. Could he have been entranced? Xiaoyu mused, extending her hand to rouse him, only to be grasped firmly by Xueqing. Confused, Xiaoyu turned to Xueqing, who subtly shook her head, signaling her to refrain from disturbing him. Xueqing had detected Li Chuyi's peculiar state earlier. Initially, she suspected his lack of cultivation had led to a lapse in focus, but soon realized he seemed to be immersed in the profound enlightenment that every practitioner dreams of attaining. This revelation left her both astonished by Li Chuyi's innate understanding and impressed by the Taoist's formidable prowess. Not only was he powerful, but his disciple was equally extraordinary, leaving her curious as to the teachings he had received. As the gourd drew ever closer to the exit, the droplets and spatial fissures surrounding it diminished. When nearly all the spatial rifts had vanished, Li Chuyi's body trembled slightly, and he awakened. He could not help but lament how swiftly time had passed and how short the journey had been. Upon inspecting his gains, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Observing his aura, now nearly 1/3 stronger than before, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. It is worth noting that since the age of 3, he had been taught 10 disjointed techniques by the Taoist, and after a decade of practice, he had only managed to master a fraction of the initial 4. Although he was uncertain whether the aura he had cultivated equated to a practitioner's magical power, it was evident that it fell short of the power wielded by ordinary cultivators. Previously, he had heard that a typical cultivator could wield considerable spells after 10 years of practice, while some exceptional prodigies could even achieve low-altitude flight within the same time frame. Yet, upon introspection, after a decade of arduous cultivation, he found himself endowed with an ambiguous aura, the nature of which remained uncertain. Apart from fortifying his physique, his accomplishments were limited to casting talismans and employing rudimentary illusions, leading him to sometimes question his identity as a cultivator. Were it not for the formidable and eccentric master he served, and his unwavering belief that the Taoist who had nurtured him since childhood would never deceive him. Li Chuyi might have long abandoned his sect and sought refuge elsewhere, as he quietly contemplated the essence within him. Li Chuyi sensed an ease in performing spells that had previously eluded him. He also felt his body had grown significantly stronger, imbued with an inexplicable vigor. Suddenly, a flash of dark purple swept across his mind, startling him. After a period of deep reflection, he discerned the emergence of this dark purple essence within his formerly colorless, transparent aura. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. While his cultivation had always intensified, it had remained devoid of hue. This revelation left Li Chuyi in profound astonishment. Uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, he pondered gravely. When he tentatively brushed against the dark purple thread with his mind, he found it unresponsive, merely quivering slightly at his touch. Convinced it posed no threat, he summoned the dark purple essence with the same ease as his transparent aura. To his surprise, it obeyed his mental command effortlessly, behaving like any other transparent essence, save for its newfound coloration. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why was it dark purple? Did this imply a darkness within his heart? Bah, it is the heart of the Taoist that is dark. Mine is pure and white, he reassured himself. Yet, he could not shake the question of its hue. Could it be that this color was a result of his enlightenment in the profound darkness of the void? Glancing around, he increasingly believed this to be the case, and soon he was torn with the thought, should he seek a brighter place to meditate, allowing his aura to radiate a more sacred light? Shaking his head, Li Chuyi resolved to address that quandary another day. After a brief contemplation, he extended a finger, and with a mental nudge, the purple essence materialized at his fingertip. As he formed several incantations, he discovered it behaved just like any ordinary essence, devoid of distinction. Reassured that it was merely a matter of color, he finally relaxed. However, just as he intended to disperse the essence with a wave of his hand, his eyes widened in astonishment. To his disbelief, the concentrated dark purple point at his fingertip sliced through the air with razor-like precision, creating an exceedingly fine rift before him. Gazing at the abyssal darkness of the rift, coupled with the erratic distortions that subtly tugged at him, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. This was, indeed, a spatial rift. In his moment of confusion, the dark purple essence at his fingertip dissipated entirely, causing the rift to gradually close. As he watched the fissure vanish, Li Chuyi touched his forehead, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He silently reflected, how fortunate I am to have escaped this time. In the future, I must refrain from recklessly experimenting with the unknown. If I must, I should seek a safer environment. Having come to this self-realization, Li Chuyi furtively glanced sideways. Relieved to find no one had witnessed the recent happenings, and he exhaled quietly. If they had discovered it, he would surely have faced dire consequences. His incessant patting of his chest drew a quizzical look from Xiaoyu. She found it perplexing. What was wrong with this plump boy? After zoning out in a stupor, now he was rubbing his chest. Was he perhaps unhinged? Just as Li Chuyi and Xiaoyu exchanged fleeting glances, the gourd finally soared towards the exit. Amidst the excitement and anticipation of the onlookers, it trembled slightly before vanishing into the void. In the boundless expanse of the ocean, an immense continent lay nestled, impervious to the relentless battering and erosion of the tumultuous waves over millennia. At the shoreline, fragments of rock occasionally broke free from this unimaginably solid land, only to be swiftly claimed by the eager waves, akin to spoils of war, disappearing into the vast sea in an instant. This continent, initially nameless, received its title only later when a formidable cultivator shattered the void, ascended during the day, and attained immortality. The other beings on the continent then bestowed upon their homeland a name imbued with envy and bitterness, human realm. In contrast, the fragment of the world revealed during the first cultivator's ascension, exuding warmth and tranquility, came to be known as the celestial realm. With the human realm and the celestial realm established, a question arose. Where do souls go upon death? This query, coupled with the emergence of powerful or uniquely significant spirits transformed into ghosts after death, led to the speculation of an unverified realm, the netherworld, the destination for the departed. In all documented accounts, the netherworld is the final resting place for all souls, steeped in an atmosphere of death. Any living being that dares to enter, even the mightiest cultivators, would be instantly slain or assimilated by the morbid essence of the netherworld, becoming a true denizen of that realm. As for whether celestial beings could survive in the netherworld, the inhabitants of the human realm could only hope for a favorable outcome. Yes, they believed. For the celestial realm is beautiful, and its denizens are omnipotent. Recalling the passages from the universe and all things, which he had once regarded as mere idle reading, Li Chuyi's lips twitched slightly as he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Presently, his tattered garments clung to him. Countless small wounds scattered across his body, seeping with traces of blood. The only intact possession was the Qianquan bag around his neck, proudly attesting to the superior quality of the Taoist talisman. With his bloodied visage, Li Chuyi occasionally displayed signs of agony as a fiery heat surged in his lungs, leading him to cough up yet another spurt of congealed blood, silently attuning to the condition within his body. Li Chuyi recognized that he had sustained internal injuries far more severe than his wretched exterior suggested. If he continued to vomit in this manner, he feared he might expel all his blood and become a mere husk, should he truly transform into such a lifeless entity. He contemplated the possibility of seeking enlightenment from a Taoist, endeavoring to refine himself into an intelligent zombie, thereby traversing the path of life and death as a living corpse. Li Chuyi chuckled bitterly to himself, fully aware that, despite his desire for assistance, he could not muster the strength to call out for help. Moreover, even if he could summon the voice, the oppressive aura of death surrounding him resembled the realm of the underworld as depicted in Qian Kuan Bai Wu. He dared not utter a sound, or even move, for it would be folly, if this were indeed the netherworld. Although he could not fathom why he had not been assimilated, any reckless outcry could invite calamity, and if this were not the underworld, the situation was hardly better. The thick, inescapable atmosphere of death, while presently affecting him little, concealed the potential presence of monstrous entities that could disrupt societal harmony. Should one of those creatures emerge and devour his fragrant, plump flesh, he would prefer to be consumed by the deathly aura instead. In the solitary sanctuary of his unscathed mind, Li Chuyi repeatedly recalled the words of the Taoist. When trapped in a perilous unknown, one must remain calm. Even when grievously wounded, on the brink of death, maintaining composure is essential, and when faced with insurmountable foes or blood-soaked vendettas, tranquility is paramount. In essence, one must remain composed in the face of adversity, for the heavens do not entirely forsake humanity. Amidst 9 deaths, there often lies a single chance for survival. If one can approach challenges with calmness, a glimmer of hope may be discerned. Should one succumb to panic, spiraling into madness or despair, congratulations, your demise is assured. Remember to inform me when that time comes. I shall burn paper offerings for you during the festivals and bring flowers, both white and yellow. Though unaware of the significance of the Qingming festival and the reason for offering flowers, he understood that the Taoist's words were not meant to convey anything positive. Reflecting on the Taoist counsel, a faint smile flickered on Li Chuyi's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by pain as he grimaced sharply. Thus, regardless of the multitude of small, maddening wounds that rendered him nearly numb with an unbearable desire for death, or the visceral agony of his innards being ceaselessly torn and twisted, neither sensation could stir him in this moment. He was the invincible Li Chuyi. Pain was but an illusion, and he felt nothing. Repeating these affirmations silently, he endeavored to conquer the torment that threatened to drive him to madness, striving to mentally detach himself as a mere observer to alleviate his suffering. Simultaneously, he circulated his internal energy. Even as the exertion intensified his pain, he grimaced fiercely, gritting his teeth and resolutely pressing onward. A voice persistently echoed in his mind, urging him to rest, just for a moment, however. Li Chuyi dared not let his guard down. He understood that if he relaxed even slightly, that slender thread of hope would vanish forever. As the breath within him flowed with the recitation of the scriptures into the 2nd chapter, Li Chuyi suddenly realized that his pain had lessened just a fraction. Although this relief seemed almost imperceptible, it was a sensation he felt distinctly amidst the unimaginable agony that plagued him. Could it be that the 2nd chapter of the Tao Canon speaks of healing? Regardless of its content, as long as it proved useful at this moment, that was all that mattered. Among the 9 sections of the 2nd chapter, Li Chuyi had only mastered the first 2. Thus, he resolutely decided to focus solely on these 2 sections of the technique, fully channeling his energy into them. As he practiced, albeit at a nearly unnoticeable pace, he could still perceive a gradual improvement. Exhaling softly, Li Chuyi felt a slight sense of reassurance. The Taoist was indeed correct. Nothing is absolute, and there would always remain a glimmer of hope. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this opportunity for survival was likely grasped firmly in his calm resolve. With a modicum of relief, Li Chuyi allowed his thoughts to wander back to the events that had transpired, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of hatred and fear that made his teeth grind audibly, and his tightly clenched fists turned pale, veins protruding. In the thick atmosphere of despair, a low growl filled with animosity erupted. Yin. Time rewound to earlier. Observing the fissure in space gradually closing behind them, the group atop the gourd erupted into cheers of joy. Who would have thought they could truly escape this time? Chongsong's face was one of relief. Indeed, it was unexpected that this expedition would lead to such perilous encounters. The events they had faced would surely be considered unique even by their seniors in the sect. Beside Chongsong, a young disciple with delicate features spoke, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. The others echoed her sentiments enthusiastically. Watching the exuberance of the young disciples, Xueqing smiled gently and shook her head. She understood that this journey was beyond their imagination. Furthermore, the experiences they had gained were invaluable, even as their cultivation progressed in the future. At that moment, gazing at the unscathed group, Xueqing felt a quiet gratitude for not failing her master's expectations, as well as deep appreciation for the Taoist. Without him, she had no assurance that all the disciples she brought could have been preserved, nor even her own ability to escape the extensive snares of the Yin. Reflecting on the Taoist, her gaze shifted to Li Chuyi, who still bore a sorrowful expression tinged with regret. Looking at this chubby young man, whom she felt an immediate affinity for, Xueqing smiled and said, "Little brother Chuyi, do not fret. With your master's cultivation, it should not be too difficult for him to extricate himself, especially without our burdens. Call me Chuyi." Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi glanced at Xueqing and gave a slight nod. He was well aware of the Taoist's peculiarities. Yet his concern did not lie in whether the Taoist could extricate himself from danger. Rather, he was troubled by the fact that the Taoist was currently injured, having even compromised his fundamental essence. While attempting to escape the encirclement of Dian, he was also intent on capturing that red-clad female cultivator. They had all witnessed the formidable prowess of the red-clad woman, and Li Chuyi could not fathom how, given all these factors, the Taoist master could remain unscathed. The enmity between the Taoist and the woman was profound, and Li Chuyi had never seen the Taoist harbor such intense hatred for anyone. From their conversations, it became evident that the Taoist had been searching for this red-clad cultivator for centuries. Centuries. Such an enduring grudge could not be easily set aside. And Li Chuyi was certain that the Taoist would not relent in his pursuit of her, even if it meant risking severe injury from Dian's reinforcements. Indeed, he believed that even death would not deter the Taoist's resolve to capture her. This was the source of Li Chuyi's greatest anxiety. However, while he understood these concerns, he could not articulate them to Xueqing. In response to her comforting words, he could only muster a smile, feigning tranquility. Seeing that Li Chuyi seemed somewhat reassured, Xueqing nodded gently, surveyed their surroundings, and continued, "Given the dense vegetation and the lingering humidity, we must have reached the western boundary of Dian's eternal rainforest. Let us search the vicinity for any signs of habitation, and then we shall ascertain our precise location." After a moment, she added with a sense of reverence, "Indeed, your predecessor's cultivation is astonishing. The five-goat tomb is situated in the eastern part of Dian, and with my own cultivation, it would take me several years of uninterrupted flight to reach it. Yet, your predecessor shattered the void and transported us here in less than half an hour, truly unimaginable." The others nearby displayed expressions of awe and astonishment upon hearing her words. "How did you arrive here?" Li Chuyi inquired, glancing at the young disciples, perplexed. It was evident that these youths could not possess the same level of cultivation as Xueqing. "Of course, we used a teleportation array," Xueqing responded, noting Li Chuyi's bewildered expression. "You don't know what a teleportation array is?" Li Chuyi shook his head. Having roamed the world with the Taoists since childhood, he was only familiar with three modes of travel: walking on foot, occasionally using a horse-drawn cart, flying, typically utilizing the magical gourd beneath him for longer distances, or the rare method of shattering the void, which the Taoists seldom employed. Upon learning of Li Chuyi's travel experiences with the Taoist, Xueqing was at a loss for words. It was no wonder that he was unfamiliar with teleportation arrays. A master capable of such extraordinary feats would naturally regard such mundane means as trivial. After briefly explaining the function of teleportation arrays to Li Chuyi, he was left utterly astonished. His first reaction was to wonder about the cost. Observing the complex and envious expression on Xueqing's face, he understood her thoughts. However, Li Chuyi did not believe that the Taoist master had never taken him through a teleportation array out of disdain. From his understanding of the Taoist, it was likely due to the costs associated with using the teleportation array. The money spent on travel would be better allocated towards exorcisms. It was known that when they rented carriages in the past, the Taoist would always seek out the oldest and most dilapidated horses, as they were the cheapest. Even then, the Taoist would haggle with the coachman for half the day, striving to drive the price down to the lowest possible point before conceding. This, he believed, was the true reason. In response to Xu Eqing's envious remarks, Li Chuyi could only manage a faint smile, his lips curling in a helpless grin. This foolish woman. If she were to discover the true nature of the Taoist, who knows if she would still be able to laugh. At that moment, Xu Eqing spoke again. Chuyi, once we confirm our position, we will head back to the Taisu Palace. Upon our arrival, I am certain that the sect leader will reward you handsomely. And even our ancestor, the 100 Calamities Taoist Jingyi, might be stirred. In any case, once we return to the Taisu Palace, we will be safe. Consider the Taisu Palace your home, where you can reside peacefully while awaiting your master's arrival. Indeed. Not to mention, just based on the formidable palm technique that the senior Taoist has taught me, if my father does not reward you appropriately, I shall set fire to his beard. The exuberant Xiao Yu exclaimed, patting Li Chuyi on the shoulder with an air of bravado. Rest assured, from now on, while you are at Tianmen Mountain, this young lady, will protect you. No one dares to lay a finger on you. Li Chuyi stared blankly at Xiao Yu, who was projecting an aura of authority, unsure of how to respond. What is this all about? Do you not believe me? Seeing the incredulous expression on Li Chuyi's face, Xiao Yu's brows furrowed, and she gestured towards the nearby young disciples. If you do not believe me, ask them. Several young disciples nearby nodded vigorously in agreement, eager to attest to her claims. No joke. This girl is exceptionally talented and full of mischief, adored by several elders. As the sect leader's daughter, she is practically a female tyrant within the sect. Always relishing in teasing others, many disciples avoid her at all costs, who would dare provoke her without reason. Observing this, Li Chuyi could only silently curse under his breath. What a rogue! While maintaining a facade of compliance. Xiao Yu, satisfied, nodded and patted his shoulder once more, embodying the essence of an older sister. All right, Xiao Yu. Enough of this nonsense. Xu Eqing chuckled at the antics of the group, shaking her head with a smile to intervene. Then, turning her gaze towards Li Chuyi. Her eyes glimmered slightly as she remarked, Chuyi, it seems you have gained quite a lot from that void earlier. I estimate that you may achieve the Golden Core stage in just a few years. Golden Core? At such a young age? Surely, this is a jest. How old can he possibly be? He looks no more than 15. Among the known Golden Core cultivators, the fastest ones take nearly 30 years to succeed. Could he be on the brink of creating a miracle? The nearby young disciples looked at Li Chuyi with expressions of astonishment, as if gazing upon a rare phenomenon. While Xiao Yu, the older sister figure, gaped in disbelief at this newly accepted younger brother. Li Chuyi disregarded the individuals beside him and, with a perplexed expression, inquired, what is the process of forming a golden core? You do not know what forming a golden core is. Has your master not informed you? This time, it was Xu Eqing who appeared utterly astonished. Surely you jest. How could a cultivator be ignorant of such a fundamental process? No, I have not heard of it. Li Chuyi shook his head. The old Taoist has only instructed me in cultivation, but he never mentioned anything about forming cores. Is it something akin to alchemy? Xu Eqing gazed at him in speechless disbelief, as if he were a creature from another realm. After a moment, she sighed softly and began. I cannot ascertain whether you have been practicing some unique technique, but regardless of righteousness or evil, all human cultivators progress through distinct realms, which are. Before she could finish, a pitch-black fissure suddenly appeared in the sky. With a cacophony reminiscent of tearing fabric, an enormous azure hand emerged. Reaching towards the bewildered group before they could react, the gourd trembled violently, and the protective energy momentarily staved off the immense hand, but it was quickly scattered. The individuals atop the gourd were flung away the instant the protective barrier dissipated. As the crowd dispersed, the giant hand unhesitatingly abandoned the others and reached for Li Chuyi. Unable to resist, he was ensnared by the azure hand and dragged into the void. Snow Qing, utilizing her magical artifact to catch the other disciples who could not fly, watched with anguished eyes as the hand that had seized Li Chuyi gradually disappeared into the rift, feeling utterly powerless, overwhelmed with anxiety and helplessness, compounded by guilt and regret. Tears streamed down her face, and she could only let out a heart-wrenching cry. Chuyi, it is over. He is doomed. Li Chuyi's mind went blank, consumed by despair. He struggled with all his might, employing every skill he possessed, even attempting to bite the azure hand. However, all efforts were in vain. An intangible force bound him tightly, rendering his struggles futile, restricting even the slightest movement. Just as despair enveloped him, he seemed to hear Snow Qing's anguished scream, and then a familiar colossal hand emerged from the void, striking the azure hand's wrist. A muffled grunt echoed, causing the azure hand to tremble, its fingers parting to release Li Chuyi, who was sent flying. "You old rascal, I haven't finished with you yet. How dare you shamelessly come here to assassinate my disciple? I swear, if I do not tear your face today, I shall not bear my family name." The familiar, rough voice of the Taoist resonated through the void, sounding like a melody of salvation to Li Chuyi. "You old fool. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending my Yin? You are courting death." The owner of the azure hand retorted angrily. "What have you been nourished on? Is the culture of the Yin so impoverished? You repeat the same few phrases ad nauseum without a hint of originality. You cannot even insult properly. What purpose do you serve in this world?" The Taoist's voice brimmed with disdain. Seemingly incensed by the Taoist's actions, the azure giant hand abruptly shifted, delivering a swift chop toward the Taoist's colossal hand. The Taoist, not one to yield easily, retaliated with a similar chop. In an instant, the two immense hands collided, producing a thunderous sound, and both were left partially shattered, a pitch-black rift in space emerging at their point of contact, emanating a powerful force of attraction. The fact that even the resilient fabric of the human realm was shattered by their clash attests to the immense power contained within those hands. The partially shattered azure hand, undeterred, trembled slightly before restoring itself to its original form, now clenched into a fist aimed at the Taoist giant hand. The Taoist hand, equally swift, regained its form and reached out to grasp the incoming fist. Back and forth they exchanged blows, their skirmish littering the vicinity with various shaped spatial rifts, resembling a sky torn asunder. Below these rifts, the rainforest was thrown into chaos, the ground churning uncontrollably under the irresistible pull of the rifts. Suddenly, the azure giant hand feinted, dodging the Taoist's grip, and accelerated towards Li Chuyi, who had just been flung through the air. In a swift motion, it seized Xueqing and retreated back into the spatial rift, attempting to escape. The Taoist, witnessing not only his own defeat but also the abduction of his disciple, was consumed by a mixture of shame and rage. "You bastard! I'll fight you to the end!" With a furious roar, the energy hand of the Taoist sprang into action, conjuring a myriad of Taoist seals, executing them with a dexterity that mirrored his own physical hand. Under the influence of the Taoist's hand seals, the speed of the azure giant hand unexpectedly diminished, as though the surrounding space had transformed into a quagmire, firmly ensnaring it. "Bastard! Have you lost your mind? Are you willing to sacrifice your disciple?" The master of the azure hand bellowed, a hint of fear lacing his voice. "That little rascal is lucky. Even if I perish, he might not." The Taoist, incensed, vowed to show this old scoundrel just how formidable he truly was, regardless of the years of cultivation he would risk. "Madman, you are a lunatic!" The Taoist's frenzied shouts only heightened the panic of the azure hand's master. As beams of light flickered from the azure hand, desperately attempting to break free from the Taoist's binding and retreat into the void. Yet, who was the Taoist? Typically eccentric. His madness rendered him indescribably relentless. He would not allow the azure hand to escape. Thus, in a standoff of movement and stillness, the two colossal hands remained locked in place. Xueqing, recognizing the Taoist's immediate descent into madness, swiftly retreated with several disciples, fleeing without a glance back. Aware of the Taoist's formidable prowess, especially in his current frenzied state, Xueqing understood that the Taoist had not merely restrained the azure hand for harmony's sake. He was most certainly preparing an unspeakably devastating technique, akin to a thunderous roar in a grand square. Regardless of the circumstances, Xueqing dared not linger, nor even to observe from a distance. The most prudent decision was to hastily depart with everyone. The veracity of Xueqing's choice proved to be indisputably correct. Having fled in a frenzy for a brief moment, an eerie silence enveloped them, soon followed by a faint yet ominous rumbling sound. Though seemingly subtle, this sound caused blood to flow from the orifices of Xueqing and her companions, their breaths halting abruptly, with several younger disciples losing consciousness almost immediately. They hastily descended to the ground, creating a deep pit with a wave of their hands, seeking refuge within its confines. Just as they concealed themselves, an intense gust of wind swept overhead, reminiscent of a protective gale from the heavens above. Once the peril subsided, they emerged from their burrow, gazing upon the once lush rainforest now transformed into a desolate wasteland. In the distant sky, an enormous black void loomed, resembling a perpetually shifting black moon, wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity. The group fell into a profound silence, at a loss for words, unwilling to voice their thoughts. As for Li Chuyi, who had been seized by the azure giant hand, they dared not even entertain the notion of his fate, silently wishing for the safety of the endearingly naive little chubby boy. Meanwhile, at the heart of the vortex, Li Chuyi felt his heart sink. Upon hearing the Taoist's response, he realized the man had succumbed to madness. true to his suspicions as he witnessed the last incantation cast by the Taoist. He felt the space around the azure hand that gripped him tremble momentarily before it inexplicably froze in an instant, only to erupt violently. Centered around him in the giant hand. Damn it, crazy Taoist, are you playing with explosives again? Li Chuyi cursed vehemently. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than a brilliant cascade of colorful light swept toward him. The hues were resplendent, imbued with an air of tranquility. Yet Li Chuyi harbored no belief that this light would be as serene and beautiful as it appeared. Stupid Taoist, you've truly doomed me this time. Li Chuyi despaired, cursing internally as he closed his eyes, bracing himself for death, while reflecting on his fleeting life in silence. After what felt like an eternity of eerie calm, Li Chuyi discovered that no pain had befallen him. It seemed he had not perished. With a slight opening of his eyes, he saw that the azure hand had vanished, replaced by a swirling array of colorful light, with shards of glass-like objects swirling around him, depicting various scenes as though they were fragments of the world. Before him floated a pockmarked gourd, radiating a similar iridescence as the surrounding light, forming a luminous veil that enveloped him completely. Breathing a quiet sigh of relief, Li Chuyi erupted into exuberant laughter. Ha ha, I'm not dead. Ha ha ha, who could possibly kill me? Who else? Wah ha ha ha. Finally, gazing at the gourd before him, Li Chuyi tenderly caressed it, murmuring, "O gourd, you truly are a treasure. I once thought you rather unsightly with your uneven surface, but now I find you increasingly endearing. Indeed, you are undoubtedly the most formidable talisman by the side of the Taoist. Whenever the Taoist takes action, it is bound to be extraordinary. You are truly the epitome of excellence." It seemed as though I could hear Li Chuyi's words, and the gourd, whether repulsed or touched, trembled slightly, enveloping itself in a delicate glow that surrounded him. Subsequently, the gourd appeared to lose all its strength, transforming once more into a commonplace gourd, riddled with imperfections. Floating before Li Chuyi, with a mere sound, Li Chuyi felt several immense forces tugging at him from various directions. Instinctively, he reached out to stow the gourd into his storage pouch, becoming like a puppet, pulled by the playful chaos of spatial currents. The Taoist toys with me, and even this wretched gourd dares to mock me. After a frustrated outcry, Li Chuyi seemed to tire of the tumultuous currents, casting him out from their grasp. Yet, before he could savor his relief, he realized that what lay before him was not the lush rainforest and azure sky, but a void that appeared pitch black to others, yet was filled with vibrant hues in his eyes. You all conspire against me. In the soundless void, Li Chuyi unleashed a silent scream, exposed to the emptiness. Despite the gossamer veil of light that the gourd had bestowed upon him, he felt as though he might explode, as if some force were compressing his insides, threatening to expel them from his body. Li Chuyi understood the reason behind this phenomenon. He had once heard the Taoists speak of the absence of air in the void, while living beings contained air within. When a life form is laid bare in the void without any protection, should their cultivation be insufficient to safeguard themselves, they would be crushed by the very air within them, leading to their demise. Even the soul's essence would dissipate without protection. He recalled the Taoist mentioning that this principle was referred to as duct pressure, although he had never grasped the connection between ducts, air, and the void. He was now experiencing firsthand the veracity of the Taoist words. At that moment, he felt as if he were on the brink of death at the hands of this so-called duct pressure, gazing at the increasingly dim membrane of light surrounding him. Li Chuyi envisioned his own demise. Stay calm. One must remain composed. There is always a glimmer of hope in dire circumstances. Li Chuyi steeled himself, forcing his mind to settle. As he heard the thunderous beats of his heart and felt the intense pressure in his temples, he fixed his bloodshot eyes on his surroundings, striving to discover a path to survival. Time trickled by, the membrane of light faded to near invisibility, and Li Chuyi's breathing grew increasingly labored. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, the depths of his crimson eyes flickered with light, and a grayish rift in space suddenly appeared not far from him. Sensing a faint breeze emanating from the fissure, Li Chuyi's eyes brightened. Where there is wind, there is air. Where there is air, there is the possibility of survival. Regardless of what lies beyond the fissure, one must strive valiantly. It is far better than being reduced to a puddle of mire in this void. With resolute determination, Li Chuyi concentrated all his attention, silently channeling his internal energy and coalescing it entirely in his right hand. With a meticulous gaze fixed upon the fissure, Li Chuyi abruptly thrust his right hand in the opposite direction, unleashing a tempestuous gust that propelled him towards the chasm. May success be within reach. Li Chuyi, armed with but a single strike, silently prayed. It seemed that his prayers were answered, for he swiftly glided through the void like a fish, racing directly towards the fissure, soon arriving before its gaping maw. Just as he was about to plunge into the opening, a fierce gale erupted, sending Li Chuyi staggering backward, whisking him away into the emptiness once more. It was over. A chill of despair gripped Li Chuyi's heart. He had no strength left for a second strike. Even if he did, he would likely be unable to escape the tumultuous winds. Yet, as if fate delighted in mocking him, just when he resigned himself to his impending doom, the chaotic currents surprisingly parted, and the very turbulence that had ensnared him swirled back towards the fissure. Could there be hope? As Li Chuyi's resolve rekindled, the errant current, like a mischievous imp, twirled and mingled with a newly formed gale. Once again spiraling into the void, Li Chuyi could not help but exclaim in exasperation, "Is this truly how one is toyed with?" No sooner had he uttered this than the turbulent flow flung him violently into another gust, propelling him once more towards the fissure. Thus, Li Chuyi became a mere plaything, tossed to and fro by the currents at the chasm's edge, caught in an endless cycle of upheaval. After several tumultuous rises and falls, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the absurdity of his predicament. What a cruel jest! Li Chuyi fell silent. No one could withstand such a torment. Numbed by the experience, he ultimately surrendered, closing his eyes and awaiting the outcome. However, the capricious nature of the currents would not allow him such respite. Indeed, before long, a soft pop resonated through the air as the protective membrane surrounding Li Chuyi shattered like a fragile bubble. Stripped of his shield, he felt a violent reverberation within, followed by a spurt of blood. Before he could fully expel the crimson torrent, the chaotic winds revealed their menacing visage, their fragmented power slicing through Li Chuyi's flesh like countless daggers. At that moment, Li Chuyi's mind was a blank slate, instinctively reciting verses from the Dao canon, urging his internal energy to flow ceaselessly. Perhaps his efforts bore fruit, for amidst the savage maelstrom, he miraculously clung to life, albeit drenched in a mist of blood as he tumbled through the tempest. Time may have passed in a fleeting instant or stretched into eternity. As Li Chuyi's mind teetered on the brink of despair, sensing he was about to plunge into an eternal abyss of darkness, an unexpected force propelled him forward, akin to a cannonball, thrusting him into the murky rift of space. Shortly after his disappearance, the rift abruptly sealed shut, vanishing into the void. At last, it was over. In the fleeting clarity of his mind, he faintly recognized that he had likely succeeded, while the excruciating sensation of plummeting confirmed that he had indeed entered that gray fissure. With a resounding thud, a wave of agony coursed through his body. However, Li Chuyi, already numbed by pain, hardly registered it. The exquisite sensation of lying upon solid ground, coupled with the uncomfortable yet life-sustaining air he inhaled, flooded his heart with ecstatic relief. As long as he could survive, this pain was but a trivial matter. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Chuyi succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and gradually, Li Chuyi began to awaken. As his senses returned, the relentless pain enveloped him once more. A piercing wail escaped his lips, and he writhed in agony, only to realize that aside from his head, his entire body was devoid of sensation, rendering him immobile. Am I paralyzed? Helplessly enduring the torment, he could not suppress another cry, but abruptly halted, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. A dense gray mist enveloped him, obscuring his vision of the world beyond. Yet, upon utilizing his Yin Yang vision, he was astounded, his mouth agape before he swiftly closed it, stifling even a breath. Gray mist? What a farce! This is no mere mist. It is the accursed aura of death. The concentration of this malevolent energy surpassed even that of the death aura contained within the talisman crafted by the Taoist. Enduring the relentless pain, Li Chuyi lay quietly, reflecting on his past learnings, particularly that well-worn tome, The Universe of All Things. He endeavored to ascertain his precise location. The memory of that colossal azure hand and its master surged within him, prompting an involuntary roar. The great transformation, and the master of that azure hand, you have failed to extinguish me this time. I shall remember. Mark my words. Once I attain greater strength, I will dismantle your palace. I shall bring you all to your knees. All the men shall be captured to tend to swine, and the women shall be delivered to the Taoist for salvation. You shall pay for this. As he channeled his inner energy, Li Chuyi's injuries slowly began to mend. When he regained feeling in his hands and managed to lift them slightly, tears of happiness streamed down his face. Thank goodness, even if my legs are rendered useless, at least I can still crawl, the optimistic Li Chuyi mused. Enduring the excruciating pain brought on by the exertion, Li Chuyi gradually moved his hand to his chest, feeling the unscathed storage pouch there. With a flicker of thought, A mirror-like artifact manifested in his grasp, the demon-subduing mirror. As he silently called out, a swirl of violet mist enveloped him, and the enchanting Ziyuan appeared by his side. What has befallen you? Upon witnessing the wretched state of Li Chuyi, Ziyuan was taken aback, her brow furrowing as she surveyed their surroundings. Where are we? I do not know, Li Chuyi replied before recounting the events that had transpired. Ziyuan listened intently, and only after he finished did she regard him with a peculiar expression, her brow knitted in disbelief. You mean to say you experienced two spatial turbulence events, and in the second, your physical form was fully exposed, yet you survived unscathed? Li Chuyi gazed at the beautiful specter in silence, at a loss for words. What sort of inquiry was this? After narrowly escaping death, was it not expected that he would still be alive? After a moment of contemplation, Ziyuan murmured, You truly are a peculiar one. Observing Li Chuyi, who was rolling his eyes, she added, No wonder your master took you as a disciple. He is an oddity, and so too are you, perhaps even more so than he. Ignoring the ghostly maiden's look of astonishment, Li Chuyi remarked, The atmosphere here is saturated with deathly energy, and there is not a blade of grass in sight. Do you think this could be the underworld? Ziyuan scanned their surroundings, and, after a moment of sensing, shook her head. It is not. Though I cannot ascertain where we are, I am certain this is not the underworld. But such a dense aura of death, where else could it be other than the underworld? I have never heard of a place so utterly devoid of life in the mortal realm, Li Chuyi mused, furrowing his brow. Shaking her head again, Ziyuan replied, While the deathly energy here is indeed thick, even more so than that within your demon-subduing mirror, it lacks purity. In terms of purity, this energy cannot compare with that in your mirror. I believe that if it were the underworld, the energy would not be so impure, and you would not remain unaffected. She then regarded Li Chuyi with a curious gaze. Speaking of which, despite the density of this deathly energy, why do I sense it has not harmed you in the slightest? A mere breath would be fatal to an ordinary person, turning them into a zombie. Yet you seem entirely unscathed and are even able to heal here. How is that possible? Perhaps it is due to the cultivation method I practice, Li Chuyi replied, equally perplexed. Initially, he had been concerned that the overwhelming deathly energy might harm him or lead to his transformation into a zombie-like entity. However, he soon realized that he only felt a slight discomfort, with no other adverse effects. After pondering for a considerable time without any clarity, he attributed this peculiar immunity to the merits of the Dao Canon he had cultivated, which had previously shielded him from the corrosive black mist of He Wumian. Thus, it seemed reasonable that it could also protect him in this realm of death. Upon hearing Li Chuyi's explanation, Ziyuan recalled the earlier scene with He Wumian and nodded in agreement, attributing his resilience to his unique cultivation method. After some contemplation, Ziyuan remarked, The air here is laden with deathly energy, making it an opportune place for me to cultivate while simultaneously safeguarding you. You should promptly channel your energy to heal your wounds. Once you regain mobility and possess the means of self-defense, we can devise a plan to leave this place. Li Chu nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling the 5 little spirits. He inquired, Should we summon the 5 children to cultivate together? The dense deathly aura here should benefit them. There's no need. Ziyuan shook her head. We are unaware of the dangers that may lurk here. Summoning them could become a liability if we encounter threats. Moreover, the deathly energy here is not as pure as that within the demon suppression mirror. It would be better for the children to cultivate there. Li Chu pondered her words and found them quite reasonable, thus refraining from further comment. Casting a glance at Ziyuan, he asked, Have you been practicing the Yinming volume? How are your efforts progressing? Ziyuan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, she waved her hand, and a flash of grayish-purple light appeared, silently forming a pit in the ground. Li Chu, taken aback, regarded her with astonishment, and Ziyuan, rarely displaying such joy, chuckled, I have merely scratched the surface of it. The Yinming volume truly lives up to its reputation as a sacred text of the ghostly path. It has allowed me to manipulate the deathly energy I previously could only wield through brute force with remarkable finesse. Within it reside countless ghostly techniques. Yet I am still in the process of comprehension and can only manifest a fraction of its potential. Is this merely a fraction? Li Chu found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at Ziyuan, then at the pit, and finally considered his own decade-long study of the Dao Canon. It would be a marvel if he could attain equilibrium in his thoughts. However, upon reflection, he realized that it was this seemingly futile Dao Canon that had saved him this time, restoring his balance. Without this remarkable technique, he would have lost more than just one life. The Dao Canon must indeed reflect his insufficient mastery of it, as he had yet to grasp its deeper nuances, hence its apparent lack of potency. This arcane skill must also have merely provided a glimpse of its true capabilities to save his life. Likely not inferior to the Yinming volume. Have the 5 little spirits begun their cultivation as well? Li Chu inquired. Ziyuan nodded in response. Those little spirits have commenced their cultivation. However, they are still quite young, and their own deathly energy is insufficient. Their forms are not fully solidified yet, and they remain in the process of materialization. Nonetheless, since they began their cultivation, the speed at which their ghostly forms are coalescing has noticeably accelerated, and it is likely that it will not be long before they are fully formed. Li Chu nodded with delight, his heart swelling with pride. These 5 little spirits had been with him since childhood, appearing to outsiders as his ghostly pets. Yet, in Li Chu's heart, they were akin to his brothers. He had always allowed them to call him brother, never treating them as mere subordinates as other cultivators might. Li Chu genuinely regarded them as family, and they had brought him the joy of companionship during his lonely childhood. Thus, hearing of the remarkable achievements of the spirits he considered as his younger brothers filled him with a sense of gratification and pride as their elder brother. Beside him, Ziyuan observed Li Chuyi's demeanor and silently nodded in affirmation. She reaffirmed her initial impression that this portly youth was indeed distinct from other cultivators. His heart embraced both strangers and kin, devoid of any distinctions based on race or faction. He was someone to be trusted, as was his master, the Taoist. Ziyuan contemplated this inwardly, her gaze toward Li Chuyi softening unconsciously. Li Chuyi, feeling entirely at ease, turned to Ziyuan with a smile and said, I hope to trouble you during my recovery. I would greatly appreciate your care. Ziyuan nodded in agreement, of course. Instantly, a beaming smile illuminated Li Chuyi's face. As a fleeting warmth stirred within him, his side was soon piled high with an array of large pancakes and water pouches. However, as Ziyuan beheld the variously gnawed shapes of the pancakes, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. Indeed, Li Chuyi wore a grin that was almost obsequious as he sweetly implored, Sister Ziyuan, could you kindly feed me something? I feel as though I might starve. But I am in excruciating pain and unable to move. With these half-broken hands, I cannot manage to eat or drink on my own. I truly appreciate your help. Ziyuan was rendered speechless. She knew well that this rotund boy's appetite was far from noble. Yet, witnessing his pitiful state, his body adorned with numerous tiny wounds reminiscent of a newborn's mouth, and the occasional involuntary twitch at the corner of his lips, Ziyuan recognized that he was enduring unimaginable pain. Despite such torment, Li Chuyi retained his playful demeanor, earning her silent admiration. She understood that, were she in his position, she might not possess the same composure. Thus, disregarding Li Chuyi's comical appearance, Ziyuan reached for a piece of pancake to feed him. Sister Ziyuan, I want the little turtle. Not this little bird. Ziyuan replied with an exasperated silence. Sister Ziyuan, you picked the wrong one. This is a chick, not a little turtle. The one over there is the little turtle. Ziyuan remained silent. Sister Ziyuan, I want the one with a head. The one you have is headless. Ziyuan shot him a cold glance. Little fatso, if you won't eat, then starve. I just wanted a sip of water, he stammered. Ziyuan remained unresponsive. The realm of mortals is vast, stretching endlessly beyond comprehension. Ordinary individuals, even if they devote their entire lives to exploration, could never traverse even a fraction of it. As for the cultivators, who surpass ordinary beings, they too merely grasp the enormity of the land beneath their feet, yet few can articulate just how boundless it truly is. Many cultivators aspire to explore, but even they, who seem immensely powerful among mortals, find themselves akin to ordinary people when confronted with this vast continent, unable to uncover its entirety in a lifetime. Or rather, they may have traversed from one end of the continent to the other, yet due to the vast distances, they could not return, passing away in foreign lands, their achievements unknown to all. It was not until a certain sage, endowed with great wisdom, devised a remarkable formation, harnessing the powers of heaven and earth, that allowed for the instantaneous transportation of individuals from one location to another after consuming a portion of the celestial essence. This extraordinary formation came to be known as the Great Formation of Cosmic Translocation, though posterity affectionately referred to it as the teleportation array. The advent of the teleportation array ushered in an explosive development within the realm of mortals. Journeys that once required years, even decades, of arduous flight for cultivators could now be completed in the span of a mere incense stick, while locations in closer proximity could be reached almost instantaneously. The reduction in travel time fostered vigorous growth across the human realm, facilitating the swift exchange of goods, and the dissemination of culture. Both cultivators and ordinary folk alike seem to glimpse a broad avenue towards happiness amid this flourishing. However, the essence of humanity is rooted in greed. Indeed, not only humans but all sentient beings possess this insatiable desire. This greed, deeply ingrained, serves as the catalyst for their advancement, akin to the formidable cultivators who pursue immortality. Yet, this very greed also sows the seeds of calamity, inciting jealousy, resentment, and other negative emotions, inevitably leading to conflict. It was a dark period, inflicting irrevocable wounds upon the human realm. This era is shrouded in obscurity, for few dare to document the most grotesque aspects of existence, fearing the repercussions of such truths. As a result, contemporary records of the human realm either obscure, vaguely reference, or merely gloss over that tumultuous time. Nonetheless, among the written accounts, only one event has been meticulously chronicled from that era of darkness: the emergence of the everlasting dynasty, the Dian dynasty, which liberated the human realm from the depths of chaos, creating a relatively harmonious and orderly world, and has since safeguarded it. Presently, the Dian dynasty stands as the sole dynasty within the human realm, sprawling across vast territories that encompass nearly 2/3, if not more, of the lands currently known. This extensive domain provides the Dian dynasty with an innumerable population, from which exceptional cultivators arise. Among these cultivators, there are indeed a few remarkable individuals regarded as geniuses by many sections. Yet, the vastness of Dian renders such talents commonplace. In the eyes of the Dian dynasty, these so-called geniuses are merely slightly stronger than ordinary mortals. Only a select few, who excel in certain aspects and stand unrivaled among their peers, may capture the attention of the Dian dynasty. Take, for instance, the individuals kneeling before us. The imperial capital of Dian boasts a resplendent palace, several times larger than the monumental tomb of Wuyang, serving as the very heart of the Dian dynasty and the abode of the illustrious Dian emperor. In a side hall of the imperial palace, shelves brimming with an array of books and paintings encircle the space, while a purple-gold desk occupies the center. At first glance, one might assume this desk is crafted from purple gold. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that, despite its luster and appearance, it is fashioned from an unknown type of wood. The desk is adorned with all the necessary writing implements, surrounded by an aura of precious light, indicating that these items are far from ordinary, each a treasure in its own right. Seated upon a wide chair of the same material as the desk is a middle-aged man, exuding the air of a scholar. He appears to be an ordinary literati. Yet the black brocade robe he wears, intricately embroidered with swirling dragons, constantly serves as a reminder of his esteemed identity. He is none other than the sovereign of the realm, the emperor of the Dian dynasty, Yinling Huang, Yuan Tailuo. Flanking him on either side are two individuals. To his left stands an elderly man clad in a robe, his silver hair and white beard betraying his considerable age. However, his face is remarkably smooth, lacking in wrinkles, and instead radiates a vitality characteristic of middle age. The old man tilts his head slightly, his eyes gently closed, as if in slumber. Yet the ethereal aura that envelopes him evokes a sense of divine presence, captivating those in his vicinity. On the right side of Emperor Yinling stands a robust man in a purple robe, towering nearly a head taller than the average person. His expression is stoic, and his coppery eyes cast a cold, piercing gaze upon the several individuals kneeling before the desk. This chilling scrutiny heightens the unease of those prostrated before him, as if they were subjected to the sharp edge of a blade. Nonetheless, they dare not move. The mere presence of these two figures beside the sovereign speaks volumes. And the bear S-head emblem intricately embroidered on the robust man S-robe, a symbol that can only belong to one in the Dian, instills a profound fear among the kneeling crowd. This emblem, the mark of the bear general, signifies the foremost of the four great generals of Dian. Among the kneeling figures is the lion general, who understands a crucial truth. While outsiders may perceive the four generals, lion, bear, tiger, and leopard, as equals, only those in positions of authority comprehend the unique standing of the bear general. In terms of martial prowess and strategy, the other three generals cannot be compared to the bear general. Once, Emperor Yinling even sought to appoint the bear general as a commander, but for reasons unknown, the general declined. It is noteworthy that throughout Dian's extensive history, only two individuals have ever been granted the title of marshal. Faced with such a rare opportunity for eternal renown, the bear general resolutely refused, even audaciously confronting the emperor, as everyone anticipated dire consequences for the bear general. To their astonishment, The emperor remained unfazed, instead conceding to his demands and refraining from bestowing the title. Although the emperor did not grant him the title of marshal, he accorded the Bear General the privileges befitting such a rank. Yet, the Bear General displayed no outward change, maintaining his low profile, which resulted in his name rarely surfacing in discussions about the four generals of Dian. Although the Bear General shuns the limelight, others do not dare to underestimate him. For it is well understood that despite lacking the title of marshal, he wields the power and influence of one. At this moment, two individuals stood behind the Emperor of Fate. The elder was the current national master, a figure of immense authority, second only to the emperor himself. Not only was his cultivation unfathomable, but his unique mastery over the profound art of destiny was equally enigmatic. The presence of General Xiong alongside him indicated much about their significance. As time slowly passed, the emperor remained deep in thought, silent and contemplative. The elder behind him, with eyes closed, stood as motionless as a statue. Only General Xiong's piercing gaze swept coldly across the assembled crowd, growing increasingly frigid. Suddenly, a melodious male voice broke the silence. "Well then, let us speak." The Emperor of Fate, Yuan Tai Luo, opened his eyes. Though his tone was gentle and pleasing, it instilled fear in the hearts of those kneeling before him. No one dared to speak. General Shi, the leader of this expedition to the Five-Sheep Tomb, felt a deep sense of helplessness. As the appointed head, he knew that his companions would not speak on his behalf. Gritting his teeth, General Shi stepped forward, bowing low, and began, "Your Majesty, the matter at hand is as follows." General Shi recounted the events concerning the Five-Sheep Tomb in detail. He concluded, "Due to the interference of that Taoist, the array was shattered and must be reconfigured. Nearly half of our soldiers have suffered casualties at his hands, leaving less than 30% with the strength to continue fighting. Additionally, the newly arranged minor Tiangang Thunder Array would only be able to exert less than 30% of its power on the day the Five-Sheep Tomb closes, allowing nearly 20% of various cultivators to escape under the assault of several formidable foes, thus failing to achieve total annihilation. Furthermore, after battling that Taoist, I sustained grave injuries, and my comrades, including Marquis Ninglan, who was responsible for the array, are also severely wounded, barely escaping death. General Hu remains on the brink of death, having lost almost all of his 1,000 silver-armored soldiers. After the Taoist and the red-clad female cultivator departed, Saint Songming pursued them and has only recently returned, gravely injured and on the verge of death, immediately retreating to seclusion for healing. Before entering his retreat, Saint Songming entrusted me with this jade slip and this jade vial, instructing me to present them to your Majesty. General Shi retrieved a jade slip and a white jade vial from his bosom and handed them to General Xiong, then bowed his forehead to the ground in reverence, imploring, "Your Majesty is wise. The shortcomings of this expedition are solely my own and do not concern the other esteemed officials. I beseech your Majesty to grant me an opportunity to redeem myself and contribute to the glory of our Dian." Receiving the jade slip and vial from General Xiong, the Emperor first examined the slip, momentarily closing his eyes to sense its contents. His expression remained unchanged as he subsequently passed both the jade slip and the vial to the elder in white beside him. Ignoring the elder's contemplative demeanor, the Emperor regarded the assembly before him, paused in silence, and then smiled warmly, saying, "All right, everyone, rise. The unexpected circumstances of this expedition were beyond human control and do not reflect upon any of you. I have witnessed your efforts, indeed. Some of you nearly perished in this endeavor. You are all invaluable pillars of our Dian, and it would deeply trouble me to lose any of you over this incident. Later, I shall issue a decree to reward you handsomely." Upon hearing these words, the kneeling crowd felt a surge of emotion in their hearts. The enlightened disposition of the Emperor moved even the cultivators among them to the brink of tears. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, the Bear General suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, I find this course of action inappropriate." During the ambush at the Five-Sheep Tomb, nearly 20% of the cultivators managed to escape despite our meticulous preparations, signifying a failure. Although unforeseen powerful adversaries disrupted our plans, it ultimately reflects their incompetence. Your Majesty's compassion in refraining from severe punishment is commendable, and I share your noble virtue. However, it is quite unacceptable for your Majesty to bestow rewards upon these unsuccessful individuals. Such actions may encourage others to follow suit, leading to chaos in the court. With that, the Bear General cast a cold gaze over the assembly. Though they harbored resentment towards this meddlesome figure, they could only harbor their jealousy in silence. too intimidated to voice any dissent. Consequently, they all united in their gratitude, resolutely declining the emperor's rewards. Seeing this, the emperor helplessly nodded, glancing at the stoic bear general beside him, and smiled. "Ah, you are ever so stubborn, unwilling to adapt. Your intimidation has left them too fearful to speak further. Very well, let it be. You may withdraw for now and focus on recuperating." With a gentle wave of his hand, the kneeling crowd hurriedly expressed their thanks, bowing their heads in silence as they exited the study, their footsteps betraying a sense of urgency. Once the crowd had departed, only the emperor and the two others remained in the chamber. The emperor's gentle demeanor dissipated as he furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the elder in white. "Elder One, what is your perspective?" The elder, referred to as Wen, remained silent for a moment, lost in thought, before finally opening his eyes and responding, "Your Majesty. I am 80% certain it is him." The emperor nodded slightly. "I share your assessment. However, if it indeed is him, why does he appear so weakened?" Elder Wen remained silent, his fingers dancing swiftly as he calculated for a while before shaking his head in resignation. "I cannot ascertain definitively, but I am 90% certain it is him. It seems he must have sustained severe injuries within the Five-Sheep Tomb, which has led to a significant decline in his strength. Even breaching a mere 30% effective Heavenly Gang Thunder Array requires considerable effort from him. After all, that ancient figure from the Five-Sheep Tomb was once a formidable individual. If not for, the artifacts he left behind are certainly more complex than they appear." The emperor nodded, rubbing his temples, and continued, "Then it follows that the woman in red must be the demoness from the Heavenly Demon Palace." Elder One agreed. "That seems likely. Their entangled fates span centuries. Only she could provoke such a display of instability from him. Fortunately, we have finally traced his whereabouts." Suddenly, the emperor's face brightened with joy. After searching for him for hundreds of years, expending so much effort, and devising such a scheme without even alerting the demoness, we have successfully drawn him out. Elder One nodded in agreement, sharing in the emperor's elation. Turning to the bear general, the emperor inquired, "Have the arrangements regarding the Liang family in Five Sheep City been finalized? There are no traces left behind, I trust?" The bear general bowed his head and replied, "Your Majesty need not worry. Everything has been handled meticulously and no traces remain." The emperor nodded, suddenly regarding the general with a peculiar gaze. "I say, bear, you wouldn't possibly have." He gestured dramatically across his throat. The general, whose expression had hitherto been impassive, suddenly stiffened, as if struck by the mere mention of bear, and a flicker of softness emerged upon his countenance. Observing the emperor's motion, the general shook his head and replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I am not a man of bloodlust." The emperor nodded in response, yet his face betrayed dissatisfaction. "How many times must I remind you? When there are no witnesses, call me Tai Luo. You foolish bear, with your stubborn mind." The general promptly lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Rolling his eyes at the general, the emperor turned his attention to Old Man One. "Old One, can you discern who those individuals are?" he inquired. According to Tsang Ming, it seems he holds them in particularly high regard, even going so far as to expend his own essence to forcibly tear open a rift in space to send them away. They must not be ordinary folk. Gazing at the white jade vial in his hand, Old Man One fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I have deduced the origins of the blood within this vial. Of the 9 drops, 7 belong to ordinary cultivators. Among these, one is likely to be Lu Xiaoyu, the daughter of Lu Heng, the sect master of Taisu Palace. The other 2, one of which is, without a doubt, the little girl from the Mu family who fled, Mu Shiweqing." At this juncture, Old Man Wen couldn't resist casting a subtle glance at the emperor. Indeed, upon hearing the name Mu Shiweqing, the emperor momentarily froze, his expression shifting to one of complexity. After a prolonged sigh of relief, he remarked, "So it is the little girl Shiweqing. No wonder she was able to come to the rescue. Thankfully, she was saved. If anything had happened to her, I would be deeply troubled." Gently shaking his head, the emperor regarded Old Man Wen and inquired, "What of the remaining drop of blood? Does it hold any significance?" Old Man Wen's expression grew solemn. "This final drop of blood may very well be the true reason behind his desperate struggle. If I am not mistaken, it should belong to his disciple." "Disciple?" The emperor was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would take on a disciple. Old Man Wen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is likely his disciple, as this drop of blood resonates with him in a manner I cannot decipher. However, what?" the emperor asked, perplexed, especially upon noticing the hesitation etched upon Old Man Wen's face. Such a demeanor was rare for the seasoned elder. After a prolonged pause, Old Man One extended a finger towards the jade vial, and a drop of crimson blood flew forth, swirling about his fingertip. Presenting this drop before the emperor, he spoke softly, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to examine this yourself." Furrowing his brow, the emperor scrutinized the elder before extending his finger towards the drop of blood. After a prolonged moment of silent contemplation, he found nothing amiss and looked questioningly at Old Man One. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden realization struck him. His expression shifted dramatically as he gingerly pressed the drop of blood against his fingertip, gently kneading it. After a considerable interval, the emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, and he muttered, "Impossible. No way. How could this be? Could it be?" Suddenly, the emperor turned to Old Man One, his tone turning icy as he commanded, "Investigate." Wen Lao bowed respectfully before slowly exiting the study, casting a glance back at the solemnly standing Bear General, coldly commanding, "Seal your lips." The Bear General nodded slightly and strode out. In the now tranquil study, Emperor Yin reclined in his chair, his expression impassive as he sank into contemplation. Occasionally, fierce glimmers flickered in his half-closed eyes. The term Zhi Liao refers to a summer insect known as the cicada. Each scorching summer, they emit their distinctive shishi sounds, earning this evocative name. However, among cultivators, Zhi Liao signifies not merely a summer insect, but a widespread organization that permeates the entire human realm. This organization adheres to an absolute neutrality, refraining from any involvement in conflicts, with a singular purpose: to convey messages. Its origins, structure, and external perceptions remain shrouded in mystery. The only known fact is that even the formidable Yin dynasty refrains from interfering in the development and continuity of Zhi Liao. Through Zhi Liao, one can acquire information beyond the core secrets of the Yin dynasty in various sects by paying a certain price, with its accuracy and validity recognized by nearly all cultivators throughout the ages. In addition to paid information, Zhi Liao also regularly disseminates significant recent events in the human realm at no cost, further elevating its notoriety, making it known not only among cultivators, but even to ordinary folk. Through these revelations, cultivators can promptly ascertain the potential impacts of such events on themselves, while commoners can make timely decisions to avoid being caught in the crossfire of celestial conflicts. Today, Zhi Liao unexpectedly announced a momentous event: the upheaval at the Five Sheep Tombs. According to its reports, on the day the tomb was opened, the Yin dynasty inexplicably dispatched troops to besiege various cultivators seeking treasures within, showing no mercy to any who resisted, regardless of their alignment. To ensure the total encirclement, the Yin dynasty not only sent forth the two great generals, Lion and Tiger, leading an army of 20,000, but also dispatched 8 marquises, led by Marquis Ning Lan, along with several earls. They even established a modified version of the Grand Thunder Array outside the Five Sheep Tombs, originally designed for national defense. Yet, under such a formidable blockade, the cultivators of both righteous and sinister paths, led by several top-tier experts searching for treasures within the tomb, astonishingly managed to escape, with nearly 20% surviving. Following this battle, due to the presence of an enigmatic and peerless powerhouse, Generals Lion and Tiger, along with numerous other experts, sustained severe injuries, with the Tiger General still unconscious from his wounds. When the sage Song Ming, dispatched by the Yin to maintain order, pursued this mysterious figure alone, he too fell short, suffering grave injuries and barely escaping back to Yin, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Upon the emergence of this news, the world was thrown into turmoil, with countless cultivators gripped by inexplicable dread. On one hand, they silently rejoiced for their various reasons in avoiding the treasure hunt. On the other, they speculated whether the Yin's actions signified an impending war against all sections. Furthermore, the mention of that mysterious powerhouse sent shivers through the hearts of many cultivators. If one were to speculate that the Lion General sustained grave injuries due to the fortuitous intervention of a mysterious powerhouse amidst the chaos of battle, then the demise of the Tsang Ming sage unveils the staggering might of this enigmatic figure. Who is the Tsang Ming sage, you may ask? He is one of the few ancient beings at the tribulation stage in the Great Yin, a mere step away from transcending to immortality in the realm of mortals. He already embodies the essence of a demigod. To witness such a formidable entity fall victim to the grievous assault of this mysterious power raises the question of the latter's cultivation level. Could it be that he has already achieved immortality, yet has not ascended? As undercurrents of uncertainty surged, cultivators from various factions discreetly retreated to their sections. They were oblivious to the true motives behind Great Yan's relentless pursuit of exterminating cultivators from diverse paths, displaying an unwavering commitment to leave no one behind. They remained unaware of how their respective sects would react upon learning of these slayings, and whether they would unite against Great Yan in warfare. As many cultivators anticipated a declaration from the various sects, they were astounded to find an eerie silence enveloping both the sects of the slain disciples and the Great Yin dynasty. It was as if they had not heard the news at all, as if the events were mere fabrications, devoid of reality. Amidst this confusion, those who had managed to escape returned to their sects to report the situation to their leaders. Upon witnessing the expressionless yet somber faces of their masters, they were met with a profound silence, deepening the atmosphere of bewilderment. At the Mongshan sword sect, after recounting the events, Feng Qingshan stepped back at the behest of the sect leader. As he approached the exit, memories of his leader's impassive countenance flooded his mind, prompting a soft sigh to escape his lips. During the expedition to the Wuyang tomb, he had lost several friends. Of the 5 brothers who accompanied him, only one had returned alive, while the remaining 2 junior brothers and 2 junior sisters were forever left behind. Feng Qingshan felt a seething anger within him, wishing he could single-handedly infiltrate the Great Yin Palace to demand justice from the emperor. Yet, he understood that such an act was impossible. Even if he could, his sect would not permit it. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he recalled the words of the Lion General. Do you think your sect would wage war against the Great Yin dynasty over a few insignificant fish? Do you believe they could withstand the might of our armies, even if they did? Reflecting on the Lion General's statement, Feng Qingshan, despite his frustration, had to concede the truth in those words. It was akin to mowing grass. Within the 100 Saints Pavilion, a lord addressed Jiangxing beside him, stating, "In the eyes of Great Yin, we are akin to the wild weeds in their backyard, competing for nourishment with their cultivated flowers and plants. As wild weeds, we hold no value in their sight, and thus require occasional culling." After sipping his hot tea, the lord continued, "However, Great Yin only trims the stems, leaving the roots untouched. As long as we do not exceed their threshold, we may coexist in peace. And as long as the roots remain, even if some stems are damaged, they can endure. After all, wildfires cannot consume everything. Spring winds will bring new life. However, why does Dian not simply uproot the weeds to eradicate future troubles?" At the Yutong Temple on Taihe Mountain, a disciple who had narrowly escaped death in the 5 Rams tomb, upon hearing the abbot's explanation, asked in confusion. The abbot let out a faint sigh and replied, "How much strength is required to pinch off a single blade of grass, and how much more to uproot it entirely?" Observing the contemplative expression of his disciple, the abbot shook his head gently. Had this individual not been his beloved pupil, whom he was grooming as a future leader, he would never have uttered such words. After a brief pause, the abbot continued, "Consider this. How much effort is needed to uproot a single plant? And how much greater is the effort needed to pull up an entire patch of grass?" Dian understood well that if we were pushed to our limits and united in defiance, even if they emerged victorious, they would sustain injuries to their vitality and possibly face internal strife. Noticing the anxious countenance of his disciple, the abbot sighed again, his voice tinged with resignation. "Dian keeps us for 2 reasons. First, to provide themselves with an external enemy, directing their aggression outward to control internal discord. Second, to allow us to serve as a training ground for their own troops, maintaining their military's vigorous combat capability. And we, being weak, must rely on Dian's leniency for our survival. This is the unspoken rule between us and Dian." Gently blowing on the tea roots floating on the surface, the master of Baixing Pavilion concluded. Beside him, Jiangxing scoffed, "So, righteousness is merely hypocrisy. They shout for our demise, yet when faced with real challenges, they are no more than a patch of wild grass, a field of chives." The master chuckled heartily at this and nodded in approval. In the human realm, many sect leaders engage in similar dialogues with their beloved disciples or successors, ensuring that the future leaders of these sects possess a clear understanding of reality. After hearing such discourse, most of these young individuals are left with a sense of bleakness, even grappling with an underlying inability to accept it. Observing these youth who seem to mature and bear the weight of the world in an instant, the elder generation feels a mix of sorrow and helplessness. Yet, there is no alternative. The sects must eventually be entrusted to these young hands. If they wish to perpetuate the sects, they must confront the harsh truths of existence. Whether they accept it or not, this is reality. Amidst the struggles of these young souls, outside the western borders of Dian, at the Taishu Palace on Tianmen Mountain, A weary group arrived one day, each bearing wounds and an unmistakable air of exhaustion upon their faces. Upon opening the protective formation to welcome them, before the disciples assigned to receive them could express their condolences for their arduous journey, a beautiful woman among them hurriedly addressed the receiving disciple. Quickly inform Master Lu that Elder Mu Xueqing of Feishue Peak seeks an audience with the esteemed Elder Zheng Yi. It is a matter of life and death. Urgent beyond measure. The two receiving disciples were momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining their composure, one of them clasped his fists and, without further ado, dashed off. At the entrance of the Taishu Palace, watching the departing disciple, Xueqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her body swaying slightly as a sensation of faintness crept upon her. Biting her teeth, Xueqing vigorously shook her head, aware that, despite her exhaustion, she could not afford to falter. Li Chuyi was still waiting for her to devise a means of rescue. Casting her gaze towards the distant sky, Xueqing silently prayed, "Chuyi, if you are still alive, you must hold on." The human realm was engulfed in turmoil due to a piece of news that had caused a whirlwind. With almost all cultivators adopting a cautious demeanor, retracting their former exuberance, and meticulously observing the various disturbances within the human world, lest they attract danger as the first to expose themselves. Even the ordinary citizens, unaware of the specifics, sensed an intangible cloud of dread looming overhead, imparting a suffocating sense of threat. The tremors within the human realm had reverberated through every aspect of life. Yet Li Chuyi, oblivious to his surroundings, remained impervious to the chaos. In the land shrouded by death, Li Chuyi was healing under the protection of Ziyuan. The desolate terrain, cloaked in a dreary haze, remained bereft of sunlight, illuminated only by a faint, mysterious glow that seemed to emanate from nowhere. This light, filtered through the morbid atmosphere, predominantly exhibited a ghastly pallor, with a small portion resembling the eerie green phosphorescence of graveyards, rendering the place even more unsettling and ominous. However, Li Chuyi felt none of this. He found himself in a state of bliss, having a beautiful woman, oh no, a stunning female ghost, tenderly feeding him food and water. After satisfying his hunger, he comfortably lay back, cultivating his energy to recuperate. This somewhat piggish existence, in stark contrast to his previous life of wandering alongside a Taoist priest, brought him immense comfort. Through his diligent efforts and the cultivation of his abilities, his injuries gradually improved. Particularly concerning were the external wounds. Li Chuyi had always considered himself a handsome man, more so than the Taoist priests, and thus the myriad small wounds that adorned his body from traversing the spatial rift became a source of anxiety. He worried that once healed, these scars might mar his appearance, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Fortunately, as his energy circulated, the wounds scabbed over and shed multiple layers of skin, rendering the scars increasingly faint until they were nearly invisible. This alleviated his worries, allowing him to fully embrace and relish his newfound tranquility. Until one day, when Li Chuyi felt completely healed, he silently stretched his body, discovering no pain or unusual sensations, and finally confirmed that he had indeed recovered. Reflecting on the days of healing, though he had been well cared for by Ziyuan, he could not bear the memory of the excruciating agony he had endured. He thought of the harrowing experiences he had survived, drifting through the void, forcibly breaching the spatial rift, and overcoming life-threatening injuries through sheer will. These were feats beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, and while luck had played a significant role, he still felt quite accomplished, believing himself to be quite remarkable. Yet, upon recalling the ominous green hand and the Taoist's uncertain fate, his spirits once more sank. He ultimately proved to be too feeble. Had he possessed even the most rudimentary skills of a Taoist, he might not have been able to assist. But at the very least, he would have had a modicum of self-defense, rather than relying solely on luck as he did now. After much internal turmoil, Li Chuyi's brow furrowed. Bah, when I master my skills, I shall crush all of you worthless things, eliminating the men and sparing the women to be sent for the Taoist salvation. Observing Li Chuyi's erratic demeanor as he rambled on, the meditative Ziyuan finally opened her eyes. Are you done? Li Chuyi nodded slightly, adjusting his arms and legs. It no longer hurts. I should be fine now. Ziyuan nodded in response and closed her eyes once more. Scratching his head, Li Chuyi felt a pang of hunger and spoke up. Sister Ziyuan, I'm hungry. This time, I want to eat that little chicken. Ziyuan remained still, ignoring him. Li Chuyi looked at her, puzzled by her silence, and exclaimed, Sister Ziyuan, I'm hungry. Ziyuan opened her eyes and gazed at him. You are fine. Indeed. Li Chuyi nodded, but I'm still hungry. I want to eat the little chicken. Ziyuan remained silent, simply observing him for a moment before suddenly waving her hand. A flash of purple light revealed a deep pit in the ground, from which a faint hissing sound of corrosion emanated. Upon seeing this, Li Chu wasted no time and hurried over to the food stash, too intimidated to glance at Ziyuan, and began to eat and drink quietly. Ziyuan rolled her eyes and ignored him. After a while, Li Chu suddenly let out a dramatic sigh and howled. "Ah? I want to eat meat?" Ziyuan frowned and replied, "Are you not afraid that your howling might attract some monsters from this wretched place?" Upon hearing this, Li Chu immediately ceased his lamentation, as though he had been choked. Cautiously surveying his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he sheepishly said, "A slip of the tongue. My injuries have just healed, and I momentarily forgot." Ziyuan shook her head slightly, feeling exasperated with this rather neurotic and oblivious little fellow. "Since your injuries have healed, let us set out in search of a way out." After saying this, she glanced at Li Chu and added, "Of course. If you prefer to remain here, I have no objections. This place suits me well. My ghostly form finds comfort here." Li Chu hastily shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no, let us leave immediately. It is pitch black here, not a tree nor a blade of grass in sight. How dreary. The outside world is lively and entertaining. Let us hurry and find a way out, so we can seek that wretched Taoist." With that, as if fearing Ziyuan might genuinely choose to stay behind, Li Chu swiftly gathered the items scattered on the ground into his storage bag and waved at Ziyuan. "Let us go." Without waiting for her response, he picked a direction and set off ahead. Behind him, Ziyuan followed closely, a faint smile blossoming on her icy visage, hidden from his sight. She had merely been teasing Li Chuyi, and the fact that this chubby fellow took her jest to heart, believing she intended to stay, filled her with delight. "Consider this a small reward for serving as your maid these past few days," Zin mused silently, stifling her laughter. The desolate land was shrouded in an oppressive stillness, devoid of light. The sporadic, dim glow that flickered intermittently served as the sole beacon in this lifeless expanse, further diminishing visibility that was already obscured by a heavy fog, rendering distant sights nearly impossible. Even with Li Chuyi's extraordinary Yin Yang vision, he could only discern shapes within a range of about 40 to 50 steps. Moreover, this bleak terrain resembled an eerily flat plain, lacking any hills or depressions, with only a barren stretch of grayish-white soil underfoot, devoid of any landmarks to guide his sense of direction. When he first set out, he had merely chosen a direction at random. After a considerable time of wandering, their search yielded nothing. Had it not been for the ground shifting beneath their feet, they might have thought themselves stagnant, unmoving. The monotonous scenery and profound silence began to gnaw at Li Chuyi's psyche, instilling a growing sense of agitation within him. Even his yin-yang vision felt fatigued, producing a dull ache as the clarity of his sight waned. Initially, he engaged in light conversation with Ziyuan to alleviate his mental strain, but as time progressed, he gradually fell into silence, his inner turmoil intensifying. Just as he felt on the brink of madness, Ziyuan's voice pierced through the gloom. "Look, there is grass ahead." Her melodious tone dispelled the dark clouds hanging over Li Chuyi's mind, calming his frayed nerves. He jolted, momentarily stunned as he gazed at her. "There is grass," Ziyuan reiterated, pointing in a certain direction. "Oh, there is grass," Li Chuyi echoed, still in a daze. "There is grass. There is grass. There is grass? There is grass? By the heavens, there is grass." Finally grasping the significance, he let out a wild cry and sprinted toward the spot Ziyuan indicated, with her hastily trailing behind. After running nearly 100 paces, indeed, a patch of dark, withered grass came into view. Approaching the desolate plant, Li Chuyi slowed his pace, as though fearing he might startle this blackened piece of flora. Kneeling beside it, he gently leaned down, cautiously touching the grass with his fingers. With tears welling in his eyes, he lifted his gaze to Ziyuan and exclaimed, "It truly is grass." Ziyuan, her expression devoid of emotion, couldn't he even muster the energy to roll her eyes? Isn't that obvious? Gazing at the withered grass, Li Chuyi scrutinized it closely, occasionally scratching his head as he fell into deep contemplation. Noticing his apparent epiphany, Ziyuan inquired, "What are you pondering? Have you made a discovery?" Li Chuyi nodded slightly, his expression grave as he remarked, I wonder if this grass is edible." Staring at him in astonishment for quite some time, Ziyuan finally replied, somewhat exasperated, "Are you out of your mind? You just finished healing, didn't you?" Li Chuyi looked at Ziyuan with curiosity, seemingly puzzled by her questioning of such a childish matter. Unable to restrain herself, Ziyuan rolled her eyes. It was futile to engage in a rational conversation with this already eccentric individual who was now even more peculiar. So she opted for a different approach. "Are you afraid of death?" The chubby boy nodded, a proud look on his face as he declared, "Of course I am. This is a death zone, filled with peril. Yes, I am aware. After our long journey, aside from the sand and thick fog, this withered grass is the only plant we have encountered. And then, this grass is black. Who knows if it is toxic? Even if it isn't. Growing in this desolate land, it surely cannot be anything benign. If you are unafraid of death, then go ahead and eat it. However, do not blame me for not warning you. Even ordinary grass from the outside world would likely yield no favorable results," Ziyuan coldly remarked, observing the eccentricity of the boy. Li Chuyi was taken aback for a moment, scratching his head as he argued with visible struggle. "Who says that? Wild vegetables are also grass. Wild vegetables are edible. How do you know this isn't a wild vegetable from this death zone? Then you should eat it. Afterward, we can cultivate the Yin Ming book together," Ziyuan said, turning her back on him, feeling that another word exchanged with this lunatic might infect her with his madness, even though she was a ghost. In silence, Li Chuyi stared at the black withered grass. Ever since he had accompanied the Taoist out of Wuyang City, he had been trapped in this sunless wasteland for an indeterminate time, and throughout this prolonged period, he had not seen any meat. For a food lover who relished meat, gnawing on flatbreads for so long was driving him nearly insane. Deep down, he understood that this withered grass was inedible, even without the context of this desolate land. Its dark appearance would deter any sane person from feeling appetized. However, this was the first potential food item he had seen apart from flatbreads in a long time. And even if it were inedible, he yearned to indulge his taste buds, gazing at the withered grass. Li Chuyi ground his teeth in determination before abruptly beginning to dig fervently into the ground. Ziyuan was startled. Could it be that this chubby boy had truly lost his mind? As she contemplated whether to intervene and incapacitate this deranged individual, she suddenly heard him muttering angrily, "You are not wild vegetables. How dare you be so dark, tempting my appetite, deceiving my affections? I will uproot you, every last bit. No more shall you harm an innocent heart." Ziyuan regarded the boy, who was furiously digging like a wild boar, in speechless disbelief, before turning away to ignore him. After a frenzied effort, Li Chuyi finally unearthed the black, withered grass entirely. Holding it triumphantly in his hands, he couldn't help but chuckle with delight, only to suddenly remember the potential dangers lurking within the fog, and he swiftly suppressed his exuberant laughter into a satisfied chuckle. Yet, to the ears of Ziyuan, that laughter did not resonate as one of triumph. Instead, it bore the quality of a derisive chuckle. After reveling in her own beauty for quite some time, Li Chuyi finally deemed it sufficient and, with a flick of her wrist, stowed the withered grass into her storage bag. Just as she was about to embark in a new direction, a thought struck her, prompting her to turn and inquire of Ziyuan. "Can you see anything through this dense fog?" Ziyuan nodded, albeit with a hint of limitation. "I can scarcely see beyond 100 paces." At this revelation, Li Chuyi was filled with profound admiration, giving Ziyuan a thumbs up. It was worth noting that, despite possessing the yin-yang eye, she could only discern less than 50 paces, and fatigue only narrowed her vision further. Ziyuan, being a ghost cultivator, was truly gifted, capable of perceiving 100 paces in this suffocating fog of deathly energy. "Why don't you lead the way then? Your vision extends farther than mine, and should we encounter any landmarks, you would perceive them even if I cannot." Ziyuan shook her head slightly and replied, "It is better for you to proceed in front. The malevolent energy here is pervasive, and apart from this withered grass, the surroundings are indistinguishable. I can only see marginally farther than you. I prefer to remain behind, to prevent you from succumbing to another fit of madness and running off, ensuring you do not get lost." Li Chuyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was acutely aware that his previous state had been amiss. Had Ziyuan not alerted him to the presence of the black grass, he might have spiraled into a frenzy fueled by the mounting irritation within him. After a sheepish chuckle, Li Chuyi ceased further conversation. Closing his eyes, he began to spin in place while muttering, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, ghostly Taoist, manifest your presence and guide your precious disciple on the right path." After spinning for what felt like an eternity, and just as Ziyuan was beginning to feel dizzy, he abruptly halted, his body swaying as he raised a hand, pointing in a direction. "It's that way. We shall proceed in that direction." However, after taking a few steps, he noticed Ziyuan had remained stationary. Upon receiving a look of confusion from Li Chuyi, Ziyuan sighed in exasperation and gently massaged her forehead. That is the direction from whence we came. Ha. Well, I'm glad you're here. But I knew that was incorrect. I was merely testing you. Ahem. Let us go this way instead. Yes. We should head this way. I knew it. The Taoist guidance is utterly useless. Wherever it points, we ought to go the opposite way. Indeed, that's the way. With a face full of embarrassment and a flurry of nonsensical mutterings, Li Chuyi hurriedly set off in the opposite direction of his earlier indication. Having grown accustomed to Li Chuyi's temperament, Ziyuan shook her head in resignation and prepared to follow, but suddenly her gaze fixed upon a certain direction. Her foot froze in mid-step. Noticing that Ziyuan had not followed, Li Chuyi was puzzled and asked, "Hey, Ziyuan, you're not going to tell me that this path leads back to where we just came from, are you?" Ziyuan shook her head slightly. A hint of hesitation in her voice as she replied, "Over there, I think I spotted a rabbit." "A rabbit?" Li Chuyi echoed in confusion. But then realization dawned upon him, and his yin-yang eye illuminated with a vivid, eerie glow. Taking a deep breath, Li Chuyi ultimately could not restrain himself. Meet. Before the howl of a wolf had faded, Li Chuyi transformed into a blur of shadows, dashing towards the direction pointed out by Ziyuan. As they beheld the struggling rabbit in their hands, both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan widened their eyes in astonishment. They had anticipated that due to the rabbit's agility and alertness, capturing it would require considerable effort. However, to their surprise, seizing it proved to be effortless. It was not due to an enhancement in Li Chuyi's skills or swiftness, but rather because this rabbit had not even attempted to evade capture. In fact, upon noticing the frenzied approach of Li Chuyi, the rabbit charged at him, bearing its sharp fangs. Indeed, it was a mouthful of fangs. Were it not for its unmistakable rabbit-like appearance, Li Chuyi might have mistaken it for a rabid dog. This rabbit's fur was a deep, dark hue, with patches that were devoid of hair. Beneath these bare spots lay skin of a ghastly gray, reminiscent of a corpse. Moreover, it possessed a pair of blood-red eyes, not the typical bright red of an ordinary rabbit, but a sinister crimson that glinted with a malevolent light. Its front legs were short, yet its hind legs were robust, and the claws on its feet were long and black, glimmering ominously. Anyone who gazed upon them would be convinced that a single scratch would lead to dire consequences. Its mouth, split into 3 segments, revealed a terrifying array of fangs. Upon seeing these interlaced canines, Li Chuyi immediately recalled the striking apparition resembling a small lamb that he encountered in the Wuyang tomb, casting doubt on whether this rabbit was a distant relative of that creature. Most peculiar of all was the rabbit's movement. It was rigid and awkward, allowing Li Chuyi to capture it effortlessly. Yet, once caught, the rabbit thrashed violently, baring its fangs and attempting to bite Li Chuyi, but with its ears ensnared. All its struggles were in vain. Faced with this ferocious creature, Li Chuyi and Ziyuan instinctively thought, "Zombie." They exchanged glances, uttering the word in unison. After speaking, they fell silent, their eyes fixed on the rabbit that appeared to be a zombie. Suddenly, Li Chuyi drew a small knife and plunged it into the rabbit's heart. To his astonishment, the rabbit showed no signs of dying. Instead, it seemed to become even more agitated, thrashing with increased intensity. Goodness gracious, it truly is a zombie, Li Chuyi finally confirmed. This place was a land of the dead. It was not surprising to encounter zombies. However, a zombie rabbit was an entirely new experience for him, one he had never heard of before. Ziyuan furrowed her brow, remarking that unless it had been subjected to a ritual, even the Book of the Underworld bore no record of naturally occurring zombie rabbits. Such a feeble life form would be unable to withstand the transformation into a zombie upon the first encounter with death energy. It would disintegrate into a puddle of putrid fluid. What if the rabbit had cultivated into a spirit? If it were a rabbit demon, could it not endure the influx of death energy? Li Chuyi inquired. Ziyuan shook her head gently and remarked, "That seems highly improbable. If it were to cultivate into a spirit and become a demon cultivator, even in the transformation into a zombie, it would retain the form of a half-human, half-rabbit creature, or revert to its original body. Just look at this rabbit. It is quite diminutive, no larger than an ordinary rabbit. Have you ever encountered a demon cultivator with such a small original form? Moreover, if it truly were a demon cultivator, do you believe your skills would enable you to easily subdue it?" Li Chuyi, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I do not know." Ziyuan shook her head slightly in response. Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Observing the rabbit in his hands, he licked his lips and expressed with a peculiar tone, "At this moment, I am not concerned with how it became a zombie. I merely wish to ascertain if it is edible." After waiting in vain for Ziyuan's reply, He turned to find her staring at him with an expressionless visage, which made him feel quite deflated. It was merely a jest. This is a zombie. How could I possibly consume zombie flesh? That would be fatal, right? Ha, just a joke. Ha, just a joke. Ziyuan continued to gaze at him impassively. And after a protracted silence, she finally spoke. I am ready at any time to cultivate the Yin Ming volume with you. Rest assured. Li Chuyi promptly fell silent. Regarding the zombie rabbit in his grasp, he felt a sense of helplessness. Having caught such a creature, he could neither consume it nor release it, for it might bite him. At a loss for how to proceed, he pondered for a while before turning to Ziyuan to ask, what do you suggest we do? Ziyuan silently regarded the rabbit, contemplating for a considerable time before stating, I might possess a method to ascertain our current location. The Yin Ming volume contains a soul-capturing technique that allows one to penetrate another's spirit to gather information. Although this rabbit lacks significant intelligence, it should possess some memories. I could attempt to invade its mind and see if it recalls any useful information. Is that truly feasible? Li Chuyi inquired, nearly salivating with anticipation as he looked at Ziyuan. Could you teach me? Indeed, Ziyuan replied. Li Chuyi's face brightened with delight, but before he could utter another word, Ziyuan's cold voice interrupted, first, perish. Instantly, Li Chuyi's expression fell. He inwardly lamented the creator of the Yin Ming volume, wishing they had produced something more universally accessible and harmonious rather than fostering divisions among races. Ziyuan cast him a glance and said, I have dabbled in this soul-capturing technique, and while my cultivation level may not typically allow its application, this rabbit is neither a cultivator nor an ordinary being, so its spiritual resistance should not be exceedingly strong. I can give it a try. Is there a risk involved? If it poses a danger, then let it be. I certainly do not wish to see you harmed on account of this wretched rabbit, Li Chuyi expressed, his face etched with concern. Ziyuan felt a warmth in her heart. Although this little chubby fellow often acted strangely, he genuinely cared for her, treating her as family. This sentiment thawed the long-frozen corners of her heart, bringing forth a long-forgotten warmth. With a slight smile, Ziyuan reassured him, it will be fine, do not worry. Although I, too, have only just commenced my study of the ghostly arts, the deathly energy within me is indeed the genuine embodiment of decades of cultivation. Albeit I lack the skill to wield it. Guard me, as I prepare for what lies ahead. With that, Ziyuan settled into a meditative posture. Observing this, Li Chuyi refrained from further conversation. One hand held the rabbit, while the other remained poised, ready to act at any moment, his vigilance scanning the surroundings. Before long, Li Chuyi sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Ziyuan. This sensation was elusive yet undeniably present, instilling within him a profound sense of threat. He understood that this was likely due to Ziyuan's incomplete mastery of the soul-capturing technique, resulting in a potent energy that radiated around her, affecting those nearby. Silently invoking his own profound skills, Li Chuyi transformed the swirling dark energy within into a protective shield, enveloping his mind to safeguard his spirit. After a considerable time, Ziyuan suddenly opened her eyes, which glimmered with an enchanting, otherworldly light. Her lips parted slightly as she uttered a series of strange syllables. With her incantation, the brilliance in her gaze intensified. Ziyuan fixed her eyes upon the rabbit, which, upon meeting her gaze, gradually ceased its struggles, becoming eerily still. Gathering spirit, dispersing soul. The spirit unsettled, the soul-severing incantation. With a gentle utterance of the incantation, Ziyuan lifted a delicate finger and lightly tapped the center of the zombie rabbit's forehead. Instantly, her eyes transformed, mirroring the rabbit's blood-red hue. Li Chuyi recognized her success, yet just as relief washed over him, he was taken aback as a sinister expression overtook Ziyuan's face, and her ghostly form, seemingly indistinguishable from any mortal, began to waver, releasing tendrils of purple mist that dissipated into the air. This is bad. She has suffered a backlash. A sense of dread filled Li Chuyi. It was evident that the spell had failed and rebounded upon her. As Ziyuan's ghostly power coalesced from her deathly energy, she exuded waves of her own ominous aura. Had she possessed a corporeal form, she would likely be experiencing internal turmoil and stagnation of blood flow at this moment. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Li Chuyi's mind as he recalled all that he had learned in the past, yet he could not find a remedy to aid Ziyuan. Even if he had, his current level of cultivation would render him incapable of executing it. Moreover, even if he could manage a meager attempt, he would be hesitant to do so. As the Taoist had once warned, the two most perilous situations for a practitioner are the backlash from one's own spells and the turmoil of inner demons during cultivation. circumstances in which outsiders can seldom intervene. Unless their cultivation far surpasses that of the afflicted, their attempts to assist may only exacerbate the chaos, potentially endangering themselves. Just as Li Chuyi found himself at an impasse, Ziyuan suddenly regained clarity in her gaze, deftly forming a hand seal to forcefully terminate her own spell. A dense plume of purple mist escaped her lips, and though she appeared weary, her eyes now sparkled with lucidity. A Taoist robe was cast over the zombie rabbit, immobilizing it. Li Chuyi hurried to her side. Concern etched across his face, and urgently inquired, "How are you? Where does it hurt? What can I do to assist you?" Seeing the palpable worry on Li Chuyi's face warmed Ziyuan's heart. A faint smile graced her lips as she replied, "I am well enough. There is no serious harm. Merely a slight internal injury, and with some rest and recuperation, I should be just fine." Seeing that Ziyuan was unharmed, Li Chuyi couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. He then fixed a profound gaze upon her, his expression unusually solemn, and declared, "From now on, you must refrain from undertaking actions without assurance, especially those matters where I am unable to assist should complications arise. Such actions are strictly forbidden." Observing Li Chuyi's earnestness, Ziyuan contemplated speaking but was overwhelmed by a warm sensation within her, prompting her to nod obediently for the first time. "I will heed your words." Upon witnessing Ziyuan's agreement, Li Chuyi nodded in return, choosing not to elaborate further. "Now, have you made any discoveries?" Ziyuan nodded and proceeded to recount her findings derived from the memories of the zombie rabbit. Earlier, when Ziyuan had placed her finger upon the rabbit's brow, she had felt a stir within her spirit, and the moment she entered its mind, she was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Contrary to her expectations, although the rabbit had transformed into a zombie with no defenses over its psyche, its mind was saturated with a palpable malevolence. The moment she entered, she was surrounded by this crimson aura of brutality, which incessantly eroded her consciousness. Unprepared, Ziyuan was immediately besieged by this ferocity. Her heart flooded with desires for madness and slaughter. Yet, she was no longer the spectral figure devoid of understanding in her previous life. After a fleeting moment of turmoil, she swiftly channeled the scriptures from the Yin Yang scroll, fortifying her spirit and ensuring her mind would not succumb to chaos. After several attempts, she finally managed to regain control over her essence. While she could not entirely fend off the malevolent aura, she could at least hold her ground. Aware that her endurance was limited, she understood that prolonging her stay would inevitably lead to her becoming a mindless creature, akin to the zombie rabbit. Driven solely by the urge to kill, time was of the essence, and Ziyuan promptly began to delve into the rabbit's memories. The recollections of this zombie rabbit were starkly simplistic. Apart from a few remnants of its former life, digging, grazing, and mating, the majority consisted of a frenzied bloodlust, an instinctual drive to seek out living beings to slay. However, in this desolate realm, suffused with deathly energy, no life existed for it to hunt, leaving its memories largely filled with aimless wandering amidst the pervasive gloom, reminiscent of the monotonous and repetitive path Li Chuyi had traversed with her previously. The sole dissimilar scene depicted the rabbit unexpectedly spotting a plump figure darting swiftly, emanating an aura that repulsed and enraged it, compelling an instinctual charge towards the figure with the intent to kill. That figure was none other than Li Chuyi. After a prolonged search yielding no valuable clues, Ziyuan felt her resistance waning. If she continued to press on, it would not be long before the malevolent energy consumed her. Disheartened, she prepared to withdraw from the rabbit's mind. At that moment, an unusual scene unfolded before her. Ziyuan quickly halted, focusing her attention on this distinct vision. In the imagery, the rabbit had been wandering through the miasma of death for an indeterminate time, until one day it inadvertently stepped into a realm unlike any it had encountered before. Unlike other places filled with gray sand and stones, the ground here is paved with unknown black tiles. Among the gaps between the tiles, patches of dark, withered grass emerged, reminiscent of the blackened grass the two had just discovered. Strangely, within this area, there is no fog thick with stagnant energy. The eerie, pallid light that spills down from the empty sky allows for a distant view. Through the rabbit's eyes, Ziyuan was astonished to discern a faint black object in the far reaches of this area. After scrutinizing it for a while, Ziyuan was convinced that, if her eyes did not deceive her, it was likely an altar. Gazing upon this altar, Ziyuan could deeply sense the rabbit's overwhelming desire for it, yet simultaneously, she felt an innate terror emanating from the black-tiled ground, as if these tiles posed a lethal threat to the already zombified rabbit. Thus, despite its intense yearning, the rabbit dared not advance even a single step further. Ziyuan wished to observe further, but the tremors resonating from her spirit warned her that she could linger no longer. Hastily, she rifled through the rabbit's memories to ascertain the general location of the strange area. Once she obtained the information, she promptly enacted a spell to withdraw her consciousness and retreated. As she recounted the events, reflecting on her own actions, it was no wonder that Li Chuyi appeared so fearful, insisting on her assurances. Even Ziyuan found it hard to believe her own recklessness, feeling a twinge of regret afterward. It was no surprise that this soul-binding technique required such stringent cultivation. She was but a naive novice, unafraid of danger. Had she misstepped or reacted even slightly slower, she might have succumbed to the malice, becoming a bloodthirsty monster akin to the zombified rabbit. Stealing a glance at Li Chuyi, Ziyuan silently resolved that unless absolutely necessary, she would never again engage in such perilous endeavors. Unbeknownst to her, Li Chuyi fell into deep contemplation after hearing her account. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. "There is no choice. We must venture forth to investigate. Wandering aimlessly may very well lead us to remain trapped here for eternity. My provisions are dwindling, and if we tarry too long, we risk succumbing to starvation rather than the stagnant energy. I have no desire to begin cultivating the netherworld tome at such a tender age." After a brief pause, he continued, "That black altar you mentioned may well be our sole path to escape. It could be the very teleportation array that Xu Etching from Taishu Palace spoke of. Regardless, we must ascertain its nature. However, if even these nearly indestructible zombified rabbits fear that area, as a ghostly entity, it may pose unknown perils for you as well." Ziyuan nodded in response, saying, "Do not worry. If any danger arises, I shall retreat into the demon-subduing mirror. With the mirror's protection, even if that region harbors oddities, I shall remain unharmed. Yet, what if that area also poses a threat to you as a human cultivator? Even in the absence of harm, if one were to encounter peril while delving deeper, could you truly resolve it with your solitary strength?" Ziyuan spoke, and Li Chuyi had certainly contemplated this. However, there was no alternative. Having been trapped here for an indeterminate number of days, this obsidian altar might very well be his sole escape. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to investigate. Thus, trembling, Li Chuyi spat onto the ground, exclaiming defiantly, "The boat will surely reach the bridge. Let us proceed and see." Moreover, with so many formidable experts surrounding him, what could mere formations accomplish? He had previously braved the void and forcefully traversed spatial rifts, surviving countless dangers. This indicated that fortune favored him. Perhaps the so-called ominous black zone would not be his demise either. With that, he threw his head back and howled to the heavens. Endless is the universe. May the Taoist bless me. May I enjoy eternal fortune, living as long as the heavens. No, longer than the heavens. Observing Li Chuyi's unique self-encouragement, Ziyuan shook her head in resignation, internally sighing. He lost it again. Glancing at the zombie rabbit immobilized by the talisman, Ziyuan inquired softly, "What shall we do with this rabbit?" Infused with a newfound bravado from his self-motivation, Li Chuyi waved his hand without a moment's thought. "Let us kill it and feast." "Very well." Ziyuan nodded expressionlessly, preparing to take action. At that moment, Li Chuyi realized his misstep and quickly pulled her back. "No, you misunderstood. I meant to say, let us burn it for a spiritual release. You heard wrong. Who could eat zombie meat?" "Ha ha ha." Ziyuan turned her head away, choosing not to engage further. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Li Chuyi began to rummage through his storage pouch, skillfully laying out an array of tools, bells, wooden swords, sticky rice, and candles aplenty. Finally, Ziyuan, who had always despised ritualistic practices, could no longer contain herself and coldly remarked, "Could you be any slower? Do you need me to fetch an incense altar for you?" "No need. No need. It's merely a habit." Li Chuyi quickly waved his hand, acknowledging that he had indeed gone too far, though this habit was cultivated from his previous days of earning alongside the Taoist. Hastily, he stowed away his tools, leaving only a wooden sword in hand. He began to circle the zombie rabbit, reciting incantations as he waved the sword intermittently. Ultimately, amidst Ziyuan's growing impatience, Li Chuyi thrust the wooden sword forward, lightly tapping the talisman on the zombie rabbit. "Command the spirits, hasten its rebirth." The talisman responded with a burst of flames, enveloping the zombie rabbit in a fiery embrace. Before long, only a handful of white ash remained on the ground. In the stillness of the desolate land, faint voices pierced the silence. "Admit it. Your spiritual release was solely effective due to that talisman. Everything else is mere nonsense," a cold female voice stated. "Who says that? You simply do not understand. That talisman is indeed crucial, but without my incantation, what use is it to burn just a talisman? Do you think this is merely about roasting a rabbit? A dissatisfied male voice retorted, sounding youthful, perhaps no more than a teenager. Enough of this. This place is perilous, and you squandered so much time on this futile ritual. I am a specter, and thus have no fear, but you, a mere child barely sprouted a beard, are you not concerned about summoning all manner of fiends? The woman scoffed coldly. What do I have to fear? As for demons and spirits, I have 6 by my side, 5 small and 1 large. Together we could play a game of hawk and chicks. And besides, if any malevolent entities were to approach, with your century of cultivation, those little ghosts would surely kneel and call you elder sister. The youth replied nonchalantly. The woman, upon hearing this, became immediately irate and demanded, Wretch, whom do you refer to as an old ghost? Ah, that was a slip of the tongue. I was merely extolling your prowess. Do not misunderstand. He hastily flattered. You are none other than the most youthful and enchanting specter in the realm, Sister Zun. Satisfied at last, the woman let out a soft huff and spared him further ire. These two were none other than Li Chuyi and Zun, trapped in this desolate place. Secretly wiping away a cold sweat, Li Chuyi mused. The Taoist was indeed correct. Across the world, be it human, ghost, or demon, females detest being called old. Even an elderly lady with but a few teeth remaining must not be referred to as such, lest one faces dire consequences. Stealing a glance at Zun and noticing her anger had dissipated, Li Chuyi felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly shifted the topic. Beautiful Sister Zun, are you certain we are headed in the correct direction? We have been walking for quite a while. Why have we not yet arrived? With that, Li Chuyi rummaged through his belongings and produced a piece of bread, gnawed into the shape of a turtle, taking a hearty bite before continuing. I have already consumed 10 meals, counting this one. That makes 11. With 3 meals a day, according to regular dietary customs, we have been traveling for nearly 4 days. Are you quite sure of our course? Zun cast him a sidelong glance and replied coldly, First, this is what I gleaned from the memories of that zombie rabbit. Unless its recollections are false, our direction is indeed correct. Secondly, 3 meals a day is the standard for ordinary folk, not for you. If memory serves, you have devoured as many as 7 meals in a day without concern for your own well-being. Lastly, I do not indulge in trivial pursuits, and I have no reason to lead you in circles. Do not presume I would dally as you do, burning a zombie rabbit while fussing over some form of atonement. Had you not delayed us, we might have arrived by now. Li Chuyi's face fell, and with a resigned tone, he replied, All right, I concede you are not at fault. I merely sought to engage you in conversation, fearing that silence might lead me to madness as before, which would be most unfortunate. Zun replied indifferently, I am not fond of idle chatter. Were it not for the fear of your losing your wits, do you think I would converse with you so extensively? But must we not discuss the ritual of atonement? You know this process was taught by the Taoist. I have always adhered to it. If you must assign blame, direct it at the Taoist. The recitation of that scripture is indispensable. Otherwise, how could it be called atonement? Simply burning it is easy. But that is merely cremation or barbecue, not atonement. Li Chuyi protested. Regardless, I find it somewhat pretentious. The primary concern lies with that symbol. After speaking, I cast a glance at Li Chuyi and continued. Moreover, whether it is genuine or not, this matter serves to stimulate you, keeping your mind active and significantly reducing the likelihood of descending into madness. Simultaneously, provoking you brings me considerable joy, although I am not fond of conversation. I find myself compelled to engage with you incessantly. Thus, if I can derive personal happiness while conversing with you, why should I refrain? Often, one's own joy is predicated upon the suffering of others. Li Chuyi had come to deeply comprehend this sentiment expressed by the Taoist. Furthermore, he had gained profound insight into another of the Taoist's remarks. Women, and indeed the entire female populace, are not to be trifled with lightly. Resigned, Li Chuyi could only engage in a somewhat disjointed dialogue with Zun, or rather, be provoked by her. After much contemplation, he remained puzzled as to how he had offended Zun, entirely unaware that the seeds of this conflict had been sown long ago in the scripture pavilion at Wuyangtum. Initially, Zun had been subjected to 3 consecutive days of questioning by Li Chuyi. Now presented with an opportunity, how could she refrain from a minor act of retribution? Just as Li Chuyi felt on the brink of madness from the monotonous environment, it was as if a curtain had been drawn aside, revealing a landscape of black stone tiles underfoot, dispelling the ever-present grayish-white. Gazing into the distance at a shadow that protruded from the ground, Li Chuyi exchanged glances with Zun. They both recognized that they had arrived. Do you feel anything amiss? Li Chuyi inquired. Ziyuan stepped lightly upon the black earth, took a moment to close her eyes and feel, then returned. Nothing particularly wrong, just a slight sense of oppression, as if a heavy stone rests upon my heart. She replied. Li Chuyi nodded, taking a few steps forward himself. Upon stepping onto the dark ground, he felt only a sensation of increased weight. I too feel no issues. Merely a sense of heaviness in my body, he stated. Examining the distant shadow more closely, Li Chuyi commented, that is indeed an altar, and it appears to be quite substantial, visible even from this great distance. Yet, I wonder what is being worshipped there and whether it holds the key to our return home. After a brief silence, Li Chuyi's expression turned serious. Regardless, we must investigate. Let us proceed. He glanced at Ziyuan and added, if you experience any discomfort, retreat to the demon-subduing mirror. Do not endure unnecessarily. Ziyuan nodded in agreement. The two cautiously advanced, ever vigilant for unexpected occurrences. However, after walking for some time without incident, their previously taut nerves began to relax slightly. Just then, as Li Chuyi lifted one foot to step forward, he suddenly felt an immense pulling force emanating from the ground, compelling him to stomp down hard, causing his body to sway dangerously forward. Ziyuan swiftly seized him, pulling him back with a forceful tug. Li Chuyi, who had fallen to the ground, gazed at the seemingly unremarkable terrain ahead, then glanced at the corroded soles of his shoes, his face suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the two had remained vigilant and proceeded with caution. Had they walked any faster, he might have plunged into that eerie ground, wiping away the cold sweat. Li Chuyi examined the smooth black surface around them, searching for a pebble but finding none. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a small chess piece from his storage pouch, one he had previously played with the Taoist, and tossed it forward. The stone chess piece sailed through the air, its descent gradually slowing. But upon reaching the ominous ground ahead, it was abruptly seized by an invisible force and yanked downwards. Upon striking the ground, it emitted puffs of green smoke and hissed ominously before vanishing completely, as though devoured by the earth, leaving no trace behind. My heavens, how sinister! Li Chuyi grimaced. Let us navigate around it, Ziyuan said, her expression grave. Li Chuyi nodded, producing a handful of stones, and the two began to move sideways, casting a chess piece every so often. The pieces continuously melded into the ground, and they had traversed quite a distance. Just as they were nearing the end of their supply, one chess piece arched gracefully through the air, landing on the ground where it bounced a few times before coming to a halt. Thankfully, they had not been completely ensnared. Wiping his brow, Li Chuyi nodded to Ziyuan, and they cautiously advanced, their steps becoming even slower and more deliberate. As they progressed, the earth unveiled countless surprises. Beyond the previously encountered ground that devoured objects whole, various traps emerged incessantly. Some surfaces unleashed a barrage of black energy blades, shredding anything in their path. Others featured patches of blackened grass that would suddenly surge forth, ensnaring anything that passed by. In an instant, the black grass would retract into the ground, taking with it whatever had been ensnared, yet others behaved as if alive, roaring when something crossed over, pulverizing everything above it. What terrified the two most was the ground that could manipulate one's consciousness. This type of terrain showed no reaction to inanimate objects, but as soon as they stepped upon it, an eerie force would invade their minds, attempting to seize control. Had it not been for Ziyuan's prior experience, allowing her to react swiftly and pull the dazed Li Chuyi back, they might have met their demise there. The perils they faced kept them on edge, fearful of encountering such treacherous ground again. They secured a rope around their waists, entering areas that were unresponsive to inanimate objects one after the other, ensuring they did not both fall prey simultaneously. Under Li Chuyi's insistence, he always took the lead, which warmed Ziyuan's icy heart ever so slightly. After navigating around a swamp-like expanse, Li Chuyi finally collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Alas, it seems there is nothing left to discard, Li Chuyi lamented, rummaging through his storage bag. Throughout their journey, in the pursuit of exploration, he had discarded everything he could. Even some silver and copper coins he had secretly stashed away. Now, the storage bag contained only provisions and a few magical artifacts. Should they continue on, he would be left with no choice but to part with these precious items. What shall we do? Ziyuan echoed his frustration. As a female specter, she did not carry the trifles that humans often possess. Her attire formed solely from the ethereal essence of her own spectral energy, leaving her with no alternatives. The provisions are indispensable. If I were to discard them, I would surely perish from hunger. As for the other treasures, even if I were to relinquish them, I could not do so more than a few times. With a furrowed brow, Li Chuyi continued to sift through his storage bag. Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration struck him as he withdrew a long sword wrapped in beast hide, precisely the blade he had extorted from the formation spirit at the Five-Goat Tomb's scripture pavilion. Gazing upon the sword, he recalled the Taoist's words that this weapon contained stardust iron and could accommodate more than half of a Taoist's cultivation level. It must be extraordinarily sturdy. Comparing the Taoist's diminished power to the treacherous perils of this ominous realm, Li Chuyi deduced that even a half-empowered Taoist would pose a greater threat. Surely the various bizarre traps of this dark abyss would not easily compromise the sword. If it were to be damaged, so be it. After all, treasures, though splendid, pale in comparison to the value of one's life. With a firm grip, he unsheathed the sword from its beast hide scabbard and cautiously prodded the ground, which could instantaneously transform into a morass of darkness. The blade's tip pierced the inky surface and was quickly withdrawn. Bringing the blade to his nose for inspection, he was astonished to find that the malevolent mire, which had swiftly devoured the silver coins he had discarded, had left no mark on the beast hide sword. It remained gleaming and pristine. With a sigh of relief, Li Chuyi signaled to Zi Yuan and, brandishing the sword, pressed onward. The presence of the sword allowed them to sense potential dangers ahead, eliminating the need for the lengthy process of probing their way through treacherous terrain as they had done previously. Their pace quickened significantly. Yet Li Chuyi gazed at the beast hide sword with growing sorrow. He mourned the items he had cast away, his cherished chess pieces handcrafted by the Taoist, a comb, a mirror, shoes, socks, and even his bedding. Most painfully, he lamented the handful of silver and copper coins he had painstakingly saved. The acute sting of their loss pierced his heart. Fortunately, he had managed to retain 50 taels hidden within his trousers. Li Chuyi murmured, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Zi Yuan shot him a perplexed glance and inquired, "When you traversed the spatial rift to arrive here, did you not emerge in tatters? If I am not mistaken, this very attire was donned with my assistance." Upon hearing her words, Li Chuyi stood there, momentarily speechless. Zi Yuan gazed at him in astonishment, her expression shifting suddenly as she feared he had once again wandered into that beguiling realm of consciousness. With a firm tug, she pulled him back. Li Chuyi, yanked off his feet, landed on the ground, staring blankly at Zi Yuan. Suddenly, his lips quivered, and he let out a wail. "Damn that Yen! My money! My money! Wah!" Zi Yuan was instantly engulfed in a wave of frustration. This little chubby fellow had lost his mind again. After a prolonged outburst, Li Chuyi finally cried enough, his sobs subsiding. Wiping his tears, he rose with a grim expression, glaring at the sky, and bitterly declared, "Damn that Yen! Just you wait. The day I master my cultivation, I shall annihilate you. All the men shall be slain, and the women shall be sent to the Taoist priests for purification. All the treasury's riches will be seized. 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 It's all mine." After his tirade, he turned to find Zi Yuan regarding him with a look of incredulity. Li Chuyi's chubby face flushed slightly. He fell silent and hurriedly brandished his sword, striding ahead. Thus, they continued on their journey, unknowingly traversing half the distance, while the massive altar in the distance gradually came into clearer view. Gazing at the obsidian altar, Li Chuyi plopped down onto the ground, exhaustion etched across his face. "I can't go on. I can't move anymore," he lamented. Zi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. She too was at her limit. The oppressive aura emanating from the ghostly presence around them surged in waves, with occasional wisps of purple energy dispersing, akin to perspiration. Their inability to proceed was not due to physical fatigue, but rather the overwhelming pressure imposed by the dark terrain. Initially, upon entering, although he felt a slight heaviness in his body, Li Chuyi dismissed it, as such pressure posed no significant challenge to him. Zi Yuan felt similarly. Despite the weight in her heart resembling a heavy stone, it was manageable. However, as they delved deeper, the burden upon them intensified. After traversing a quarter of the distance, Li Chuyi had already begun to circulate his internal energy to resist the pressure. Now, at their current location, he was exerting every ounce of strength to withstand it. This was his limit. Should they proceed further, not only would the ceaseless traps pose a threat, but the pressure itself could lead to his demise. Similarly, Zi Yuan felt the strain. Although she hadn't reached her absolute limit, she was perilously close. The weight in her heart had become unbearably heavy, to the point where her ethereal form felt on the verge of bursting. She understood that if she continued, it could lead to her obliteration, even risking the annihilation of her very soul. "What shall we do?" Zi Yuan inquired. Li Chuyi remained silent for a moment before responding. "Let us observe first. If it proves untenable, we shall retrace our steps. We can already discern the altar's features. Let us see if there are any formations resembling a teleportation array. If there are, we can devise a means to navigate it. Ziyuan regarded him with astonishment. You understand formations? Li Chuyi nodded slightly. I have a rudimentary knowledge, having accompanied Taoist priests in the past and gleaned some insights. Are you familiar with teleportation arrays? Ziyuan inquired once more. I am not, Li Chuyi replied, shaking his head. He observed Ziyuan's furrowed brow and added, however, I can look it up. The Taoist gifted me a tome titled Qian Kuan Bai Wu, which contains a section dedicated to array formations. I had previously neglected it due to a lack of interest. But given the renown of the teleportation array, I believe it must be documented within. With that, Li Chuyi retrieved a slender volume from his storage pouch and began to peruse its pages under Ziyuan's astonished gaze. In the western borders of Daiyan lies a notable region known as the Eternal Rainforest. This vast expanse nearly spans the majority of the western border, its dense foliage obstructing much of the sunlight and casting a perpetual twilight within. Only the sporadic beams filtering through the canopy offer a glimpse of visibility amidst the pervasive gloom. The atmosphere in the dimly lit forest is stifling and humid. Thick layers of decaying leaves, mingled with various carcasses, accumulate upon the forest floor, emanating a nauseating stench that is difficult to articulate. Some of the decomposed matter inexplicably releases colorful mists, which waft through the steamy rainforest. Most of these vapors are equally repugnant, yet a few possess surprisingly pleasant scents that can evoke an addictive allure. However, should you find yourself believing that these agreeable mists contribute positively to your physical and mental well-being, congratulations, for you are already condemned. These diverse and fragrant vapors are collectively known as miasma. The notorious beauty of miasma is well recognized, and the reason the eternal rainforest serves as a natural barrier for Daiyan is that its miasma is lethal not only to ordinary individuals, but also poses a deadly threat to practitioners of the mystical arts, with even some of its alluring miasmas capable of dispatching these formidable beings. Despite its reputation as a life-averse zone, the eternal rainforest is not devoid of life. Although inhospitable to humans and most beastly creatures, it is a veritable paradise for numerous venomous insects and ferocious beasts. These creatures, inherently fond of the hot and humid environment, often possess lethal toxins. For them, what is a deadly miasma to others is, in fact, a source of vitality. For countless millennia, generations of these beings have inhabited the rainforest, carving it into numerous uncharted territories, each fiercely guarding its domain. Should any intruder dare to trespass, they would immediately launch a ferocious assault, determined to annihilate or expel the offender. To them, the rainforest resembles a realm of feudal lords, each reigning over their own kingdom, governed by their own laws. Yet, these laws were recently disrupted. Deep within the rainforest, a thunderous roar reverberated, followed by an unprecedented gust of wind that swept through, dispersing the miasma and humidity. The invisible pressure carried by this wind sent the inhabitants of the rainforest into a state of panic, prompting them to either flee in terror or cower in their nests, shivering in fear. As the tempest subsided, tranquility gradually returned to the rainforest. Trembling with trepidation, the residents began to cautiously emerge from their shelters, gingerly resuming their lives. Blissfully unaware, they found solace in the mere presence of their territory. However, for some sentient beings, the narrative was quite different. With an understanding of curiosity and fear, they ventured beyond their domains, racing towards the source of the tremendous noise. Driven by the desire to uncover the cause of the devastation that had befallen their homes, they traversed the path filled with both trepidation and intrigue, yet remarkably maintained a profound silence. Whether it was the ferocious beasts, known for their propensity to roar at the slightest provocation, or the timid insects and serpents that could only muster faint rustlings, all were united in their effort to remain quiet. Even rival predators, upon encountering one another, refrained from their usual violent confrontations, opting instead for a display of bared teeth and low growls as a warning before parting ways, each continuing forward. For ahead lay an even greater threat, shrouded in mystery. As they crossed through the rainforest and arrived at the site of the explosion, the sight that met their eyes left them utterly astounded. The familiar rainforest had vanished, replaced by an eerie expanse that seemed to have been stripped bare. Mighty trees lay cleaved in half, some uprooted entirely. Amidst the shattered remnants of flora, fragments of insectoid and beastly limbs could be spotted, whispering tales of the horror that had transpired here. This surreal tableau caused the approaching venomous creatures and ferocious beasts to halt in place, exchanging wary glances, none daring to step further into the ominous zone. They were gripped by fear, apprehensive that to venture forth would result in joining the ranks of those dismembered remains. Although fear would typically compel them to flee, their newfound curiosity and desire anchored them in place. Awakened to the longing for power and the quest for the force capable of annihilating all, even if only a fragment of it, they found themselves in a quandary. Ultimately, guided by instinct, they made a pivotal choice: to remain still and observe the unfolding events. They awaited the first brave soul willing to tread into the unknown. Only after the inaugural entrant had proven the area safe would they dare to follow, in search of that which could enhance their strength. This, indeed, was wisdom, a gift bestowed upon those endowed with reason and the capacity for thought. Yet, it was also their lament. For their sagacity was insufficient to grasp a fundamental truth: the first to take the plunge often reaps the greatest rewards. Time slipped by, and on that fateful day, a sudden sound pierced the sky. The restless predators, having awaited this moment with growing impatience, immediately glanced upward. In the heavens, an elderly figure clad in a cerulean robe descended, riding upon an enormous brown gourd. Had Li Chuyi been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized this gourd, as it bore a striking resemblance to that of a Taoist priest. However, unlike the weathered and battered gourd of the priest, which paled in comparison even to a beggar's flask, the elder's gourd exuded a smooth sheen, glimmering with an otherworldly radiance, unmistakably a remarkable artifact of great significance. Soon, the gourd whisked the elder to the edge of the clearing, where he cast a fleeting glance at the myriad of insect beasts below, all staring up at him in unison. Without so much as a pause, he soared directly towards the center of the glade. Below, the venomous creatures that had been waiting for an eternity were taken aback by the audacity of this newcomer who dared to venture into their territory and, astonishingly, remained unscathed. Oblivious to the distinction between flight and running, they surged forward as if summoned by a battle cry, scrambling in a frenzied rush. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the horde of beasts surged forth, their minds clouded by confusion regarding their objective. Yet, an inkling of instinctual wisdom compelled them to follow the enigmatic figure in the sky. For this peculiar beast had boldly crossed into their realm without hesitation, undoubtedly driven by a significant discovery. By merely trailing behind him, they sensed they were on the right path. Thus, a surreal tableau unfolded in the clearing of the rainforest. An elder clad in a blue robe strode forward, while a multitude of beasts trailed closely behind. From a distance, it appeared as though this elder had committed some heinous act to incite the wrath of these ferocious creatures. Or perhaps these beasts were mere pets to him, creating an extraordinarily bizarre scene. What foolish creatures! The elder mused with a slight chuckle as he glanced back at his followers. Disregarding them, he turned his gaze forward, fingers deftly manipulating a Taoist seal. His eyes gently closed as he attuned himself to the surrounding energies. Suddenly, his expression shifted subtly. He opened his eyes and focused on a particular point ahead. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he exclaimed, "Found it! This is the place." Had Li Chuyi been present, he would have instantly recognized that this location marked the very rift in space that had drawn him into the void. "Dear friend, I hope you are still alive. It would be a shame for me to have exerted such effort in search of you," the elder thought, as a gentle breeze swept by, causing his robe to billow and revealing a token at his waist, adorned with an intricate design of a cauldron and inscribed with the words 100 calamities. This elder was none other than Jing Yi, the venerable patriarch of the Taishu Void, known as the 100 Calamities Taoist. Several days prior, during a period of secluded cultivation, he had received a report from Lu Hong, the current leader of Taishu Void, regarding the events at the Wuyang tomb. Although he felt a surge of joy upon learning that his disciples had returned safely, he was acutely aware of the perilous game of fate, and any losses among his students would elicit only a quiet sorrow within him. However, upon hearing the account from Xueqing, detailing the circumstances and her speculations about the identity of the Taoist who had rescued them, the 100 Calamities Taoist realized that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. Learning that the Taoist had intended to seek him out but was delayed due to these events, as well as his desire to entrust his disciples to the elder's care, filled him with a sense of urgency, especially with one of his own students now lost to the void, their fate uncertain. The 100 Calamities Taoist understood that he must embark on this journey. Their shared history and his duty to safeguard his disciples compelled him to locate the Taoist's apprentice. Regardless of the outcome, whether life or death, he was determined to seek them out, for he was resolute that he would either find them alive or discover their remains. In his heart, he comprehended one essential truth. With the unreasonable and obstinate temperament of the Taoist priest, should he neglect his disciple, when the priest finally extends his hand to seek him out. It is likely that not only the Taisu Palace but also the Tianmin Mountain would be obliterated by the wrathful Taoist, gazing at the sky before him. Feeling the lingering resonance of the spatial rifts, the 100 Calamities Taoist could not help but mutter a low curse. This old rascal, always stirring up trouble in the past, and now, in his advanced years, still manages to attract chaos. Moreover, he expects me to clean up after him. If he wishes to go mad, then so be it. But to create such a mess that he loses even his own disciple, and still expects me to find him. Truly a scoundrel. Were this to be overheard by Li Chuyi, he would undoubtedly regard the 100 Calamities Taoist as a kindred spirit, for indeed, the Taoist's words ring true. After cursing for a while, the 100 Calamities Taoist seemed to calm down. Looking at the ethereal remnants of the void and helplessly stating, "What use is it to scold him? He is not here and cannot hear me. Alas! I must first attend to my duties." With a divination plate retrieved from his robe, the 100 Calamities Taoist began to sense the ethereal echoes while calculating with his hands, the plate occasionally pointing in various directions. After a considerable time, the plate suddenly flickered with a faint light, trembling slightly as the illumination condensed into a needle-like form, indicating a direction. The 100 Calamities Taoist immediately focused his gaze upon it. "I have found it." Following the direction indicated by the plate, he soared forward on his gourd. He halted only when the light needle of the plate became increasingly short, finally condensing into a mere point. Thankfully, the time taken was not excessively long, and the deviation was minimal. Had it led him deep into the Yin realm, even he would have been at a loss. Sighing in relief, the 100 Calamities Taoist stowed the divination plate away. Observing the emptiness of the sky before him, he settled cross-legged, repeatedly casting several Taoist seals. With a final sweeping motion of his hand, a dark rift manifested before him. The ominous crack exuded a powerful force of attraction, yet it bore no effect on the 100 Calamities Taoist. Even the robes draping his form remained undisturbed. However, the ferocious beasts trailing him from below erupted into chaos. Sensing the rift's seemingly insatiable hunger to devour all, along with the profound terror it instilled in their very souls, the once bloodthirsty beasts, their eyes now even more crimson from fear, turned tail and fled with a speed surpassing their earlier approach. Meanwhile, some of the weaker beasts had already succumbed to terror, collapsing in place, frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness. Observing the pandemonium below, the 100 Calamities Taoist could not help but remark, "Foolish creatures, utterly devoid of wits." Afterward, he glanced skyward, as if struck by a thought, and sighed softly, murmuring in a voice only he could hear, "Yet, do we, in the eyes of others, appear as brainless as these fledgling beasts?" After a prolonged silence, shaking his head slightly, the 100 Calamities Taoist chuckled softly. "What does it matter? Overthinking serves no purpose. Did that rascal not say, 'When others laugh at my foolishness, do I not see them as fools in return?' Now, to attend to the matter at hand. Let us hope that young friend of mine is still alive." With a gentle smile, the 100 Tribulations Taoist urged the gourd, which then vanished into the crevice. As he entered, the fissure gradually closed. Observing the sky restored to its former glory, the myriad beasts on the ground, though astonished, wasted no time in hastily fleeing. After all, who could predict whether that great chasm might reappear? Henceforth, they would never return to this place, even at the cost of their lives. While power is enticing, the preservation of life is of paramount importance. Consequently, a forbidden zone emerged within this ancient rainforest, a realm where all beasts retreated, none daring to enter. In time, adventurers who ventured into this ancient rainforest established this open space as their resting area, leading to its subsequent prosperity. However, the instigators were blissfully unaware of this outcome. In the void, as the fissure slowly sealed, a cerulean figure materialized, none other than the 100 Tribulations Taoist, who had come in pursuit of Li Chuyi. Gazing into the pitch-black void, he could not help but furrow his brow. According to Mu Xueqing, that young child appeared to be merely in his teens. Even if he had begun cultivating from the womb, his prowess could only amount to a decade's worth of training at most, placing him at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. Yet, Mu Xueqing sensed that the child was on the verge of forming his Dao pill. Even if we assume he has successfully completed this process and reached the Dao pill stage, the chances of survival in this void, even with that old rascal as protection, would not exceed 20%. It is vital to understand that the dangers of this void are such that even cultivators at the nascent soul, or even divine soul stages, would face certain death. After silently contemplating for a long while, the 100 Tribulations Taoist shook his head slightly and murmured, "One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Regardless, I must arrive at a conclusion." Resolute in his decision, he retrieved the divination board and began to calculate in silence once more. Following the board's guidance, he appeared to wander aimlessly, but if one were to correlate his path with Li Chuyi's erratic drift in the void, it would become evident that he traversed the very locations previously navigated by Li Chuyi. Ultimately, when the 100 Tribulations Taoist reached the spot where Li Chuyi had entered the deadly spatial crevice, the light needle on the divination board coalesced into a singular point of illumination. Observing the void before him, the 100 Tribulations Taoist's brow furrowed slightly. This is peculiar. Why does it end here? He pondered. Could it have been swallowed by another spatial fissure, or perhaps rescued by someone else? Deep in thought, he suddenly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the atmosphere around him. After some time, he opened his eyes, yet his brow was now knitted even more tightly. Strange. There are no remnants of spatial resonance whatsoever. How is this possible? It is as if he simply vanished upon arriving here. How can that be? Puzzled, a flicker of realization ignited within the 100 Tribulations Taoist's mind. With a swift motion, an ancient tortoiseshell and 3 copper coins materialized in his hands, resembling the tools of a fortune teller from the mortal realm. Gazing at the items in his grasp, he contemplated inwardly. My understanding of the art of divination is but superficial. It is not my forte. Yet, considering this juvenile with shallow cultivation, it is apparent that even if he cannot discern the complete outcome, I can at least calculate his fate. Thus, after placing the copper coins into the tortoise shell, the Taoist of 100 calamities shook it 6 times and ultimately derived an omen. Gazing at this symbol, he pondered for a considerable time, until astonishment overtook his features. He suddenly lifted his head, casting a profound gaze into the void before him. The child still breathed, yet here, astonishingly, a formation existed. Observing the seemingly ordinary expanse of emptiness, the Taoist found it hard to fathom who could have inscribed a formation in this void, one so subtle that even he had failed to perceive it. It is known that while the art of formations is not his primary focus, he possesses considerable expertise. Given his cultivation and mastery of formation techniques, it was indeed inconceivable that he could not discern the reality from the illusion before him. The fact that even he could not discern it at a glance suggested that the formation's creator had achieved a level of artistry that was both profound and unpredictable. Nevertheless, since I have come to this realization, and considering the child's plight, even if it is an immortal formation, I shall delve into it. With a chuckle, the Taoist began to probe the space surrounding the formation. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chuyi, trapped in the black abyss, remained oblivious to the Taoist's relentless search for him in the void. Nor did he realize that the Taoist had discovered the entrance through which he had entered this desolate realm, mere steps away. Seated upon a secure patch of dark ground, Li Chuyi exerted all his strength to fend off the invisible pressure while he silently perused the peculiar book in his hands. Beside him, Ziyuan vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Ever watchful, the book he held was indeed extraordinary. Although thin, its contents seemed inexhaustible. Each page was filled with densely packed characters and illustrations. Yet, upon turning back, the very same page transformed instantly into new text and imagery, truly wondrous. Li Chuyi, accustomed to the marvels of this book, felt no surprise. However, Ziyuan, witnessing it for the first time, widened her eyes in astonishment, glancing around cautiously while occasionally casting curious looks at the tome titled The Universe of All Things. After an extensive search yielded no results, Li Chuyi felt a growing sense of urgency. Finally, closing the book, he stared vacantly at the dark altar before him, murmuring, "There's nothing. I can't find anything. Not a single clue?" Ziyuan inquired. Li Chuyi shook his head, responding with resignation, "None at all." Although the section on formations includes descriptions of teleportation arrays, it bears no resemblance to this altar. In fact, even the explanations of other formations within the text do not align with this altar. Ziyuan fell into a brief silence before asking, "What shall we do then? Should we retreat?" Li Chuyi sighed and shook his head slightly. "Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps I have overlooked something." With that, he buried himself once more in the pages of the book, seeking any potential clue. Time slowly passed amidst their silence, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of pages turning. As Ziyuan hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire once more with Li Chuyi about retreating, she suddenly noticed him abruptly lift his head, mouth agape, staring blankly at the ominous black altar before them. A flicker of concern sparked within her, prompting her to ask, "Have you found a clue?" Instead of responding, Li Chuyi focused intently on the book in his hands, The Universe of All Things, repeatedly comparing its contents with the foreboding altar. His expression grew increasingly grim. culminating in an overwhelming urge to weep. Ziyuan's heart sank. What is it? This time, Li Chuyi did not ignore her. A complex expression of both sorrow and amusement twisted across his round, chubby face as he stammered, we may have ventured into dangerous territory this time. What exactly is happening? Ziyuan furrowed her brow, pressing for an explanation. Taking a deep breath, Li Chuyi refrained from answering her question directly, instead asking, Ziyuan, have you heard of the Burial King? Burial King? Ziyuan shook her head, unfamiliar with the term. What about him? The Burial King, whose true name has been lost to time, was an extraordinarily perverse individual from ages long past. His depravity might even surpass that of my lecherous Taoist master. Originally, he was a human cultivator of remarkable talent, achieving the realm of ascension in just over a century, poised to transcend to the celestial realm. However, this twisted being was not content. He sought to absorb the celestial laws of the mortal realm, attempting to claim them as his own path before entering the celestial realm to become the supreme being. Ultimately, the laws of heaven do not tolerate such hubris, and he was vanquished by the rules of the mortal realm and the power of the celestial path. And then, Ziyuan's interest was piqued. And then, astonishingly, he did not perish. His primordial spirit escaped and possessed a powerful demon cultivator in the mortal realm, transforming into a demon himself. Remarkably, he ascended to the pinnacle of demon cultivation, reigniting his frenzied ambitions. Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock. No longer the naive ghost she once was. Her own cultivation journey had granted her an understanding of the formidable power of the celestial laws. Under the celestial path, all are mere fodder, and all beings are but ants. Yet, the supreme celestial laws, coupled with the unfathomable power of the celestial realm, had failed to extinguish the Burial King, indicating just how twisted he truly was. At that moment, Li Chuyi continued. Ultimately, he failed once more. It appeared that the celestial laws were incensed, completely eradicating the Burial King's vitality, reducing him to a mere specter. Yet this perverse being, against all odds, did not die. He forcibly reconstituted his dissipating soul into a ghostly cultivator and resumed his cultivation. Remarkably, thousands of years later, he succeeded once again, rising to prominence among ghostly cultivators. This time, not only the celestial realm, but even the rarely manifesting underworld sought to recruit him. At this juncture, had he undergone the tribulation normally, he could have ascended as a ghostly immortal or entered the underworld as a deity. Pausing, Li Chuyi took a moment to gather his thoughts. Ziyuan, already harboring suspicions, interjected. So, he still wishes to absorb the celestial laws into himself, continuing to challenge them? Li Chuyi nodded slightly, a complex expression crossing his face as he sighed. It appears that the heavenly Tao has been thoroughly provoked this time. Not only the heavenly Tao, but even the realms of the immortals and the underworld have sent forth their enigmatic forces to assist the heavenly Tao of the human realm in jointly suppressing the Burial King. Consequently, it seems that the Burial King's fortuitous streak has come to an end. Faced with 3 unimaginable forces, he ultimately proved to be no match and was decisively subdued. However, this peculiar individual is the first practitioner in history to cultivate simultaneously the paths of humans, demons, and spirits. It is unclear what transformation he underwent. Despite being subdued, he cannot be entirely annihilated. In response to this indomitable existence, the heavenly Tao sought to employ its unfathomable power to seal him for eternity. Just then, a number of fiercely loyal subordinates of the Burial King suddenly appeared, intent on rescuing him. Although these individuals were also formidable cultivators, they charged toward the supreme heavenly Tao like moths to a flame. After incurring nearly total annihilation, the remaining few finally managed to rescue the remnants of the Burial King's undying spirit, breaking through the void to disappear henceforth. However, although they have not been seen since, a legend has persisted within the human realm. It is said that the remnants of the Burial King, carrying his lingering spirit, ventured into an unknowable place in the void, inaccessible to all 3 realms. There, they constructed an altar and interred the Burial King's spirit within it. The legend claims that this altar possesses the power of rebirth, and these remnants aspire to utilize its strength to resurrect the Burial King on some future day. Due to this very legend, later generations have referred to this unparalleled figure, whom even the heavenly Tao could not eradicate, but could only seal away, as the Burial King. Upon finishing his tale, Li Chuyi gazed dreamily, seemingly contemplating the profound mindset of such an extraordinary being as the Burial King. Beside him, Ziyuan listened in solemn silence, unable to fathom why the Burial King, despite possessing a bright future, stubbornly pursued paths of doom on 3 separate occasions. Suddenly, Ziyuan recalled something. Her expression turning grim as she cast a glance toward the distant altar, then looked back at Li Chuyi with eyes filled with incredulity. Li Chuyi, with a sorrowful countenance, nodded and gestured toward the altar, his voice tinged with despair as he said, "If the legend holds true, that altar, which houses the burial king, is nearly indistinguishable from this black altar." Observing the stunned expression on Ziyuan's delicate face, Li Chuyi desperately added, "Moreover, according to the legend, the burial king's sealed domain is a place of utter desolation, where no life can endure. The place of his sealing is suffused with deathly energy, gathering unparalleled calamities, where the dead may yet rise again." Watching Li Chuyi's lips move, Ziyuan's already pale complexion turned even more ashen. Ignoring her reaction, Li Chuyi continued to gaze at the vast black altar in the distance, his expression shifting restlessly. Finally, he let out a sigh, as if his heart had turned to ashes. "It seems that in this lifetime, we shall not partake of any feast." "Life, indeed. What shall we do now?" After a long silence, Ziyuan asked softly. Taking a deep breath, Li Chuyi fixed his gaze on the distant black altar and slowly replied, "Moving forward is undoubtedly impossible. Even if we wished to depart, with our current cultivation, we would not be able to traverse that distance. Our arrival at this juncture is nothing short of miraculous fortune, and we remain on the periphery of the altar, where the defenses appear rather feeble. Should we foolishly press forward, relying solely on the clumsy method of throwing stones to find our way, we would likely pay with our lives." Ziyuan gazed solemnly at the altar, incredulously inquiring, "Could this black altar truly be the burial site of the hidden king? Among the myriad of formidable beings across the 3 realms, even the supreme Tao is in search of this place, and yet we have stumbled upon it. This is utterly irrational, profoundly improbable." Li Chuyi shook his head, expressing his resignation. "Regardless of its authenticity, this place is undoubtedly beyond our capacity to investigate. As for the possibility and reasonableness, a sage once declared that existence itself is rational and anything can happen. One might say we are exceedingly fortunate." Reflecting on this notion, the two fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, Li Chuyi gently shook his head to dispel distracting thoughts and turned to Ziyuan, saying, "Let us not dwell on the futile. While the calm persists, we should hasten our retreat. Whether or not this is the resting place of the hidden king, it is certainly not a locale conducive to our well-being. Should calamity strike, escape may become untenable." Ziyuan nodded in agreement, and they both stood. With one last penetrating gaze at the distant black altar, they turned to retrace their steps. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the heavens, shattering the stillness of the desolate land. Both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan were startled and immediately looked up, their hearts racing as they beheld the pallid sky, which had been subtly glowing, now tumultuously roiling, as if a massive white cloth were being violently shaken, creating waves akin to those in a storm. "What is happening?" Li Chuyi stared, bewildered at the sky. Could it be that the so-called burial king has awakened? Ziyuan speculated hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi spat several times on the ground, exclaiming, "Pa, pa, pa. Good omens do not heed ill tidings. Refrain from jinxing us with your crow's tongue." Ziyuan immediately raised an eyebrow, retorting coldly, "It is you who possesses the crow's tongue." For all this time, nothing occurred. But the moment you utter the sky is collapsing, it seems the heavens are indeed about to turn over. Could it be your words carry a sinister weight? You are the one with the crow's tongue. This is mere coincidence." Li Chuyi protested, flustered, watching him flail about. Ziyuan delivered the final blow. "You insist you are not a jinx, yet not only do you have a crow's tongue, but your countenance also bears the mark of misfortune. With such vast emptiness and numerous spatial rifts, why did you drift to this cursed place? Are you a reincarnation of the deity of misfortune?" Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in exasperation, left speechless and unable to refute her claims. As Ziyuan noted, he had indeed been plagued by misfortune throughout their journey. Now, having casually mentioned the sky collapsing, it seemed to manifest in reality within mere moments. Truly, this was eerily uncanny. At this moment, the colossal black altar in the distance seemed to have been stirred by the ever-churning sky, emitting a resonant thud as if something within had been forcefully struck. It then began to tremble slightly, although this tremor was minor for the altar. When the vibration traveled across the black ground to the feet of the two individuals, they were suddenly unable to maintain their footing and fell to the ground. Their bodies jostled like grains of rice sifted through a sieve. Could I truly be a harbinger of doom? Li Chuyi stuttered, shaken by the turbulence, while Ziyuan cast him a disdainful glance and chose to ignore him. Suddenly, Li Chuyi brandished the demon suppression mirror and urged Ziyuan, "You should return first." Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, questioning his intent. With his jaw trembling from the jolting, Li Chuyi managed a feeble smile. "One of us must survive. I am a female ghost." "I have already perished," Ziyuan replied coolly. Li Chuyi was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering for a while before asserting, "True, you may be dead. But your spirit remains intact, does it not? Hurry inside. Should misfortune befall me, you must find a way to summon my wandering soul back, allowing me to attain a ghostly form and become a ghost cultivator." Ziyuan regarded him thoughtfully, understanding that Li Chuyi was concerned for her safety and wished to protect her. He was right. If he were to perish, she could potentially retrieve his scattered soul and aid him in solidifying his ghostly essence. However, Ziyuan could neither abandon him in such peril nor would she wish to do so. Gazing at the chubby figure, often lost in his own thoughts, she felt a profound attachment to the warmth emanating from him. After a moment of silence, Ziyuan softly replied, "Let us wait a little longer. If a true life-threatening event occurs, I promise to return to the demon suppression mirror in time." With a slight furrow of her brow, she added, "Though I am reluctant to coalesce with you in the Yin Ming book, should you truly meet your end, I vow to do everything in my power to assist you in transforming into a ghost and embarking on the path of ghost cultivation." This foolish girl, what is she thinking at such a critical moment, indulging in some melodramatic narrative? Though inwardly chastising her, Li Chuyi could not help but feel touched by her resolve. In the face of such upheaval, having someone by his side was indeed a source of immense comfort. Just as he contemplated how to prolong this tender and dramatic exchange, a voice imbued with a palpable pressure emanated from the direction of the black altar. "You masuli sabu long ka, Taisuin." The utterance filled him with an indescribable dread, leaving him breathless as he widened his eyes, internally screaming, "What on earth are you saying?" In response to this strange incantation laden with overwhelming authority, a voice reverberated through the tumultuous sky. "I am Zheng Yi, the third-generation leader of the Taishu Palace on Mount Tianmen of the human realm. I humbly apologize for any offense caused during my training here." Upon hearing the name of the 100 Calamities Taoist from the Taishu Palace, Li Chuyi was instantly overwhelmed with elation. He realized that he might indeed be saved. After a momentary silence, the voice from the black altar resonated once more, this time in a language comprehensible to Li Chuyi. "The human realm? Human cultivators?" Indeed. A response echoed from the heavens, confirming the identity of the 100 Calamities Taoist. "The Taishu Palace? I have not heard of it. I am only familiar with the Taishu Dao. The ancestor of the Taishu Dao had a few years of acquaintance with me," spoke the voice from the black altar. The 100 Calamities ancestor seemed momentarily taken aback, his astonished voice resounding. "The Taishu Dao is indeed the predecessor of the Taishu Palace. To think that you know the ancestor of my Taishu Dao, may I inquire your esteemed name?" The voice from the black altar fell into a prolonged silence, as if pondering something. After a considerable time, it finally replied, "I cannot recall. My memory has suffered damage, and I cannot clearly recollect so many events. However, I remember that before I entered seclusion, they referred to me as the Burial King." Upon hearing the name Burial King, both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, realizing their conjecture had been correct. In the void, the 100 Calamities Taoist, who had been tirelessly deciphering the formation, abruptly halted, gasping in shock. The Burial King, that unparalleled figure, whose burial was deemed impossible in the world. The 100 Calamities Taoist was well aware of who the Burial King was. He could hardly fathom that the Taoist disciple had ended up in the Burial King's secluded domain. And he inwardly cursed the Taoist. "You old rascal, back then you constantly had me cleaning up your mess. Now, you have leapt from the human realm straight into the dragon's den. How am I to clean this up? You may explode all you like. But in such a vast void, why must you lead your disciple to this place, a graveyard so difficult to find? Are you trying to play me to death?" Cursing aside, the need to save him remained. The 100 Calamities Taoist, having slightly breached the formation, could sense a faint breath of life emanating from the space filled with deathly energy, the essence of Li Chuyi. Knowing that Li Chuyi was still alive brought a sense of relief to the 100 Calamities Taoist, compelling him to act. Thus, he chuckled and projected his voice. "So it is the esteemed Burial King. Your name resonates throughout the world. Your indomitable spirit has long been admired by us younger generations." In the realm of flattery, the 100 Calamities Taoist offered his compliments. The Burial King, however, remained indifferent and inquired, "How did you discover this place?" The 100 Calamities Taoist laughed heartily, as if casually responding, "It is quite a coincidence. A cherished younger disciple of mine, out of mischief, secretly took one of my treasured artifacts to play with. Unbeknownst to him, he tore through the void and drifted here, inadvertently entering your secluded domain. I have merely followed the trail of this young one. It was truly unintentional. Upon hearing the 100 Calamities Taoist words, Li Chuyi felt as if something had swept over him, thoroughly probing him both inside and out. An overwhelming dread surged from his very soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat cascading down his pale, plump face like a rushing stream. Meanwhile, beside him, Ziyuan was equally affected by this probing, her ghostly form convulsing. Seemingly on the verge of disintegration, Li Chuyi hurriedly suppressed his fear and took out the demon-subduing mirror, shining it towards Ziyuan. Ziyuan did not resist and transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, seemingly fleeing into the mirror. Since it was unintentional, let this matter rest. You may leave, but remember, do not speak of this place to outsiders. Otherwise, I shall pursue you until your very essence is scattered, the Burial King said indifferently. The 100 Calamities Taoist furrowed his brows slightly, but soon transformed his expression into one of delight, chuckling. This is for the best. I am immensely grateful for your generosity. Esteemed elder, please release my junior, and we shall depart immediately, revealing not a whisper of this to anyone. Did you not comprehend my words? The Burial King's voice was cold and cutting. The 100 Calamities Taoist's brows knitted together, realizing the gravity of the situation. And his tone turned chilly as he replied, What do you mean, esteemed elder? With a cold snort, the Burial King stated, Do you truly not understand? My intention is for you to leave alone. Your disturbance to my cultivation is a grave offense in times past. I would have ground you to dust for such a transgression. However, considering your sincere demeanor and the unintentional nature of your intrusion, I am willing to show mercy and allow you to leave. As for your junior, consider them a token of apology to remain here with me. Esteemed elder, this matter is perhaps inappropriate. The 100 Calamities Taoist's face fell entirely. What is inappropriate? I have granted you the chance of life. You ought to cherish it. The Burial King spoke coldly. Taking a deep breath, the 100 Calamities Taoist understood that the situation was unlikely to resolve amicably. Esteemed elder, that junior is my most cherished descendant, and I must take them with me today. Why not reconsider and propose an alternative condition, one that benefits us both? Humph. Let me be frank with you. That junior of yours is of use to me, and I intend to keep them. What? Do you intend to forcefully seize them from me? The Burial King threatened. Upon hearing this, the 100 Calamities Taoist laughed heartily before retorting coldly, Burial King, I have treated you with respect and spoken kindly. Yet now, your behavior compels me to reconsider my approach. You? The Burial King scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Yes. Me. The 100 Calamities Taoist responded with a cold laugh. If you were at your peak, even at half your former strength, I might have appeared as nothing more than an ant before you. But now, what remains of your power? If I recall correctly, you were left with but a shred of your soul after being annihilated. With your injuries, how much have you truly recovered? You need not concern yourself with the extent of my recovery. Suffice it to say, my current strength is adequate to eliminate you. The Burial King dismissed the 100 Calamities Taoist threats without a care. Is that so? If you possess the power to kill me, why have you not acted? Instead, you allow me to disrupt your formation while engaging in conversation, subtly attempting to intimidate me? The precious strength I have painstakingly regained over countless years is not to be squandered on vermin like you. Moreover, the grand formation outside is of my own design, set in place by my disciples, each possessing strength 100-fold greater than yours. Do you honestly believe you can break through? The Burial King mocked. Upon hearing these words, the Taoist of the 100 Calamities chuckled heartily and declared, Since you possess such confidence, allow me to demonstrate my humble skills. With that, he suddenly extended his hand to puncture the void, and instantly, a ripple materialized in the seemingly empty expanse. After a few fluctuations, it erupted with a soft pop, akin to a bubble bursting, revealing a breach in the invisible array. A dense wave of deathly energy surged forth like a whirlwind from within. The Taoist had anticipated that this matter would not conclude amicably. Thus, while conversing with his opponent, he had been surreptitiously unraveling the formation. Although this array was designed by the King of Burials himself and merely constituted the outer layer, the Taoist found it challenging to dismantle it completely. However, he was confident in his ability to create a small opening. Witnessing the Taoist truly breach the outer formation, the King of Burials gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? You've actually managed to create a gap? The Taoist laughed heartily in response, exuding an air of pride. King of Burials, though you are an extraordinary figure of unparalleled prowess, how long have you confined yourself here? The human realm is in a constant state of evolution. The Tao is ever in pursuit of progress. The current depth of the human realm far surpasses your imagination. You, my friend, have grown old. Upon hearing the Taoist's insinuation of his age, the King of Burials erupted in a furious roar, causing the black ground to fissure violently around the altar, sending tremors throughout the vicinity. Startled, Li Chuyi hurriedly leapt about like a plump monkey, fearful of falling into the abyss that had opened beneath him. As the King of Burials bellowed in rage, the Taoist laughed heartily, proclaiming, "King of Burials, I am entering." With that, he stepped into the breach and found himself amidst a pallid sky. "You seek death," the King of Burials exclaimed as the Taoist breached his domain. The altar emitted a strange oscillation, transforming into a column of gray energy that surged toward the Taoist. Ignoring the approaching energy column, the Taoist gazed down at the black altar, a smirk gracing his lips. "Indeed, the legends hold true. Your disciples have sealed your residual soul within this altar. No wonder you have remained inactive. While there may be a chance for your resurrection within this altar, it simultaneously hampers your freedom, preventing you from leaving its confines, correct?" At that moment, the gray energy column rushed forth, and only then did the Taoist regard it. With a mere thought, a floating dust appeared in his hand, which he swung, transforming it into an elongating chain that lashed out at the gray column like a whip. A thunderous crash echoed as the gray column dissipated, sending the Taoist flying backward until he finally halted his retreat. Truly formidable. He flexed his slightly numbed hand, smiling subtly as he gazed at the black altar. However, it was merely so. The King of Burials growled in fury, "You seek death." Without a word, the Taoist's form blurred, transforming into a streak of azure light as he charged toward the black altar once more. "Come again." As the Taoist of 100 Calamities charged forward, the Burial King let out a low growl, causing the black altar to tremble slightly. In the next moment, another column of deathly energy, gray and ominous, surged towards him. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. However, this time, the Taoist did not retreat as he had previously. Instead, at the moment of impact, he deftly struck the side of the gray column with gentle force, as if he were caressing a solid pillar rather than one formed of ethereal gas. With a light tap, his body glided as if weightless, deftly maneuvering past the gray column unscathed, maintaining his speed as he continued towards the altar. The gray column, unwilling to yield, transformed under the Burial King's command into a colossal gray serpent. With its immense head rearing back, it unleashed a low growl, enraged as it coiled and twisted, relentlessly pursuing the Taoist who darted around like a fly. The two engaged in a fierce chase. The serpent nearly bit the Taoist several times, yet each time he evaded its grasp with a gentle nudge, infuriating the creature into a frenzy of hissing. Despite its inability to harm the Taoist, the serpent effectively obstructed his path. Each time he sought an opening to break free, its tail, ever vigilant and silent, thwarted his attempts, remaining steadfast regardless of his provocations or feigned weaknesses. Observing the frantically writhing body and the continuously hissing head, alongside the seemingly detached, tranquil tail, the Taoist's brow furrowed in contemplation. Just as Li Chuyi expected a prolonged stalemate, the serpent appeared to be thoroughly enraged. With a thunderous roar, a semblance of agony flickered across its deathly visage, and its massive form began to bubble violently, as if plunged into boiling water, producing grotesque gray bubbles that resembled unsightly growths from a distance. The bubbles multiplied and swelled, ultimately bursting with another roar from the serpent, giving rise to numerous smaller heads identical to its own. With a low growl, these newly emerged heads fixated upon the Taoist, their bodies still tethered to the main form. Oozing a viscous liquid of deathly energy, their writhing forms elongating with each movement. Suddenly, they all let out a unified roar and surged forward, countless heads darting like tendrils towards the ever-evading Taoist. Witnessing the grotesque spectacle of the gray serpent and its newly spawned heads, connected by writhing bodies, even Li Chuyi, who had grown accustomed to the macabre alongside the Taoist, felt his scalp prickle with dread, his hair standing on end, nearly succumbing to nausea. Though he had encountered numerous dismembered limbs before, none had matched the eerie repulsiveness of this deathly entity, stirring a visceral aversion deep within him. This was truly revolting. A surge of unease welled up within Li Chuyi, who mused silently that if a Taoist claiming to suffer from severe trypophobia were present, upon witnessing such repugnant sights, they would undoubtedly obliterate it with a mere gesture. Spitting contemptuously, Li Chuyi pondered further. The disdain for the King of Burials likely stemmed from reasons far more complex than a mere desire to devour the heavenly path. This ancient wretch had certainly devised numerous abhorrent techniques akin to the grotesque serpentine manifestation before him, which would account for the universal aversion towards him. After all, how else could one provoke the simultaneous wrath of the three realms? Judging a person by their techniques, it was evident that this immortal was no paragon of cleanliness, certainly one who never changed their undergarments, neglected personal hygiene, and even failed to wipe after relieving themselves. I, the young master, must learn from his example. My future spells shall be both resplendent and understated, certainly not so revolting. Meanwhile, the King of Burials, engaged in a fierce battle with the Taoist of 100 Calamities, remained oblivious to Li Chuyi's trivial thoughts. Had he been aware, he might have ruthlessly extinguished Li Chuyi without hesitation. In stark contrast, the Taoist of 100 Calamities, unlike Li Chuyi, possessed a keen sense of discernment. His countenance bore a grave expression, his focus unwavering on the repulsive transformation of the serpent rather than its grotesque appearance. He was profoundly astonished by the very nature of the serpent's metamorphosis. As he beheld the numerous serpent heads launching towards him, their eyes flickering with a lifelike brilliance, the Taoist realized that these colossal serpents had indeed attained sentience and independent thought. This revelation indicated that the King of Burials had infused his own essence into these serpents. Such a technique was not unprecedented to him, yet he had never witnessed anyone, like the King of Burials, capable of fragmenting their soul into so many distinct entities without dissipating into oblivion. It must be understood that this fragmentation was a genuine division, severing one's singular soul into autonomous beings. An ordinary cultivator, even those adept in the study of the soul, would not dare to execute such a division hastily and without preparation, particularly into vessels that had not undergone dedicated refinement. The enormous serpent before him was a manifestation conjured from the dense, deathly aura of this desolate realm, formed solely through the King of Burial's sorcery, lacking the refinement typical of a magical artifact. Had it been any other cultivator, they would have succumbed to the peril of losing control the moment their soul was divided into such myriad portions, resulting in their spirit scattering into oblivion. However, gazing at the myriad serpent heads and the luminous spark in the mother serpent's massive head, along with the seemingly chaotic yet perfectly synchronized movements among them, the Taoist comprehended that the King of Burials had not merely divided his soul without perishing. His primary essence remained firmly in control, fully commanding all the fragmented souls. This revelation left the Taoist of 100 Calamities profoundly shocked and awed. It was known that only the long-lost Taoist supreme art, one chi transforming into three clears, could divide a singular soul into three independent entities, each distinct yet harmoniously unified. Now, the King of Burials had shattered this understanding, and the turmoil within the Taoist's heart was palpable. Despite his astonishment, the Taoist's actions remained swift and decisive. Confronted by the countless serpent heads shooting arrows from every direction, the Taoist of the 100 Calamities deftly countered, his palms softly striking as if he were a solitary leaf adrift upon a tempestuous sea, impervious to the surging waves that threatened to overturn him. Observing the repulsive giant serpent's inability to subdue the Taoist, Li Chuyi could not help but exhale in relief. It was crucial to note that his very existence hinged on the Taoist's survival. Should the Taoist perish, he would inevitably fall into the hands of the Tomb King, who had already expressed his intent to exploit him. Li Chuyi harbored no illusions that he would enjoy a life of comfort under a warm red canopy. Yet, the Taoist, while skillfully evading the giant serpent's assaults, was not as untroubled as Li Chuyi had imagined. A fine sheen of perspiration had quietly enveloped his face. As he found it increasingly arduous to dodge the relentless attacks, a flicker of anxiety began to gnaw at his heart. While evading, his keen eyes scanned for any flaws in the serpent's technique. There had to be a vulnerability, an undeniable chink in its armor. It was inconceivable for anyone to so fragment their soul without facing death. Even the audacious Tomb King could not defy such a natural law. With the soul so divided, the question of life and death became moot. Transformed into so many disparate entities, even under the control of the primary soul, he was no longer himself, alive, yet effectively deceased. But where, oh where could the flaw lie? Furrowing his brow, the Taoist pondered deeply. Suddenly, a flash of insight pierced his mind. Could it be? In the sky? Entangled in a relentless struggle with the giant serpent, the Taoist abruptly halted, and to Li Chuyi's astonished gaze, he pivoted, disregarding the menacing serpent heads pursuing him, and charged towards the black ground below. Like a shooting star, the Taoist plummeted, his fist striking the ground paved with black bricks. The surface, impervious to Li Chuyi's previous attempts at destruction, shattered in a spiderweb pattern centered around his fist. only to explode into a cascade of debris after a brief moment of stillness. As the ground fractured, the multitude of serpent heads that had been in pursuit suddenly convulsed, vanishing in an instant, leaving only the primary body and a handful of smaller heads that continued their relentless assault on the Taoist. Unfazed, the Taoist delivered another powerful blow to the same spot, the force of his punch obliterating the last remnants of the few remaining intact bricks before he turned to face the oncoming serpent heads. With the complete destruction of the black bricks, the last of the smaller serpent heads dissipated, leaving only the enormous primary head that lunged at him with its gaping maw. Boom! His fist collided with the serpent's lip, the tremendous force reducing the massive head to a grayish mist of death, causing the decapitated serpent to be hurled backward. As it soared through the air, the wound where the head had been severed frothed with dark energy, and a new serpent head began to coalesce. When the serpent reached its apex and halted its momentum, the new head had already formed, rising with an air of human-like gravity and caution as it regarded the Taoist below. Having sent the giant serpent flying with a single blow, the Taoist, too, was not unscathed. A series of deep footprints were left on the ground, and the retreating Baijia Taoist, finally coming to a halt, felt a wave of discomfort in his chest and could not help but spit out a mouthful of congealed blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gazed at the colossal serpent looming in the sky and could not suppress a joyful laugh. "You had me fooled for a moment. Your act was quite convincing." The giant serpent remained silent for a while before it slightly parted its massive jaws and, with a resounding voice, inquired, "How did you come to this realization?" Baijia Taoist responded with a smile. "Firstly, I do not believe that there exists a miraculous ability capable of dividing one's own soul into such numerous fragments while maintaining coherent consciousness. The Taoist principle of transforming the one into the three pure ones has long been regarded as the ultimate path of external manifestations of the self, epitomizing the supreme culmination of spirit, soul, and Tao. Even the true immortals of the celestial realm cannot transcend this principle. Even if some practices can manifest countless incarnations, those are merely projections. The essence remains under the control of the original being, and none can possess independent consciousness. This is a feat that no living entity can accomplish unless it embodies the supreme heavenly Tao. Even if one's cultivation is godlike, it is simply impossible unless you are the heavenly Tao itself, or as you claim, have incorporated the heavenly Tao into your own practice. Otherwise, it is utterly unattainable, especially now when only this remnant of your soul remains. Baijia Taoist's gaze was piercing as he studied the great serpent. The serpent, non-committal, nodded slightly, opening its mouth just enough to ask, "What else?" "There is also this ground." Baijia Taoist indicated the black gravel underfoot, revealing the gray soil beneath. "Our previous encounters yielded no results until we reached this area, when you seemed to frantically unleash this particular technique. Since I do not believe you can achieve such a miraculous division of the divine, your spell must surely have certain necessary conditions. For instance, this very ground beneath us appears ordinary, yet it is, in fact, an illusionary formation, is it not?" Seeing the serpent acknowledge this with a nod, Baijia Taoist smiled slightly and continued, "Thus, I must naturally take a gamble. To be frank, your illusionary formation is indeed formidable. Had it not been for the impossibility of your spell, I would never have seen through it. Even the method to break the formation, I could only forcefully attempt." Unfazed by the Taoist's praise, the giant serpent fell into a moment of silence before asking, "What if you were wrong in your gamble? Are you not afraid that I could indeed achieve such a divine division and annihilate you in one fell swoop?" Baijia Taoist replied with a calm smile. "If that were the case, I would simply have to devise another plan, and ultimately, I might have to pay a price to escape. However, I believe I am correct. Am I not?" Observing the serpent nod slightly, Baijia Taoist added with a smile, "Moreover, if you truly possess such a miraculous cultivation, I would have long since become your fallen soul, obliterated by you, and would not be here conversing so freely." Looking at the confident and composed Baijia Taoist, the giant serpent could not help but let out a soft sigh. "You are quite impressive, truly impressive. Even in my time, practitioners with your level of intellect and decisiveness were rare. I grant you one final opportunity. Depart from this place at once, and let not your soul reveal the affairs that transpire here. Should you comply, we shall cease our hostilities. But what of this junior of mine?" The Taoist of the 100 Calamities pointed to the trembling figure of Li Chuyi, who lay prostrate before him. "This junior possesses significant utility for me. I cannot relinquish him. However, I assure you, I shall not take his life. When the day comes that I am fully reborn and awakened, I shall relinquish my desire to leave." I can swear an oath upon my spirit. The colossal serpent spoke with unwavering resolve. With a gentle sigh, the Taoist of the 100 calamities gazed at the immense serpent in the sky and shook his head slightly, stating, "In that case, I shall resort to forceful means. Senior, prepare to witness my prowess." Without waiting for the serpent's response, the Taoist lunged toward it. In midair, he produced the brown gourd he had been riding upon, forming a hand seal that caused the gourd to swell against the wind. Aiming the gourd's mouth at the serpent, he propelled it forward, unleashing a stream of pale azure flames that surged forth alongside him. Upon seeing this, the serpent did not confront the attack with the same ferocity as before. Rather, it shifted its form slightly and retreated in the direction of the Taoist's advance. The Taoist pursued the serpent with relentless speed. And just as he was about to close the distance, his expression shifted suddenly as he glanced downward. Unbeknownst to him, they had already departed the ravaged region and re-entered an area with a blackened ground that, though marred by fissures, remained intact. As the Taoist looked down, an array of indistinguishable air blades suddenly erupted from the ground, slicing through the air in various trajectories, converging upon him from all directions. "Sword Chi!" the Taoist exclaimed, swiftly altering his trajectory toward the gourd's mouth aimed at the serpent and dove downward. The pale azure flames cascaded toward the ground like a waterfall, and upon contact, the earth began to melt as if it were ice under a scorching sun, transforming into a searing black sludge within mere breaths. The multitude of sword energies in the sky dissipated along with the melting of the blackened tiles below. Seizing this opportunity, the massive black serpent swiftly distanced itself from the Taoist, landing on an adjacent patch of ground. Its lips quivered, emitting strange and cryptic sounds. In response to these utterances, the void of the black ground abruptly transformed, summoning tendrils of pitch-black mist that coalesced into a colossal celestial canopy, descending toward the Taoist. Sensing the faint scent of decay permeating the air, the Taoist understood the corrosive power of the celestial canopy. Forming another hand seal, he directed the gourd's mouth toward the encroaching canopy, and waves of pale azure flames surged forth, crashing against the canopy. Upon contact, a hissing sound erupted, akin to hot oil meeting water, as the flames battled against the fiercely corrosive black canopy, each attempting to extinguish the other. Between them, searing vapors rose, only to be evaporated by the surrounding heated air. Their struggle was fierce and evenly matched. "In this realm, you shall not triumph over me. Observe the ground beneath your feet, and consider how much remains. Even without my true form, the myriad formations upon this earth can drag you to your demise. Do you not yet comprehend?" The colossal serpent rumbled, "Your true form may not emerge, but I suspect you would struggle to do so even if you wished." Observing the serpent's visage darken with displeasure, the Taoist of 100 calamities laughed heartily. "I merely sought counsel. I never suggested a battle for your life. Since I cannot prevail, I shall take my leave." With that, he disregarded the astonished serpent and abruptly activated his gourd, unleashing a fierce blaze before retracting it and swiftly departing in the direction from which he had come. Confounded, the serpent watched as the Taoist hastily retreated, when suddenly a shadow darted past its eye. Upon closer inspection, the serpent's fury surged as it recognized the shadow to be a flying sword, carrying none other than Li Chuyi. Witnessing Li Chuyi on the sword, overwhelmed with joy and tears, fervently waving and muttering something, the serpent could discern from his lip movements the essence of his words. "Farewell, never to be seen again, you old scoundrel. I am departing now. But once I attain greater prowess, if the mood strikes, I shall return to capture you, the so-called king of burials, and drag you back to serve me, adorning my estate with your formidable formations to guard my entrance." The serpent, transformed into the king of burials, felt an explosion of rage. Not only had that blue-robed cultivator toyed with him, but now even this insignificant little cultivator dared to insult him, an affront too great to bear. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky. "None of you shall escape. Today, I shall forsake the remnants of my long-recovered power to slay the two of you, insolent juniors." Ignoring the frenzied, wrathful serpent, the Taoist of 100 calamities sped back, encountering Li Chuyi, who had been brought back by the sword he had secretly released. He swiftly drew Li Chuyi to his side. "We shall discuss this later." With a gesture, he silenced the words that were about to escape Li Chuyi's lips, pressing him onto the gourd. The Taoist then urged the gourd with fervor, and it emitted a radiant glow, accelerating beyond its previous speed. Meanwhile, the giant serpent, transformed by the king of burials techniques, suddenly exploded, scattering its deathly essence back toward the distant black altar. As the last remnants of death energy fused into the altar, it abruptly ceased its tremors, plunging the entire desolate space into a profound silence. This sudden transition from movement to stillness left Li Chuyi feeling an unsettling nausea, as if his heartbeat synchronized with the black altar's stillness, compelling him to expel a mouthful of blood. Though the Taoist of 100 Calamities did not vomit blood, his pallid complexion and the faint traces of blood at the corners of his mouth indicated that he, too, was not faring well. Observing Li Chuyi spitting blood without any sign of recovery, his face growing a deep violet, as if suffocating, the Taoist hastily produced a dark purple pill and presented it before him. Consume this. Knowing that the 100 Calamities Taoist would not bring him harm, Li Chuyi, nearly suffocated, dared not hesitate any longer. He opened his mouth and swallowed the purple-black pill, savoring its taste as he finished. The moment the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a stream of chilling energy that coursed through his veins. Although the icy sensation was both novel and pleasant, it did not alleviate the dire reality of his heart, which felt as though it had ceased to beat, leaving him on the brink of suffocation. Cursing in his heart whether it was a placebo, Li Chuyi could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, shouting desperately at the 100 Calamities Taoist, "Old man, your medicine is useless." The hurriedly retreating 100 Calamities Taoist glanced back at him, puffing his beard and glaring. "Who says my medicine is ineffective? Watch closely. 3, 2, 1. Li Chuyi looked at him in confusion, and just as the Taoist finished counting, Li Chuyi rolled his eyes back and collapsed. "The fake death pill I personally concocted. And you little rascal, dare to claim it is ineffective? You even call me old man? Truly, a master attracts a mischievous apprentice." The 100 Calamities Taoist couldn't help but give the seemingly lifeless Li Chuyi a vigorous kick. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted. The 100 Calamities Taoist turned slightly to see the previously motionless black altar shaking violently for the first time. From the center of the altar, a brilliant light emerged, revealing a massive coffin. The Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "Could this old fiend truly be reckless enough to attempt summoning his own body?" As if to confirm the Taoist's suspicion, once the coffin fully ascended, floating above the black altar, the radiant light pulsated, accompanied by the sound of stone scraping. As though the coffin lid was being pushed open, the 100 Calamities Taoist narrowed his eyes, feeling a heaviness in his heart. He realized that the burial king had indeed gone mad, disregarding his injuries to forcibly summon his remnant soul and partially restored body to annihilate them. He understood that such an act would almost certainly obliterate the burial king's countless years of effort, and with a single misstep, he could truly perish here. Aware of the grave consequences, the Taoist gambled, believing that the burial king would not be foolish enough to resort to such desperate measures. But now it seemed the burial king had been provoked into genuine madness. "Burial king, we have no deep-seated enmity, though I may have offended you. It should not come to this life and death struggle," the 100 Calamities Taoist hastened to say. The burial king responded with maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you are afraid. If you are afraid, swear your soul oath and leave this young one behind, then get lost." The 100 Calamities Taoist furrowed his brow tightly. "You would go to such lengths for this young one?" "Indeed," the burial king replied coldly. "This young one is of great use to me. Leave him behind, and you may depart alive. Otherwise, you shall remain here, serving as fertilizer for the death energy of my resurrection." Observing the seemingly oblivious Li Chuyi, the 100 Calamities Taoist found it impossible to discern what extraordinary qualities this chubby boy possessed that could warrant such regard from the venerable and ancient figure known as the burial king. The thought that such an arrogant and insufferable Taoist would take this boy as his disciple led the 100 Calamities Taoist to speculate that the lad must indeed possess some remarkable attributes that eluded his own perception. Had it been anyone else, the 100 Calamities Taoist might have relinquished the individual without a second thought. However, this particular chubby boy was the disciple of that Taoist and carried an air of mystery that had caught the attention of both the burial king and the Taoist. Thus, the 100 Calamities Taoist could not possibly hand him over. Should he truly do so, even if the burial king did not carry out his threat of eliminating him, the day would inevitably come when the Taoist would seek him out, only to discover that he had sold his disciple. Would he not then face the wrath of the entire Taisu palace? With a heavy sigh, as he approached the impending exit, the 100 Calamities Taoist turned and declared emphatically, "Burial king, I cannot possibly give you this young one. Moreover, given your current state of severe injury, even if you wish to retain both of us, the price you would have to pay is likely to be considerable. One misstep, and we might truly face annihilation." In response, the burial king arrogantly retorted, "To slay you would indeed require a cost, yet it would not be sufficient to claim my life. Furthermore, This young one is worth the price. Are you not concerned about mutual destruction? The 100 Calamities Taoist replied coldly. Just based on your own capabilities. The Burial King laughed heartily, his laughter laced with scorn. While I alone may not suffice, what if we include the heavenly Tao of the human realm? The 100 Calamities Taoist extended a finger, gradually manifesting a shimmering point of light that transformed with ethereal radiance, exuding a profound and majestic aura. The grinding sound of the coffin's opening stilled abruptly, and upon witnessing the luminous point at the tip of the 100 Calamities Taoist's finger, the Burial King exclaimed in astonishment, "Fragments of the heavenly Tao! You have begun to comprehend the heavenly heart and grasp the principles of the cosmos." Observing the silent 100 Calamities Taoist, the Burial King suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter, a cacophony that oscillated between joy and sorrow, crying and laughing, utterly deranged. In his manic state, he shouted repeatedly at the 100 Calamities Taoist, "So you too are one of them. So you too. Ha ha ha. My path is not solitary. Ha ha ha. Besides you, there must be others as well. My path is not solitary. Ah ha ha. The world has finally awakened." In the face of the Burial King's madness, the 100 Calamities Taoist maintained an expressionless demeanor, continuing his silent flight towards the exit. Seemingly impervious to the Burial King's frenzied declarations. In mere moments, the 100 Calamities Taoist arrived at the breach through which he had entered this place. Without hesitation, he gestured toward the opening, which trembled slightly, but did not yield as it had before. Feeling the resistance emanating from the breach, he inwardly mused, as I suspected. Previously, he had surmised that the Burial King was unconcerned about his departure. Rather, he was focused on preparing to summon his true form, evidently possessing a means to seal the gap he had previously created in the formation. At this moment, the Burial King gradually ceased his maniacal laughter. The Taoist of the 100 Calamities felt a tightening sensation and realized that the now calm Burial King was regarding him intently. Gazing at the black altar and the coffin enveloped in radiant hues above it, the Taoist raised the luminous point at his fingertips to his eyes. "You too have witnessed this. It is a fragment of the Tao's principles. If I were to disregard my own Tao fruits and detonate it, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the enigmatic heavenly Tao. You should be well aware of the consequences should the supreme heavenly Tao take notice of this place. I wonder, with your current strength as the Burial King, do you still possess the capability to contend against it?" Listening to the cold threat from the Taoist of the 100 Calamities, the Burial King fell into a brief silence before suddenly letting out a soft chuckle. "I can allow you to leave. Tianmen Mountain lies in the far western reaches of the human realm, the most westerly location explored by humankind. Countless years ago, this area was a desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence. However, upon the arrival of the first Western traveler, who discovered the 9 majestic mountains rich in spiritual energy, the region became settled. These 9 mountains, with their undulating peaks, resembled a staircase leading to the celestial realm, hence they were named Tianmen Mountain, signifying a direct path to the gates of heaven. Due to its abundant spiritual energy, Tianmen Mountain quickly transformed into a battleground for many cultivators. Over the years, innumerable conflicts and tragedies have unfolded here, with legends suggesting that the blood of fallen cultivators could saturate every inch of the 9 towering mountains, extending for countless miles. The dark years of humanity's disappearance also impacted the seemingly pure yet treacherous land. After countless entanglements of grievances and life and death struggles, a sect known as the Taisu Palace emerged from the blood-soaked soil, standing tall upon this land steeped in violence. The rise of the Taisu Palace can be attributed not only to the countless experts and numerous supreme beings within its ranks, rendering surrounding forces incapable of competing, but also to its inclusive and accommodating principles. This ethos allowed long-standing rivalries and grievances to dissipate, as various clans and factions willingly set down their arms to coexist peacefully under the guarantees and mediation of the Taisu Palace. Over the years, under the influence and control of the Taisu Palace, the bloodstained Tianmen Mountain gradually transformed into a true land of celestial spirits. Here, the once prevalent atmosphere of mutual suspicion and conflicts has given way to a flourishing and harmonious scene. Furthermore, the peace extends not only among cultivators but also fosters a rare harmony between cultivators and mortals. Mortals labor and procreate, while cultivators procure their labor's fruits at fair prices or through equivalent goods, safeguarding them from the perils of natural disasters. Should they encounter mortals with spiritual roots, they would guide them into their respective sects, ushering them onto the path of cultivation. After countless years of flourishing development, this place has gradually evolved into a renowned and prosperous realm within the human world. The illustrious Taisu Palace has gained significant notoriety, standing as one of the few sects able to confront the formidable De Yin head-on. Although De Yin has made several attempts to annex this place, they have consistently failed. The failures of De Yin are attributed not only to the multitude of masters and countless hidden tactics within Taisu Palace, but also to the unwavering support of other sects under the flourishing Tianmin Mountain, all of whom stand ready to defend Taisu Palace as if it were their own. Despite De Yin's attempts to sow discord among these forces, their efforts have proven futile. Whether through coercion or temptation, the result has been met with disdain, often culminating in lethal repercussions for their envoys. Even those who might be swayed to their cause, if discovered, would face immediate execution at the hands of enraged disciples, regardless of their lineage or status. After the third failed campaign against Tianmin Mountain, the then Emperor of De Yin, the grandfather of the present Emperor Yinling, Yuan Tai Hao, once remarked that Taisu Palace embodies the pinnacle of selflessness and mastery over human hearts, in terms of control over their disciples and territories. Even De Yin could not compare, and this disparity would only deepen in the future. This statement by Yuan Changji somehow spread, further elevating the reputation of Taisu Palace and Tianmin Mountain. Disciples of Taisu Palace garnered respect from both righteous and sinister beings, even eliciting a modicum of reverence from historically hostile demon and ghost cultivators, who would refrain from harming Taisu disciples unless provoked. Following the third unsuccessful expedition, the mighty Yin dynasty refrained from further military actions, seemingly acknowledging Taisu Palace as a unique entity beyond their dominion. Even minor skirmishes between the two sides remained contained, preserving a fragile peace. Among the 9 peaks of Tianmin Mountain, the tallest and most prominent one, shrouded in clouds for much of the year, is aptly named Lingxiao Peak, symbolizing aspirations that reach into the heavens. Among cultivators, a popular saying echoes the significance of Lingxiao Peak. As the purple aura rises from the east, the celestial gates open, welcoming all at Lingxiao Peak. This illustrates the esteemed position Lingxiao Peak holds in the hearts of practitioners. Indeed, Lingxiao Peak is extraordinary. Although it lacks the legendary gate that directly leads to the celestial realm, it stands as the highest and largest peak of Tianmin Mountain, infused with an extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy. In certain locations, this energy is so dense that it transforms into a liquid form, becoming the coveted spiritual liquid sought after by cultivators, truly remarkable in its essence. Consequently, Lingxiao Peak naturally became the main peak of Taisu Palace, with the palace's main hall situated upon a broad cliff near its summit. The precipice, when observed by ordinary individuals, appears almost as expansive as a modest plain. Encircling the main hall of the Taisu Palace, numerous caves and abodes have been carved out, serving as secluded sanctuaries for many proficient practitioners. Among these adept individuals are not only those affiliated with the Taisu Palace but also esteemed cultivators from various sects within the Tianmin Mountain. The Taisu Palace has fully embraced its philosophy of inclusiveness. Any practitioner from the sects within Tianmin Mountain, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation and finding their own sect's spiritual energy insufficient for their advancement, may voluntarily apply to train at Lingxiao Peak. The only stipulations for such training, aside from adhering to the regulations of the Taisu Palace and refraining from arbitrary conflicts, are minimal. These practitioners retain their sect identities and are free to come and go as they please. Such policies have naturally garnered the unwavering support of other sects within Tianmin Mountain, solidifying the Taisu Palace's leadership over all factions, with none daring to dissent. As for the ordinary disciples of the Taisu Palace, they are dispersed across the other 8 peaks and are generally not permitted to enter Lingxiao Peak unless summoned by the main hall. Atop Lingxiao Peak, the main hall of the Taisu Palace stands with an imposing presence. The grand entrance features the words Taisu Hall intricately carved on a massive plaque of azure stone, the flowing characters exuding a fierce aura of martial prowess that evokes trepidation in those who behold it. Conversely, the 8 characters inscribed on the stone pillars flanking the entrance, embracing all rivers, greatness lies in tolerance, radiate a sense of vastness and tranquility, alleviating the intimidating impression of the main plaque and inspiring awe for the grandeur and authority of the Taisu Palace. Typically, the Taisu Hall remains deserted throughout the year, visited only by a few disciples of uncertain prowess who come periodically to tidy up. The current leader of the Taisu Palace resides in their own cultivation cave and seldom visits this place. Among the elders of the palace, aside from the peak masters of the 8 mountains and a few who prefer residing elsewhere, most have their own independent caves for cultivation on this peak. They too refrain from visiting unless summoned by the leader or for special matters requiring deliberation. On this particular day, however, The stillness of the Taishu Hall was abruptly shattered as two figures descended from the heavens, gently placing Li Chuyi on the ground. The Baiji Daoist could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. At last, they had returned. That old rascal had nearly sacrificed his life for his disciple. Cursing under his breath, the Baiji Daoist produced a pill from his robe and fed it to the unconscious Li Chuyi. He then casually sat down, watching as Li Chuyi swallowed the pill. The substance, unknown in nature, melted upon contact and infused a gentle warmth into Li Chuyi's body. Before long, Li Chuyi's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he opened his eyes. Upon seeing the blue-robed Taoist gazing intently at him, a disoriented Li Chuyi instinctively exclaimed, "Old man, that useless pill of yours is no good. As I count down from 3 to 1, even if I were to repeat it hundreds of times, I still feel an overwhelming sense of despair." Suddenly realizing that something is amiss, Li Chuyi slowly glanced around, and that vacant expression returned to his plump face.